What up, though, Noah? What up, though? Hello. Yes. I mean, just because you don't see me moving doesn't mean I'm not moving. I'm on my way to get your order now. I'm in the process. The map doesn't always move, but I'm on my way to get your order. I'm in the process of moving right now. All right. Damn mic muted. I ain't even know that. Good afternoon, Terry. What's going on? Hey, Scrabble. What's up, Lewis? What's going on? How y'all day treating y'all? Is it still snowing, Terry? Or did it stop? Jordan. Thank you. Have a good one. What's the temperature there, Terry? Yes, hey. Hello? Oh, mine's going good, Scrabble. No complaints. Um, no complaints. 17 smoothies? How did it work out?
Oh, it sounds so much better in here. Oh my god.
And where?
I was in Eric's stream, and he was sounding like a chipmunk or whatever, and it was
Oh,
killing my ears, man.
oh, he live?
Yeah, he's live. You didn't
I
know
didn't
that?
know that. No, I didn't know that. I don't get notifications when he live, but you know.
Oh, you have to hit the bell. Hi, Terry. Hi. You gotta look. Even Scrapple was in there. Yeah, wasn't it killing your ears, man? She was crazy.
Oh, no, this the time I go live normally anyway. So
No, I know. Not saying anything. I'm just telling you. I was in there before you went live. And I'm like,
oh,
dude, like you need to fix that. Like right now, like it's killing my ears, and he just keeps on talking with it on. I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I'm gonna leave. That's it.
I have I have I have nothing to say because you know, according to him, I be bullying him. So let him do what he want to do his way.
Oh, okay. So never mind. I'm sorry for talking about it.
You know, you can talk about
I
it.
don't even know what
But,
happened. I don't know what's
but,
happening. I woke up.
but
I was in the chat earlier, but then I went back to sleep. So I don't know what happened.
No, he always says that. He always says I bully him.
Mhm.
I be too hard on him. So I try my best not to say nothing about it.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
even though I be trying to help him, he just feel like I be attacking him. So I'm not gonna say nothing about what he do on the street.
Okay.
Even though
Even though you just did you stop talking?
nothing, nothing.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it alone. Like I say, I mean, I don't want to be the bad guy.
um. Well, some people still can't handle like certain things that you say. You know, that's why I got banned. Because of my condescending smart ass. You know.
Comments. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. I've come to terms that I'm that way. Like I'm okay with it. You know. But
Well,
are they okay with it? Are they okay with it? That's
well,
the other.
yeah, but I'm an ego. Ego's in my way, and I'm delusional or whatever. I'm a conspiracy. I don't
Well,
know. I'm a conspiracy.
everybody has their own vision of what they perceive of who you are. So I'm okay with
I'm
it.
a
Yeah.
I'm a conspire. I'm a conspiring person to take down someone else's channel. Like whatever.
Hi, Jordan. How's the orders this fine morning, Dasher? Hope well as well.
Oh, hey Jordan. Oh, all good over here. Just another month. Just another
I'll say
week.
it. You got good advice, and he doesn't want to take it. Um, um. I mean, I wasn't saying anything other than my condescending comment. That was um um translated into me saying that someone else was jealous. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then I was trolling him, or he didn't like the fact that I was trolling. I was just going by what Flex was doing, and I told you Flex is my guy. I don't care.
Right.
Flex is my guy. My guy. I don't care. So he was playing around. So I was playing around, and I thought we was all like laughing together, but apparently no. You know, it's whatever.
You got unsubscribed by who? Because you went live for your lunch.
Who?
By
I
who,
think
Terry?
I got unsubscribed by him because I went to my lunch hour.
Went live for my little lunch
Who
hour.
you talk about, Eric? I didn't even know you went live, Terry. I'm sorry. I would be there. I gotta look at my phone because I know I got the bell for you.
Be right back.
Oh, you don't know? Okay, it could have been anybody. Who cares? You're gonna lose and gain subscribers every day. Because there's times when I get like 3 subscribers and then I lose 2. Then I gain like 2 more back. Then both of them leave again. I mean, it's all good. I'm not even looking for subscribers, and somehow I got subscribers. I got like almost 100. I'm pretty happy for that for not putting in any content. And I don't even have gig tube content. I have traveling with my daughters.
We're on the fastest route despite some traffic. You should reach your destination by 5:44 p.m.
Shut up, bitch. I don't like you.
Hey Terry.
Hey.
Hey, Terry. Hi.
Hi. Yeah. No, it's funny. I was doing my live and I was getting ready to end it because I was home. And my little friend, she was like, "Oh, you've got 249 subscribers." I was like, "I do? Cool." Because last I looked, I was like, 246 or whatever. And then I looked and I'm like, "Oh, I got 246 again."
Yeah.
I'm like, somebody must have seen me go live and got mad at me because I didn't come there this morning or something,
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know for sure who it was or anything. I'm not gonna, I don't know. I'm just saying.
It could be a number of things. It's not
It could be
necessarily.
so many different things. Yeah. I'm like
I think also that maybe YouTube is flushing out maybe like double accounts or fake accounts, those kind of stuff too.
could be. I mean, I don't know. I'm so new to the platform. I don't know what they do and
Oh,
don't do.
it come and go every day. Somebody will
Yeah,
subscribe to you, and then
yeah,
they'll unsubscribe because you said something they didn't like. It's gonna
yeah,
keep going up and down, up and
yeah. I will
down, up
keep on
and
going.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like when Matt reached 1,000, he said that I think the next day it went down below 1,000 and then it went back up again.
Right.
Hmm.
What up, though?
But up though, what's up, Matt? Is that even Matt or that's Bob?
Hi, Matt.
No, that's
I don't
Matt.
even know anymore. I don't even know anymore unless they start talking.
You got feedback, so you might have to go out and come back in.
Me?
No, Matt.
You sure that's Matt?
At least I thought. At least I thought. At least I
Well,
thought it was. It said
maybe
it in
not.
the back. It said it in
No,
the
because the
background.
Bob came in here one time pretending to be Matt.
Yeah, he did, but I don't think that's gonna happen today.
Okay.
And I don't
Also,
think they're gonna.
Are you gonna leave your thing public or no?
It's not public. Um,
Just gonna leave it like that?
I'm going to.
My chair.
You good? I'm going to make a decision.
Hi.
What I'm gonna do with it.
Hey,
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I was like, why is it dark out there? Chelsea? It's 5:30.
Oh, it's dark, man. It's dark already over here. It's already 5:30 and it's completely dark.
I forgot it's
It's
5:30 over there.
Yeah, it's 5:30. 5:37.
Yep.
Dark.
5:38 and getting
5:38.
dark.
Mm-hmm.
It stays light till about 10 after 5 now. Here.
Yeah, exactly.
Every day we get a couple more minutes. How are your roads, Ceci? I can't see them very good.
They're fine. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Ours are icy, snow and ice.
Oh, there's no. Believe me, when it starts to like snow or whatever it does over here, it melts right away. It didn't even snow yesterday. It was like flurries,
Uh-huh.
and then it stopped. That was it. Nothing stuck. No heavy, nothing. It's just cold.
Yeah, it's really
My thing is saying it's 30 degrees.
Right now we reached our high today of 0.
Oh, that's interesting. I like that.
Yeah, we went up like 4 degrees, three or 4 degrees.
I think when it gets cold like this, it's like refreshing. It's not. I don't feel like it's cold.
In a way, it's refreshing until that wind cuts through you.
Yeah, but I have like a what they call like a neck sweater or
Hmm.
something. They call it a neck sweater, but it's like a tube, a neck tube, like to keep
Yeah,
my neck warm. And then the only thing that really gets cold is my hands, so I have gloves, and it's not cold right now, so it's not hurting. But I can deal with all the other stuff hitting my face. It's more like my neck and my hands needs to be covered because if they're not, I'm gonna be freezing.
right.
You ever known people like that? I've seen people like walk around with just a sweater, but as long as they have like a scarf and a hat, they're
Yeah,
warm. Yeah,
yeah.
so it's me.
They have what they you call a Renault system uh issue. Renault's.
I don't know what that is.
It's like an issue with circulation
Yeah, so maybe I
going
have that.
going to
Yeah.
certain areas of your body, but everybody's a little different.
hmm So for me, it's my neck and my hands. As long as I'm covered with my hands and my neck, I'm sweating. Like it's not that bad. You kind of have like a little bit in the back, unless that's not you.
What me?
Yeah. Is
I have a little.
that,
You hear my little fan running?
no. I hear kind of like that squeaky noise that Eric was having, but it's
Here,
more like after you've done talking. I
let
hear
me
it.
let me see if it goes away when I hit the mute.
Hello?
Did it go away when I muted?
I don't know. Somebody's in the car now. Hello?
I think
Hello?
it's
Is Matt?
Matt.
Is it actually Matt? Is it actually Matt?
I think it's Matt.
Are you okay, Matt?
I think I'm gonna delete my YouTube channel.
What?
I can't even hear you.
Why?
I can't even hear you.
I said I think I'm gonna delete my YouTube channel.
Why?
I'm just contemplating. There's a lot going on.
Why?
Don't do that. Step
Don't do
back
that.
and take a look at it. Take a
No.
look at what's happening
I don't
first.
even know what's happening. I don't even know what's happening. I woke up at 4:30.
I know. Every
What's
time I wake
happening?
up or come back, there's something new going on. What's up, Matt? You worked hard to get here. You're not gonna give up like that.
I don't even know what's happening.
I'm just
Breathe.
say real.
I can't even hear, man.
I think he's having a hard time talking about it. Sorry. Breathe and then
You can't
I must
take
have
this space.
missed something this morning while I was out working.
You
'Cause I
can't
went
take
out.
this space serious, man. Just brush it off. Move on.
Yeah, I'm
Keep
not
going.
sure what's going on, but
Whatever
I
it is, just don't take it that serious, man. Someone's always gonna fucking say something, whether you do good or bad. Remember that. Whether you do good, whether you give to charity is a fucking bad. Oh, now they're showing that they're just throwing money away to people that don't really need anything. They're just gonna find a reason to say something about anything. Look at how my comment got misconstrued. I don't even fucking care. And it wasn't even about that. It's just, like people always got to say something or have an opinion, and then, oh, I understand. No, I will not. I will not. People are going to say some upsetting things as well.
and you know who's gonna say it and what they're gonna say.
Yeah. I've been called a snake. I've been called a bitch. I've been called. And I'm like, yes, I know. I'm all those things. Yes. Whatever you say. You just got to like not even argue with them. And certain things might hurt, and yes, it's very hurtful. A lot of the things that they might say, but if they see you get upset, they know how to retaliate again and again. If anything, I'll be trolling everyone for saying something that hurts them.
Where do you go?
Oh yeah, where did he go? He just
He left.
there he is. I think he's in a bad area. Just
You can
service.
hear me?
Yeah.
Bad service.
I'm in a bad.
He got
We got a bunch of snow.
We did too. I bet yours is a lot different than ours.
What's up, Jehu? What's up, Turtle?
Yeah. I mean,
Hi, Trout. Did we put lotion on our elbows? I did.
Hi, Eric.
I did. I did too.
shit's annoying.
What's up, Jehu?
What up,
What's up,
Jay?
Lewis?
What up,
Can you
though?
guys hear
K-Lo K. Don't
Okay,
do
look.
it, man.
Okay,
Haters gonna
Scrabble.
hate. You see, haters gonna hate.
Uh,
Okay, he coming over
What's
here.
up,
You know
Andrew?
where the fuck I'm at right now? Oh my god, it doesn't even fucking make sense. I'm by Yankee Stadium. Yankee Stadium. Oh my god, I hate this place already. Yankee Stadium is horrendous. Horrendous. Especially at this time. It's still early. In the
Tales
middle of
of
the
the
night, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Tales of the Wolf. Welcome to the channel.
There's a Tales from the Wolf. I don't even
It
see
said
that.
Tales from the Wolf.
Tales from
Tales
Wolf.
the Wolf. I don't even see that.
Hi, Jehu.
Probably got blocked.
No, I didn't
Oh,
block
that's all the way in the top. Okay, that's on top of Cherry's message. I didn't see that. Okay, sorry.
Oh, let's see.
him. Don't shut your channel down.
Nah,
Yeah,
we'll
no,
see.
No,
no.
bro, I understand what you're going through.
Nah.
Um, I can't.
There's just
I understand. I can't say I can relate because of the situation, but I understand what you're going through. But
Mm,
my thing is, we'll talk over the. Don't shut it down, bro. You work too
yeah,
hard to
don't do
build.
that. Don't do
You
that.
work too hard to build it up, and you going we both talked about this. We gonna come to a point where we getting bigger, bigger, and bigger, and we're
Hmm.
gonna be attacked. That's how the year started out. That's how the year started out for both of us. We're getting attacked. I mean, it is what it is. But I know what happened today was not cool, and for it being said what was said was not cool. But
Oh,
and I can't tell you how
it.
to
It. It.
can't
it
tell
the
you how
live.
to
The
handle
live.
it.
The live's private, so it don't matter. I'm not gonna make it public ever. So
No, no, it's not. It's not about well. Last Friday was a whole different attack. Last Friday was something special, and
well, I made that
you
private.
know,
Hold on. Let me.
hi. Look at Eric is mad at me. Yo, you were sounding like a squirrel. You didn't even say hello to me. I'll kick
I
your ass.
mean, what are you mad for?
I left the stream. I was on his stream. He sounded like I couldn't even. I don't
Oh,
even know
he
what
mad.
he was
You
saying.
said you said he mad because he didn't mention you.
Yeah, he didn't even say hello to me. I
It
was
is. He didn't say hello, Ceci. He just said, "Hey, Matt, Rod, Terry."
He didn't say nothing to me. Damn it.
Well, I mean, well, Eric, I mean, what you? Never mind. Let me be quiet. I don't want nobody to say I'm bullying them.
All right, I'm back.
But don't shut your page down, man. Just listen. I understand you keep it down for a couple of days, reflect on it all, but don't do that.
I don't think he's in the car. Is
Don't
he in
do
the
that.
car? Oh yeah.
Oh shit! I'm about to run a fucking red light.
Uh-huh. That happens.
Don't do that. What's up, Eric?
I'm in the middle of the walkway. I'm trapped. This guy behind me won't back up.
You know what else I think is an issue? The people that actually get obsessed. I'm like, dude, y'all have like serious issue. You obsessing about somebody that you never met too. That's kind of scary.
Um, YouTube and StreamYard is a funny place.
Yeah.
It's a funny place.
Because I was talking about that Jeff Thomas. Is it Jeff Thomas Black? That
No,
dude
no,
right
no,
there.
no, 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 no.
I'm
Don't.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Not on. No.
Kick me out. Kick
That.
me out. Kick me
I'm
out.
not gonna. I'm not gonna kick you out. I'm not gonna ban you. Please.
I'm
None of that.
sorry.
None of that. None of the other guy or the other guy or
Okay.
the other guy.
I
None
know
of
for the
that.
future. My
Oh.
apologies. My apologies. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay, but there's some people that have like serious obsession, dude. Like serious. I've said it to that particular person as well. Can't keep like they can't keep certain people's name out their mouth, and they just like, oh my god, like what
It's
the
just
hell is
it's a
happening?
it's a collective thing. You know, they find somebody to try to latch on or attack or for whatever reasons they want to do it, and then they just gonna see how far they can take it. Eventually, they'll leave you alone. Just don't give them no attention.
Your work is done. Cherry out. I don't know what that means. I'll be back.
My bad. I lost service.
My day going good, Turtle. How's yours? For the most part, it's going good. Turtle, I'm not gonna ban Sassy. Nah, it's quite only really two people that nah they can't come here. They're not welcome. Well, more than two, but for sure two. They're not welcome here. They know who they are, and I know one for sure know who he is because he
Yeah,
was
you kind of
told
made that.
yesterday.
Kind of made that name yesterday.
Yeah.
Outback, $8.
You see what Scrabble said?
Someone's just on a stupid power trip, doing stupid shit to make themselves feel way more important than it is. I'm just not gonna get into it. I haven't done anything to anybody, so I'm not gonna.
That's okay.
Not, not how it works. So.
If you about to get out,
No, I'm just saying that's. I'm not gonna say anything about it. It's just not how I work. You know that. You know me,
yeah,
but you know
yeah.
me just as much as Hector does. So no, I'm out back waiting on them to bring out my shit. Not my shit. A DoorDash.
I'm,
I feel like I have to classify that.
I'm gonna switch devices, so I'm gonna
Turtle.
be back in the back room again in a second.
yeah. Turtle says hi.
What's up, Turtle?
Shout out to the 16 in the box.
Normal. Normal. All right, I was just checking to see where you was at. I'll be home like around 8 o'clock. Okay. 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 Bye, baby. My daughter was gone all weekend. You like this music?
For me,
Yeah.
yeah. I was trying to pick and choose which one I needed. I couldn't figure it out.
Yo, seriously, they have me literally at this fucking place. Like, let me see if I can show you at Yankee Stadium. I've never been inside of it, even though the old one. I've never been there. But that's where they have me. I think one time early in the morning they had me deliver all the way over here too. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning. People are getting up for work. 1037 for 2.5 miles. That seems cool. I like that.
Thank you.
Calm down. Calm down. Goodness. Fucking beast.
Be right
You
back.
can't even stop. You can't even stop for pedestrians over
Oh
here.
shit. Oh shit.
Hello. I have a DoorDash for Jennifer. Jennifer.
I know you made your
Okay,
live
thanks.
stream private, but you might want to ask Eric to make his private if you don't want it out there. You seen what Turtle wrote, Matt?
Yeah.
I don't even know what's happening.
Man, this fucking Outback is slow as hell.
The other Voldemort.
Oh shit. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. I didn't even know you was gone.
No, I said I'll be back.
Oh, I think I wasn't in the car. I don't know.
What's up, Cherry?
Hey, Matt, just listen to me for a second, my man. For the last 3 days, I have been speaking with Bobby and Hector a bunch. And I was told by Hector today that I should talk to you. And I said, well, I don't know how to contact him. And he said, well, just go up there and explain yourself. So I had the notion in my head that Hector had texted you, since y'all go back and forth, to give a heads up, or Bobby did. And when it didn't happen, and I came up there twice, and y'all are just up there talking about how everybody's going to get monetized, and didn't even say, yes, you said hello to me. But I was under the impression that Hector had set it up. Right before I came up, he said, come up. And then when I left, he texted me and said, come back, bro. So I'm just going to say this as nicely as I can. I don't want to start any drama. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm not going to apologize for what I said right now, because it's not going to come across as genuine, whether it is or not. But those thumbnails that turned into, hey, do you want to make $2,000 or whatever in a stream, like a get rich quick scheme? I had an issue with when you change them. And I told Bobby multiple times, and I told Hector, I don't have your phone number, my man. And I will be honest with you, that's not why I came to help make a community with you. So I'm just telling you right now, I'm not an evil person. I didn't set you up. I don't want you to go away. But at some point, I have to realize on a Monday morning, when I finished my live, I had 30 views. 30. Now, I'm not complaining. I gave my energy to you, my man. But when you are putting that up there, and I'm putting it out to your people because I do not have your contact information, that's how it transpired. So I'm not justifying what I said. I am not going to apologize because it's not going to come across as genuine. My man, I understand it, but that's how it came about in that way. I spoke to Hector on the phone today for a half hour, and he was speaking for you. And then when I questioned something, he said, well, you need to speak to him about it. Why aren't you speaking to him about it? And I said, I ain't got the bro's number. I ain't got nothing. So that's how it transpired, Matt. It's not like I came in there to piss you off and freak you out. I don't want you to end your channel. I don't want to do anything. Am I thrilled about what happened when I thought it was a good thing? Do I think that that's an honest community where the main topic of discussion other than gambling is how NGB is going to get monetized, how Eric's going to get monetized, how the next one's going to get monetized? It's a community of people that want to be Pedro, and I am okay with that, but I'm not going to be part of it. So I'm not coming up here to start drama. I don't even care if you respond to me. But dude, for 3 days, 2 days, I'm trying to tell you, I'm reaching out to the people I know that can contact you, and I'm getting nothing but talk to him. And then Hector said, well, go up there and talk to him. And then I went down and he texted me and said, come back up.
Listen to me. I've talked to them both the last multiple times, multiple days, and nothing has ever been said to me. I have... The only thing
ask them, bro.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying that it's fucked up that I wasn't told any of this. Because the only thing that I've got back from any of this was Bobby acted like he was so fucking confused on what the hell was going on. And then apologizes and just says he's sorry. And then last night he randomly texted me last night when I'm laying in bed, I'm half asleep, and he tells me, I'm sorry for all this. I'm like, what are you talking about? Never mind. He's like, never mind, just have a good night. I don't know what the fuck was going on. So then this shit happens fucking today out of the fucking blue.
Yeah, well, hold on a second, Matt. Last night, you're sorry about this. I didn't do nothing last night. I didn't say anything to anybody last night. I said something when I put that first post up the other day, whenever it was. And then I got a Hector text message / phone call, and I got a Bobby thing. And then I said, listen, just leave it be. But, I told them both, I have an issue with those thumbnails. And that's not what I was there for. Do I care what you do with the money, my man? No, I don't. But you understand, that's my point of view. I'm not telling anybody to agree with me. I'm the asshole. And by the way, always cherry prick isn't me. It's a troll. But whatever. Keep talking to a troll, Ceci. That's not me.
Well, I didn't even hear anything that you said because I had bad service, so I don't know what the fuck to say.
Okay, well, maybe y'all should fucking people, Ceci, that always have a Ceci, I love you, but this is you're pulling a Bobby. People that are always in other people's shit did not deliver food and hear what I said.
I don't even know what the fuck is happening. I just came into
right,
this.
that's what you and Bobby always do, and that's what Matt's gonna kind of said too. But you always are passive aggressive, Ceci.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Cherry. Don't fucking put my name into any of this shit because I don't know what the fuck is going on.
You're talking to a troll like it's me. Always cherry pick as a troll. All right, I didn't come on here to yell, Ceci.
You act like one anyways. I never said that. I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about
Ceci,
me.
you're so hysterical right now, and you're delivering food. You don't even hear what I'm saying. You were talking to a troll.
I was in a bad service area. I don't even know what.
All right, never mind. Please be quiet so I can let Matt talk. Please let Matt talk.
I didn't even know what he was saying. You just said my name, and I said, "What does Ceci do?" The fuck?
Basically, after everything happened, whatever. I'm not even gonna fucking talk on it because it still has me some type of way. But anyways, no, I get your point, and that's why I addressed it. And I said that it was miscommunication between all parties. And after I seen like the whole thing with Roy, like, yeah, dude. So like, I didn't have to go out of my way like and give back to all the other channels like you and Roy and so like I did that because I felt like it was fair. And I know it's not about the money, but like, yeah,
Hold on a second. What did you do? You gave back to me?
Yeah, I donated you like 10 subs.
Okay, and I appreciate that.
No, okay. I know, and I'm saying I said I did that because I was wanting to give my share back.
Okay.
Like that was me giving back to you and to Roy, and you know, I donated to Flex, and like I did that because people have donated to me, so I only thought it was fair to donate back to the people that have supported me.
Now, I know you're wrapped up in your own channel and you're not watching everybody, but do you realize that Saturday morning, Eric, who's very impressionable, put a Cash App up on a ticker?
No, I don't know nothing about that.
Because he follows your lead? And NGB is the one that told him to do it because, bro, we all deserve to be paid. Does that make me feel good for a community when I spent the first year plus not being monetized, and then after I was monetized, I kept it off for 3 months just to prove a point that I wasn't here to make money?
Right.
And now I'm supporting people, and not you personally, but those people up there are obsessed with being monetized. And you're the proof. You're the one that out of the group knows that we don't get paid a lot to do this shit. So quit trying to be monetized. If you're obsessed with being monetized, no offense, go to Gig Wars. That's what they're all about. It's only what they're about. I'm not about getting monetized. It was your guys, not you, Matt, but their dream. They're obsessed with it. So I thought I would help. But Eric on Saturday had a Cash App up because he wanted to get paid. Eric is complaining about how he's upside down on a car and he bought a $700 tablet because he wants to be like you. Not that he wants to help the community, Matt. He wants to get paid. And I'm not picking on anybody specifically, Eric, so don't get in your shit. But that added to it. I called Trout because Trout's an admin and is helping him and said, dude, it's bullshit. I don't know if he communicated that with Eric or not, but it was down on Sunday. Just like what I was telling Bobby and Hector, they apparently did not communicate to you. I spent a half hour on the phone with Hector today when I got better things to do, not to shit on you, to try to understand it. And he kept sticking up for you. And when like I said, when I said anything back, he said, you need to talk to him, bro. And I said, well, I hate to say it, but I got Cray's number now. I got Ron's number now. I got your number now. How come I don't have Matt's? Because this should be kept private. I don't have to have your number. Just convey it to him. And now you're telling me that the two boneheads didn't even say a word to you.
Yeah. I mean, I have the text. I haven't seen anything. I haven't heard nothing.
I'm just saying, dude, so that's what it all stemmed on. I'm happy that you got the money, but those thumbnails make me feel like, wow, man, I kind of felt deceived. And I'm not saying you're a bad person,
no,
but
really
I'm just,
that's why I felt
I know that, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Do you understand my point of view? I gave you a little bump today, and I can get over it, but I had 30 views on my live today, my man. 32 views when I finished it. And that's on me because I gave you guys my blood. I gave you guys my momentum for the last week. And I did it and I knew what was going to happen. But it sat and I'm staring at 30 views and I don't need you to come hang out on my StreamYard. I don't need you to shout me out. But at least Ron came in for a second and gave me a quick hi. And I'm not saying that I'm upset because you didn't come into my life. But, bro, I'm not going to say we all own time spots, but I do my morning show for an hour and a half, my man. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm not telling you anything else. You and all your people can stay over there. But it happened that quick. You went from honoring me and saying, everybody shut up, Cherry's on the StreamYard, to fucking not barely acknowledging me when I thought Hector said Cherry's going to come up and talk about this, and he promised he wasn't going to cuss. He promised he wasn't going to go for the jugular. So when twice I went up there and I felt like the conversation was supposed to be good and you didn't even bring it up, I said, I'm going for the jugular. I can do it in one sentence, and I got pissed. And by the way, I was adopted at birth. And so was my brother, and so was my sister. Not that that excuses any way how you feel. And my so-called adopted mother, I have punched people in the face as a teenager when they told me that that was not my real mother. Why do you care? So I'm not going to talk about it, and it doesn't excuse how you feel, but that's all I got to say.
Well, the lives are down, so. And like I said, if you felt a certain way about the thumbnails, I'm sorry. I mean, I could have worded things differently. That's on me, but it was a lot of it was, like I said, miscommunication and wording on my behalf. So I can own that as a man.
Right, but I thought one of the boneheads were conveying to you, Cherry and Roy have a problem with the thumbnail.
No, dude, I know nothing about that.
Right, and like I said, and don't get mad at me, Sassy, but people start saying, well, you guys are just jealous. That ain't cool. I ain't fucking jealous.
I never said anything about jealous. You're the one that said jealous, and I told you, why are you putting false information? Because I never said anything about jealous.
Okay, Sassy, do you want to parse words? You want to parse? Oh, fuck, man. Why is Sassy going to just yell and I'm not yelling?
I told you you was spreading false information because that's not what I said in my comments. I was thrown out because I said, look, Doug Chapman is donating. Did you have to ask for that? That's what I said. And that got me banned.
All right, hold on a second. And then I said, when he got mad at that, Sassy, since we wanted, oh, fuck it. Whatever. It's not why I'm up here to talk about it, Sassy. I shouldn't have mentioned your name just now. I shouldn't have done it because
you mentioned it earlier in your live. I wasn't even there to see it. I saw that after. I woke up at 11:30 and I missed your live. And
in my live, I mentioned you in my live today in a condescending way. I talked about you, Sassy.
Yes, I say many comments condescendingly. It's not my
Sassy, I feel like we're not communicating right now. You're answering something that I'm asking. So with all due respect, don't yell because I'm not yelling. And you know when people yell at me, I tend to yell back.
Okay, but you're accusing me of saying something because you misconstrued it.
Okay, good. We've heard you say that literally 500 times on everybody's stream the last 3 days. Now, can I explain how it happened? Now, can I explain how it happened, or are you going to say it 501 times? I guess you're going to say it 501 times, Sassy.
You're still saying that I said it in a jealous way. You're still saying it, even though I already spoke to you about it and explained it to you that I did not use the word phrase jealous, and y'all misconstrued it as something else. And I was talking about people.
All right, Sassy. Right now, what you're doing is getting me to either leave or yell back. And I really want to finish this conversation with Matt, and I really don't feel like yelling.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not yelling.
So I will finish this thought. So you will not feel like you're being neglected, Sassy, because I know you think you're one of the most important people in the world. But
you think you're the most important person in the world. This is why you're getting upset, because people are not going into your live and making sure that they say hello to Cherry. Even
it's not. All right, because fuck me. I'm about to give up on this.
I supported you, Cherry.
All right, so now hush, please. You said it. You want to say it one more time? How it came out that you said it was, I said, Ceci, the way you are being in the chat makes it feel like Roy and I are being put on the spot, like we are jealous or something. And then Roy said yes. So, okay, you didn't say those words, but you were saying snide comments like, oh, so is it okay if he got those, or is that a problem too? So I said, Ceci, you're making it worse. And I may have not worded it that way, but I'm paraphrasing. By doing that, you're making it seem like we're up here saying we are jealous.
So which way is a better way for people to donate that it's okay for you guys to not think it's a problem? Because I think Ken even asked that question too. What is a good way to ask for donations for you guys to not misconstrue it as, oh, they shouldn't be giving donations because he's going to get a new car? Because I want to understand, how is it okay to get donations?
Okay. All right, Ceci, you're making this a really petty conversation. How is it okay?
No, I'm making it petty. I'm asking a question, and you're saying I'm being petty. I'm asking a question.
You're being really petty right now, Cess.
Oh, I'm being petty. Okay, no problem. I'm petty.
Yes, you are. You're petty, and you're yelling at me.
Petty.
I haven't raised my voice one time. I haven't cussed one time.
Raising my voice. This is how I talk.
Okay. Sorry you feel that way. You just got done basically doing the same thing. You just got done doing the same thing that Roy and I said you did on Saturday. Oh, you're a crybaby because you didn't get any views and nobody's watching you. You just said that. So I am showing right now you're a sweet woman. Yes, you did. You're a sweet woman, but you're passive aggressive with all of us. And just because you support everybody, you always giving snide comments like that, Cess, and it's okay. I appreciate it. But I get to say it once in a while.
Okay, I just said that. You're delusional, man. I didn't fucking just say it.
You just said it, that you're up here complaining that nobody's watching your channel.
You're the one that just complained about it. You're the one that just complained about it to multiple people right now. Or at least Hawaii came in and said hello. What's that? What are you saying? What are you saying by that comment? This is what I don't understand.
Yes, and that's a comment. That's a comment between Matt and I, and that's why I tried to tell Bobby and Hector that no matter how I do this publicly, it's going to come out bad for everybody because you are proving my point right now. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. On Saturday, I conveyed this to Bobby. On Sunday, I conveyed it to Hector. I spent an hour, at least a half hour on the phone with Hector today, and he encouraged me to come up and talk to Matt about it. I don't understand where you missed that, but you're busy being self-important, driving around, and anything that fucking you don't understand, you say, well, I'm delivering. Well, maybe if you're delivering and you're part of a serious conversation, you should shut your fucking mouth and deliver. Instead of half knowing the truth. The big question always, Ceci, I don't even know what's going on, but you're always on the StreamYard. You're like Bobby Jr. Well, I don't know. I was doing a spark. I didn't know all that happened. So with all due respect, Ceci, I'm asking you to kindly stop doing that. That passive-aggressive crap where you play stupid. And if you don't know the details, don't comment. I mean, damn, Cess. How is this conversation about you? It's about Matt and about me making him upset today. It's about the reason that I've been trying to get somebody to convey this to him for the last 3 days. And apparently the people I thought that were his friends and would have his back and say, yo, Cherry's saying this, that it ain't just drama, might have mentioned it to him. And now that Matt and I are communicating, I find out that I was mistaken. So that's why I was a little pissed off, a lot of pissed off today. It had nothing to do with nobody saying hello to me. And while I'm up there, I can't even get a word in because I got fucking 8 people up there that care nothing about anything except getting attention and getting monetized. So that, I got out the first time. I said, Hector, see, I just proved my point. Nobody gives a crap. They all want to get monetized. That's all they want to talk about. NGB is talking about, hey, Cherry, but let's talk about how I'm going to use my son playing Fortnite to make a fortune. That's what's more important. So I backed out and I text her. That's why I don't want to be up there. There are a bunch of people begging to be monetized. And he said, bro, I understand. They're clowns. Go back up. Or I forgot how he worded it. Because now Hector's going to say I didn't say that exactly. Because y'all like to fucking complain about the ingredients, not how the fucking cake tastes around here.
Anyways.
Okay, I'm going to go now. I said what I said, Matt. That's all I have to say. I don't want you to dump your channel. It was an issue over. At the end of it, when you wanted everybody to stop doing it, instead of crying and thanking everybody and saying how grateful you were, you could have went and got your hair cut an hour before. When you saw when Bobby was in the chat like an auctioneer saying, let's get him another $1. Let's get some more. And then Serbia's did the thing where it ended up at 666 and somebody changed it and then he had to go back. All you had to do, my man, was say thank you. But you sat there and cried like you were fucking saving starving people in Ethiopia. And I had a little problem with that. A little problem. Now, apparently, it's blown up for no fucking reason, partially because of Bobby and Hector not just saying it to you. So I'm not up here to justify anything, my man. I'm not apologizing to you right now because, like I said, whether it's genuine or not, it doesn't really matter. You're going to not take it. You know, I'm smarter than that. I understand what that means. So that's what it is. And Ceci, I apologize that you're upset with me. I think you're a beautiful human being.
You're just putting me in a category that I'm not gonna be.
It's like, exactly what you are, Sassy. It's exactly what you are.
What I am. What? Exactly what I am. What?
That you just did the same thing you did on Saturday. I came up here and said,
well, why
"Wow,
are you upset?
Wow, I got 32 views on my live.
Why are we
instead of 200?
Happy for other people's accomplishments, like I said."
Because you don't know about the financial end of YouTube. And it turned into a, hey, if you're like Matt and follow me, you can fucking be like Pedro and make $500 in one shift. It became a fucking ad. It became something like, watch this live, see how you can make $1,500 on one StreamYard. And to me, that's not a community. To me, go hang out with Pedro. To me, that ain't what I fucking got a call from Bobby to say, I support this community and I like it here. And I said, okay, Bobby, I'll go help you. To me, no offense, Matt, and nobody cry. And it's not just you, it's the others on your StreamYard. It's Red 2.0. It's everybody being up there waiting to get their 10 minutes of fame, waiting to get monetized, waiting to be able to not deliver food, which is why people watch you, and sit around and watch the StreamYard money make you AdSense money. So that's the impression I get. And to be honest with you, there's many of content creators over the last however many time that has offered me compensation to be on there. And I said the exact same thing I'm said to them. I am saying right now out loud. I turned down money to do what I did for free for Matt. I don't want memberships in return. I don't want super chats in return. Nobody needs to send me a couple $100 like I get offered on a regular basis to do what I did for free. So, Ceci, you need to relax with that shit. You're up here because you're addicted to YouTube and you like to be on everybody's StreamYard. It's not money maker for you. Everybody around you uses you to make money. Everybody around you that aren't monetized wants to get monetized except you, Ceci, so you don't live in that world that I'm discussing.
I'm the only one that's not worried about getting monetized, and what's the issue? They're using me to get monetized, and what's the problem? Well, that's what you feel?
The problem is when it comes to business, you need to respectively stay out of it.
Stay out of the business? What business? I didn't get anything. You're not making any sense. No problem. According to Cherry.
All right, hey, listen. I didn't want this to happen this way. I'm just glad that Matt and I are not. We're being adults, and I will admit Cherry isn't right now. Okay, according to you and me, says you are being a child, and I am responding as a child. So I'm glad that it happened between you and me instead of Matt and I. So,
Well,
dude,
listen,
that's what I had to say, Matt. That's what I had to say, Matt. I meant no disrespect to this
Let me say
stream.
one thing.
Yo,
Yeah,
Like, we
do
can ta-
anything to you, yo.
we can talk in a couple days when I'm calmer.
yo, I just want to say something real quick. Hold on, Terry, before you go, brother.
I'm out on that.
Hold on. Stop muting me, Ron. When I brought up my son doing the stream thing, I said that I wanted to do that because when I do this, I'm always by myself, right? So my son watches a lot of YouTube.
yeah. No offense, but Matt, I heard what you said before I was cut off.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
don't want you to end your lives. I don't want to do anything. I'm not gonna do hit jobs. I already deleted the post.
Cherry, hold on. Give me a minute to talk. NGB, you still backstage. You have to let them finish first before you talk. That's why
And
I
with
keep
all due
muting you.
respect, Ron, this is
Yeah.
my perfect example. We are having a real thing here. It's not about him talking about him and his son so he can get somebody to know that that's what he's doing. It's a backhanded way to get more pub for you, NGB. You don't understand it. Maybe you don't understand it, or maybe you think that we don't understand what you're doing by the comment of you responding it, because now everybody in the chat knows you want to do a gamer channel. You don't understand it, or you think that I'm stupid, dude. This isn't your conversation. Go to Gig Wars where you belong, or wait till I'm done. Have respect for me and Matt at this point. He's trying to finish a conversation so I can step down before this becomes a shit show and I can go about my night and y'all can go do what you were doing. So please, Matt, finish. Now Matt's gone too. So I understood what Matt said. Matt said, give him a couple days and we will
Hold on.
discuss this.
Just give me a second. I lost service. I'm going into Subway. Hold on. Give me like 1 minute.
Okay. You want to fill the time with NGB to come up? Go ahead, Ron. I don't give a crap. Because I ain't got nothing to say until he comes back, because I'm going to end up yelling at somebody.
Who the fuck is it? God.
Okay. Just let me know when I can speak. I ain't trying to overtalk nobody. Am I good? Okay.
Cherry, he good?
All right. I'm assuming I'm good.
No, with all due respect, Ron, the only person I want to talk to right now is when Matt's done comes back from Subway. In the meantime, y'all talk about what you want.
I just want to say this just so people know. I'm not coming on here to try to yell or anything, Cherry. Don't worry, brother. Like I'm not like that. Don't even trip. When I mentioned my son, I just want to let you guys know. My son loves YouTube. He loves it, right? We're both video game people. I purely started this channel to do like deliveries of content. But the channel at the end of the day is about me as a whole person. I'm more than just a rideshare driver. I wanted to do that with my son because mentally I do this job alone, like many of us do. And you go through a phase where you being alone is agonizing. I enjoy chopping it up with each and every one of you. I'm not monetizing my channel. You could call a spade. Watch, if you ever see my channel monetized, you could call a spade a spade. That's on my son's soul. That's not the point of my channel. I love doing this. I've been doing content for years, and I'm just a super personable kind of person. You can tell. I love people, and my son loves YouTube. And I love interacting with people. You can ask my girl, you can ask my son, my mom, my dad. That's just who I am. So I wanted to do more things to help interact with more people because only so many people rock rideshare. I'm not doing this for any money or anything like that. I just wanted to say that, you know, like I'm not trying to come up here or yell and argue. So I just wanted to get that out the way. It's not, you know, it wasn't for money or nothing like that. It was to interact with my son and something that we both enjoy. For a second thing, with Eric, I'm gonna be totally 100 with you. When I told Eric the Cash App thing, it was to help pick up his like I was trying to do like a morale, like I support you, because I told him to put it up there because I wanted the Cash App in myself. That was me just trying to, like, in a roundabout way, kind of just show Eric, like, Eric, you have a place here. Like, I'm a nobody. I'm not no gatekeeper or nothing. But it was more so to say, Eric, from me to you, your value as a person or whatever. And so, you know what? If it was a psyche thing. That's what it was. It wasn't a money grab thing. I've never put my Cash App on my channel, nothing. Like it wasn't nothing like that. You feel me? So I just wanted y'all to know, for me, what that was. That was me trying to, like, in a roundabout way, like, Eric, we fuck with you, like, you know what, you're valuable. Like, that's what that was. I just want to say that because I don't want Eric to get slandered. I know Cherry is, like, trying to, like, watch over and make sure everybody's not out here money grabbing on. Like, I totally understand. But yeah, like with my channel, the video game shit, that's because I love doing that shit with my son. We watch all the YouTubers, Kalis, Titus, all these guys, and he loves video games, and my son would love that shit. And I just figured it would be another way to connect with y'all. That was it, honestly, because people are only going to watch rideshare shit, delivery shit for so long. But that's all.
All right, well, let me just say, brother, okay, just let me finish real quick, and please don't make this into a long thing, because I really just came up here to talk to Matt. You told Eric you deserve to be paid too, literally 7 hours after Matt got his money. You deserve to be paid too, Eric.
Yeah,
Eric is up there driving around. No offense, Eric, don't get upset. But absolutely, he doesn't deserve to be paid. He deserves to pay us. And I'm not asking for money. Don't say I'm extorting Eric. I don't want any money from him. But really, you really are going to make him believe that he deserves to be paid to drive around?
I hear you. And if that's your opinion, that's totally fine. No,
he deserves to be paid when the people speak, and he has 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 viewers. Yeah. Until then, he doesn't deserve shit. And if you wanted to cash app him, you were in his StreamYard, so you could have went backstage and said, "Give me the cash app."
Your opinion is valid. I just want you to know that that's where it came from the heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
Okay, I'm not putting you down, dude, because you guys all have a right to be monetized. But when I see a full StreamYard on Matt, and all of you are obsessed with two things: gambling and getting monetized. That's what Eric wants. That's what the fucking freaky guy with the funny hair and the thick glasses that sounds like he's gay wants, Kevin. That's what y'all want. That's what you guys talk about. Well, guess what? If you talk about being monetized all the time, now you're not talking about gig work. Right. It's an obsession. It's an obsession. I had no idea that was the main topic on his channel.
Hey, and you saying that about other people is true, but just this the last time I say about it. And we can all agree on this. Other than what I said to Eric, trying to just help him feel better, that's all. If we could acknowledge that was my pure intention, and that other than that conversation, I have never mentioned monetization ever. I've never mentioned it. Everybody that's ever had me on a panel can vouch for what I just said. I've never mentioned monetization ever. I just want to end with that. I love you, Cherry. I love y'all. Like I'm you know what I mean? It's all good. I just want y'all to know, because I know a lot of people's intentions get misconstrued, but you guys know my intentions. But yeah, I'm gonna fall back. I'm chilling with y'all. I'm chilling. I'm delivering right now. Everybody's like, oh, ain't nobody working. I'm on the road as I'm talking to y'all. So. You know?
Right, and just to be clear, Sassy, don't cry, don't get upset. I was just pointing out that the person in the chat is not me. I don't have any troll accounts. Always Cherry Pick is not me. And somebody was highlighting the comments and whatever. So I just wanted to make clear, Sassy, you were talking to Always Cherry Prick. That is not a troll account of mine. It's not me. That's all. And Ceci, since you're so worried about anybody, why wouldn't you time out and hide somebody that's named Always Cherry Prick saying things? but that's okay because it's me, so I deserve it because I'm a dick. All right, whatever. Nobody respond to me.
I'm back.
Matt, can we finish this, brother, so I can leave?
Yeah,
I
you're
was
good.
in the store. If you said anything to me, I just got in here.
You said
Yeah,
somebody in there that says always cherry prick.
yeah, it says prick, not pick.
And somebody is highlighting their comments before I came up,
Well,
calling
you
you
know what?
ashy elbows, get lotion, and
Well,
somebody else is
Cherry,
in the chat right now saying that's not really Cherry.
to be honest, Cherry, I thought it was you because I just seen the cherries. So if I would have known
Oh,
it
I didn't
wasn't
even
you, because
see that. Yeah, I
I
didn't
was
even
the
see
one
that. I
I
thought
was
it
the
was
one
you.
highlighting the comments because the ashy part. It is what it is.
Well, who's
You like
highlighting the comments? It says
that
always Cherry prick, and Ceci
no
is talking to her like to that person like it's me.
Because
because that
I
was
didn't see
between
the
you.
prick. I just thought it was you.
Yeah,
Excuse
right.
me.
I did.
Right. So
That's to
I
once
be
just thought
again,
it
honest.
was you.
Ceci, you should pay more attention to delivering and stop fucking with everything, or sit at home and help him run this StreamYard.
What the fuck? No, I'm not gonna do as what you say. I do what I want to do.
Wow, you right. That's right. Damn it.
Yeah, it has an R in it.
That's my
It's a
fault.
troll account, y'all.
That's
And you
my
guys
fault.
you're highlighting the comments. No offense, but I'm a big guy. I can take it. But damn,
No, I didn't. I just seen the cherries. That's it. So it was my fault because I was
Nobody has
highlighting.
powers here.
I'm the only one. I'm the only one who highlighting the comments. But
No
I didn't
one
see.
has
I just
powers
thought it
here.
was. I thought it was you, and I kept because the ashy when they said ashy elbows, I didn't think twice about it because that's what we laugh and joke about. So
Mhm.
I apologize for not noticing that wasn't you. But now that I know, um, that's some bullshit.
right now. With that said, y'all. Not what honestly, I mean, I'm an asshole, right? And I'm all the things that everybody says, and to a point I promote that. But why, after what happened today, and I just got off the phone an hour ago with Hector once again about this, would I come on here if Matt was here and be in the chat, or come up and do anything? I came up here to quietly talk to Matt. I wouldn't have been in the chat. It's almost like I would be spitting on the man's face to sit in here and make comments after he just took a live down and got visibly and obviously upset about something I did. So I'm just saying, y'all. And honestly, Ron, think about that. And I'm not putting you down, but you know how emotional this was. I had a conversation with you about this afternoon. So why, honestly, if you thought that was me, you shouldn't have highlighted it. You should have said, if that's Cherry, dude, give Matt some respect. Because you all give each other all this respect, but then I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but it's almost, and I hate to say it, and I'm going to say it for the last time, maybe you all need to pay attention to your lives and stop being delivery drivers. You have a responsibility to run your StreamYard. Ron, get an admin that is paying attention.
Give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yo,
So-
Cherry, I appreciate what you did right now to talk to Matt. I like that from you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking some time doing that.
It's the only way I could communicate with him. So
Yeah,
this is what I chose.
I was gonna talk to him, bro, but I'm not good too much in dealing with
Right,
it.
but just to
I
let you
wanted to
know,
get some time, but
just to
beat me
let you
it.
know that the cat's
I
out of the
didn't
bag.
think
What
you were
I've been
gonna do it
telling you
quickly.
and Bobby, you did not convey to Matt, so you kind of fucked your friend
I was
indirectly.
I was gonna tell him, but you beat me to it. I didn't think you were gonna jump this soon. I thought you were gonna take a day. By then, I
But you
already
could have
spoke
told
to
him on Sunday. Bobby could have told him on Saturday.
No, I didn't.
Y'all
No, I
could have
didn't think
told him.
about. No. I didn't think about Sunday. I thought about today, because today was the day that you kind of got him a little pissed off. So I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna tell him tonight, but I want to say it in a way that I could try to get the point across. But you beat me to it.
Well,
So
the
that's
worst,
why I
Right, but
the
give
worst
you
part
coming
of
up.
all this is you guys know I'm not a confrontational person, so I think that's what really triggered me the most.
Yeah,
Because for me to snap like that, you know that there's that.
Yeah,
that
I know,
really
and that's
triggered
why I
me.
was like, I know how I want. What I wanted to do is I wanted to give some time, cool off. I talked to Cherry. I already knew what I was gonna say, but Cherry already beat me to it. He just, because it from the way that we talked over the phone, it didn't seem like he was gonna do it right away. but I knew he was gonna do it. But I didn't know he was gonna do it right now. So that's why I was like, shit. So I just had to come up and just, just say that piece because, But I appreciate you, Cherry, for what you're doing, man. So it's good.
We all appreciate what Cherry is doing. I just don't know why it's going to this point, to be honest.
Some of us is
I,
genuine,
look,
man.
I just looked at the chat. Hey, Durango, whoever you are, I'm going back to my channel when this is over, and I am going to keep to myself for a while, and I am going to rebuild the momentum that I have lost the last few weeks. So don't worry about it, whoever Durango, whatever you are is. I'm not going to be around for a while, y'all. I need a little time from y'all, so don't worry about it. You stay away from my channel. If I'm so a horrible person, I'll go back to my channel, sweetheart,
Cherry, we appreciate
with
you.
your fake
We
ass
support
picture,
you.
because that ain't you.
We support you, Cherry. It's just like I don't understand why you're getting so upset and everything.
Some of us is genuine, and we just want to be
I
perceived
think
as such.
what he,
I personally
I'm
don't
getting
understand what's
upset,
think what
happening.
Sassy.
it
This
is.
is where you're playing stupid, or are you really stupid?
I'm
I
not
just
playing fucking
explained it.
stupid. I'm not
Or I
playing fucking
guess you're too
stupid.
busy fucking delivering food, Sass, because once again,
Well, at
you're
least
only
I'm
talking
out
about half the
delivering food and
conversation.
making
I'm really
money.
getting annoyed
At
with
least
you.
I'm
I'm
out
starting to
delivering
agree
food and
with
making
Roy.
money.
You're annoying as fuck right now. Shut the
Oh, yeah,
fuck up,
am
bitch.
I? No, I'm not gonna shut the fuck up. Even though I'm telling you we appreciate you and I'm being called the fucking bitch. No matter what I say to you, you're still not gonna fucking see how much we appreciate you. And yeah, you being disrespectful.
Thank God I got no kids, man. If I had kids, I'd probably be the worst father ever. I swear to God, I suck at emotions. Oh, fuck.
Hey, kids are great. Kids are great. My son is great. Kids are great. You get older and you have children and you learn patience and you understand you understand the long game of life a little bit. Like my son's only 6, so I'm still semi new to this shit with other people, but you know what I'm saying? They soften your heart, man, for real.
I kind of blame it on Wendy because Wendy is not too soft for me. Kind of like hard. I guess she took away that emotional from me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But either way, Matt, I don't, I was gonna talk to you later, but I don't want anything. I don't want you to do what you're thinking of, bro. At the end of the day, I love you as anything as I could, as a brother, as a best friend, and stuff like that. It just hurts that sometimes, I wish you were here instead of fucking West Virginia because I know how to I know what's going on and stuff like that, and I know if you was here with me in Houston, this Matt that's going on, this would be somebody totally different with me because you know how it is, how we get along and shit. But nonetheless, man, don't take down your channel, man. You've done something really great. You've done something really special. A lot of people respect you. I mean, you're entertaining. You're fun. You're crazy. You're basically like the white version of me. You can't talk Spanish for your life, but that's a whole nother story. You got to learn some Spanish, brother. And just keep doing what you're doing, man. But in life, this is how it is, man. We got to go through these hard steps in order for us to build our character and ourselves better. You know what I mean? Our life, there's not one person in this world that has a perfect life, and we just have to learn how to strive for it, no matter what. You know what I mean? And even if it means we're thinking about giving up everything, we shouldn't, and we should just continue to keep pushing through, no matter what. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I'm just gonna think things over. I'm not sure. I'm still not 100% on it.
No, yeah, I totally get it.
And I feel like that's my right. So.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I know that. I know.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not grateful for everything that's happened. Getting monetized and everything else.
Nah, bro. Yeah, it just gets to a point where it gets too much, right? So, I know.
I just need a few days. I just need a few days. I only came on here just so I had something to listen to fucking. I mean, I could have just, I guess, clicked on YouTube, but I'm still working, so I just needed to clear my mind. I wasn't expecting all this.
Yo, how about them Cowboys?
I'll let everybody go, and you guys can go about your business, and we'll talk soon. All right.
Yeah, you know how to get home.
All right.
Yo, since this is like a small break in the matrix, if I can I say something, please? Is that cool? Yeah, no, maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Ron's in his car.
But so like, I don't know if whoever is listening, that's cool. I just want to say, some of us is genuine, man. I met y'all 4 weeks ago. I've been, I just been here watching and hanging out with y'all. I ain't never heard a soul. And so to say something out the kindness of my heart that I want to do with my child, and even if it's misconstrued or anything, to have it taken out of context and assumed to be one thing, it's unfortunate, because people don't deserve to get targeted like that. You know what I mean? Like everybody's, I don't, I haven't did nothing to nobody, and it's not about me, but for the people in the future, if that's how things are going to happen, it'll always be a divide, because then nobody can ever say genuine things. When I spoke about my son earlier, that's been something that I've been wanting to do with my son for years, and I shared it with you guys, and it was turned around and used as, it attempted to be used as a means of saying that I'm trying to money grab or something, when I've never earned or asked for $1 on this platform or any platform ever in my life. So I'm still here. I don't got nothing against nobody. I'm not sour about nothing. I'm saying this trying to sound as grown as I can and as level-headed as I can. Some of us are genuine. Some of us really just want to entertain and be around folks. Some of us don't have people in our personal lives to do these things with, so these platforms help us bridge those gaps. I'm one of those people. Every time I'm talking to you guys, other than when you just saw me live for the first time in my house, I've been in my car, rocking and rolling with you guys, thugging it out with y'all. I appreciate y'all, from Cherry to Ron to Eric, everybody. I appreciate all of y'all letting me on y'all's platform. So I'm just trying to say, anything that's going on that started brewing before I got here, I'm not a part of it. I'm not grabbing nothing. I don't make nothing. I'm purely off the strength of these apps, and that's it. And that's how it's going to stay. I just want to say that before I get lumped into any other group or anything. I'm here genuinely because I enjoy hanging with you guys, and I don't have this same kind of friend base in my personal life. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all.
I think Ron's inside.
Yeah, he told me he was in the store.
Right.
Love you too, Jody. Love you too. Everybody should make their channel the way that they want it to be.
I appreciate
Everybody should make
No,
their
because like
channel
I said,
the way that they
I just
want it.
got here. Yeah, I just got here, and I know there was stuff brewing in the community before I got here. But I'm
It's
not like
always brewing.
the average people. Like I'm really here genuine. I've never, my channel is not for money, like, or nothing. I'm here because, like I tell my girlfriend every day, this job, we're by ourselves. You know what I mean? I don't got my girl working with me no more. She has a W-2. So she can't be with me in my car. So I do this for 8 to 12 hours by myself in the whip. So you go through psychological shit with this shit, man. And so, when I found this community, it saved me. I tell my girlfriend every day, man, this shit saved me. I'm not here for no bread. I'm here because you guys help my mental and help me do this job every day and not go crazy. All of y'all, literally, every Cherry, all y'all. That's it. That's it. And I'm standing on that one. For real. There's some of us that are here purely because we need this shit as far as, the motivation to keep going. You feel what I'm saying? For real. Because I don't know where y'all were before this day today, man, but some of us was doing this job and was one day away from all falling down, So to see y'all doing this and the togetherness that y'all got, it inspires me, man. All of y'all inspire me every day to get out here, man. I go through a struggle every day trying to get motivated to do this shit. Every day, you know what I mean? Taking my son to and from, taking my girl to and from, 12 hours of driving on my own. It's this shit is hard, man. It's a lot of drivers suffering psychologically. So thank y'all. I just want to say that before anything else. Thank every one of you guys for helping me navigate my day to day on a psychological level. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Oh man, I hate this fucking complex, bro. What the fuck? I gotta call this customer. Hold on.
Yeah, what's up, Terry? What's up? Shout out to the squad. Yeah, bro. I there's not enough time in the day to really get the whole story out from where I'm a nobody, but just from where I'm sure all of us, but where I came from, bro, it's a journey, bro. You know what I mean? Like I was doing this, watching you guys on YouTube and shit, doing this shit when I'm living in a tool shed, bro. I used to live in a tiny house shelter, bro. My house was the size of a tool shed, bro. Legit. No heat, no nothing. Living in a shelter. No washer dryer. No hot water. No nothing. Just struggling in a shelter with my girl and my son, doing DoorDash and Uber Eats and shit. Watching YouTubers trying to psychologically bubble up and get right. Like this shit ain't the same like me. Like some people do this shit for fun. It's for play, bro. Nah, I got laid off from the union in 2020 when COVID hit, bro. I got laid off from the airport, and this is all I had. This is all I got. I stand on this shit. I didn't have family members look at me crazy, but now that the money's good, everybody want to check for it. I represented for the community, been putting it down. You know what I'm saying? Telling folks, letting folks know, if you want to step away from that W-2, that's what NGB stands for, never going back. I'm not trying to go backwards. There's nothing wrong with a W-2, but to see my girl go to work every day and have to suck it up because her boss is an asshole, that's why I do this shit. So if my girl maybe one day can step away from that shit and don't gotta suffer, I pick her up every day and she's sad as shit, mad as shit, because she works at a shelter, giving back to the people that helped us when we was down struggling. But her boss is an asshole. That's what NGB stand for, never going back. I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm not trying to get psychologically fucked over from a boss that don't give a damn about my son, that don't give a damn about me, So that for me, this shit different. This not no. It's entertainment because honestly, I love people, but this shit, I'm putting in work. To try to represent for some people that this country shit on. They shit on us drivers. They tell us we don't deserve no raises. We don't deserve shit. Man, my son used to have to ride with me in my whip while I delivered because I couldn't afford childcare. For 3 years straight, riding in my car as a 4, 5, 6-year-old. That's devastating to a child, but I had no choice. I did what I had to do. So when people tell me that I need to, like I'm out here on some play shit, I take it personally because legit, while people was living high, I was sleeping in a tool shed. I got pictures. I'll post it on Twitter. Legit tool shed, bro. Tiny house tool shed with nothing but a fucking spring mattress in a coat rack. So when I listen to that song from Drake, Started from the Bottom, I feel that shit. When getting my rental car snatched away from me because the dude renting to me is an asshole, and I'm stuck at CarMax with my son in a stroller, That's what I think of when I get out here in these streets every day. No cap. Anybody ever think I'm ranting? It's because this shit's real with me. I don't do this shit for fun. I don't do this shit for fuckets or for play. This is my livelihood on the line. I pay $2,000 in rent to live in Seattle. I can't bullshit with this shit. I can't bullshit with this shit. I paid more for this car than a lot of people's mortgage. I can't bullshit with this shit. So I love all y'all, but just know, for me, when anybody comes for me, mentions me, I'm 100% genuine, because I don't got no backstop. This is all I got. So, I know people hate to hear me talk, but sometimes we talk about bullshit all day. Don't nobody talk about that real shit. That real shit. Real talk, bro. Yeah, I'm funny and shit, but nah, I'm living real. I'm going to get my girl right now. Like, I'm living real life all day. I don't play, So I don't want to keep ranting because I get emotional and shit, bro, because I've been doing this shit for 4 years and this shit is real to me. So I'm going to shut the fuck up.
You're good, man. I know how it is. Just start talking and it just happens.
What the fuck are you doing? Because people are just stopping for no reason, so you need to go around them. Fucking idiot.
I gotta get another dumbass McDonald's.
Not the way I expected this to go today.
Hey, shout out to everybody watching in the box right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, real talk.
I mean, it ain't about that today. It ain't about nobody in the box. It ain't about none of that stuff. It's just it's starting to be ridiculous, man. I ain't wanted to go to this, and it's just basically communication. Lack of communication. Communication can solve a lot, but we all put in a bad position when we don't communicate properly. So it's it is. I don't know.
A lot of people make assumptions about people before they figure out who they are. A lot of people hop on people's channels and make accusations and threats without knowing what it came, where the things that were said came behind, bro. And this ain't about me at all. But
But one thing you gotta understand. Welcome to Geek Tube. I
hear that.
I go through it every day. And it's not even about me what I go through. It's about a miscommunicated situation that turned into a whole bunch of miscommunication. So yeah.
I'll tell you 100%. I hope everybody have a good day. People don't ever want to hear the preaching and all that, but it's like, the last year or two, I've been working on my approach to talking to people, and the one thing I realized, man, is you gotta one, have grace, and two, just the common respect of one, people's platforms, and two, just man, some you don't know everything about people, man. And I'm saying this because this is the only example I have. Me saying something, and please just know, I'm not important. I'm not saying this like it's about me, but it's examples that we all need to hear. When I say, like, if I say something that I genuinely want to do in my life to grow, and not even monetarily, just because I love people, and then a person can get on the internet and assassinate that idea with no preface, no background or knowledge about where that came from, that is the issue. That kind of shit. Because I've never, Ron, I don't clap at nobody. But if Hakeem, y'all, I'm me, bro. My name's Hakeem. If Hakeem can get on the panel and just say, I want to do something with my son.
Don't give out your name, bro.
It is what it is. My name has been on the net. I don't even care. Like real talk. I'm not even tripping. But like for me, I do this out the genuine of my heart. And if somebody like me can get misconstrued, like I said that about money, like it's about money, that shows the issue. Because everybody that's watching on this panel knows I've never mentioned a dollar. I've never. Y'all saw my son on the camera a day or two ago. Y'all seen him.
Listen. What? We're not gonna get past it. We keep bringing shit up, so we just gotta.
Well, I hear you. But
listen,
it's what I'm saying
really
it like this.
I mean, we really don't know each other that much, but like, I'm not like a confrontational person. I'm like a chill ass dude. So, like, I hate the fucking bullshit. So,
I do too. I was heartbroken when it was going down, because I was like, I'm genuinely here because you guys are helping me. And so if closed do not enter, damn. If somebody can take the words of a super genuine person like you, like me, like anybody, and maybe it's how they really feel at the time, and screw it to where they make it sound like it's a money thing, that kind of thing, and I'm not coming at nobody, but just that kind of miscommunication is what will drive divides forever. Because if I was another kind of a person, I would have started snapping, people would start yelling, and nobody would have got the gist of me, or nobody would have got the true truth. Like it'll never have a chance if everybody just always gets angry, which is why I try my best to just say, like I said, I'm not important. I know people be like, oh, like I'm not important, but just that example of saying, hey, that's not the notion, that's not the intent behind what I said. This is the true intent. I hope it's genuinely and heartfelt. If that kind of turnaround can't happen, then we're lost as a people. Like, how are we ever gonna? Because if nobody can ever right the wrong, where are we? Like that was a small opportunity when I came on stream to say, hey, what I said, what you're thinking it's totally not that. This is the record getting straight. That's good. Just like with you, and just like with you, like anybody. If we can't do that as adults, everybody will be stuck in what I think and you think, and nobody ever knows truth. Yeah, but yeah, we're on Boost's channel right now. It's not about my channel, but I do. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I like people. That's why I'm here. I'm not here, I'm never monetizing my channel. Y'all hear it now. If I ever cap, y'all can call me on it. My channel will never get monetized, because that's not the reason I'm here. I'm here for my psychological, and I love people. If people want to rock with me, I think that's dope. Like, I'm like, oh, that's dope. People want to kick it with me. Like, wow, I'm a nobody, bro. I'm a fucking nobody. I'm fucking nobody. Don't nobody know who the fuck I am. But if people want to rock and hang out, I come to these channels for y'all. I come to pop it with y'all. I don't come here for me. I come here for y'all. I'm just blessed to get on the panel. Y'all, I'm here for y'all. This ain't about me. No cap. From all of y'all. The people in chat, the people in the box, the people on the panel. I'm here for y'all. Y'all commenting to y'all when people say, yo, what up, NGB? That shit makes me feel good inside. Because I go through 12 hours a day where not one motherfucker says, yo, what's up, Hakeem? What's up, NGB? In real life, I don't hear none of that shit until my girl gets out of work, until my son gets out of school. Y'all all I got. Y'all all I got. So I know folks hate the speeches and shit, but I'm sorry. We talk bullshit all day. 1 hour a day, we gotta talk facts. Facts. Because it'll turn to bubble gum. The weekend showed it didn't turn the bubble gum in 3 days. The space didn't turn the bubble gum. Boots, you know I'm not capping. We've been talking about the same topic for not your channel, but the community has been talking about the same shit for 4 days. Swirling in a circle, opinionating. Ain't nobody talking about the gigs. Ain't nobody talking about DoorDash. Ain't nobody talking about Uber. So, but yeah. Hey, I got one thing. Who won? Who all won over the weekend with football? Because I see Cowboy fans breaking shit on Facebook.
Lost. They lost.
They lost?
They're fucking
Green Bay put in
upset.
there.
So they lost.
I saw Lil Wayne on Facebook laughing. So
I know the Lions won. The Lions won.
Oh.
He's like a Packers fan, but he's from New Orleans. I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either, bro. When they won that Super Bowl, he dropped a song immediately called Green and Yellow. I was tripping. I was like, what?
And he also came out with a song called Green Bay Stackers, which was weird, but yeah.
That's good.
Years ago.
Oh, man, I was yapping my mouth and forgot to get a Dutch. My girl wants to smoke after work. I'm tripping.
The one thing I fucking hate about delivering at night, when I don't deliver at night, is motherfuckers that don't know how to use a damn porch light.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get shot walking up on people's porches. You know, being a black man, that's not too safe.
My homeboy in this area, he deals with the same shit. He hates working at night. He's black.
Yeah, bro. They kill people like us. I'm not even trying to be political, like dead ass.
Why would you say something like this so negative? Oh my god.
Hey, I've been sitting in my whip before in a rich area and had a dude walk up and tap my window with a full 45 pistol in his hand, trying to intimidate me for no reason. Like, I don't got time to get shot and killed trying to deliver shit. No. And that was across the street from my girlfriend's job too. That's what's crazy.
How about them Browns?
Did they lose? I'm sorry.
If you're gonna do a how about that, you gotta pick a relevant team. You can't be like, how about the Browns? What the fuck?
We gotta change the move, bro. I mean,
no, I fuck with no. You said the Browns though. You gotta say like, how about the Patriots or like, how about the Seahawks? You can't say how about the Browns.
Well, they relevant. They made the playoffs.
No, I know. I fuck with you.
We promised. We all made a pact that we wouldn't talk about that till tomorrow.
Yeah, we did, but you know,
yeah, it's still tender right now.
I'm still tight right now. My team lost. I'm still sour in the motherfucker. The one team that beat us, I'm pissed about, is the fucking Cowboys. That's some bullshit.
Well, don't worry. Green Bay took care of them for y'all.
But still, no. I'd rather lose to the 49ers than the Cowgirls.
Scrabble, I love you.
At least that's a form. No, I'm playing. I never thought I'd see the day where the Browns were better than the Cowboys.
I mean, they kind of tied because they made it to the fucking first round and both lost. But I won't lie to you. It really made my day seeing them lose. I won't lie.
It made my day seeing Green Bay beat the Steelers back in the day, too.
So fucking tight. Eric had me so fucking tight after that first round game, dude. Like, we're in the third quarter, and he's like, it's fucking over. It's over. That's it. I'm like, and Ron just kept popping out. And I have to sit on the stream, bro. And I got to hear all this shit. I'm the fucking host. I couldn't just leave. I'm like, I'm going to kick you off this motherfucker. I swear to God, dude. Like,
Could you imagine seeing your team in the first play of the playoffs allow a 60-yard run? That's the Seahawks. I knew the game was over. I said, oh, this shit's over. Did you just let this dude run 60 yards the first play? We did that shit twice. We did that shit the first game of the playoffs. We just lost. And when we played the 49ers, Christian McCaffrey broke off a 90, like an 80-yard run the first fucking play.
I mean, let's keep it a snack, though. He's hands down one of the best backs in the league, though.
I know, but when they do that shit, I know we're going to lose. As soon as I think
your guys' defense isn't what it used to be. I mean, your guys' defense back in the day was nasty.
But 60 yards on the first play of the game?
Yeah, that made me sick. I ain't gonna cap.
I was like, what the hell? Yeah. Bro, I was hot. I heard that shit over the radio. I wasn't home yet. I heard that shit come over the radio. I said, yeah, this over. Every time they do that, because teams do that shit often. I notice with the Seahawks, the Seahawks. You know how many teams get like a 60-yard run the first play of the game against us? I'm like, I see why they fired Pete Carroll. I was sick of this shit.
So what are they moving him to?
He's an advisor, which means sit there and get your last check. That's what that means.
Wow. I just saw it on YouTube because I don't have social media. So
when you're a coach like Pete Carroll,
I saw it on something on YouTube that was like a picture of.
Hi, Nick Scott.
When you're a coach like Pete Carroll and you're that revered and you go from a head coach to a quote unquote advisor, no, they're sitting your ass in the closet. That's almost if he wasn't playing badly, like not playing, if his team wasn't kind of like getting annoying, because our city is annoyed of this shit. There's no way you go from Pete Carroll to advisor.
I mean, I see your point.
Yeah, this is not Dan Quinn. This is not like Todd Bowles. This is Pete Carroll, one of the most winningest coaches in history in the last 10 years. You do not go from that to advisor if this is not against your will. You don't. That's not football logic. No. So he got fired, but they don't want him to look bad. So they said, sit your ass over there and go get that last year of your check, because he's still on the contract, so he can't go coach nowhere anyway.
I mean, so what are they saying in Seattle? Like, who are they going to?
The grumblings is that they want to get Dan Quinn, which is why I said this morning, I wish we would stop fucking going backwards. Stop hiring old people. It's pissing me off. Because the city is already like, oh, go get Russ now since Pete's gone. No, stop this shit now. Stop this shit now. You're pissing me off. Stop trying to go backwards.
You guys don't need that dumpster fire back.
Yeah, bro, it's annoying me. I want to move on, bro. We're stuck in 2014, and it's making me so mad.
Who's your guys?
Like, I want to move on.
Who's your guys' backup to Gino?
Drew Lock.
I mean, honestly, he's not bad. I mean, in the right system, he could be a franchise quarterback. He's just been in really shitty. He got drafted in a shitty situation, and the two teams after that, he's been in shitty situations. And then like now he's coming in like when they're trying to get over Russ, and then they're trying to fucking make Gino the guy. It's just, I mean, Gino, I don't know, dude. I think Gino fits well in that scheme. I do, but he's also
he has a low ceiling. He has a low ceiling. Gino, he's not trash, but okay, listen, first off, I don't like saying this type of shit about people because I hate it. It's really rude. I don't like saying people won't get past a certain point, but the way it feels is like Gino won't get past a certain point. He's serviceable, but that's it. That's it. I need somebody who I can invest in, that I know is not 30-something years old already, that I know that is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sick of this fucking patchwork shit.
Gino is Jameson, and Jameson is Gino.
Yes, exactly. The people love him, the players love him, but he's not getting you no fucking Super Bowl. I'm sorry. He's just not. He's not. You'll get Russell Wilson to get a Super Bowl before fucking Gino. No cap, and I hate that motherfucker. But Russell Wilson's situation will get a fucking Super Bowl fucking 5 times faster than Gino sitting here with Pete Carroll. Because in my opinion, Pete Carroll is too nice. I hope I'm not yelling, but Pete Carroll is too nice. I don't like that shit. You guys know sports probably better than me. Yeah, let me turn my mic down. I'm gonna turn my mic down. But Pete Carroll, he's too nice. I don't like it. Our division is one of the most hard-nosed divisions in football. You got the Niners and the Rams with the Cardinals over there playing footsies. I don't want a fucking nice coach no more. I'm sick of seeing it. I'm sick of seeing our players looking like nice players.
Y'all beat the Cardinals by 1 point, and you talking about they playing foot. So who was they playing footsies
but I'm
with?
saying, that's what I'm saying. Our team is playing footsies. The Cardinals ain't scaring nobody. We beat them by 1 point because our coach was a weenie. Pete Carroll don't put his foot in nobody's ass. Our players are way too good. Tyler Lockett is a Hall of Famer. I'm telling you now. Tyler Lockett is a Hall of Famer. I don't know about first ballot. I'm realistic. But Boots, you've seen them catches. I don't know about if he works hard a couple more seasons and really balls out, Tyler Lockett has a Hall of Famer case. For his size and his stats, Tyler Lockett has a Hall of Famer case. I might be the only person to think that. I might be tripping, but that's my humble opinion. Again, disclaimer time. the Lions better than the Cowboys. You know what? If who's on the Rams? Matthew Stafford. If Matthew Stafford doesn't win I don't know. Is Matthew Stafford really going to go his whole career and not win no Super Bowl? This motherfucker throws like 4,000 yards a season and does absolutely nothing with it. That shit's crazy.
He won a Super Bowl.
When? Matthew Stafford?
The first year he went to the Rams. He did. First year he went to the Rams, he won a Super Bowl.
Oh yeah. You're right. Because that's when Aaron Donald was putting his hand in the air. He wanted to. You're right.
Aaron Donald and OGB. That's how OGB got it. Odell Beckham got his first ring.
Yeah. Is Jalen there still? Ramsey?
No, Jalen Ramsey gone.
He gone? Where?
Jalen Ramsey gone.
Whoa. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm a realist. I'm a Seahawks fan, but I'm a realist. That defense on that Rams team for 2 years, that shit was legendary. Come on, you got Vaughn, you got Aaron, you got Jalen, you got bro. They was lit over there. They had a couple of 49er old linebackers. Oh damn! I'm in the store. I don't know what to buy. What should I get as a snack? Help me out.
Nothing. Go to the fruit store and get some fruit.
You're right. You know what's crazy? I got a PCC market down the street. I'm thirsty. I'll do that. I'll get something to drink. I'm thirsty.
Put some grapes in the freezer and freeze them, and you can eat them.
All right, I'm back.
My girl does that with the cotton candy joints.
Yeah, put some grapes in the freezer. Freeze the grapes.
Hey. I'll be stereotypical. See that? I'll be stereotypical.
Is it still 99? Is it still 99 cents over there?
Hell no, bro. It's $1.79 here. But this the thing, Seattle is weird.
Oh shit!
Depending on where you're at in the city, shit is different prices.
It's more than that. It's more than that there than it is here.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because this shit here, like the most I see for Arizona is like 2 of them for $3.50. There's some places where you'll get them for $2. Like the big ass brisks that are usually cheap, them bitches is like $2. Yeah.
NGB, can you give me a minute real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay. NGB, give me a minute real quick, all right? Give me a minute. First of all, I've been on shopping page like nonstop all day, so I've missed a lot. But I just want to ask if everything's okay in here. We good?
Oh, we good, hon.
Okay. All right, I'm just checking on everybody. Before I picked up an order, I saw some kind of troll account named Always Cherry Prick or something like that. Listen, motherfucker, don't come into this channel again. Start trying to start shit in the chat. I will fuck you up myself. So hopefully Ronald banned that account. Because I don't want. I'm not gonna stand. I'm not gonna stand. Yeah, I'm not gonna stand for that shit. Somebody's got feedback. But I was just coming in and checking on everybody. Just
Mic
check.
check.
I was just coming in and checking on everybody.
Mic check.
Feedback, bro.
Sound.
Oh no.
Sound. Sound.
Yeah, you good. I can hear
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Matt, you okay?
Yeah, it's just a lot.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hey, we talked on the phone. You know we're good. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I've been away. I haven't been able to get on and listen to a lot today. I've been busy, so.
gotta keep them shopping pants on. You know.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys go ahead and keep talking about football or gymnastics or synchronized swimming or whatever the fuck.
I want to talk about titties.
I'll be back.
Hey, only thing I'm flipping is these dollars. No, dog.
Oh, shit.
First one.
Man.
I got it in Arizona. Bro, the prices in Seattle, you guys, I don't know if y'all could make it. Not because you're not making money, but when you see these shits, bro, what is gas? The middle range for gas in Seattle is $4.78 a gallon, and that's middle ground.
Yeah, I like that, man.
You
Definitely.
like that? What?
Yeah.
How much are you paying?
Nah, I'm reading the chat, bro.
Oh, my bad.
Hector Square said, yeah, I like that. Talk about that. Yeah, we like talking about titties. Titties are nice. I'm a huge advocate for boobs.
What happened?
I said, you know that. I'm a huge advocate for boobs.
Yep.
You can't say that, bro. The insinuation that came with that was tragic. Okay? You know that. Nah, you cannot play with you, bro. I'll play with you. No, but oh man, I'm hungry.
See, now y'all know how to bet. Whatever Eric says, bet the opposite. Facts.
Hey, the days of me just betting the money line on the Seahawks and having them have a winning season and you just winning out are over, bro.
I just don't bet.
I never was a big one. I like when the pandemic hit, we had all this money and we got bored. I tried it. It was fun. Me and my son's mom at the time, we was cool. We was making a little bread, but I'm not no gambler. I'm not. I don't like the casino more so because I don't like losing money.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great night. I'm sure I'll be back.
I'm literally like, all I do is work, bro. All I do is work. I see you guys on YouTube. Y'all are running it up all fucking day doing 10-hour live streams. I'm like, damn, if I could work for 10 hours, shit. So I just been pushing more and more to try to work more and more. Y'all motivate the hell out of me, bro. Shit. Run it up. Look, bro, it's crazy. They don't even put the 99-cent little advertisement on the Arizonas. Look, we get special Arizona.
They used to. You see them fucking. You talking about like them big 40-ounce cans or whatever they are, the 24-ounce cans or whatever.
Yeah. So in Seattle, they get special cans to where they don't even say that bullshit on the can.
Is it because
like the 99 cent?
Is it because of that sugar tax or whatever?
What's crazy is they were doing that shit before the sugar tax. The sugar tax was just a fuck you to every fat person in my city.
Oh shit. When did that start?
Bro. But I just told you, it's a fuck you to every fat person in my city. Okay, so listen, I'm gonna tell you, I hate when people talk shit about Seattle because nobody knows what goes on here. It's not like they tell you. But the one thing that pissed me off, I'm liberal by nature, meaning I the way I want to go about things, I want to help people. That's totally fine. I don't have nothing against Republicans, right? But the one thing that pissed me off about these Democrats here in my city, they were like, hey, we don't think that it's like we want to tax you into losing weight because we want healthier citizens. So we're going to tax all the sugary drinks and it should incentivize you to lose weight. Now, I'm a Democrat in general, right? Okay, we get that. But that's overreaching. It's not your job to tax me into losing weight. Like that's the thing. Like no. Because then you're gonna tax me to try to get me to do everything. I don't want you buying this. So I'm gonna tax the shit out of it to make it to where you can't buy it anymore. That's the thing. That's overreaching. I don't like that notion. I don't like that. You're not gonna tax me to try to influence my behavior. So yeah. That's some bullshit. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's some bullshit. Fucking Arizona can, bro. You go inside the city limits, it costs you $2 and something for a fucking Arizona. That shit's crazy.
When did they start that sugar tax? When did that go in effect?
Like, pandemic.
Oh, so like 2020.
Yeah.
Damn.
You know what's dope though?
They knew what they were doing.
Rebuilt it. Look, this is another thing, bro. Seattle's funny. Like it's funny. So you know how like certain cities have like high speed rail, right? So Seattle was like the last major coastal city not to have it. right? So everybody pays tabs, right? So what they did was they had passed like a tax to where it was supposed to fund the high speed rail, but the is it algorithm? Yeah, the equation that they used to formulate how much it would cost, it was shady. So they were overcharging people, and they were acting like they still didn't have enough money. So the whole state said "fuck you," and they repealed the tax. They repealed that tab tax. But some people thought you didn't have to pay no tabs, but it was like, no, it was a portion of it. So some people felt duped, like, you made us feel like we weren't going to pay no tabs at all. So they repealed it. I was like, you should have just left it. Yeah, so the city was like, well, you didn't explain to people that you weren't taking all the tax away. It was a certain piece of it. So since we think that you duped people when you didn't dupe us, it's still money saved. It's just not as much as we thought. They repealed it. It's fucking stupid. But it's dope. Seattle's dope. They take since the pandemic, when all these people got homeless, the city of Seattle and all the bigger areas out here, they've been buying up the hotels, the abandoned hotels, and turning them into homeless shelters to get these homeless people off the street. Because we can complain all day, but where are they gonna go? You know? Like, that's where my girl works. She works at a Mary's Place shelter where it's a family shelter. You know, since we used to live in one, I mean, we're trying to give back, so now that's where she works. Yeah, who's backpack? Ooh. Last time I saw a bag on the ground, they had $1,000 in it. Ooh. Ooh. Never been a dollar that I ever miss. In my bankroll. $1.25 here. Yo, Scrabble. You talk about for Arizona, $1.25? Shit, I'm jealous. Shit, I wish. You know what's crazy? In my city, do you know how much a McChicken costs? $3 plus. A lot of people wouldn't make it in my city, bro. These prices would fuck y'all up. I'm telling you. These prices would y'all would be no. Not okay. Like, I'm sitting here in my city, like, should I get a McChicken or a gallon of gas? Arizona or a gallon of gas? Like, it's not like I'm struggling to pay, but just, bro, the price. There's no way a gallon of gas should cost as much as a one item at the corner store. I'll be sitting in the corner store like making life decisions. Okay. Hey, I love Safeway though. Them dollar pieces of chicken legs, them dollar legs, $1.25 chicken at the Safeway though. I know wherever y'all at, it might be called Vaughn's or Pavilion, but Safeway, same shit. Yeah, that hot chicken be smacking. Chicken and JoJo's. I don't know what y'all call them. Y'all probably call them potato wedges, but in my city, we call them JoJo's. Scrabble. You ever had JoJo's? Or you call
I've
them
heard
wedges?
I've heard them called everything, like both. I've heard them called both. Yeah, I think I'm in West
Yeah.
Virginia.
Yo, where's my bro? I'm about to say. All right, y'all. I'm about to watch y'all on YouTube. My girl's gonna get in the car. I'll tap in with y'all later. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all.
And then there was 3. Shout out to however many's in the box. Hit that thumbs up around. I am working till 10:30.
Oh, I was talking to you and I didn't notice that I was muted. I'm like, how can you see the people in the box?
I can't. That's why I said shout out to however many's in the box.
I was like, I can't see that unless I look at my other phone on YouTube.
Yeah. I was just saying shout out to however many was there. Oh man.
I've been gone for a while.
Is it flurrying in New York?
No, I didn't get that memo.
No, I was just asking because it's flurrying here. We're both on the East Coast, so it's okay. I wasn't sure if it was snowing there or not. The people in the chat box. What is the box? Yeah, Ron calls it the box. So I have implemented it into my vocabulary to where I now say the box. Even though the box can be multiple things. Snow tomorrow in Jersey? Damn. Yeah, we're getting snow here in West Virginia now. We got some snow the last couple of days, but it's been like have you guys ever heard of the terminology a skiff? Like a skiff of snow?
No.
It's like a West Virginia thing, I guess. But anyways, it's like a dusting of snow. In West Virginia, they call it a skiff. Yeah, so we got a skiff of snow like the last couple of days, and then today it's like been on and off. Like it's snowed good, but it's like not enough to stick. It's just kind of like covers the ground. But yeah, I'm gonna ride this out. I'm gonna try and work till like 9:30, 10:30, which is like I'm usually in bed by then. But man, it sucks all that shit fucking happened earlier because like it made me mad. I lost my motivation. Like I was at $150.
No, be motivated. I'm sorry.
Bro,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was at $150 when that shit happened, and I was like fucking cooking all like. That's why like when Cray said she's been shopping all day, like I get it because I like every time it was like I would turn around, I was picking up an order, and I'm not gonna lie, like I was picking up like $6, $7 orders, but I was doing like 4 to 5 orders an hour, and it was like adding up quick, and I don't know. My goal was 60 hours in 4 days, but I'm going to be behind that now, so because of today. But tomorrow I'm putting in 15, weather permitting, and then Wednesday and Thursday.
You can do 15 hours? That's what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm doing.
Oh.
I was going to try it because I've never done it. You know what I mean?
No, you'll make money, man. You gotta put in the time to make money. I've always said that. You have to put in the time.
No,
if you don't put in the time, you're not gonna make the money that you want. I mean, I've been the reason why I say that is that I've been doing this for a long time. Okay, you have to put your time into work, and you got to look at it as a business aspect. If you don't put in the time, and like you're not gonna make that money. It's just that's just how it is. This is just how the business is, and if you lose that momentum, you lose money too. Because I've had times when I just didn't do anything. During like last year, because of my condition, I really couldn't work that much because I was sick, or I was too tired, or I was hungry, or I gotta use the bathroom. I was like using the bathroom like literally every hour. It was so annoying. That annoys the shit out of me. I'm serious. It really does bother me because before all this, I could go on for hours without like needing to use the bathroom. So all that stuff was like fucking bugging me. It's so
Yeah.
crazy. So this kind of work, like I said to everyone, is not for everyone. Not everybody can deal with this kind of work. And yes, it's a lot of hours being alone in your car by yourself. Um, so I understand how it can be, because before any of this came up, like any kind of YouTube, before I was even thought about being on panel, like I was doing this for hours driving, hours by myself and not talking to anybody. And I didn't even have like when I go to the Hamptons, especially in the summertime, there's really no service over there. And I can't watch nothing. I can't be on panel with no one. I can't do nothing. Literally, it's just like a dead signal. I'm lucky that I even have GPS to find a way out of that bitch. I had to learn how to maneuver around it because there's no service. So when I first started doing this kind of work, I was like in the Hamptons during the summer, that whole summer, no service. And I didn't have the phones that I have now. Like the phones that I have now I still had like a flip phone at one point. It was bad.
You said a
This
flip
kind of
phone?
work is, yeah, flip phone. Flip phone. Like almost like I almost had like a BlackBerry at one point.
Damn, that's taking me way back. A BlackBerry?
Yes, it was like, yeah, it wasn't a BlackBerry, but it was like a BlackBerry, but it was like a flip phone, but it had like the keyboard like a BlackBerry.
Oh, also, hello.
Hello, hi Bob.
Man, I'm fucking exhausted. I haven't had anything to eat all day. I'm starving. I've been
Me
doing
too.
nothing but shopping.
I haven't eaten all day. After this, I'm gonna go home because dinner is ready, and I got to get ready for later on tonight because I'm gonna be out like at 12.
What are you working? 12 to what?
12 to 5:30.
Do you make pretty good money at night? I mean,
yeah, over here, yeah,
before,
it's consistent.
even before the pay increase thing, like, did you make pretty good money through the midnight?
I never worked at nights before. I just started working at night. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
That was a
You were
snake.
in the middle of saying. You were in the middle of saying something.
No, I said I never worked at night until recently. I had to
No, before that, you were telling me something. You were talking about the phone, and I don't know what the fuck happened, and all of a sudden I wasn't on the screen anymore.
No, you just said that you hadn't eaten all day, and I said I hadn't eaten all day. I'm about to go home after this, and then go back and get ready for later on.
Yeah, so I had a little bit of a crazy story. So about a week or two ago, I was I was doing a shop order on Instacart, obviously, and there's a lot of these items they don't have, and like everything that they want says they just want a refund. And even though they have items that I could have substituted, but they were so specific, like it has to be this, it has to be this, and I'm like, I'm getting irritated, right? So today I'm doing a shop order, and I run into my old district manager from when I was at Winn-Dixie. And I'm talking to him, and he's like, "Hey, I think you delivered an Instacart to me last week." And I'm like, "Oh, really?" And he said, "Yeah, I had all these items that I had to refund." And he was telling me why. He said something about that he was doing a test. He was ordering stuff for his house, but it had to be specific items because they were price matching. Like the company was having him price match the other company that I shopped at. So it was nothing big, and I ended up telling him. I was like, well, you know what, dude, I'm kind of glad you told me that, because to be completely honest with you, I was cursing that customer out the whole time I was shopping because I thought they were being assholes about all the specifications and shit. I thought it was kind of
No,
absurd.
the hook was off.
It was like crazy, and so that shit happens, right? And I'm telling him, I'm like, man, you have no idea how much I was cursing your ass out as I was shopping. Like in my head, I was cursing you out, right? So I finished my Instacart that I was doing. I go do a Walmart shop. Then I get a stacked Instacart. Motherfucker, you would be surprised to find out it was also for his house again. Same items out of stock as last time. Same shit. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, this can't be real. Anyway, that story was supposed to be a lot funnier than apparently it was.
So how's Instacart work when you gotta not have those items?
You just hit item unavailable and they just refund it. That's it. Done deal. Just like
Scrabble,
it would be on DoorDash. So.
Scrabble, I think you were behind in the chat.
Oh, I wasn't. I was I'm doing other stuff, so I was having to type later.
Oh, I didn't
Sorry.
even know she was on panel. How you doing, darling?
She just got off.
Sorry, it wasn't safe for me to be on earlier, but now I can be calm and nice.
Did you say it wasn't safe for you to be on?
Yeah.
Oh, Bob, you wasn't around.
Oh, I guess I'm. Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine.
You need to roll the tape then. Roll the tape.
It was up here on Ron's?
Yeah.
Damn. Man, I swear, dude, every time some shit happens, I always miss it. Every time. This is like the 4th day in a row that something's happened and I wasn't there.
Yeah, I wasn't here all day. I just got on. I went on Eric, and then he started sounding like a squirrel. Then I left, and then I seen Ron was live, and then I came over here, and then I did not know what happened because I was sleeping all the way until 4:30. I was in the chat earlier, and Matt's thing, and but then I went to sleep again. So whatever happened, I don't know.
There's always some bullshit that be happening. You know how it is. That's how it is on the internet. It's always some shit.
Completely just stopped in the middle of the fucking road and refused to fucking move.
And people do that. No, I've literally been missing days and then coming in, and every day it's like, I leave you alone for one day. But
yeah.
That's how it works. That's how it works, Scrabble, just so you know.
Oh, and I appreciate what you said last night.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, because that's how I looked at it. I looked at it like, was it really necessary to hide her? Or because to me, it's one thing if somebody's being just straight up disrespectful and they threatening you or they talking about some crazy shit. But if somebody's just giving their opinion, to me, if you hide them, that's kind of like taking away freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And that's where I was like, I mean, if I'm talking mad shit to you and I'm like, I'm gonna beat your ass, or if I threaten to kill you or something obnoxiously bad, that's or if I'm threatening to oh, I know you work here or you live here, that's completely different. That was just my opinion. And so, I know it would probably fell on deaf ears and it doesn't matter, but I'm still gonna speak my piece on shit no matter what. So.
Yes, I agree. I'm still gonna give my snide comments or whatever the fuck they misconstrue it to be. Whatever.
I know you be giving me more snide comments than probably anybody though, but I'm okay.
Exactly. But you see, we have an understanding. It's freedom of speech, and I can have my opinion just like you have your opinion, and we understand that.
Yeah. I mean, I'll admit it.
Hold on a second. It's loud as fucking here. Hold on.
I mean, I won't.
What you were saying? What you were saying, man?
I went up there to start trouble. I mean, I won't lie. I mean, I clearly went up there to run my mouth, and I did, and I got timed out. I was like, well, that didn't last long.
Yeah, I timed out Hector twice today. It felt really good. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
I did it this morning on Eric's. It was pretty funny. He came in there like a wrecking ball and was acting all silly. So I'm like, nah, bro. And then apparently Trout accidentally hit him. I didn't know that. I found that out later. I was like, that shit's funny.
Oh yeah, he said in the comments. Oh yeah, he said in the
Trout
comments.
did that thing that he did to you one time.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I went into Eric. I went into Eric's live and I started writing in the thing, and I'm like, "Can you see my messages? Because I don't know anymore because I've been banned." And they're like, "Oh no," Eric was like, "I won't ban you," and I was like, "Well, I don't know about Trout though." No, but Trout, I think he loves me. I mean, me and him get along. I don't have no problem with Trout. I love him. I like our banter. You know what I mean? I love our banter. I don't get upset with anything that he says because I mean, it's okay. Everybody has their opinion and they have their rights to say whatever it is they have to say. It doesn't bother me. Okay? Because at the end of the day, I know how I am and I can admit to how I am. And I'm okay with it. Everybody's gonna have a say about whatever it is that they have to say about me. And I just be like, okay, if that's how you feel about it, that's okay with me. That's not how I feel about myself, but it's okay. And you have to have like a thick skin. You can't take shit serious, you know. I've learned that even before being on YouTube. So, you know how many times I've had like bad reviews from clientele? It's all good. Because you know what? At the end of the day, they're still gonna call, and most likely they're still gonna request me. They're still gonna probably still give their opinion anyways, but they're still gonna pay me money, and I don't care. That's just how it is.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
I
dude, my legs hurt,
appreciate it, man.
Oh,
Appreciate it, bro.
did you just say appreciate it, bro?
Yeah, you know what I said.
Did Scrabble leave?
Yeah, I said that because I watched the replay this morning.
What replay?
On the lounge from last night.
Oh, did you also see the chat? I was there. I was there talking a lot of shit.
Hey, what replay?
The replay from the lounge.
Oh, from last night?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, see, man. See, I'm sorry. I've been talking to Jessica. I turned the volume down, so I don't know, man. Like,
oh my god.
Please understand something too for everybody that's listening and possibly on a panel that doesn't know how I am. When I'm on a panel, just because I go on a lot of panels, I tend to zone out or I'm doing other things and I'm not really listening. So if I ask you to repeat something, please don't take it personal. I have a goldfish memory. So
no problem. I do the same thing. Sometimes I'm on panel and I'm not even there. I'm up muted and I'm away from the phone.
I mean, we only see half your body anyways, so we never know if you're in the car unless we hear doo-doo, doo-doo.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true. Man, I don't know why, but that last order just like wore me the hell out. I am pooped.
You know that like all last week, I think I was on this panel for like hours and I was home. All you see is my avatar.
I don't know.
That's it.
I don't know.
I'm not even talking. I'm on silent. I'm just here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I need to eat something. I have not had anything to eat since like 8 o'clock last night.
I went to.
I'm going home right now. Glad I can eat something.
I went to Longhorn and I had Parmesan crusted chicken breast.
That sounds good.
What did you say you're having?
I only
Is it
I went to
Parmesan
Longhorn
crusted
and I had,
chicken?
Oh,
Right?
that shit's bomb. Yeah, that shit's good.
yeah, that was the first
That
time I
Jessica
sounds
ever
made
got
some
good.
kind of meatballs.
There goes Scrabble. She's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realized
Like,
that
Oh
when
brother
as
shit.
soon
Ricky.
as I heard my
Hi, brother Ricky.
Oh shit.
How you doing, Sister Sis?
Kick
What's up, everybody?
rocks.
What's
What's
up,
up,
Ricky?
Kick rocks?
What up, Rick?
Not much, great brother Bobby. What's going down?
Hi,
Nothing
brother
much.
Ricky.
Finally eating dinner. Finally about to eat for the first time since yesterday.
I know that feel good. I know that feeling. Yeah, I just ate some macaroni and some chopped
Shout out to
barbecue
that adding $5.
chopped barbecue burnt ends, man.
Wait, say that again, Ricky.
I ate some macaroni and 3-cheese macaroni with some chopped barbecue burnt ends.
Sounds fucking fire.
That you just gave me a hard on, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. And that's not because of the food. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jesus, that's fucking loud as shit, bro. Oh
What's
Lord.
up, Rocks?
Yeah. All right, so I know I gotta be out the way. I know. Yeah. I know. I'm getting kicked out the way, and I can't go that way because there's fucking a bunch of plants in the way. Shit. Yeah, look at my like. Oh, let me warm this first. Because we got cold weather coming tonight or tomorrow, whenever the fuck it is. We brought all the plants inside. Look at this shit, man. In my fucking kitchen. Okay, I'm not showing you. Look, I got freaking plants all over the floor in my freaking kitchen. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, look, check this out. We here in Texas, we blaming Paul Wall
Should
for
have
the ice
known. Here you go, Ricky.
for the cold front.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah. He might.
Yeah,
He
hold
might
on,
cause.
babe.
He might cause a cold front
Hold on, babe.
if he takes a deep breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna kick you in the dick if you say that again.
Wow,
His
that's
teeth gleaming
aggressive.
like he's chewing on aluminum foil.
Yeah.
Ricky always starts a sentence off with, "Hey, great brother Matt, can you hear me?" And then it's always here in Deep East Texas. And then he does the guest on last. Yeah.
Iceman Paul Wall.
I love that laugh that he gives, though. I like
He
it.
does.
I like it.
Yeah, every time he does that laugh, though, I get like I both think it's great and disturbing because every time he laughs, I think that like whenever he does that laugh, it just sounds like he's plotting something, right? That's the evil laugh, like right before somebody stabs you to death. Like,
maybe
Stabs in
hey,
the
Bob.
jugular.
Wow, that's that's funny. That is funny.
oh
Hey,
shit!
Bobby,
Here comes the most generic white guy ever on YouTube. What's up, Kevin?
Fuck your
Bobby.
mother. Bobby,
Hey,
you
brother
little
Bobby.
bitch.
Maybe Bobby.
Kevin,
I should start at
that's
least.
way too soon. No, don't do that. Not right now.
Who is that?
Not
I'm
right
talking to
now.
Bobby.
Oh, that's
No,
Kevin.
that's still way too soon. Don't no.
All right, Bobby, why don't you go fuck your wife?
No.
Okay,
God.
no problem.
No fucking of anybody today. Maybe
No, that's
Wait a
not
tomorrow,
true.
minute.
not
Jessica, you
today.
want to
Wait a
go have
minute.
sex?
Wait a
You want to go
minute.
have sex? Okay. She said no.
Hey, semen retention. Time to practice.
trying.
Come on now.
I
Ricky,
was about
we
to
don't
say, damn, Ron, how much trouble
we
did
don't
you get
subscribe to
into?
that.
Kick rocks, you're
Hold on,
always
babe.
welcome.
Hold on. Yeah, we can.
Look at
That's
this.
fine. Hey, Ricky, I'm gonna let you know right now.
Hi, Energy.
I'm gonna let you know you're a cool guy, and I respect the hell out of you. But nobody gives a fuck about semen retention except you.
I do.
Bob absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Look at that.
Matt gives a fuck about it for some stupid reason, but I'm not gonna support it. So.
Just
Why
got
doesn't
a
Matt count? What do you mean Matt doesn't count?
dang.
Damn.
Matt's lives matter.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you say you support semen retention, then I can't talk to you for like 5 minutes.
Just got a 22 3-mile shop at Target for 10 items.
And I'm sure people in your life are proud of you.
Bobby, I don't understand why you have to be the biggest jerk on YouTube. Wait. Bobby, I don't know why you have to be the second biggest jerk on YouTube.
Dude, it's in my blood, bro. It's in my blood. What is it? That and gravy.
Here's the thing, and this might be the secret that you've been waiting for. What if the secret to actually seeing your penis is not being a dick for a week?
What the fuck?
Oh well, then I guess I'm just never gonna see it again. Because I don't think there's not a whole lot you could do to make me do that. I mean, it would be a substantial amount of money that would have to come my way for me to be nice all week. That's hard, dude. Because you know how much stupid shit I hear throughout the day like this. I can't hold my tongue for that long, dude. I'm sorry, can't do it. Just can't do it. When I hear stupid shit, I gotta say something. I can't. You know.
Oh, there's Diaz. I haven't seen you for a couple days. Where you
Oh yeah,
been?
what up, DJ? Sorry, I wasn't ignoring your comment. What up? What up? What up?
Where you been, Diaz?
Yeah, the houses are kind of cheap around here, around between 100,000 and 50,000.
That's
Ain't
not
too
bad.
bad.
That's not bad at
Ain't
all.
too bad. Turtle, you trying to move down here?
All right, so
You good, Diaz? I was just checking on you, bro.
yeah, Brandon, that's unacceptable, dude. Yeah, I don't want to hear the excuses. Stop with that bullshit. Matt might say it's good. I don't. It's not good for me. So, but man, I'm really trying to figure out how to make everybody laugh right now, but I don't know how to do it. Nobody wants to see my boobs. What kind of bullshit is that? Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I definitely don't want to see your boob.
Yeah, I don't want to see my boobs either. If it makes you feel any better, I don't want to see. I'm scared. It's scary shit. Go ahead, Ricky. Yeah, well, you did get Ceci to giggle, so that works. All right. So we got Ceci to giggle. Ricky's already giggled. I know Scrabble has. All I got to do to get Ron to giggle is, talk about something with Eric. All right, Matt, what can I do for you?
Cowboys lost. Cowgirls.
All right, what can I do for you, Matt? What can I do to make you laugh?
Try again in a couple days.
What did you say?
Try again in a couple days.
All right. What the hell? That's like. Sorry, Matt's unavailable. Please leave a message after the beep.
That was funny.
All right. See, I saw a little smile. It's dark as shit in your car, but I saw a little chuckle. I can see his teeth.
That was racist.
Oh, Brandon wants me to do the voice. All right, you ready? What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to another vlog. How was that? That was pretty good, right? Jessica, why do you have Harry Potter on TV, bro? I'm sick of this shit.
Just like them.
I'm sick of this shit.
Hey,
What's wrong with Harry Potter now?
I'm sick of it constantly being on the TV 24/7.
So,
yes.
What's the problem?
It gets old and repetitive.
I like Harry Potter.
I know. So do I. Calm down. Don't come like
Harry Potter.
Yeah, sure.
I
What you said?
Harry Potter too, and Percy Jackson.
No, I mean I like Harry Potter, but man, it's like when you come home, like at some point you want to see something else.
It literally is always on.
It's always on the TV. Every time I walk in the house, I'm like, God damn, bro, like, man.
Hey, sis.
For real.
Harry Potter is highly metaphysical. They don't even know.
All right, y'all. I'm about to go watch some TV for a
All
little
I
bit.
heard is highly, and then I didn't hear you. What?
I said it's highly metaphysical.
Highly what?
Metaphysical.
Metaphysical?
Yes.
Diaz, yeah, he was in my chat earlier.
And what does that mean?
It's like, advanced science. It's like an advanced science.
Yes. I love that shit. I never thought that I was gonna love it so much. Though.
Yeah. It's like, how can I say it? Metaphysical is like it's an advanced science only a few can see, but some people just go there just for the magic. But there's something behind it more. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, of
Just
course.
like the
Yeah.
just like the Matrix. People just went to
Yes.
see the Matrix for the kung fu, but other
Mhm.
people went there because it's highly, you know, that's some real world shit. It's a documentary, basically.
Education.
Mhm.
It's education.
Yes, educational. Yes.
Mm. Yeah, but what do y'all think? I was going to ask y'all. I was reading Joe Biden's bill about classifying us into employees. What do y'all think about that? Like, it
I don't want to be
basically,
an employee. I don't
well,
want to be an employee. I left the employee field in 2016.
well, basically says, see, in the bill, I read it pretty thoroughly. Starting March, I think 11th, he wants to make gig workers that's doing this full time employees, but people who's doing this part time, basically, if you got your own stuff going and you're doing this part time, you won't be classified as employee. But
Yeah, but
if you're,
what's their hours like that they're saying?
I
I
guess
mean,
employee
as long
hours.
as I'm sorry, will I be able to be flexible with my hours?
Let me see.
I guess the thing I'm wanting to know is like what's the hours that they're labeling as part time to full time? You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
I'm guessing regular part time hours, like 30 hours.
So like 32 hours.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to put myself into like full time. Like, if I decide one week I want to do 100 hours, I won't be able to do that.
Yeah, because then you'll be labeled as part time even if you only do it for 1 week. Full time.
What I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. I won't be able to do it like that because that's and to them, employees are only supposed to get 40, and then everything after that is overtime, right? Right?
Yeah.
According to them.
Yeah, and you'll get if you get classified as an employee up under the bill, you'll get like employee like benefits like insurance, all that stuff.
But I already have insurance, even doing it like this now. I have medical insurance. I have all that stuff. As long as you're smart with your money, you can have all that stuff and still be an independent contractor. You understand what I mean,
Oh yeah.
Brother Ricky?
Mhm. I'm pulling up the article. Okay, here it is. Okay, here got Biden's administration issues rule that could curb gig work contracting rules.
Did you
Okay.
read the actual DOJ rule? It like the actual text of the rule itself? Because I haven't had a chance to. I've been wading through some other
Yeah, it
ones
says
recently.
I'm reading the article right now. It says
Oh,
rule.
I'm not talking about an article because the articles will spin however they want in whichever direction they want. I'm talking about the actual text of the Department of Labor rule that's been written. Because I
Oh,
found out real quickly when it came to both the Seattle bill and the New York bill that articles have a lot of opinions and very few of them have the facts right.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I seen it first on the news on CNN.
Yeah.
And and then I was like, okay, let me look deeper into it. And I was reading the articles. Like Reuters is one. Reuters, in the U.S. News World Report.
Yeah.
San Francisco Chronicle.
Well, okay, so you got to keep in mind when you're reading articles like that, the first thing you have to keep in mind is that they have an obligation to get the majority of their information from two sources. They get it from either the government officials or whatever entity's press office. And the other one is the companies that are going to be affected. Those are the only two people that they get that from. And they write an article off of a very, very brief, basically opinion of what they're doing. So you can, like I said, absolutely read the articles, but I haven't had a chance to actually read the DOJ rule yet. But my experience is that once you actually read the text of these things, It neither opinion is right. They're basically trying to push the opinion that they want people to have, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's you need to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, because I do know from what snippets I've seen of the actual bill, there's certain groups that they're trying to target, and gig
Okay.
workers isn't actually one of them. Um,
Oh, okay.
it's more like companies that have started using like customer service agents as 1099 employees, where they're promising 13, 14, 15 an hour, but because of not being paid during training, things like that, people are only making $7, $8, $9 when they average it out,
Mm-hmm.
before they pay their taxes and everything, and it's falling below a lot of states' minimum wages.
Oh, okay.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they're trying to target certain industries that have progressively become more dependent on claiming people as 1099 doing what has always been very standard W-2 work.
Yeah, definitely. And I
Yeah.
want to ask you, what would, because Roy said it a long time ago, and I got to agree with him on it, because I don't think we are employees, and I also don't think we're 1099. I think we're something in between, like
Yeah.
unclassified, because you got
I think,
yes, ma'am.
personally, I think, okay, so just my background, I've had one W-2 job in my entire life, and everything else has been as a contractor since like 1995. And I would classify us what's considered a subcontractor, quite frankly. That is the old definition of the hybrid of the two, basically.
Oh, wow, subcontract. I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically, I'm trying to think of the best way. I've been trying to think of a good way to explain it, because a lot of people who don't like completion rate requirements, a lot of people who don't like time requirements, those don't fall as counter to independent contractor or subcontractor work as a lot of people think. Because it's like, imagine you're a person and you've gone to a home builder, you bought a piece of land and you're building a house, and you pay these people to build you a house. Those people go to one person and or a group of people and throw out a bid to lay the foundation. Then they throw out a bid to build the frame. They have another contract for the electricians, the plumbers. There are different people who take different bids to complete different work. And that work, each is an individual job given to a different person or a different entity, and they have to have it done in a certain way and in a certain amount of time. And that's kind of, in a way, what we have to do. We are given the option of taking a contract, which is why if something goes wrong, it's a contract violation. Each order is a contract. If we accept it, we're expected to start it at a certain time and complete it in a certain amount of time under a certain specific set of rules. It's not a very popular.
I can see why you think it would be more of a subcontract, because that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because like when I worked for DirecTV, I mean, this has been years ago, but anyways,
Yeah.
When I worked for DirecTV, I was subcontracted through a company, because like the company I worked for was a subcontract company, because they were bid out X amount of jobs through DirecTV, and if we didn't put the jobs in, they got fined.
Yeah.
So and then if they got so many fines or like strikes, basically like contract violations, they would lose their contract, which means, like DoorDash, you would lose your account. So I could see it. Yeah, more than independent contractors, it's more of a subcontract. I can agree with that.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, but subcontractor isn't really a term that's used a lot anymore. That's a term that people who've done that kind of work 15 years ago. No, not people who do it now. And I think, and like I said, it's a very unpopular opinion because a lot of people now, acceptance rate should not be a thing. I absolutely agree with that 100%.
Yes, ma'am.
In
That's
no
true.
world, in no world is any company penalized for not taking a job. They're penalized when they don't complete it or don't complete it properly.
Correct.
Right on.
And quite frankly, they're penalized if their customer comes back and gives them a bad review about it. So much as we hate a lot of those stats, so many people have, I think, looking at themselves, and it really depends on if you do it full time or if you have a business owner mindset, how you look at what these things are, because the people who are much more business owner mindset people are the ones who are fiercely opposed to not being called an independent contractor. And they are the one, they're the ones who most fiercely hate completion rate, who most fiercely hate that we can be penalized for certain parameters. Because the idea that, the companies call us independent contractors and everybody's just kind of grabbed onto it. And I don't think a lot of people have realized that we've let these companies dig that lingo into our brain without really analyzing, so now, of course, because a lot of us, when we started, depending on when you started, a lot of these metrics weren't really a thing, or the pay was good enough, or a little bit, the base pay was higher. So you didn't have to be as choosy. So it didn't feel like something like acceptance rate mattered as much or scheduling mattered as much. Because that's another thing, not a popular opinion, but scheduling does not run counter to a subcontractor. Because if you are contracted to do a job, you can't just show up any day you want to and do it in whatever time frame you want to. And if you have 6 jobs to do, you can't do them over a span of 2 weeks when you're supposed to have them done in 2 days or have promised for them to be done in 2 days. You have a set time to get a job or number of jobs done. So, and again, like I said, very unpopular opinion, but quite frankly, that doesn't even fall counter, quite frankly, to independent contractor technically. And that's probably why it hasn't been struck down.
Yeah.
But again, unpopular opinion, and that's just me.
So let me ask you a question, because you touched on a lot of stuff that I was actually going to talk about. One is the scheduling.
Yeah.
Two was the acceptance rate and completion rate.
Yeah.
And then the independent contractor thing. No, well, not thing, but independent contractor.
Right.
In your opinion, and this will be an opinion of me and you, not the panel.
Right.
Do you believe because majority, or I ain't gonna say majority, because most drivers out here doing whatever app they're doing don't understand that, for one, because when I first started, acceptance rate, completion rate, and zones did not exist.
Yeah, they weren't a thing.
It wasn't a thing. And you could truly be an independent contractor. Hey Tracy, if you knew business, going to file for you a LLC, going to put a business name and using the company, which was DoorDash at the time and Uber Eats, as your supplier.
Yeah, you were basically using them as your facilitator, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So you were using them as a third party as far as the business go. But as the time grow and they just hire anybody that don't even know about business and know about it, and
Yeah.
So if it's me and you, we're two of millions to fight for what
Right.
we really know is, or we're just going to make the money and do it in the way that we know how to do it to benefit us and our business. Because when we try to lead a horse to water, they won't drink it. So do you
Yeah.
believe that majority of the, not majority, most of these drivers cause the changes and the actions that the company have taken upon themselves?
Um. Okay. So the funny thing is this is adjacent to a conversation I had with UDM. Sissy actually mentioned that she heard my voice the first time talking about something similar to this. Um, I think, and I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago. I still maintain that it's a combination of the company and driver, because really OGs, like really old drivers, the people who remember no completion rate, no acceptance rate, no zones, uh, you know, swiping your red card for everything, $6 base pay, $5 base pay, depending on where you were, $8 base pay, depending on where you were. Um, I think that part of it was you've got a lot of people, if they've been around for a while, who cannot adapt to the changes the company has made. As zones have gotten bigger, as DoorDash in particular, everybody's favorite target, but they have the biggest order volume, with the exception of Ceci over there. Um, well, number one, DoorDash's business model never meant for anyone to do this full time. And you can tell by the way now that they operate that they never meant people to do this full time. We just had a pandemic. And then suddenly there was an incredible full time opportunity for way more people than it originally was meant to sustain. Um, but part of it is that as DoorDash began to tighten the metrics a little bit, started adding programs, started adding and expanding zones, and started expanding in general. Because I really hate to say this, but a large part of Grubhub's decline in a lot of markets is because they didn't do what DoorDash did, which was just aggressively throw themselves into every big market, small market, all market with a higher pay funded by a lot of investment income that they still had that they don't anymore. They were flushed with cash that wasn't theirs. They were able to pay higher base pay. They were able to offset costs with the promise that they would make a profit at some point. And as they had to start pulling that back, drivers began to get pickier. And DoorDash kept pulling back, started adding programs, started adding completion rate, acceptance rate, contract violations, um, the deactivation stuff, the tip stealing that happened a few years ago. It was a combination of those two things where DoorDash flooded markets with drivers, stopped being picky about who they let on, and started pulling back pay, particularly on people who had been used to a certain level of pay. And in some places, and I actually thought about this after we talked about it the last time, in a lot of places, the average tip that a customer gives hasn't gone down that much. But people forget that what used to be a $10 order for 4 miles is now a $6 order for 4 miles. The customer's still giving the same $4 tip, but the base pays $2 now instead of $6. And that makes a big difference. So I still think it's a combination of the two. I think they took on we mean for this to be part-time, and then the pandemic happened. And they used an opportunity when everybody either needed or felt more comfortable getting things delivered. And they took what had been a luxury service, something you did when you had the extra money to do it, and
Yes.
turned it into something that customers now feel is a normal thing, in many cases a necessity, and something that they are entitled to. And that mindset has changed both driver attitudes and customer attitudes. So it's, like I said, I think it's just a big combination of both.
Yeah.
So,
How, how,
I get it, and I get it, and then in my opinion, because when I first started, none of that stuff existed. I was back in
Right.
Michigan. Um, Now, mind you, yeah, it was the pandemic. Okay, I get that part of it.
Oh, yeah.
DoorDash originally started on a college campus with Tony Shu and all
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
So when it came out here, and then you add into where the drivers who were doing Postmates and Grubhub and
Yep.
it was another delivery service beforehand. They were used to taking $2 offers because that was all that was out there. $2, $3, $5, $6 offers was that was all out there. And those like are the OGs, you know. And they not going to
Yeah.
admit that to the newest drivers or to what's going on now because, like you said, they didn't adapt to it. And
Yeah.
once the pandemic happened, those drivers were experienced enough to know, look, I've been taking all these $2, $3 offers. I'm about to be quote unquote cherry pick. I'm choosing what
Yeah.
I want in the same space that I don't get a contract violation. I don't have to worry about acceptance rate. I don't have to do this. And even in the case of it all, some started stealing. Fuck it, I'm hungry. So
Yeah.
they ain't getting this food today. So that then, but they start, once the internet and stuff started coming, they started putting videos out. So now you putting videos out on how you stealing food, how you not dropping off orders, how you not giving a fuck about the customer. So now
Yeah.
that's push, in my opinion, that's pushback because you want clicks and views for on the company.
Yeah. Well, there's
Whether it be
that,
real.
but
Go ahead.
I think another big chunk of it though is that the quality of driver, because you know social media blows up, whether it was
Right.
Facebook, Reddit, YouTube later. It wasn't just you know the people who were causing trouble. It was just exposure to the app in general. And like I remember in the beginning when I got on, well, Uber and Lyft is a little bit different anyway, but Grubhub was the big guy when I first started. And then DoorDash was actually the new guy in town for a while.
Right.
And then Uber Eats came even after that,
Right.
at least where I was. And
Well,
they went from being much more selective about their drivers, it's taking you longer to get on the platform, and them not taking just anybody. You literally, if you're in a market with a high enough referral bonus, you're going to get on, and you're going to get on quick. And the fact that you can get on two and have 2, 3, 4 duplicate accounts is proof of that.
yeah, and
Because people aren't coming on with a different social security number, and it's not that hard to catch that kind of thing.
right.
So
Go ahead.
So a lot of that was purposeful saturation. Now, part of it was need because of the pandemic, because suddenly, what was once a luxury service didn't require, 10, 12 million active drivers. And then the pandemic happened. And suddenly, everybody needed everything delivered or felt more comfortable with everything getting delivered. And restaurants that had never wanted to be part of the food delivery platforms because it was a headache and it costed money. And they were struggling as it was, needed delivery just to stay afloat. And DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, they all took advantage of that. And coming out of it now, it's the crash landing where DoorDash doesn't have that. There's not that necessity anymore. Now, somebody at DoorDash especially was really, really smart when they realized at the beginning of the pandemic that pandemics end. And I think they, above all the rest of the app, except maybe in certain markets, really began to change the customer mindset into this isn't just something you do when you have a lot of extra money. This isn't just something you do because you can't leave your house. This is something you can do whenever, wherever, however. And if you don't have enough extra money to pay anything outside of the food and the fees, that's fine too. So
Yeah.
that's on the company. But coming out of the pandemic, you have a lot of drivers who spent a year after the pandemic, and some of them still to this day, quite frankly, that will tell you to your face they won't turn on their car for $10 or $15. And that is not realistic. It's
and
just
and
not.
and that's where I'll be trying to explain to other people, like, look, sometimes you're gonna have to take that 7 for 7. Sometimes,
Yeah,
and it's only because and it's only because of the things that were did along the way. Like the other day,
yeah,
some guy tried to argue me up and down. He knows everything. He knows more than any gig tuber. He knows all the apps that a process I know I've done, not only here in Hawaii,
yeah,
in other states, that it never existed because no one talked about it. Like everything doesn't belong on the internet. Even the so-called glitch, right? It didn't
yeah.
belong on the internet. It didn't belong, but people thought it was funny for clicks and views. So
Oh, yeah,
when it comes down to it, a lot, and I'm not in no way, shape, or form trying to get a company's a pass, because before even DoorDash opened its IPO, before it went public, Uber Eats was
yeah.
already public because they had more so of a chance. But DoorDash, it's yours? Okay. Who's it for? Okay. All right. Uber Eats had a have a good one. Uber Eats had a more of a chance of it because they were already established. So they just added the food delivery section. So their
Yeah,
IPO started out at $80 a share. And then when the pandemic happened, it dropped down to like two, three, four. I think the lowest was like 475 a share. But once the
yeah,
pandemic happened, it shot right back up to $92 a share. So because they knew how much money they were about to get. And DoorDash still haven't at that time hadn't had an IPO out. So when they went public,
yeah,
they opened up at $140 a share. When have you ever known a food delivery service to open up that high? $140 a share. And they were right behind Amazon when they did that. But
yeah,
most drivers don't know about that part of the company. So they're not knowing it. But all the company is doing is, okay, we'll give you $150 extra every day if you complete 5 orders between the hours of 5 and 9:30. That's an additional $1,000 a week on top of
oh,
what you
yeah.
already
The
made.
old street.
Right, right,
The
right.
old street.
Right, but it didn't count against you if you miss one. So they throwing money
Yeah,
out there to entice people to come out. They giving out the referral bonuses. They doing all this and all that, knowing they were trying to shrink the model of not working full time, working 4 or 5 hours a week, and they thought it was going to
yeah,
last longer than it did. Now the
yeah,
drivers, like you said, the OG drivers that was out there making that money, bringing it in, they didn't realize, look, I got to start adapting now. So that's where
yeah,
hence the no tip, no trip. Now, and this is my opinion and not the opinion of yours, the no tip, no trip for me will be false because, like you said earlier, the customer is still paying the same amount of tip. It's just in a different way. Every offer, even in different states, because I know people like to say it's only Hawaii. No, in most states that I've dashed in most places I go, it's a tip 9 times out of 10 on every offer. It's not the 10, 15, $20 tip you want. It could be a 10-cent tip, 50-cent tip, dollar tip, $2 tip at the end of the
yeah,
week. That all adds up. All adds up.
yeah,
But the average driver won't tell the truth on that. They
yeah,
won't tell the truth. Now I know you will get some people that'll do 0.0000 and say you ain't getting nothing. But
oh,
the
yeah,
entitled most drivers who are entitled can't stand that. That's why you get the hints of you. I mean, the customer got the entitlement attitude, and the driver got an entitlement attitude. That's nothing but a whirlwind thunderstorm waiting to
Yeah.
happen. Because both of them gonna argue back and forth, and you see it every day. But it's
Yeah.
like, okay,
Well, at the
but
end of the day, though, DoorDash created both of those entitlement environments
it's not just
because they
DoorDash.
used all that investment cash to basically overpay drivers way above their expenses for a really long time. But now they don't have that anymore. And that bill's coming due. Those investors they invest to recoup money at some point. And DoorDash hasn't been able to do that yet, technically on paper when you look at their financials. Because they blew, and they still, in a lot of ways, just looking at their balance sheet, I've never been in their office, so this may not be gospel, don't take it as such, but I see a lot of bloat when I look at their balance sheet because it's public. You can look at it, you can print it, you can read it. There's a lot of money spent that they still spend that they don't have to anymore. But they do because companies like people get into really bad habits. And it usually takes something kind of catastrophic to start breaking them. So it's still an environment where they created the monster, and to basically feed that monster, they used a really unfortunate event that fell in their lap and used it to kind of mold a customer base that they probably wouldn't have had for a long time otherwise, or wouldn't have had nearly as fast otherwise. So but if for the drivers who choose to do the gig-based app, particularly the food delivery app. Now, Grubhub, to be perfectly honest, people can have their opinions about it, but I know from personal experience, even still now, because I do know a couple of drivers still in larger city markets that still do really, really well. Ceci wasn't the first one. Baltimore, Grubhub still does really, really well. Virginia, DC area, it can do really well, depending, but their structure has changed a lot, and that I don't really know much about anymore. But when you choose to do that as your full-time job, especially when you're doing it not as either a step to something different, when you're using it as your permanent thing, just for the foreseeable future with no end in sight, if you haven't already seen the pattern of what's happening, then you're probably going to be disappointed because you're either going to have to really, really adapt and not be mad about it, or you're going to have to try to work towards another goal or something after that. And some people will still make it work, but a time's going to come where they're not going to be able to oversaturate the way they do on purpose, and people still be able to continue to do it full time, except in certain markets, certain locations. It's going to become a little more selective, kind of like Grubhub is in some markets, Uber Eats is in some markets. And we already see that in states like mine, where they have so many little bitty zones with small populations of people that can't sustain DoorDash anymore. Not to the point where people who were doing it full time could still continue to do it. And people who are looking for the $10 and $15 order and won't take anything under that, there's no future for you. Sorry, not sorry. There's just not.
Woo.
Those days are gone.
We got to say that one more time for the people that didn't hear it.
Scrub with the cruise bump. Boom.
I'm sorry. At least for food delivery, if those are the only orders you take, those days are gone. You will not last.
And it's just it's a shame, like, um, I don't. I mean, I'm just gonna take it for for what it is and say it's just me in my case, and it's like a shame because a lot of people look at it like I'm flexing or this and that, and it's not about the money, and it's never been about the money with me. But I did.
Yeah.
My thing was is always like, if you do half of what I do, and most people don't catch the message. If I'm working, because
Yeah.
they always jump to 20 hours, okay. But if you do half of what I do, which is a 16-hour day, you work 18 hours, right? I mean, you work 8 hours. Sorry about that. You work eight
Yeah.
hours, right? Half of what I make two before two. Just think about that. If I'm making 400 a day, and I
Yeah.
say do half of what I do, which is $200. You're only working 8 hours, and you still can do okay at this. But
Yeah.
they don't hear that part of the message, right? And it's like it's a
Yeah.
shame when I say that and nobody grabs on. So then when I come back and say get an LLC, get a 501(c), do anything else to make sure you set yourself up because this is seed money. And
Yeah.
when you know you building a business, you have to have seed money. So when I get
Yeah.
out here and grind every day, I'm grinding seed money for a business. So when I say you
Yeah.
need capital or we
Right.
need something from you to say we can give you this money. So I go to them with 100 grand and say I need 300. Okay, we gonna use your 100, give you 200. That's gonna get you to your 300.
Yeah.
Or we gonna take your 100, give you 150. Now you got 250. Go find the other 50 from somewhere else. But everybody
Right.
don't look at it like that. Oh, he flexing, he this, he that. But they yet have to have a conversation with me, right? And then it's like,
Well,
okay, when I do try to teach some knowledge, they come at me like this
yeah.
and third. So all in
Yeah.
all, when it boiled down to it, it makes it look like I'm glorifying DoorDash. No, I'm not glorifying DoorDash. Yes,
Yeah.
I only work one app because
Yeah.
if you don't get the lesson in that, now most people, I'm using myself as an example, don't even get the lesson. Oh, if you multi-app, you will make more money because I made 500 and I work Uber, Spark, Grubhub, and DoorDash. I made 500 just working DoorDash. So where's the where is the
Yeah.
benefit for me multi-apping?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
well
see,
you
I was
work
about
longer.
to say,
This
well,
is my
this
last
is,
point. You work longer hours than me. Okay, but I still made
yeah.
the same money.
Hmm.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
Well,
go ahead.
okay.
that's
So
yeah, go ahead.
here's one of my biggest issues with this is that too many people. Okay, I can tell you faults of DoorDash all day long, how I think they created a large part of this environment, et cetera, et cetera. At the end of the day, if you are if you're not using DoorDash or whatever app you choose to use as the tools they are meant to be, and you're letting them use you instead, you have already lost. You've already lost that game. If you in some markets, like I said, in your case, you are in a market where you are doing what works for you. You have your work ethic, you have your goals, you know your area, you know where to go, you know how to analyze your orders. 95% of people who do these delivery apps, it's not that they don't know, they don't want to. They don't care enough. They want to turn it on, make a few quick dollars, and go home. They think of it as a second job. And I've often said that a lot of how people look at these apps has a lot to do with where they are in a financial situation. If they are invested in the income, dependent on the income, or desperate for the income. And depending on where you are and how you view yourself, whether you just view it as a way to pay just enough bills so you have groceries or to get yourself out of living out of your car, because people have done that, you know, pulling yourself out of a terrible situation, getting yourself out of debt. or if you're using it just to live day to day. How that happens, and a combination of what situation you're in, kind of what work ethic you already bring, and where you are will determine how you see the app and how you let them use you rather than you being able to use them the absolute best and most efficient way possible to make the most money possible.
What was you gonna say,
And
Ricky?
people who don't have an end goal of any kind anyway are kind of spinning their wheels either way. So,
And that's like, okay, I look at that too, like it being at the W-2, right? Because when you at the W-2, you look most people look forward to retirement. They do.
yeah,
They set their 401k up, they do whatever, and then, they look forward to retirement. But you don't work 30, 40, 50 years for retirement.
yeah,
And that's what you do. So when it comes down to that, the people that go and retire from a job turns around and get another job. Oh, I'm getting my
yeah,
retirement, I'm getting my 401k, but I'm not retired because I got another job. Like that doesn't
yeah,
make any sense to me. It doesn't make
yeah,
sense to me. And I got a cousin that thinks like that. Like, well, I'm getting 3 grand a month for free. No, you didn't. First of all, it's not free. You work for that.
yeah,
And the 3 grand a month is basically, in my opinion, the interest that I'm made off of you over the last 30 years, just to say you
yeah,
get a pension. That doesn't make any sense to me. To where,
yeah.
I can come out here, grind out. I might be tired. I may be not wanting to do it, but I know my goal at the end is say, when I retire, I'm retired. So don't ask me to do
Yeah.
nothing today because I'm just walking around scratching my nuts. That's it. That's
Yeah.
my job for the day. So
Well,
when I'm
see,
retired, I'm retired.
a large part of society now, though, literally, we have an entire generation of kids right now who think they'll never retire. They've just had it drilled in their head that that's just not going to be a thing for them. They're going to work until they die. They're never going to have anything. They're never going to, you know, be able to get anything because there's too much going against them. And they don't even know what it is half the time.
A,
But
a lot.
there's too much going, there's too much going against them. So they're never going to succeed anyway.
So and I mean, there are not no shots at anybody. These is not is an example, right? We witness it every day, every single day, of people who have a lot going against them, but they're trying to keep up with the Joneses and can't afford to keep up with the Joneses.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Ricky.
yeah.
Ricky. Ricky Knight. Brother Ricky. Great brother Ricky.
Yes, sir.
Anyway,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you about to say something?
Yes,
Ron,
sir.
look at my screen.
You got snow.
I got a lot of fucking snow. I can't even see the road.
You need
Oh
some wiper
man.
blades.
Yo, shut the fuck up, dog.
You said, look at your screen. I'm a mechanic. I can't help it. But no, you was about
So
to
is
say
he.
something,
That's a
Ricky?
bad thing.
Hell no, man. I gotta have my snow tires on my truck to be driving shit like that, man. The car I got now, hell no, it ain't gonna make it.
I'm in Ohio.
You said, so do I need wiper blades, Scrabble?
No, no. You said, I'm a mechanic. I can't help you. And I was like, he's a mechanic too.
No. I said I can't help it because when I see that wiper
Oh,
blade,
Hey,
yeah, I'll be like,
hey,
well,
but,
same
yeah,
same sentiment applies. He's a mechanic too, basically.
hey, hey, brother Ron, look, it's so bad here. I was doing dashing yesterday, and it got between I want to say it got around 17 degrees while you driving. Right, the fucking sleet will turn into water on your windshield, and it'll turn into ice while you driving. So it just the ice keeps forming up, even if you got the defrost on high. It's like,
you
bro,
got
it's crazy.
You got to go get you. Well, y'all probably don't sell it in your auto parts store. You got to get the Rain-X with the de-icer in it, and you got to get it with the no fog in it.
Yeah,
And
it's
Oh, okay.
it's purple.
yeah, no, the Rain-X with the de-ice. Yeah, it is purple. You're right. It's got no fog and it's got de-icer in it, but y'all probably don't sell it because it's not nothing that y'all will stock. Or go into the auto parts store and look for a bottle. It says no fog. Now you gotta clean your windshield real good. Don't do it on the outside, just do it on the inside. Clean your windshield real good and take it, put it on a terry cloth and go across your windshield. And it's gonna put a film on there that you can see through that won't fog your windows up or your mirrors on the outside. So
Or
that's what you got to do. I
there's
know it.
another option too. You know what the third option is?
Don't drive.
No,
Nah,
bro.
nah.
Ceramic glass, ceramic coat glass.
Yeah, ceramic cloak
I used to
glass.
ceramic
Yeah.
coat when I would ceramic coat paint. Customers would ask me, "Man, I really like. I get tired of buying Rain-X and windshield wiper or washer fluid, shit like that." So I ended up going and getting another certification, and come to find out that they actually make a ceramic coating just for glass, and you can put it on the windshield of cars, like
Yeah,
side
that
windows,
too. And
windshields, and it stays on for
it's
like
clear.
three. Yeah, it's clear and it stays on for 3 years. Like it's crazy.
What's up, Gigan? You know the link is open. Hustle.
But
The link is up. Well, one, two, yeah. Only got yeah. But like
Ro-
go ahead, Ricky.
no, I was gonna say that's what UDM and everybody on the panel was trying to say that I can
Whoa.
be careful, brother. I seen that.
Whoa.
Yeah,
I'm in an all-wheel drive, bro.
yeah.
This is crazy.
To be honest, all wheel drives is like never mind. Oh, but go ahead, Ricky.
Yeah, you're good. I know.
Yeah, but no, I was saying that's what UDM and everybody was trying to say. I Ron, and this is what they was trying to say to you, Ron. And you probably already know, but they were saying, "Hey, Ron, I'm working all these apps. I'm multi-apping, and I make the money in a shorter amount of time because I'm multi-apping compared to if I'm working one app like you'll end up working all day to make your money, and I don't have time for that. I got other things to do." That's what they was trying to. You know what I'm saying, Ron?
I get it, but most people don't even understand, like, what my day is. The
Yeah.
guy didn't like even with the trail guy that came up there, right? He
Mm-hmm.
asked me where I was at for it. Well, they asked me where I was at for the day. I said I got $450. And it's 7:30 at night. So I'm sitting on $450. I could have stopped if I wanted to, right? I could have
Yeah.
stopped, went blue money, went and did any other thing. But I have a goal that I want to set for myself. I have a goal that I'm going to reach for myself. I have plans for myself. But everybody, I'm just gonna say it, everybody on that panel knows my life better than me. Even the one guy, I used to work like you in 2021. Yeah, you worked like me in 2021 because you worked during the pandemic and it was money flowing. But I guarantee you, when the money slowed down, you ain't know how to adapt, so you stop and when it got a W-2. But you're not gonna tell that story. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna tell that story, but you can tell me. I'm gonna sit in the truck. I sit in the truck all day, ride around all day, and I'm gonna get blood clots. But you don't know. I get out, I run, I walk up. I don't take elevators. I go upstairs. I walk down escalator. I don't just. But you can tell me I'm gonna get sick because somebody else called in and told you they got sick. You can tell me I don't know what I'm doing because I don't worry about my mileage. You can tell me I don't know what I'm doing because I don't worry about my gas. But guess what? Them everyday essentials. I don't worry about you buying that $15 coffee every day, but you do it.
Yeah.
And then I don't worry about when people push their apps, right? I don't push DoorDash. I say this is what I do every day. So I don't push it. But everybody know I only work one app. So I ain't got to say nothing about DoorDash. Half the time, I don't even talk about money. Other people bring it up. Now, do I show it? Yes, because if I don't show it, oh, he capping. But then when I do show it, that's fake. So either way it go, I'm in a trick bag, right? It is what it is. Take it how you want to take it. But people, case in point, And I'm not calling nobody out, but UDM say get on the catering app, get on the catering app, get on the catering app. It's steps to the catering app. You're not just gonna get on the app and start making all this money. You're not gonna do it. But I don't say don't push the catering app. For me, I'm never working the catering app again because they're doing what DoorDash is doing. They're doing what Spark is doing. They're doing what Uber is doing. They're bringing all these people in, getting them all motivated to get all this money. And when it get oversaturated, they're gonna be saying the same exact thing. They're not telling you you got to be in a high tier driver, or I got a partnership. But people seeing, oh, he making this on a catering app, and I'm gonna go do that. No, because I watched the decline of Easy Cater, Deliver, and Deliver That over the last 3 years on the app that I work. That they send me offers. When they send Deliver That, Deliver don't even send me offers no more because I stopped taking them because you're not making me or letting me deliver $900 worth of food and giving me $75. You're not doing that. I'll take this DoorDash catering order. The customer done spent $100, $200, and they done paid me $75. I'll take that all day. But when I speak, I'm wrong because I don't fit their narrative. I don't push their narrative. It's worldwide. I cannot take it back. It's not the first time. It's not the second time. Not the third time that I done made 100,000. I can't take it back. People may listen to me because I make 100,000 on one app. But the people that listens to me will tell you, if you look at my posts, I post everything. I don't hide it. I don't hide the fact that for a week it says I've been on the app for 135 hours. I don't hide that. But they take 135 hours and don't break it down day by day. Because if Sunday, just this past Sunday, I worked 15 hours. No, I worked 16 hours. I was active on the app for 14 hours. Now, if you do the 14 hours, I made $30 an hour. Now, if you break it down and take it up to the 16, I made 27 an hour. But they won't say that's 30 because it's only 27. But they're not looking at it day by day. They look at it as a collective whole. And the collective whole still don't fit their narrative. It don't fit their narrative, so they got to go with the 35. Then when I never preach that I work 20 hours a day. Did the news article print it out? Yeah, but when you ask me, it's in between 14 and 16. And 16 hours ain't nothing but two 8-hour shifts in a double form. So if you ever if you ever worked the 16-hour shift at a W2, you're working the same amount as me, but making less money. And I don't even want to bring the money up, but that's what it is.
Bro, it would be.
And I'm gonna go one more step. We gig tubers. If you ask Trader, if you ask Pedro, if you ask Bentley and UDM, they put more hours and time into their podcasts and their channels than they do me working out here in the streets. Because you don't get up there and just throw a podcast together. You don't get up there and just edit a video in 2-3 hours. Come on, and I don't go after nobody. It's not a shot at them, but people don't. The people that follow them don't see that.
They look away.
Well, and the other thing is, a lot of this narrative comes from the fact that during the pandemic, especially during the pandemic, and I'm speaking kind of from stepping outside of it, because right at the beginning of the pandemic, I stopped working food delivery. But I know from the people that were still working it, they were able to make the kind of money that you make on one app. And they were able to do it all day, every day if they chose to, whichever the big app was for their area. And a lot of people are pushing that multi-apping thing now, number one, because in a lot of markets, there are so many leftover drivers, so many stubborn people, and pays have just balanced the way that they have, that one app won't provide anymore. But I guarantee you, I promise you, if any of us could sit there in our market and use that one app like they did during the pandemic, they would do it all day long. And in your case, you know how to make that work. You don't need to go anywhere else. You have your strategy, you know your market, you know your orders, you have your customers that you probably see 2, 3, 4 times in a month, if not more, twice a week in some cases, probably. And you've you know your market. You don't have to do that branching out. And the people who used to not have to, now they have to, partially because they want to adjust their strategy, partially because they may be in a market where Grubhub fell off and isn't really a thing anymore. Uber Eats isn't like it used to be. And DoorDash is just kind of everywhere, for better or
What's
worse.
what's
And
up,
so they
Steve?
can't use that. They can't use that one app. But like Festi, she's been doing
So, Steve,
Grubhub pretty much exclusively for how long? Because you were off of DoorDash for a while, if I remember correctly. And if
no,
I'm wrong, correct me.
I've been with Grubhub since 2018, and then I stopped,
Yeah,
and then I came back exclusively 2021.
yeah. So I mean, she's doing the one app, and it's not about how much money she makes compared to you. It's about how much money she makes to take care of what she needs and to do and to maintain her goals and her
And,
lifestyle. It has
right, and
nothing to do with how much money you make or where you make it from. It's her being able to go out and make the money that she needs to pay her bills, to maintain her schedule, to keep her commitments with her kids, to do everything she needs to do in her life. And a lot of the focus, too much of the focus, is on you made $100,000 last year and worked X number of hours. It's like, okay, why don't you look at you? Look at how much you made, however you made it. Was it enough to get you where you needed to be? Because if it wasn't, then you need to stop comparing yourself to other people and start looking at yourself and figure out what you need to change and what you need to do to get you where you need to be.
that's true. Like, and what it is a lot of people don't they don't like it because I don't fit their narrative.
Yeah. Well,
And then they
multi-apping is the new favorite thing. I do it all the time. I am unapologetic about it. But but for my market, that's what works for me. If I could just turn on one app and make what I wanted to make, I wouldn't use multiple apps because it's a pain to switch between them. And a lot of people, and this will not be a popular opinion, but a lot of people who multi-app between the main food delivery apps, especially, probably aren't making much more money if the volume is about the same. They are probably not making a lot more, quite frankly. They are probably would, if they stuck with one app, if the order volumes are equal, they will probably come out about even if they use one or if they use three. Now, catering, depending on your market, can be a little different. But with the main like food delivery apps and maybe even with the main shopping app, because I've only gotten onto one of them and I'm on waiting list for everything else. But I feel like if your order volume is the same, you're probably gonna break pretty close to even.
Yeah,
There may
and I
be, 20, $30 here or there, but I don't think it's going to be as big a difference as people think. I mean, I could be wrong, but and every market's
well,
different, but that's kind of where just from everything I've seen from everyone so far, that's kind of what it looks like.
yeah, it's Ron. I tried that experiment of yours with the single apping, man, and yeah, I made just like Scrabble said, I made a little bit under it. Like I want to say Scrabble $15-$20 under it, just between multi-apping, I made $15 extra, but single apping is
Yeah.
it's very it's much better to, if you could just use one app. It's less stressful. Multi-apping is stressful, and also
Yeah, it can be.
if you think about it, if you have all of the DoorDash platform like programs like the pizza program, large order program, etc., and so forth, that's multi-apping. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you
In
think
a
about
lot of markets, it is.
it, yeah. So I just, I went to, I like I was telling Ron before, I went to the DeSoto, Texas, out there in Dallas, and before I knew it, I made freaking almost $500 in about 8 or 9 hours just working one app on DoorDash. But DeSoto
Yeah.
it's a rich area. It's rich.
Yep.
Like it's nothing but doctors. I mean, the streets are paved well. It looks awesome over there. But
Well,
what I'm trying to figure.
that kind of goes back to Ron said it way back on somebody's live stream or on a panel at some point. He said it at some point, but I want to give credit where it's due. Where he said, people will drive an hour for a job, but they won't drive 15 minutes outside of their zone to go to a different market.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And the DeSoto from where I'm at, it's an hour. It's close to 2 hours. But still,
Yeah.
I still make the money to drive back home, and won't. And
Yeah.
I'll still make good profit, make more profit than what I am down here.
Oh yeah.
See,
Oh,
so
correct their
so
names.
so so what happens like with me, and I know I don't I don't mean to do it intentionally, but sometimes it's like I say things and it creates an uncomfortable conversation, right? And it's not like I'm trying to say it to boast, brag, or be ego, cocky, whatever. It's the simple fact of it. When I say it, I can be speaking in general, and there's gonna be 10 people with the shoe that it fit, and they gonna come for me because I'm not talking about nobody specific. I'm just giving my point of view, how I feel, what I do through my eyes. And the people that get offended by it are the ones that get real uncomfortable and don't want to discuss it. And then when they try to, when we have a debate, they want to overtalk, they want to do this, they want to do that. But the simple fact of the matter is, I always say this is what works for me. It may work for you. Don't work like me. I suggest nobody work the hours I work. Because for one, it can get lonely. But two, you can lose yourself. But if you know yourself and if you're confident in yourself to know you have a goal in mind, you set your goals and you seeing what you're doing is producing, it's coming to fruition. You're planting your seed and watching it sow. Whatever analogy you want to lose, then you will get onto it. But for the average person who's intimidated, who think you're trying to dim their light, when all you do is have confidence in yourself, they get mad. They want to question. Oh, why is it him? He can't be talking like that. Oh, he flexing. He doing this. He doing that, and not even catching the message. It's gonna be a lot of people up here. Me and you having a dialogue. Me, you, everybody on the panel having a dialogue. We have people listening. But I guarantee you, the only person they gonna say was talking cocky is me. I guarantee you that because they have their feelings, which is fine. They have their feelings and opinions. But when I spit some facts, I spit some knowledge, I don't know what I'm talking about because they ain't never did it. It ain't never happened to them. Ain't nobody else been talking about it. Because some of the things I talk about, other people's won't because it don't fit their narrative. Because sometimes, and I'm gonna say it, when I talk about certain stuff, it's the truth. It's facts. And when they go back and check it out, oh no, he can't spit that out his mouth. He can't say that. He can't do this. He can't do that because I ain't never did it. And that's what it be. And I ain't here trying to downplay or think I'm better than nobody, say I'm making more money than anybody, because the money is all fiat money anyway. If you look at the money, where do it come from? It's all digital. We don't know where it's come from. We just say we work these hours, they give us a pay, and it's all digital. It's all fiat. But most of the people only look at numbers, and they don't look at the small number, the big number. They don't look at the small number. They always looking at the big number. And when they look at the big number, they never think it's attainable. But when you break it down, they still don't get it. So it's like you in a lose-lose situation. You're in a lose-lose situation. And I'm gonna be one. The old school people know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about, but they just don't want to tell the truth half the time. They want to put up an image for clicks and views. That's just what it is. And you get a group of people who gonna follow them. You get a group of people who gonna stand on their word. You get a group of people gonna do all this, that, and the third. But when you come up and challenge that person, they gonna attack you. They gonna say you wrong. And I get it, I understand it. But when you try to help somebody live on the panel, he telling you bullying him. But yet and still, people want to keep up with the Joneses and really can't afford to keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah. Yeah, ain't that crazy? People try to impress people that they really don't like. Ain't that crazy?
Because once again, and it goes back to, not to reiterate or go back on some drama, it goes back to what happened on my panel yesterday. Somebody tried to get up here thinking they were coming up here to calm someone else down on my panel that I don't fuck with. And you know I don't fuck with you, but you want to run around when I hurt your little feelings and say, I didn't even know it was a problem. Yeah, you did. You know it's a problem. You're not welcome here. Then you lied on me, said I banned you. I didn't ban you. I timed you out of my chat because I didn't want you here. And when you was in my back room, I told you to get the fuck out. So if you didn't know where I was coming from, guess what? You knew where I been.
Yeah.
No, if you didn't know where I been, you knew where I was coming from. I don't want you. You're a snake, but you try to do it in a cool way. And that's it. But he went to everybody's chat, everybody's live. I got banned on 3 channels. And it wasn't even a topic of conversation. But then they act like I'm the bad guy. I'm not the bad guy. I be in my own lane. I be in my own lane. And yeah, it's been drama. Well, it is what it is. But when I don't fit the narrative, I'm the bad guy. I get it. But has not one day stopped me from doing what I do.
Man,
has not.
I mean, Brother Ron, you always look. Hold on.
Steve, you wrong, man. It's too soon, Steve. It's too soon. But yeah, they won. They won. I ain't gonna even say the name, Steve. They won. And we ain't talking about the Titans. I mean the Texans. Motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're always gonna be, to a lot of people, man, unfortunate, man, you're always gonna be the bad guy. You're always gonna be, oh, DoorDash, how much he made? Oh, he made that much on DoorDash? Bullshit. He made what? No. DoorDash is definitely paying him. Yeah, he's definitely a Bentley coupe. Oh, and he's black too. Oh yeah, definitely. They're both in the same. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Man, when an article first dropped, Uber platform, the Uber public platform. The only reason I could do what I do, I know, honey, you don't like the drama. I know. We talked about it. I love you. Seriously, I do. Uber platform said I can only do what I do because I'm black and athletic. What the hell does that have to do with me working?
Hey Ron, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna hop off, man. I'll talk to you later. I hope everybody has a good night.
All right, hey, we'll chop it up before you go to bed. I know you go to bed. In like 2 minutes.
Yeah. I'll talk to you after it.
All right. But that's just what it is, man. I work the app I work is the Spirit of the Gig app. Nobody like Flying Spirit. Nobody like DoorDash. but it's no different from any other app. It's just the one that's the most popular. You know, you had a guy who swore DoorDash was trash, went over to Spark. Spark is fed him all the good stuff in the beginning. Now guess what he doing? Complaining about Spark.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. We all knew that was gonna have to matter. I even told him.
And it's not just him. It's several people.
Yeah.
You know, and I understand it. In most markets, it's a struggle to make money. And in my opinion, they struggle to make money because they attention span is focused on too many things. They worried about because this person said go to Spark, this person said go to Uber Eats, this person said do DoorDash, this person said do Roadie, this person said do Curry, this person said do that. So they download 50 apps, and don't know how to work one. And that's just my opinion. But swear up and down. Swear up and down.
50
Cause
apps.
I be listen, Ricky, I be in the store and I take advice from people. Don't take this in the wrong context. Anybody, if you do, that's on you. I be in the store with people. People look at me. Oh, I do what you do. You full of shit. Like, why am I full of shit? Why am
You
I
had that
full of
one woman on camera said it to your face on live, remember?
why am I full of shit? Because I can't do it. What? Okay. Then I'll be standing there minding my business. They see my phone. Oh, you DoorDash? Yeah, I DoorDash. Man, I've been doing DoorDash. I got this many delivery. Woo, woo, woo. You should do it like this. For real? Okay, I got it. I take your advice. Man, no, because I'm saying maybe a lot of people are gonna give you the wrong advice. And I was like, okay, cool. Then the next time they see me, did you take my advice? Woo, woo, woo. I listened to you. Then they finally realize who I am, and you that man, you think you the shit anyway. You don't listen to me. Like, dude, how did that even come about? Now you really know who I am, and now you want to try to downplay it because you think I heard what you said, but what you was telling me was like really some bullshit. And I tried to warn you, don't do it that way. Don't do it that way. Look, if you watch out, because you know you might get deactivated. Watch out. Don't do it like that. You're not hearing what I'm saying. Then you get deactivated. Oh, he told on me and I got deactivated. Wow. I get it all, bro. I get it all.
Yeah, I know,
and
man.
It is what it is.
And it goes back to that's why, you know, most people don't want to be in the spotlights because they don't want to take them. Yeah, they don't want to take them shots like that, man.
And to be honest, Ricky, this all came about because, like, if I knew the Business Insider was the #1 paper, the online business paper, I would have never did it. I am shocked how many people thought food delivery, not grocery, but food would last at pandemic levels for it. Steve, they still got that mindset now. They still thinking that they about to go out here every day and get $20, $30, $40 tips. They gonna get $20, $30, $40 orders. They thinking about that now. I'm not taking this. I'm not taking that. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. But when somebody else do it, it's a problem.
It's a problem. Yeah.
They have like the companies, the customers, and drivers, and drivers all have entitlement attitudes. All of us have entitlement attitude. But when you tell them to look in the mirror and take accountability, you wrong for telling them that. But they can come at you and tell you what you supposed to do, what not supposed to do, and how you supposed to live your life. Like they get out here and put out these 30,000 deliveries. Man, I got 6,000 deliveries. I'm a genius. I know more than you.
It's crazy, man. How it's crazy, man. You talk about the self-entitlement, man. It's crazy how when these people had their W-2s, they had to ask their boss just to go to the bathroom. Hey, boss, can I go to the bathroom? You know, and then when they come here, it's like, yeah, I ain't moving my car unless it's $15 for 3 miles. What?
And the W-2, you had to do a whole lot of things. But see, the
You didn't want to,
W-2,
yeah.
the W-2, this is what happens at the W-2. The W-2 dwindle money in front of your face because they know they killing your dream. They know it. People bite on it. Some people go to a job and don't interview the job. They just get interviewed. So if you go in that job like I want $20 an hour, and you get in that interview and they tell you we only giving you 10. If you accept that 10, guess what? You only worth $10 an hour. Because you went in there with a mindset of making 20. So they went in there, they told you, well, we could give you the 10, we're gonna give you the 401k package, we're gonna give you benefits, we're gonna do this, that, and the third, and it's gonna come out to you making 25 an hour. And every 2 years, you're gonna get a raise. So you go in that job making 10, and then 2 years later, you get a quarter raise, but you won't take a $2.25 order out here.
Man, look out now.
Man,
look.
I'm about to go drop this food off. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know how long Steve's been in here. I'm just glad he wasn't in here earlier when we were doing the rant about contractors and independent contractors.
Oh, brother Steve. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he'd have been fighting with me. He'd have been fighting with me on that one.
Yeah. Shout out to Roger. But Scrabble, what do you think about? Okay. What?
Well, see, and the funniest thing is that when I listen to Steve's background, his is very similar to mine. He's been doing contract work for about as long as I have, since the mid '90s. So we actually come from pretty similar places with like some W-2 sprinkled in there.
Oh, okay. See, and speaking of W-2, I want to know, what do you think about, and why was DoorDash able to get off of it, but other apps haven't done it yet? Or will they? EBT, earned by time.
I think earned by time is them. It's a two-part thing. Part of it is they saw the writing on the wall. They saw the pandemic was ending, tips were going to get low, but they had used the pandemic as the opportunity to switch the mindset about delivery service from being a luxury and a convenience to being something that customers are entitled to. And knowing that, naturally, when the free money ran out, when people were going back to work, were having to juggle their lives again, they knew that money was going to get tight. We were already suffering inflation. Just the economic climate meant that either order volume was going to go down, which they absolutely do not want, because they make their money almost equally from the customer and the merchant. So if merchant orders dry up, they lose a lot more money than they do if they raise a fee, have to raise a fee by $1. Because honestly, a fee raising by $1 doesn't make people blink the way it used to when McDonald's is charging $3.50 for a sandwich that used to be $1.
Yeah.
It's, comparatively speaking, it's kind of becoming ingrained in the fabric. And seeing the writing, like I said, nobody there's stupid. They saw the writing on the wall and realized that to keep the order volume, to keep the investors happy and the shareholders happy, they needed a way to counter when inevitably they had to drop base pay because the investor money is gone. The IPO money's gone. They are having to try to work within their means now and failing miserably at it. They saw the writing on the wall and knew that tipping was going to go down. They knew that tipping culture was starting to get on people's nerves because services that are actually tip worthy, other companies and corporations started subsidizing wages of their employees by using tips for your Subway sandwich artist and your Starbucks barista and your, Taco Bell employee. It's, for people who were making above shift wages. And suddenly this becomes a thing that other companies are starting to abuse. So they see all this writing on the wall, and the easiest way to combat that is to basically say, we're going to put in a feature, especially when you add the acceptance rate thing that they shouldn't have. Steve's absolutely right about that. Should not be a thing.
Absolutely.
It should not be a thing. But because they have these programs that they base priority on these acceptance rates. And in a lot of markets where they already see the writing on the wall, they already see either order volume going down, or they're seeing too many declines, too low AR, too many orders that are either taking too long or they're having to refund entirely. And they came up with a solution that, what Steve will not agree with me on, is absolutely within the current contractor structure that they use, which is not a true independent contractor structure. In a subcontractor structure, taking a block of time to do a job at a certain rate within a certain time is perfectly okay. And if it wasn't, it would have been shot down already. And Seattle kind of did, because holy crap, the language of that bill. I just got done reading that. Oof. Anyway, that's a topic for a different time.
But I mean, and no, I'll not to touch on a little bit. I'm gonna read this with Steve, and this is true. In this country, this country wakes up. We can't consult tort law to see how technology fits into how people work. We need a complete overhaul of labor. Exactly, because labor laws in every different state is all over the board. And then two, can you repeat that last part again? What you just said? Yeah, it wasn't in the it's in their terms of service and like this, but most people don't break down the bill. They don't read the TSO. So how they gonna understand the language in the bill than they do in the TSO? Now, like I told Worldwide, if what they did in Seattle can be sustained, because I went off the motto of, and I'm just gonna use Sassy. First week, Grubhub paid everybody. Everybody that $23.95, that $23.93, $29.90, they paid everybody. The very next week, they told Sassy, no, we only can pay you the $29.93 if it's only active, if it's only busy. But most people wasn't even looking at the $17.95 because they didn't care about that. They seen that once again, to reiterate, we done talked about it, that large number. That large number of $29.93. Now I'm about to go ahead and take this. I'm gonna stop at this red light. Oh, I'm gonna stop at this red. They gonna milk it, but they didn't read the language. They didn't read the whole pack. And me and Steve talked about it before it dropped. He talked about the $17.95, but people ignored it. And then when it came about, they found a loophole. Now it's gonna get all work maybe in the end to where they're gonna have to pay it. But now they can hold it up in court. They can prolong it. They can do whatever they want to do. But now you're only getting the $17.95. So if it actually stands up,
I will make a small argument though, because there's a difference between that Seattle bill. There's actually a huge difference, and it is incredibly important between that Seattle bill and the New York bill. The New York bill. The problem with the New York bill, there are going to be issues with it, but it's better constructed, to be perfectly honest. And a lot of it had to do with, if you read that final proposal of the bill, where they had their original plans, their original ideas, and then they add the comments from the companies. And they took some of those things into account and structured some things, and in some ways they used it to give them a middle finger. I'm just going to be honest about that. And if you read the comment sections, it's actually funny if you have a morbid economic sense of humor. But New York did put a few safeguards in place so that if the companies really try to fuck the drivers over, now they're already going to kind of do it because 1798 is about what you're going to average out to. In the end, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for people to make 1798 an hour. That 2996 is based on they're expecting you to be busy for 36 of every 60 minutes that you're logged into that app. And they're very specific about that because of the feedback that Uber and DoorDash gave them and the data that they asked for to review to see what utilization rates look like or how much time people tend to work on the clock, active versus dash. The Seattle bill makes absolutely zero accommodation for that whatsoever. The Seattle bill, in a very loose nutshell, and it's much more complicated, and I haven't dug into it as deep as I probably should. But Seattle basically says there's no more acceptance rate, there's no more completion rate. Anybody can get on anytime. Literally, anybody can get on at any time. There are no schedules anymore. Anybody can be there when they want to. They can work as long as they want to. They can't control the number of drivers. And New York put in a kind of a mechanism where if DoorDash, because every year, not just the pay rate's going to go up just naturally, the pay rate actually can be adjusted higher. They could make it $40 an hour next year. If DoorDash flooded New York with drivers and people only worked 10 minutes out of every hour, they could go back and go, well, you know what? Now you have to pay them $50 per active hour because that will give you, right around, utilization rate. We're going to give you, say, around 20%. It's going to put you somewhere right around that $18 mark because that's the minimum wage number that they're looking to hit. So DoorDash can't flood the market in New York because the New York bill put in a mechanism to say if your utilization is under 53% for a period of time, we get to come back and adjust your hourly rate to make sure that you're paying everybody $17.96 an hour or $17.98, whatever. Seattle's law does not do that, and it is going to be. I foresee that they're going to have a natural loss of drivers, but they're going to let as many drivers get on there as they want for as often as they want, as long as they want, because the law basically says you can get on whenever you want to. Anybody can get on whenever they want to. You can drop an order whenever you want to. You don't have to accept anything. There's no programs. There's no nothing. And they're also getting rid of upfront tipping again. And they're adding a $5 fee, I believe was the fee that they were going to put on it.
Yeah, it's a fee.
I actually like their
yeah.
bill. Sorry, Scrabble. I actually like their bill better, to be honest.
Huh?
I actually like their bill better. Their bill is
Seattle's?
actually, yeah. You don't think so? Give me your opinion. Go ahead.
I see because they didn't put in a few of the trigger check mechanisms that the New York bill did. And like I said, now to be fair, it's like 68 pages long. I have not dug into every single word of that bill. So I'm just, let me be fair. I'm probably going to be doing that over the next couple of days because it's fascinating. But just from what I have been able to tell, and if I find out differently, I'll let you know at some point. It looks like there is no such check and balance in the Seattle bill. And if anybody can sign in at any time for as long as they want, as much as they want, order volume's not going to increase. That's not going to happen. But there is no control over the number of drivers that are on at any given time. So if you have, because they have that higher minimum wage now, you have twice as many drivers come on, because what I don't know, and if somebody grabs NGB next time, somebody ask him if people can sign into DoorDash now, because that Seattle bill is live.
Well, he said he can dash anytime he want. He said he can
Yeah.
drop an order, and he was so used to the old pay structure that he
Yeah.
forgot he could do it. He probably
Yeah.
listening in the chat.
No, the best,
He might pop in.
the
But
good part of the Seattle bill.
Let me read these things. Steve said. He said the new Seattle pay up legislation is going to hurt consumer, and the gig companies are going to make sure of it. Then he also said Terry trips and tips and talk. Prop 22 failed out of they fell out of the box. Many people were duped on that one. That's why the DOL cannot implement the rule change. It's based on a complete failure. And then he came back and said, Scrabble, the Seattle law, that they are going to lose huge customers. What do you think about all that?
Okay, so as far as the first one, I can absolutely see the gig apps abusing this and actually trying to sabotage that so that they can basically make it a climate where they can get that changed or completely reversed. I absolutely see that, and I haven't seen anything in that bill so far that has a safety mechanism like New York does to keep that from happening. It definitely doesn't have the safety mechanisms of the Seattle rideshare bill. Not even close. Not that I've seen. But again, in a couple of days, once I've really dug through almost 70 pages of text, I'll come back and correct myself if that is incorrect. And I'm not a labor expert per se. As for the second thing, okay, so when it comes to Prop 22, I don't live in California. And I know what it was intended to do, and I know the bill that it was kind of carved out from, neither of which I'm terribly familiar with. All I know is that there are very few California drivers that I have seen heard on any board, panel, anything. There are very few of them who don't like Prop 22. Whether we like it or not, a lot of drivers, at least in this community, and mind you, we are a very small percentage of a huge community of drivers. So
Okay.
that could be wrong. But what I've seen represented, most delivery drivers don't have a problem with Prop 22. Now, rideshare got screwed. Just straight up, there is no other good way to say that. And I haven't looked enough into AB5. I've heard some of the horror stories from Steve's channel, but I haven't actually read the bill. And a lot of this legislation, for better or worse, is written by people who don't know anything about the work we do. And we have already had the discussion about the fact that we're not properly defined. And you can't really legislate something that when you don't even really know what space it occupies yet in a legal and regulatory space. And Steve has preached that to the rooftops. As for the third thing, crap, I probably missed something. Hold on. I gotta go back.
He said the customer gonna have to pay at the end. With that.
Okay. So okay, I'm going to be honest. In a city like Seattle, I don't think they're going to lose a lot of order volume. If that happened in a different, slightly less affluent market, that might be true. But $5 to the average person who can afford to live in Seattle, coming from somebody whose kid's about to move there, and I know how much she has to make and had to be offered to take that job. Most people aren't really going to sweat $5 that much. I don't think as much as people thought, because they thought the same thing was going to happen with the Seattle rideshare bill. And so far, it seems to not be horrific. But the sky's always falling when you don't know, especially when we're all kind of in this weird in-between space, and especially when you have regulators. And I don't care what affiliation you are, what party you are. Anytime you have legislators and regulators using a very broad stroke brush to try to fix a problem that they don't understand, you are going to have issues. something is going to go wrong, whether it goes horribly wrong or just a little wrong. But something's going to go wrong. Something,
Okay,
it's
go
just,
ahead.
these are the kind of things that a broad stroke for an undefined space will just doesn't work well. It never works well.
Steve said, are the 5 per order they're passing on as a $10 charge to the customer, so they are making more money on the pay up bill. So they are making money off of it. Then he said
Well, yeah, of course.
delivery drivers love Prop 22 ride share. Drivers hate Prop 22, and it was
Oh
created
yeah.
for ride. And then he
Oh
said
yeah,
the
and they
DOL.
have.
He
Yeah, I
said
know.
the
I'm reading them.
DOL rule change. Okay. So
Yeah.
what do you think about that?
No. Steve's right. Like I said, Prop 22 was designed for rideshare, and it doesn't do a goddamn thing for them. I mean, it might start if saturation is as bad as it's starting to be reported to be in some of their major markets in California, because people are going to be hard pressed to make that dollar amount. But also, they set their dollar amount kind of low compared to a lot of the other places we're seeing now. And it sounds kind of funny, but it's true.
So this is one thing when he said once the door is open to legislation, it can never be closed. So therefore, and this is my opinion, and probably a little bit of Steve's opinion. I can't speak for him though. So quote unquote W2, I mean not W2. We quote unquote independent contractors have too much W2 mindset. That's why we're dealing with legislation. That's just my opinion. I don't know how you feel
And
about that.
Scrabble also, Scrabble. I want to throw another question in there. You said subcontractors? Now, the people who work in California who's getting the Prop 22, are they subcontractors as well, because they are getting back end money? So that's more of like employee to me. Like they got the safety net of the back end money.
Scrabble? I don't know if she's still there. But I want to know how can. So they get Prop 22 on a courier order, but rideshare is not benefiting from it. Hello? Anybody?
I'm reading.
I'm still here. I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm reading what Steve is saying.
Scrabble left.
Her phone probably died or something. She might come back. Yes, for Susan. Susan.
Oh yeah, definitely, Steve, definitely. He says Curry doesn't pay Prop 22.
But if I'm not mistaken, didn't Sam say he get Prop 22 on Curry?
Sam say a lot of stuff, man.
He'd have to be taking Curry for pretty low to get Prop 22 on it.
Yeah, one day if I'm not mistaken, I do believe they said he took a $7 or $7 for 35 miles on Prop 22. It was a Curry order. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong though.
I mean, if he got stuck in traffic, maybe. I don't know. I got enough power to actually come up and run StreamYard. So.
Okay. So Scrabble's back, I think.
Sorry, I let my phone die.
Did you hear our question, Scrabble?
No, I was about to say my phone cut out kind of in the middle of when Ron was talking, so I'm sorry I missed a ton of that.
Okay.
No, I was just going. What was I saying? I was saying because people in this space who claim they independent contractors, like Steve said, don't know what an independent contract is, but they claim they independent contractors, but they still got a W-2 mindset, and that comes from them needing handouts from all the government, and that's why we got all this legislation now. Even though the companies are wrong in that fault, we have a lot of people, in my opinion, who couldn't make it at the W-2, so they came out here. Now they failed out here and want the companies in this gig economy to treat them like a W-2 worker, but they want to be an independent contractor. And I
Exactly.
mean, that's just my opinion. So what you feel about that?
And
Oh
my
no,
question was, and my
oh
my
no, go
question was
ahead.
Scrabble, kind of similar to that. And I was just saying, if they're getting back end money from Prop 22, you know, are they still independent contractors or subcontractors?
I mean, technically, I would say they're still subcontractors because they're still accepting orders a certain amount of time at a certain rate. It's just it's coming from two different places instead of one, and it's basically a guaranteed amount for a certain period of time. So that could technically still fall under that rule, but it's hard to say. See, where I disagree with Steve is in some ways he's right when the door to legislation opens, um, it's hard to close. The difference is that a lot of this isn't legislative. A lot of it's like the Department of Labor rules. That's not legislative. That's regulatory. And that works a little different. Regulatory changes happen with every administration, with just cultural changes and the type of people who get voted in and the mindset of those people. So those things are a lot more malleable and a lot more, they're actually a lot more chaotic and a lot more. One of the reasons why a lot of people in this community always kind of need to be working towards an end, even if it's not an end on the gig apps, because inevitably this space is going to get defined. And when it does, it's going to change. And when that happens, a lot of people may not like the way that it becomes defined or the way it changes.
And that's where
You
we're
don't
working
know.
towards securing your own future in face of things
It's
that
so
come.
important. Yeah. Because this work, what an independent contractor is in 10 or 15 years when all the dust settles, may look vastly different from what it is now. So, I mean, and in a lot of cases, legislation will kind of, in a lot of ways, you can look at legislation and see where regulation is going to kind of point to. Because the people who get elected on these state levels tend to filter up. And so you'll see, and Steve has talked about the acting Secretary of Labor that he's not a fan of as a perfect example. These people tend to filter up into the federal level. So you can use a lot of these legislations that you see that are patchwork right now and kind of find the common threads. And 5, 10 years down the road, you've probably got a fairly decent view of what regulatory changes might be coming unless there is a drastic shift in just the overall culture of the country. And I don't necessarily see a trajectory of that at this time. It's hard to say. I mean, you never know, but at least for right now, like I said, you can kind of see those things, especially in those population centers, and kind of it can give you a preview of what's to come on a regulatory standpoint.
Hi, Bobby and Mr. T. Well, I think you see the same people who are implementing this stuff on the state level agreed. They do tend to filter up.
Yeah.
I think there's potential, like Governor Walz here in Minnesota does make a presidential run within the next 10 years.
Yeah.
And then you have Mayor Frey of Minneapolis going for the governorship.
For governor, absolutely. Yeah. So, and like I said, when it comes to things that are already implemented, I don't live in Seattle, and I'm going to say yet because that's just the way my life looks right now. I don't live in California. I don't live in New York City yet. It's, those are places that I don't live, so I don't live under these current legislations and regulations. So a lot of my opinion has to be based on, I try to base my opinion, no offense to anybody who has very strong opinions, but if you don't live in that place, then I feel like the best sources of information are the people who live in those places, and not just one or two people, but as large of a group of people as you can to get a varying set of opinions from people who are newer to people who've been doing it for a while. Because everybody's opinion is going to be different and is going to be formed largely by their background. And also keeping in mind that, again, and I'll say it, over and over again, a lot of times because we talk to the same people on YouTube or in certain spaces, we feel like we're a very, very big group. But when you consider the entire driver community or the entire gig community, even, we are a very small percentage of a very, very large community.
The YouTube community is very much an echo chamber.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you basically find your safe space and you stay there. That's
with all algorithms. It's any social media space.
Oh yeah.
It tends to show you things that agree with what you have because it keeps you on there. It doesn't show you the other side unless you go looking for it, and then it's still hard to find.
Yeah. Yeah. But like I said, it's just, so with regulation that's already in place, or with legislation that's already in place, I have to, I have to take the opinion, I can read Prop 22 all day long and disagree with it, but if every California driver or a large number of California drivers within space are like, we love Prop 22, then how do I tell them they're wrong? Did they screw rideshare drivers? Oh, absolutely. 120%. And no one can argue that, at least right now. Like I said, if they keep saturating the way they are, I don't know. Uber might start feeling a little heat because they may have to start paying out some of that Prop 22 money if people are sitting in their cars for, 30 minutes at a time. But, we'll see. But I'm also of the unpopular opinion that delivery and rideshare should never have the same pay structure. They just, it's two different services. It's two different, you take two very, very different sets of responsibility and liability between those two things. And one of them has always been a reasonable and not far-fetched full-time career for people. And, taxis have been a thing forever. And, for a very, very long time in major metropolitan centers, and adding an app to it does not change. But that has been people's profession for a long time. Delivery, aside from maybe pizza, food delivery in particular, grocery delivery in particular, not so much. That's a little bit of a new space.
I think you had people being personal shoppers that maybe fell under that grocery delivery, but it was so niche, it didn't have the size that it does now.
Well, and it was considered it's considered very much a luxury service.
Mm-hmm.
It would never be something that just anybody would be like, oh yeah, I could have one of those. So to the scale of the food delivery and now the grocery delivery apps, that I believe has changed. That's a much different sector, and the two really should never be treated the same. But that's just me. That's probably an unpopular opinion, but I'm not trying to say one's more important than the other, but one does have the transportation sector has a history of having a group of independent people who made a full-time living transporting other people. That's been a thing for a while.
Well, and there's also a thing. There's time involved in rideshare that isn't directly tied to your work, especially in maintaining, keeping your car clean and suitable for human occupation. I mean, they should be paid more.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Well, like I said, it's you take on way more liability, way more responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
There is a much higher standard that has to be
I don't do rideshare, and I completely agree with that.
Yeah, so, and a lot of these laws that that seemed to have tried to tie the two together could never work. In my mind, I don't see how, I haven't read Prop 22 from beginning to end, and even just kind of having the gist, I don't see how it could work for both, because they're such different industries.
Well, as Steve said, they didn't intend it to be for delivery. It just fell under the umbrella, and cool.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, they can call themselves technology companies all they want, but one is transportation and one is delivery. If, that's just the honest truth of it. Like I said, adding an app to Uber did not change that they are a transportation company. I don't care what they call themselves. But anyway, again, this might be unpopular opinion night, but that's just how I feel about it.
Hashtag everyone's feelings are valid.
That's true. All right, Steve. Oh, no, rest. Yeah, Terry was telling us about the snow because she's up in your area too. So, yeah, she was telling us about all that fun stuff.
Steve, you can send like 4 inches my way. I got shorted.
All right, get some rest. Like I said, I'm on these panels during the days and usually at night right now, just because I've been busy during the days, but I try to pop in. But yeah, and I run my mouth entirely too much on every single one of them.
Good night, Steve. Next time, click the link.
Hold it down.
Click the link.
Steve.
Well, next time he's retired.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. You didn't have to do any search and rescues, did you?
He was digging out cars.
Yeah. Well, I know he said when he was going up, what was it, earlier in the weekend, I guess, he was bringing his gear because there's always stupid people everywhere.
Yeah, Friday night. He did that DoorDash shift and then wasn't getting shit, so he left a little early.
Yep. AR shouldn't matter, but goddamn does it ever.
Oh, hey, even when I was out there on the way to Denver, I was sitting for 10 to 15 minutes between even a single offer. And I was at 73% that night.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, I haven't heard Terry. I know I should watch her videos. I just haven't been watching a lot of anything lately that wasn't just getting my mind off of stuff in that moment. So I need to go back and watch some of her videos because, like I said, she's in that Denver market. So if I remember correctly.
DoorDash sent me a survey that I haven't opened yet about the Denver market when I got back.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, I did 4 orders. I don't have enough information.
Well, I will say, when I went to Denver last year, never been to Colorado, never been even to Denver. But at that point in time that I went last year, I guess wasn't nothing going on or whatever like that. But as far as legislation wise, when I went there, I had a goal of $200. So I was only working one day, and I didn't even work one day. When I got off the plane, I went and got something to eat. I went to get my rental car, and once I pulled out of the rental car lot, I just turned the app on. Didn't know nothing about it, and I just said I'm gonna make 200. And 8 hours later, I had $200, and I know it
Yeah.
was 8 hours. I know it was 8 hours because I had an 8 hour layover before my honey got to Denver, and I had to pick her up from the airport.
Yeah.
So I know it was 8 hours. So I made $200 in 8 hours in Denver. Now I don't know what the market is now, but I can say Denver owes me nothing because I set my goal and I made that money. And I don't know what it is now, but for me, and this is what I say when I go to a different market and I work. If I had to move here, or if I was here on an extended stay, I could
Yeah.
always make money here.
Right.
So that's just me. But to give you a little insight on the Denver market, I didn't know where I was at,
It
but
was
I do
later in
know.
the evening when I did it too, so it was
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
that as well. But
Yeah.
But I do know when I wound up in the hood, Little Caesars.
uh-huh,
I
uh-huh.
ain't see. Wait a
I
minute.
had Walgreens.
Oh no,
Wait
oh
a
no, I'm
minute.
sorry. My hood Little Caesars tips me good. I'm
Oh
just
no.
gonna put that out there.
Oh no, I got a good tip, but I'm like, this the
Uh-huh.
hood. I know. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So I
Yeah.
it's just certain things we do when we out here. We talking about the apps, the word, the drama, whatever. But a lot of drivers don't take the time out to actually learn their zones, not just
Yeah.
their not just their market. And when the way I look at market now, as far as the apps go, is the merchants. I don't even really look at the customers, the consumers. I don't look at them. I look at the merchants. So if I'm going to pick up every morning when I turn my app on, it's 5 merchants that's going to send me an order. Now whether I'm gonna take those orders or not is up to me. But when I
Right.
turn it on in my apartment, I got 5 orders, 5 merchants. I know it's going to send me an order.
Yep.
Some may send me an order I'm gonna take off the first. Like this morning, I got up, shopping pay, Walgreens. It was 11 miles for $15. Now, the average person is gonna say, "Did I take it?" Yes. Why did I take it? Because the only Walgreens that was open at that time in the morning was 11 miles away.
Yeah.
So I had to go 11 miles away to come all the way back to literally a block away from my apartment. Should I took it? Probably not. But it's early in the morning. There's no traffic. I'm getting on all that is freeway. I'm gonna make
Yep.
15 on the way back, dropping it off. In the midst of me dropping it off, I got to add on to Starbucks, which was literally in my route for $9,
Yep.
1.2 miles. So that's
Time of
when
day
I
is a
say,
factor
yeah,
too. Knowing
exactly,
what
exactly. But that's why I say knowing your market is knowing your merchant versus knowing your zone is knowing your
Yeah.
customer. That's just how I break it down. That's just me though.
Yeah.
like yeah, I'm picky as hell, but I will take an Amazon at before 4 a.m. because I cannot make 23.50 an hour doing anything else at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. And
Yeah.
Ceci, you still working out there in the snow?
Trout's
She
not
might
doing
be.
very good at lurking now that he's typing.
She might not be home.
Do,
Yeah.
do y'all
Well,
do,
like I said, I saw her type that it's snowing.
Oh.
So just be
do,
careful out there.
do y'all have a feeling, since the earn by time is working so well in other markets, people are doing it? Do y'all think that DoorDash could in the future maneuver all of the good orders to earn by time and put all of the
Okay, I
so-so
truly
orders?
need a whiteboard for this, but I can answer it.
Yes, sir.
So, depending on the pay rate versus the mileage, it's math in each zone that it's in. DoorDash is going to send it to whichever version they get to pay less.
Yeah.
So, if it's 3 miles, but I'm making a quarter a minute, they're going to pay less on earn by time than they will on earn by offer. So they will send it to earn by time first. If no one's taking it, then and it starts getting late where they got to add money or whatever, then they send it to earn by offer. And it goes back and forth. They're just choosing whichever way they can pay less.
Yeah.
Got it.
And see, I think my opinion on that, I see it one of two ways. I think it may be market dependent because in like everybody, a lot of people who talk about earn by time talk about like these really short trips that don't pay much. I don't know about other people in more rural markets who've tried earn by time. In my experience with the way my zone, because I'm in a single market, single zone, 35 months, 36 mile monstrosity. And we actually get sent outside of that sometimes.
Yeah. So
the only thing
before you finish, not to throw you off.
Yeah.
This is a question. So you get sent out of your zone, right? Have you ever picked up a order outside of your zone to take it back to your zone?
Not in my market, and the reason why is because the very next closest zone to me is a town 25 minutes away with 2,000 people and 2 restaurants.
Okay.
So I have never gotten one back if I've had to go outside of my little gray area.
Boots, I will say yes.
Now there's one exception to that, to be fair, because my zone technically stops in the middle of a very small town that has a couple of fast food restaurants, and I will take those orders above almost anything, and a lot of people think I'm crazy for doing it, but number one, they don't pay exactly $2 a mile, but those people expect to be getting their food from the next town over. So when you go up there, they all tip well because they know they're not getting their food for an hour or more otherwise. It's just not happening. But because you're in that little area and because the way DoorDash works their logistics, where they choose the restaurant to dispatch to based on driver, not on where the customer is in some cases. If you're in that town at the right time, they have a Dollar General, a Hardee's, a McDonald's, and a Subway. And if you grab one of those orders while you're there, there's a very good chance that it's going to stay in that town. You're only going to be driving 2 to 3 miles, and it is outside the zone again. But they're putting a 10, 15, sometimes a $20 tip on that thing because they're expecting it to come from the town that's, they're expecting to have to get it from the next closest restaurant that's 12 miles away, give or take.
Well, that's me when I order Domino's. It's 9 miles away. I tip $15-$20 almost every time.
Oh, yeah. Because as a driver that they're going to have to get to you, and they're probably going to have, there's a good chance they're going to have to drive back. And even if they don't, great for them. But you want to make sure that if they do have to dead mile that back, that they're not losing money on you.
Right. And that comes from us being experienced in the marketplace. To speak on longer distance on earn by time, my average delivery on either option is 7 to 15 miles. Even in Minneapolis, I get stuff going 20 miles across the metro. But even on EBT, even my short ones, I get tips on 70 to 80% of them.
Yeah. My earn by time here, on the times that I have done it, I get a tip, and I can actually go through and break down the numbers. My memory's pretty good because those are painful days every time I do it. I might get tipped 2 to 3 customers maybe. And those customers are tipping $1 or $2.
Out of a whole day? Damn.
Out of a whole day.
And that's market to market too. I mean, we're not in the same place.
Yeah. And earn by offer, to be perfectly honest, is very similar. If I'm just
Okay.
going to be blunt, because with an 87% acceptance rate, which is the highest I have ever had, ever in my life, I was getting no tip or low tip offers that were upside down by half to a third, where I was getting 50 cents a mile, 40 cents a mile. I got them enough that my acceptance rate literally dropped to a 76 in one day before I just turned it off.
I get real picky on mine.
Yeah. Well, they came in.
I'm down to 40 right now.
Yeah. Well, they came in just that fast that it was like, nope. So, it really, it depends on your market. It depends on the volume. This is a city that we never have referral bonuses. We never have peak pay. We have had a mass of DoorDash drivers long before they started sitting there putting the ads on our YouTube screens, or putting their stupid QR code on the Super Bowl, or the playoffs, the college playoffs. That's where they have that stupid QR code. So, this is a market where we're a low wage market. Our cost of living has drastically increased, and unemployment is higher than average. Wages are much lower than average. We're a 7.25 minimum wage state. And you're lucky to get a service job for over $9.50 around here. That's about an average wage. So our $11 EBT doesn't sound too bad to a lot of people who don't know better.
It just depends on your utilization rate at that point.
So that's where I want to tap in at on the EBT, right? It's almost like what I said earlier about the job. The job gonna dangle a $2,500 signing bonus that's gonna be paid out over 3 years. But only people all they hear is $2,500 signing bonus. They don't read the language. So when it comes to EBT versus earn per offer, okay, we gonna throw you out there. We just gonna say $14 earn by time, but you got a $2 peak pay, so you're gonna be making $16 an hour. So you go take that EBT offer, you deliver that offer within 5 minutes. You made the same amount of money you would have made on earn per offer, because you're only gonna get $7 and not the 16.
Right, on that one.
And most people, even if you get 7, but the most people don't understand they're getting 7 because they only see the 16. And they thinking they making more money on by time, which is not, in my opinion, is not business smart. But when you say that to somebody, oh, you just mad because it don't work for you. No, it's not that it doesn't work. It would be more
transparent if they just put the pay rate per minute. But they're not going to do it because that's a bigger number.
Right. Because then too, like when it comes to that, like a person that just thinking that you don't like the thing or you don't like that, they don't read it. Because when DoorDash first introduced the earn by time, they didn't have the disclaimer say active time only. So everybody flocked to it thinking they about to make $20 an hour. And then when they did make $20 an hour, they wanted to fight DoorDash and say, no, you owe us $20 an hour. So DoorDash was like, okay, we're going to implement this now. Active time only. And most people don't even know what active time is. And that's
I was about to say, because we've had earn by time for a while in my market. It's been here for a hot minute. And it's always said active time, but it used to be in very small print at the bottom in the beginning, and then they made it much bigger. So,
I would say this, just in my experience from testing out earn by time, the only benefit that I ever really see for it is that during the slow times, it tends to keep me busier. But most of it's trash, to where I honestly feel like it would be better if I just turned my car off and just didn't do anything. That's just what I'm starting to experience.
Well, I will tell you from my experience of those very painful 5 days when I had to take all 10 offers for 5 days straight to get my 100 deliveries, that you literally break even. If you do earn by time, It's very similar. If you do earn by time for the same period of time and let DoorDash feed you whatever they're going to feed you, or you switch to earn by offer and just suck it up and take every stupid thing they send you. Because when they're sending you, in a lot of places, when they're sending you somewhere, they're sending you to an area where they need people. So you're much more likely to get another immediate hit. It may be shit, but it's going to keep you rolling.
Right. And also, I was just going to say, also, too, one thing that I've noticed, for the most part, obviously you're going to have your anomalies, but the one thing I like about Earn by Time is that, one, it keeps you busy during the slow time, and two, they tend to be very low miles. So stuff that I know that, hey, like, especially for, say, a multi-apper like myself, if I'm doing it, I'm only doing it because I'm waiting for another app to pop me something. So the second that other app pops me something, boom, DoorDash is done. You know what I'm saying? So it's
See, and that's
beneficial
the
in that sense.
low mileage. The low mileage is where I find EBT sucks. It's the long ones where I benefit.
Now, see, the only benefit that I have found to Earn by Time, and the reason why, the only thing that doesn't make me literally sick to my stomach doing it in my market, keeping in mind we have an $11 an hour EBT rate. We are way down near the bottom. We're not
Mine's
at the
only
bottom.
$13.75, so don't feel bad.
I'm blessed with 15 and a quarter, so I'm making 50 cents a mile at least minimum, and that covers my car expense.
Yeah, but for me, the benefit of Earn by Time in a market like mine, in a city that's arranged like mine, and a lot of my ability to not vomit every time I do Earn by Time is on my knowledge of how our city is arranged and how our restaurants are arranged based on where people order. You will not, you almost, I can say absolutely confidently that probably 1 out of every 10 EBT orders that I did during that 50, during my actually, when I was trying to get to 70%, I did 4 days straight doing 30 something and got kind of locked in the 60s, and it wouldn't move for like 4 days. It was awful. But 1 out of every 10 offers was less than 10 miles. So, and many of them had no tip on them. So in my market, and actually when I was doing it, we were still at a $13 Earn by Time. They actually dropped it a month ago now, 6 weeks ago maybe, whenever it was, because they started it at $12.50. It went up to $14.50, then to $13.50, and this is no peak pay. It's just 1 week it was one thing, 1 week it was the next, and then 4 to 6 weeks ago, I can't remember exactly, it hit 11, and it's been there ever since. And like I said, we don't get peak pay, so it's 11, and that's what it's been.
Fluctuates throughout the day now, not without peak pay.
Yeah, see,
So
ours
it
doesn't.
does out here, Josh, as well. Well, it mostly, I've noticed it usually fluctuates like a quarter. Like it's nothing like substantial, but it does fluctuate.
It varies about $1 around like dinner time. It'll get up to $16.25 in the more busier populated zones.
See,
which is where people are working in catering orders anyway.
I feel like in that way they may have been testing out that new dynamic peak pay that they have now. That might have been a test for that, because like a market like mine, we're not that busy. We're especially not busy during the day, but we're not even really, the map gets kind of a dusky pink at night. And that's about, that puke pink, that really light pink. There's no actual bars showing. It just says, pink.
You could stop it if you wanted to, but we're not that busy.
Yeah, that's the busiest my market usually gets. And I have no problem traveling 35 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour to another market, that every market around me is the same. And if the markets that aren't, that will say very busy, is a town of 5,000 people or less. And the reason why it's saying busy is because the guy who takes his orders from his couch, because that market's only 8 miles wide, just hasn't turned his app on and noticed yet. And as soon as he gets that ping, your market's busy, he's going to go out and the map's going to go gray. It takes one driver. And I actually saw it happen once. It was funny.
That's a tiny town.
I know you said you ain't like it, and that's why I schedule myself.
Yeah. Oh no, even
Thanks
as
a lot.
even as a top dasher, I still schedule myself, to be perfectly honest.
There's nothing wrong with that. All you're doing is making it a little bit easier for you to make money. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with it.
But a lot of people don't understand. Like I learned that from my cousin, one of my cousins back in Michigan. He was like, "Man, schedule yourself." I'm like, "I ain't scheduling myself. I'm a top dasher." And I started noticing like my numbers was like, "Dang, it's great. I ain't getting no." I was like, "Fuck that." I tried, and ever since then, it been working. So I schedule myself, even being a top dasher, because you lock people out of your zone.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, bro. It's smart business. It's nothing wrong with that.
I knew what zone I was going to work in. Sure.
It don't matter. No, the ironic part, which some people are not going to agree, the ironic part, when the zone you start in, you lock that zone when you schedule yourself. It doesn't matter what zone you start in. Whatever zone you start in, you schedule yourself.
Well, I don't. You know how I work. I work everywhere in this metro, depending on where Amazon drops me off.
Yeah.
Right. So even if you say you go into the Amazon warehouse, you know where that zone is. You
I know where that one is. But I don't know where they're going to put me, where that route's going to take me.
Yeah, and where that last house you're going to drop at is.
But that zone you go into that warehouse, that zone locked. Can't nobody get in it. Whether you go back to it or not, because that zone is locked. That's what I'm just saying.
At least for 30 minutes.
Yeah, at least for 30 minutes. But what I do know is that people don't, when I said it, like, they don't know their market, they don't know their zone, and that's where a lot of people fail at. And it's like when you try to explain it to them, they don't get it. They don't get it at all.
Yeah.
Puerto Rican for life, same thing. I live 35 minutes out of Minneapolis. I drive up and I work all day.
Yeah.
It's my W-2, but
oh, dude, I would do that too if I had that option. If I was closer to like a metro area within an hour or so, I would absolutely travel without question. But back to your original EBT question, what I actually foresee happening, and it depends on how regulation kind of lands, but especially in states like mine in Georgia, where nobody's doing good laws here. That's other than to say you can pay them as little as you want. Nothing's like that's happening here. I actually, and I said this a long time ago, and now I think it might even be higher, but I think there's a way they could get away with doing it. It really just depends on how they wiggle the regulation and how many people they can get to listen to them. I see a point in time in the future, especially in markets like mine, and as more markets become more economically challenged and either order volume decreases or tip volume decreases. And as people lose jobs, people need more money, people get on these apps in markets where you can get on even when your map is gray every day, like mine. You can get on DoorDash tomorrow in my market, and it's gray every day, almost without fail. If we're lucky, it's dusty pink. And a new driver can still get on with no problem. So I foresee in the future probably that, and it would actually make sense to me, because right now, a lot of times I've seen, at least in my experience, that offers still, even earn by time offers, how we joke around that they're always ready. That's the only good thing about them. It's because they've been bouncing. They've been bouncing around and declined. They're still trying to get them paid by earn by offer in markets like mine where the distances are high. And my only consolation to keep me from throwing up, because I don't like walking a no-tip food delivery order across a parking lot, to be perfectly honest. And yeah, I know, Ron, you don't agree with that, but that's me. I hate that $2. I'm sorry.
I'm with
No, no,
Scrabble
no, no,
on
no,
that
no, no,
too.
no, no,
Actually,
no,
I'm
no,
with
no, no,
Scrabble.
no,
So
no, no.
sorry.
Let me clarify this. Let me clarify this. I will never advocate for anyone to take $2, $3, $4 offers ever.
Oh, I know. Oh, no, no, no.
What?
Now, to be fair, if a $4 order is a no tip and it's only going a mile, I don't care. Because at that point, somebody's paying me and making it worth it. That's only going to take me 5 minutes. And at that point, I don't care who's paying me.
And you're not
So,
knowingly, you were assuming at that point it's kind of like a $2 tip, $2 base pay.
Well, I
yeah.
would say this too. I would say this, right? So where I both agree and disagree with Scrabble, and this is just me because I'm a picky little asshole. When it comes to that, yeah, I've said many times that if a pay is good enough, I don't care where the money comes from because my light bill doesn't care. Where I will say no is, to me, at least in my opinion, anything under $6 to me is not worth my time. Just simply because it takes too long, traffic, waiting at restaurants, cost of living, whatever you want to call it. I am just, maybe it's because I like to make a large profit. So to me, if it's anything under $6, not only do I think it's just not worth my time in general, but in my experience, it's always a problem. I know it sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds ridiculous. I could take a five. I could take a $6 order. I could take a $6 order and everything goes smooth. If I take a $5.75, there's a problem. I don't know what it is. It's just that's just what I experienced.
No, and
But anyway, go ahead.
I don't necessarily disagree with you because at 12 o'clock noon in what could be kind of considered the lunch rush here, I am much less likely to take that 4 for $1. If it's 2:30 in the afternoon, I will spend
I
5
see what
minutes
you're saying. I see what you're saying. Oh, I get you.
Yeah, because that's
I'm just
dead
hella
time.
picky. That's all. It's just me. It's a pride thing, and I know I'm just a picky little fucker, and I know that, and that's okay.
Oh, I feel it.
Let me do it. I don't want to kill it, but let me do a promo real quick. Shout out to the 14 that's in the box. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and that bell. And also this Thursday, January 18th, 2024, Hitter and Back with a Twist will happen. Go to my shorts. Click on the short that says Dash Your Life. Welcome to Dash Your Life. To gain entry into the giveaway, you don't click on that short. If you don't comment on that short, you will not get a gain in entry. But if you do, you'll be entered into the drawing to get a catering bag, and more. Now back to the regular scheduled program.
Yeah, Ron, just so you know, I just want to let you know, bro.
After life.
I just want to let you know, Ron. The part where you say back to your regular scheduled programming is my favorite part of all of that.
That's
it's a nice
almost
little
right up there.
catchphrase.
That's almost right up there with one of my favorite parts, which you have been neglecting, Bobby.
What's that?
What's that?
Don't you have a shout out to do?
Oh yeah! Shout out to the big titties in the chat. I would say on the panel, but I would say on the panel, but I don't think Ceci's paying attention, and I'm not sure how Scrabble feels about that. So, but thank you. There you go. Is that better?
Well,
Is that what you wanted?
I did just ask for it, so I like to spend as much as the next person.
Thank you for reminding me, though.
That's why I don't ever say it, because I don't want to be offensive. But I will say shout out to the yoga pants.
Hey, I don't give a shit about being offensive, Ron. Just let's make that clear. I have no problem. Like, if I want to say something, I'm going to say, and if it offends somebody, well, that's a them problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
But I have a lot of respect for Scrabble, so I don't want to offend her. She's different. So.
I appreciate that. Okay, so back to EBT. I see just looking at the economic climate, looking at how successful EBT has been, because it's been a test run. It was them seeing the economic writing on the wall in markets like mine, because not every market's going to need it, but for markets like mine and several like mine, in places where they are now in a place where they have too many drivers and not enough volume, or huge zones, huge markets, really long delivery radiuses, I can foresee them actually forcing anyone under 50% acceptance rate to only do earn by time. And Actually, it's possible that they could force anybody under 70% to do earn by time.
So what do you think they came up with the concept of earn by? Do you think it played off the W2 mentality?
I think
Yes.
it did.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
honestly, Ron, I think, and like I said, I know people. I know Matt has gotten catering orders, and a few other people have said it works for them sometimes. But in my opinion, earn by time is nothing more than a gimmick to try to get these little ignorant, disrespectful assholes their food. Simple as that.
Yeah. Well, it's a way to, like I said, the people there aren't stupid. And there's no doubt, and I can tell you right now, because we now have that nice little message in my market that says, if you don't tip, you may not get your food on time, or your food may not come as quickly. We have that message now. You know what my non-tippers put in their delivery instructions now in capital letters, and I mean not every single time, but so many times I can't even count. Make sure it's fresh. They're not tipping. That message isn't doing anything. They're just putting that in the delivery notes. Now, do I give a shit? Absolutely not. Their food can have sat there for an hour and I don't care. I mean, not that I would, on Earn by Time, not that I would be mad about looking at people and going, how long has this been sitting there? You know what? Can you remake that? Because DoorDash is paying me to follow customer instructions. I might actually do that.
Assuming you see the customer instructions before you pick up.
But my merchants like me, and I don't want to piss them off. So, and they hate them as much as I do, because everybody pays a price when they have to throw away those orders or when it comes cold. And that's the thing, is that if you have a customer that calls and complains, number one, you're more likely for them to say they never got their food at all if they get it cold, because they're assholes, and we've already established that from the 000.
Absolutely, it happened yesterday.
Yeah,
it happened
I mean,
yesterday.
We've established this. If they take the trouble to hit all those extra buttons to put 000 on purpose, they're an asshole. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I have a story whenever you're done.
But I foresee, depending on how regulation lands, I could absolutely beginning to implement in markets like mine, people under 50%, instead of Earn by Time being locked out, which it is for me all the time. Largely, I have discovered, as I'm sitting in the DoorDash swap meet, which is a place where a lot of Dashers love to just sit, all in the same place. You can sit and you can talk to them, and their Earn by Time is not locked, and mine is. And if I turn on my Earn by Order, I get Dollar General no tip orders back to back to back. It's because I'm a priority shopper, or it's because there are no tip alcohol orders. And I am one of the few in the city that has that stupid alcohol certification. And my alcohol orders are all or nothing. They tip great or they tip nothing. And you usually know by the store. But I can see a point coming where in markets like mine, where the EBTs are usually long distance, and they've been letting them bounce around on Earn by Order for too long, and customers are getting refunds, they're complaining, they're giving bad ratings. That is a problem for both your merchant and for DoorDash, because as far as the customer is concerned, it's McDonald's, but it's also DoorDash. It's, DoorDash took forever to get my food, and, DoorDash, that driver was sitting that, didn't even get assigned, or I saw 3 different names or 4 different names, or, this, that, and the other. You'll hear them, and that's not a good look. It's not a good look for the
DoorDash would
merchant.
almost treat Earn by Time as a loss leader at that point, because it facilitates getting the order done.
Yeah. And so if it actually behooves them in a many, many ways to start filtering, like in my opinion, I don't see why like no tip orders don't immediately go to earn by time. But I understand it's because in many cases you can get it cheaper on earn by offer in markets like mine.
Right. If they only
Now,
have to pay
and
$2 for it, if someone accepts it.
exactly. Or even $2.50. Because if it takes me 45 minutes, it's not a lot of money, but I mean it's still $8.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's a hell of a lot more than the $2.50 or $3.50 they jacked it up while they were bouncing it around for 30, 45, 50 minutes, and people were taking it and then unassigning it, and people were declining it, and people were just letting it time out, whatever the situation may be, that it bounces around enough that it sits for a while, that the easiest option is to just route it to earn by time, but they would absolutely be paying more money to do that. So I see a situation where they take the loss and the administrative cost of dealing with, or the cost, because we know AI bots do a lot of this, but the general cost of contract violations, merchants not being happy, customers not being happy, refunds, loss of business, credits having to be given, all of those different things, versus a couple extra bucks if they just basically sit there and force a group by some statistic, and AR is the easiest one because that's the one that hasn't been shot down, even though it's the one that should be above all others. But as long as they still have that in places where they can have that program, I could see them absolutely, instead of locking out earn by time, basically locking out earn by offer to people with low enough AR. And then people like me, say I'm a priority shopper, but my AR is below 50. They can still lock out my earn by time and just not send me anything but $250 general orders, picking up 11 items going 8 miles, even though there's a Dollar General every 2 miles in this city. It's the one store we have on every other corner because this is the South and that's how we roll.
So do you think that what was I about to say? God damn it, I forgot. My bad.
Yeah, Ron, it didn't help that you started singing either. It's kind of,
Yeah, I was trying to think about oh yeah. Do you think that if so do you think the business model is this? If I have 100,000 drivers and they're all accepting $2 offers, why would I stop sending them? Do you think the company as a business model think like that?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Any smart business would feel that way. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I say, like, when people complain and say, "Oh, I hate that we get all these global orders." Well, I think I'm not mad at the company for that because I think that's smart. I think from a business standpoint and a person that has a business degree, I would do the same damn thing. If I can pay somebody $2 to do something versus $6, why the hell wouldn't I? That would be stupid on my end to not do that. You know what I'm saying? It's good
Any
business.
business is eventually a race to the bottom for costs. You want to
Yeah,
get it as
of
cheap as
course.
possible and charge people as much as the market will bear.
Well, it's smart.
Well,
I mean,
and
who can hate on that? I can't hate
yeah,
on that.
and the fact
But
of the matter is, if you look at the way DoorDash was structured in the beginning, any of these delivery apps were structured in the beginning, and the way that they have been tailored now, they are very much tailored to you are doing this part-time supplementally. And they benefit that, number one, because you can have people at all different times of the day, because low wage workers with more flexible schedules already are more likely to be their drivers with their spare. So they're not going to be the people who are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week making 60, 70, $80,000. They're going to be, the cashier. They're going to be the fast food kid. They're going to be the college student. They're going to be, the part-time stay-at-home mom whose kid goes to
The
preschool.
retired grandma and grandpa or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
people who only wants an extra 100 to 200 a week.
Yeah.
So what do you say in a situation of, I ain't gonna say situation, in the aspect of me and Craig. So when I say that, Ray works a W-2.
Yeah.
She works I'm just going to say she works 40 hours a week. But
Yeah.
every night she gets off working her 8 hour, I do believe 8 hour, 10 hour shift. She every morning she goes out, she door dashes for 4, 5, 6 more hours. So she's still not working it full time, but she works her W-2 full time, and she works enough hours on, in my opinion, on the gig app to be considered another full time job.
Mhm.
And versus
It
me,
depends on what you consider full time.
I think they would
right.
probably
So versus
consider
me,
anything
who
Yeah.
works
20 hours
it full time.
Over
I
32, I think you're basically treating the gig apps as full time.
Yeah.
well,
32 years
hours.
old.
32 hours federal labor
He
law.
said 32 years old.
Oh
Um,
well, no, because technically, if you want to say 32 hours, right? Because I'm gonna go by the W-2 mindset again. Anything
Mhm.
like in most W-2 jobs, anything over 40 is overtime. So you notice in most W-2 jobs they've cut that out. Most people don't get 40 hours. So
Right.
2 days I'm over 40 hours. Over 40 hours. So most people say, well, you ain't getting paid overtime. Do you think that's a factor too?
Yes.
Huh.
Should we be
Interesting.
getting paid overtime?
No.
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 Absolutely not.
Why?
I'll
Why
keep
not?
it this simple, Ron. This is my perspective on the whole thing. As long as we are not classified as employees in any way, I do not think that we shouldn't get benefits, we shouldn't get pay, we shouldn't get guaranteed anything, none of that. Because that defeats the purpose of what I know we're not technically independent contractors. I don't know what the hell we are, but something closer to that, right? To me, the point of not being an employee is to have it all be on you. So when these people sit out here and say we should have benefits, we should have rights, we should have this, no, when you signed up, you signed that away, and you have to understand that this is all on you. There's nobody that should feel sorry for you, and I don't feel sorry for people. And I know that sounds messed up and cold-hearted, but all I want from these companies is transparency. That's all I want, and for them to leave me the hell alone and have an app that doesn't glitch out all the time. I don't want them to give me anything other than just feed me orders. I will decide what I take and leave me alone. That's all I want. That's
Now,
it.
I mean, and that's all I preach. Like, not preach, but that's all I say when it comes to me. I'm doing, because literally when I worked at the W-2, whether people want to believe it or not, I
Hey,
still work.
Cricket.
I still work. I work 16 to 18 hours a day at the W-2, and people are not gonna want to believe it, but because it's the W-2, or you can't do that, they don't allow you. No, if your supervisor wants something done, they don't mind you working that long. If you know what you're doing and you don't cause them problem and you're saving them money in the long run, you can have 4 of y'all can stay here, make extra hours. Why are we gonna send the rest of these people home? Because they giving us headaches. So this is not nothing new to me. It's never been new to me. I've
But in
grinded
a
like
W-2, now, keeping in mind, no matter what my feelings are on this, I'm going to base my opinion on the way the labor law and kind of what we are is constructed, which is where my opinion comes from. We don't get overtime because, again, like I said, I consider us subcontractors, not independent contractors.
Yeah, my term Scrabble, the one that I like to use all the time, is misclassified subcontractors, but similar to what you said.
But when you are a contractor taking a bid, if the contract does not say over a certain point you're going to be paid an extra rate, then you accept every contract in whatever time span you are allowed, whether it's whenever you want to take them to a specified amount of time. You accept a contract at face value. And if it does not specify, like they do in a way, it's not overtime, they give peak pay sometimes, which increases the hourly wage. And it's and in a lot of ways you can look at it kind of like a W-2, because DoorDash really is structured very much for W-2 mindset people now. Very much so.
Spark
And
doing the
that,
same thing. If you wait longer at a pickup because it's
yeah,
not ready or they
you
don't
get,
come out, they start to
yep,
pay you extra.
yep.
So
And
so
that,
so so do you believe that? I mean, I know these questions, but when I say them, people always got. I mean, I know the answer, but most of these people, when I say it, always got something slick to say. So if it comes from somebody different, maybe they'll think different. So do you know as a business? Do you think as a business person they knew that was going to happen? That's why they did it.
oh yeah, oh
Yes,
yeah,
definitely.
absolutely.
Oh yeah, they see writing on the wall years ahead of time before it's made to general. Conversations happen long before stuff
Oh
comes
yeah,
out.
absolutely,
For
absolutely.
sure. For sure.
And they target a very specific type of worker. Does that type of worker, is that everyone that's on the app? No, but I think it's pretty clear that the vast majority of them are that type of worker. They want to either get on, or they want to schedule a certain time when they know they're going to be available. They just want to click accept, take an order, drop an order, and go. And they don't want to have to put any more thought into it than that. And that is a very W2 mindset. They want someone to tell them where to
Yeah.
go, what to do, and how long it should take them. And
It's
that's,
almost like
they don't want
how
to have to analyze anything but that simple process.
do I say this? But like I hate to use this word, but like it's kind of the only thing I can think. The way that the app is set up, specifically DoorDash, even though I could care less what they do, um, it's very predatory. The way that it's, if you really think about it, like the way that it's put with the colors and the constant reminders and the all these weird different little gimmicks that they try to do. It's very much they're trying to prey on people that lack intelligence. That's the best way I
Bessie
can put it.
already, Bessie's already heard me say this, so she already knows where I'm going with this. I
Mhm.
wouldn't say predatory. I would absolutely say manipulative.
Okay, yeah, that's another. Okay,
What
yeah,
could you say? Could you say narcissistic?
narcissistic.
Um, narcissistic,
Narcissistic.
I would say
not
no to
really,
that one. No.
but it's meant to manipulate. And anybody, I
Mhm.
was a manager for years, and I remember management classes and us, you know, you're taught that, people, there's a reason why when you're reading a report at a W2 as a manager, you're looking for green. Green is good. Green is the color you want. Red is the color you don't want. Yellow is the warning. And it's a simple system, but it's something that's just kind of driven into our brains really early, especially since we're all drivers. Um, we know red, yellow, green, and they use a lot of the same type of management tactics that successful, quite frankly, managers use to make it really easy to disseminate information, even if you don't 100% understand it. Because if you're looking at stats on a big long report with numbers that make your eyes cross, the one thing that will stand out to you is the amount of green versus the amount of red versus the amount of yellow. And almost every company uses that color system.
Yeah.
Very close variation of it. Also, if any of you have ever gotten the notice, and I just got one today that I screenshotted because it was only the second time I've seen it, and I don't screenshot a lot of stuff, so I didn't think about it. But I got a push from DoorDash. Your area is busy with alcohol delivery orders. Since you are certified to deliver these orders, get on the app to Dash now and earn more. It's and we used to get those shopping priority emails. You completed
I
X
still get
number of
those.
deliveries. Yeah,
I still get
you
them.
completed X number of deliveries this week. Congratulations. You
Yep.
did. You'll get that email if you look in your
Yep.
spam. You get that email
Yep.
that says, "Hey, Dasher, you did so many deliveries. I see you, Dasher. You did so many deliveries last week. You
Yep.
know, get on the app and see if you can do better this week." That is all really classic very, very, really successful, really, effective management strategies that work on teams at W-2 jobs. And,
Yeah.
business owners process that information a little differently because you're responsible for those numbers. But for the rank and file people, when you're trying to explain to your team either where you're really succeeding or where you need to work, they're not going to understand the nuts and bolts of those numbers, but they understand those colors.
Yep. And
Every
you know
time.
what, Scrabble? This is another thing too, and this is kind of a hot take. So before I even say this, let me put a disclaimer out there that the opinions of Bobby Gator are not necessarily the opinions of Dash Life Hawaii LLC or anybody else on the panel. There we go. So I think a big problem with the dilution of the markets is directly because of the majority of what I'm going to call pandemic drivers. And the reason I say that is I know what you said.
I'm agreeing. I already see where this
Okay,
was.
well, the reason that I'm saying that is because a lot of people that were, I'm not saying post or pre or post, I'm talking about the people that came in during that time specifically. Not all, but a lot of them. They all came from, hey, I was furloughed, I lost my job, whatever the reason might be, right? And they automatically switched over to this. But as a person who's worked in a W-2 for 12 years prior to this, it's not easy to just flip your mindset, right? It takes time. You don't just do that overnight. So a lot of these people, hey, I need money. So they're used to being told what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. And even though they didn't have to do it that way, that's just their way their brain's wired. And I believe that because of that, the people that run these apps saw that, took advantage of that, and manipulated the hell out of it to where you have people thinking that you have to feel and act some certain type of way. So that's why I say that's one of the biggest problems. Now, not all, obviously, but the majority.
Damn it, Bobby! I'm one of them pandemic drivers.
And that's fine, Josh. And if it applies, if it don't apply, let it fly.
Well, you know my mindset anyway, but I came due to the fact that they removed my ability to earn overtime. They changed me from hourly to salary.
Absolutely. Dang, the Eagles getting whooped. 25-9.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, and that's absolutely true because the pandemic forced any gig app, any delivery app to do a mass hiring because there weren't nearly enough people. And there was a ton of people who, especially states like Maryland, states like New York, I don't know if Ceci had to deal with this or not because it sounds like she was out of the W-2 world for a while, but for a lot of people who were getting that mandatory unemployment, quote unquote, the backlogs were 2 to 3 months in some places where people had no income whatsoever. And they paid it eventually.
Wait. You're talking about the lockdown, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got unemployment because
DoorDash for John.
Ceci, your sound is really messed up. I don't know what you got going on, but it's really, I don't.
It's just
I'm
low.
in my house. Should I leave and come back?
No, we can hear you now. It's just for a minute you were like, it sounded like you were like really far away.
No, during the lockdown, I got unemployment because of the hair company that I work with. Because they closed down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I got unemployment from that. Yes.
Yeah.
But it was
like
backlog. I didn't get nothing until like maybe June.
Yeah. Yeah, and we got locked down in March.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get nothing until like June.
Yeah.
Maybe end of May.
And it was like that for a lot of us, especially right there. And Washington in that little corner was probably very similar. But the East Coast, we locked down, we stayed locked down, and God, holy crap. It felt like forever before things started reopening. And the backlog to getting unemployment, it was taking months to get anything. And so a lot of people needed money because You may not have had to pay your rent during that point because of all the moratoriums that went through, and you were eventually going to get government money, but that wasn't buying your groceries while you waited. So, because nobody was giving those for free, and the places that were had too little resources and way too many people in need.
I do want to bring, because I didn't get a chance. I want to ask this. So first of all, one is the Pizza Hut drivers. What do y'all? They're gonna go. Two, the time when other creators are pushing, block your time off in increments. So set a block for 1 hour, 2 hours. What do you think of that? And three, like when I was on Pedro's panel, all I was trying to say was what the same thing Bobby said is, as those pandemic drivers need to take accountability, and then it turned into a shit show. So what do y'all think about all three of them?
Part one would be, I would say some of them are probably going to go to the apps. I would say some of them are probably going to do like a McDonald's or like a Papa John's or a local pizza place. Part two, to your question, fuck, I don't forgot what part two was already. Shit. It was, what was part two?
Part two was blocking off your time slot.
I do that myself. I schedule myself in 2-hour blocks. One, in case I accidentally like forget because I'm such a multi-apper and I lose my schedule. And two, because I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I feel like when I schedule myself in blocks, I seem to like not see as much trash. Like they see it's almost like a reset. Every time I turn it off and turn it back on, it's weird. I know it sounds weird, but like it's almost like a reset of the app. I don't know. But I do that specifically, like I said, because there's a lot of times I'll do a Walmart shop and I'll forget to unpause my stuff and fix it, and I'll just lose my schedule. And in the past, it was like, well, shit, I can't get on for the rest of the day now. But now it's not a big deal, you know. So.
And we
And
already
what about the pandemic drivers accountability?
Oh, there is none, because they're used to blaming everything on a company or something, like a W-2 person would. They don't have to have responsibility because it's not there. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the gig world don't know what accountability is. There's a lot of them.
Well, plus, you got to remember that if they have a W-2 mindset about the way they work, they're going to have a W-2 mindset about the people that they see as employing them.
Correct.
Even though
That would
that's
be
not what
very
they're
much
doing.
so. Correct.
They expect them to take care of them like companies, not even now do, but like they did back in the 60s into the 70s when that started deteriorating. They still expect that, oh, if I work for this company, they're going to also provide for me and make sure to have my best interest at heart. But no, they're about their bottom line and their investors.
Yeah.
And that was very much a joke about me being a pandemic driver. I came in during that time, but I feel I don't fall under that same umbrella.
No. And a person's work ethic, every person's work ethic and the way they approach work is different. If you were the type of person, because I am one of those people, here's a hot take for you. I am not W-2 adverse. I'm not. If I end up going back to a W-2, I'm not going to feel like less of a hard worker because I'm going back to a W-2 as opposed to, continuing to do 1099 consulting. That's just, I don't see that as less of a hard worker because I know my work ethic, and I know that in the one W-2 that I had, that I meant to be just a little seasonal, get out of the boring financial sector for a little while. You need a break. Your brain is bouncing too much. And I ended up at a company for 10 years because I got in and I immediately wanted to know everything, learn everything, understand everything, and I moved up very quickly because of that.
Well, I love this work so much in comparison to my W-2, which I still do
Yeah,
full time. It engages me so much more than I do doing quality control on engineering documents.
yeah,
Even though that's
yeah.
what I went to school for. I went to school for mechanical drafting and 3D modeling.
Oh yeah.
It
And
doesn't
it's
stimulate
all,
my brain.
yeah, and it's all about your interest and like what drives you. And a lot of people advancing in whatever way it may be, whether it's independently in your own business or, within a company structure, if it's something that's interesting and fulfills you. Because one of my biggest functions, almost from day one, long before I was being paid to do it, because here's a hot take for you. I don't always think in a W 2 environment you get paid what you're worth. I think you have to prove what you're worth. There's your hot take for you today.
No,
Um,
or you need
Oh,
to move to go
absolutely.
someplace that pays you for what you're worth.
I
yeah,
concur. A W-2 would never
I
pay
got
you what you're
lowballed.
worth.
I'm still lowballed. There are
yeah,
other companies for my position which would pay six figures, and I currently make 74.
oh yeah,
But I don't go partially because I'm very cushioned that I get to work whatever hours I want as long as I
oh
do
yeah,
my 40. I created the position and I made my own metrics, whatever you want to call them, and I get to work
right,
from home 4 days a week. That's
yeah,
really hard to leave and go to someplace. Yeah, I'll make six figures, but I got to be in the office 5 days a week and a set of hours.
yeah. Well, see, in my case, and I'll put a caveat to what I said, because when I started in the retail sector, I had never had a retail job, not once, ever. And I did not take a serious retail position because it was never my plan. I wanted to be part time. I had kids at home. I didn't want to have to be. The funny thing was that I thought I was doing it because I didn't want to be responsible for much. Because in all my contractor work, I had never, when you're a contractor, you're not necessarily going to move up per se if you're not actually running your own business, if you're subcontracting. Um, and I do not have a college degree. I graduated high school and went straight to work. Well, I was already working, but went straight to work. Um, so it's not like I have a degree under my belt. I didn't have experience under my belt, and I wasn't planning on it being anything serious because I was a bit of an arrogant asshole, and I will admit this openly, that I was like, retail's a low skill job. I'm not gonna, there's not gonna be much to it. It's just going to be something I'm going to do for a couple months. It'll give me the little break that I need from the exceptionally boring finance work I had been doing for a period of time. And, it would give my body something to do, but it would give my brain a chance just to do something else that I had never done before. And I just happened to come into a company at a time when they were in a huge transition mode. So every new retail store overhires. We all know this.
Mm-hmm.
And this one was no different. So basically, I walked into a blank building. We set the thing up literally from scratch, stocked the thing, cleaned the thing, learned the ins and outs of everything. I did help them with some of the accounting and data entry because I could 10 key so fast and no one else could. And as soon as we finished, they were setting up a couple new stores, but they were also remodeling everything within 3 districts in 6 states. And those of us that had really, really seemed to have taken well to the store setup process were all kind of pulled aside. And they were like, okay, you have a choice. You can either work 8 hours a week until people weed out, or if you're willing to travel and you want to keep doing this because you seemed good at it and you enjoyed it, which I actually really did, because I don't just want to learn the job in front of me. I want to learn everything adjacent to it, and that's what I did. So because my brain just chews up stuff, they gave us an opportunity to be a team that would travel and do this over and over in completely different stores and completely different areas, completely different setups, different needs. Some of them gave us training opportunities. I never thought I was a trainer. I never thought I could manage people. I've never been given a chance, but I considered with my personality that I would be terrible at it. And I don't mean to brag, but it turns out I'm actually really good at it. And so it just, and retail is a space that changes constantly. In many cases, if you're good at it, you have an opportunity to improve things, to, kind of spearhead positive changes, to build teams and, create the kind of environment, especially for any of us who've had bad bosses, it gives us the chance to create the environment that we would have always wanted, being the boss. And I was extremely lucky to have the opportunity to do that with this company. And so I ended up staying with them, going from position to position to position over, a decade, because, it was never different. I never got bored. And the one reason why I had always been a contractor was because my brain has an interest shelf life. And if I'm doing the same thing for too long, I have to do something else because it becomes too boring and I can't focus anymore. And I don't want to. So I liked the freedom of being able to do something long enough to get really good at it and learn from it and take that with me and then do something different and learn something new that interested me, or in some cases just paid the bills, because it turned out I was good at it, but it sucked the soul out of me. Accounting was that for me. But that's my W-2 journey with the company that I am currently a consultant for now. So that I, get paid 3 times as much to do half the work. So after retiring, quote unquote. But people who I think have been on that kind of W-2 journey are much more likely, if they get into the gig economy, treat it much more like a learning process and a business, and understand that you need a much better understanding. Number one, you understand profit and loss a lot more. You understand your expenses a lot more. But you also, or any situation where you've been in a W-2 situation where you have to manage costs, expenses, things of that nature. So you already have a much more complex and discerning mindset toward anything you do at that point. But it gives you the opportunity when you go into it, you're going to treat it much more like, an analytical process. Just because you're already geared towards kind of managing work rather than being given work, if that makes sense.
Well, that's
but the apps now with all their stats, programs, and pretty colors are very much meant for the people who want to just be given work.
And that's very much me versus my wife. My wife is very much, she wants to be handed the work and just go through the motions. She doesn't like taking horrible things and has enough sense not to accept that stuff.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want to go after it like necessarily I do, or watch like the Amazon app, which she does from time to time. She'll do routes, but only if I can. Basically, I'll watch on her phone and grab her good stuff. She doesn't want to put the time into. Yeah, she wants it to be there and readily available.
And the unpopular opinion is that there is a place for every single one of those people, whichever category they fall in.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody. Yeah, not everybody has to be the
actual W-2 and have a boss.
Yeah, but not everybody has to be the go-getter. Not everybody wants to be, and that's okay too. Okay, at some point when I'm talking too much, because I can run my mouth so much about stuff like this.
No, my brain. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
No, we is learning. We is learning. It's like most people think. Okay, it's. I'm gonna take it for instance. I was younger, 18, 19, something like that. We got ice cream trucks. Now, certain point in time, ice cream truck got to get filled. Somebody got to get out there and drive it. Somebody got to, all that stuff, right? So I found myself at one point in time the only one getting up, going to get the ice cream, going and drive it around. And at the end of the week, everybody want to get paid.
Yeah.
And it comes to a point people want to be, oh, I own that, I own that, I own that. But you ain't put no work in, but you want to claim you. Now you put some dollars into it, but it's only one person doing the work. Everybody can't be bosses. Everybody can't be leaders, and everybody. Some people just are employees, and a
Yeah.
lot of people don't understand that. I mean, we see it every day. We see it every day.
Yeah.
And when you try to help people or talk to people or even lead them to the water to drink, they say no because they don't want it coming from you because this person over here told them to do it this way. Your way is wrong, and I'm gonna make it, and still can't figure out half the shit they doing.
Yeah, two
And you gotta
things.
constantly ask. You gotta constantly somebody come hold my hand. How do you do this? How do you do that? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do that. But yet and still, when somebody's actually telling you, look, you can do it on your own, or don't do it at all, or you just pick it on. It's crazy.
Two
It's crazy.
things. I'm enjoying this because I haven't gotten to interact with Scratch this way. I've only talked to her and chat a little bit. And again, my wife, she was a great leader. She worked for a student loan servicer before the pandemic and got laid off, and
Yeah.
that broke her brain. So she doesn't want to touch anything in a leadership or management or having to make that executive decision anymore. And until she gets through that mental break, I will continue to enable her to work 30 hours a week doing DoorDash and shit, even if I have the rest.
I understand that too. As a manager of a team who I ended up following me from store to store for the last several years of my career, of my time with the company that I worked for. Managing that team during the pandemic and having to be the one to manage telling them that, the store was closing. There was only so much we could do. Not being able to support them the way that they had supported me as a team for a long time, especially
Corporate
when
structure will chew you up.
oh yeah, especially if you're a fairly empathetic person, or you're in a position to where people's lives, livelihoods, and things that are that important to them are largely in your hands, and you're their main point of contact. That was extremely difficult for a lot of us. It was very, very, very hard.
Yeah, and corporate will tear you up if you let it. So when you set the tone and tell them what when you set the tone and say, look, you're not talking to me like this. You're not treating me like this. And when you stand on that, now you can't be in there half-assing. You can't be in there, oh, just because I'm in this role, they're not gonna get rid of me. You have to be able to say, look, I'm gonna walk this walk and I'm gonna talk this talk. So if you want me to be, if I want to be in this position, you in the office, you don't even really know what's going on the floor. So
Yeah.
let me run it. Let me run it. You sit in the office and take all the credit. That's all it is. But you're not
Yeah.
about to sit up here and tell me I got to do it this way, that way, this way. Long as ain't nobody in here dying and your product ain't being damaged, I'm running it my way. And when
Yeah.
you establish that rule and don't let them back you down, oh, you'll be all right in corporate.
No, I was incredibly lucky with my company because very early on in my management career, there were certain deadlines that I had. I interviewed every person who ever got on a team of mine. I had hiring rights, I had firing rights, I had disciplinary rights. And I made myself valuable enough that they gave that to me without any problem. And the moment that I lost that was the moment that I walked.
Exactly. Exactly. That's just, it's like basically it was a point where I was team leader. Couldn't fire nobody, but it was a team leader. And I was like, look, people come in, they ain't got, where your tools at? I ain't got no tools. So how you gonna work? So I go, listen, he can't be on the team. Well, is it a position for him? Look, he can sweep the floor. He coming in here with a brown bag and they got an apple in it. I can't have nobody on the team with no tools.
Yeah.
Well, you got a tool. Listen, I go out to that truck every Friday. I pay that bill. Now I have I have 4 tool bills. That's like
Snap on.
1,600. Snap on, Maco, Mac, Cornwell.
Yep.
So if you willing to pay every time he pick up one of my tools, give me $100. Every time he pick it up, then he can use all those tools he want. But until then, oh no. And I would tell them the ones they want to, well, teach me how to do this. Go to that truck on Friday and buy you some tools. But you got all, listen, the key word is me. I got all these. I pay for these. Go to that truck and you can learn something. I'm not gonna teach you. You're gonna watch me. What do you mean? You gonna stand there and watch me? Then you learn something. But I'm not. And then my supervisor's like, man, I don't know how you do it. I say because if I allow you, and I'm not trying to overstep, but if I allow you to give me people who don't know what they're doing, you're going to get rid of me. He was like, dang. Yeah, that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
And you have to establish those things. And when they sent me on a project out of town, and I told them before I left, I said, you cannot send these people down here. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. So they get down there, they got, we getting per diem, they got to the club at night, strip club, partying, drinking, smoking, knowing they gotta be back up to work. Project manager comes down, he changes the process. Once he changes the process, I'm like, hold on, now wait. Y'all hear this? I'm telling you, don't change that process. That's the most critical part of the process. No, it's taking too long. Don't do it. So I said, you
Yeah.
gonna change it? He was like, yeah. And I was like, don't do it. And he did it. And it backfired. And they tried
Oh
to
yeah,
blame me.
I used to say all the time, every great fucking idea that never works always comes behind a goddamn desk. Every single fucking one.
That was me building combines. Yep.
And they tried to say, well, you did this. No. Nope. Because the bottom line is he changed the process. Well, what do you mean? I said, first of all, y'all in here talking about me. You in here, your HR's in here. So what are y'all planning? I said, you in here talking about me without representation. And this is number one. So since y'all didn't call for my representation, I need to call my lawyer. And then HR was like, wait, well, what do you need a lawyer for? Oh, because you were in here representing me without representation. Well, you don't need to go that far. I say, well, what are you planning to do? Because whatever you're planning to do to me, you have to do to him because he changed the process. What is your no? It's not my signature. I did the final signature, but look at the signature on the actual process. It's the technician's signature. And the reason the technician did it, and I'm not blaming, don't even bring him here. I'm not blaming the technician. It's his fault because he changed the process. Can you step out the office, please? No, I'm not leaving because whatever you're talking about, you need to talk about with me in here. And I'm going to sit here and take note. Man, when I tell you everybody just walked out, they was like, you know what? A couple of days later, they pulled me back in. You wanted to, and they up there, they just talking, do. And they was like, you got nothing to say? I said, my time here is limited. And they both looked at each other and was like, what do you mean? I said, my time here is limited because I'm going to leave on my terms, not yours. Can I go back to work? And they let me go back to work. And after that, 2 weeks later, I was gone and ain't looked back since. You're not about to do this. I don't need to be here. And when you get people that say I don't need to be here, no, literally, I don't need to be here because I was looking for a job when I got here. And guess what I'm gonna be doing if I decide to looking for a job when I leave. But the thing about it is, I got a trade that I ain't never got to look for a job.
Yep.
That's
Well,
the
and
ironic part. But go
well,
ahead.
most bosses don't take into account that if you value yourself properly and you have the right mindset, the moment that a boss or a manager or something does something that damages that trust relationship in that chain of command, the moment that happens, there's a very good chance you've lost that employee because it's going to happen again. It's absolutely, they can promise you all day long that it won't. They can try to fix it and make it right. But once it's happened once, it's going to happen again. And so there's a very good chance that the moment you make that kind of mistake, you've lost. You've lost that person. That one's done. They're never gonna be that same person that you could count on that they were before.
Because they put the wrong people in the wrong position.
Oh God, yeah.
They give out they oh, this person, this, that, and the third, woo woo woo. And now they were so humble before they got in this position. The minute they get this position, now they walking around with the nose in the air. Like, dude, you I know you. You dumb as rocks. And I could be a bit of a butthole, right? I could be a real bit of a butthole. So this guy gets the position. Oh, I got a white shirt. And I say, listen, man, I'm not bothering you. Don't bother. Because you know how I am and I know what you about to try to do. So one day he comes over to me and he all giddy, hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh, I got you in trouble. Oh, you about to get it. Ooh. My boss come out there. He looked. Oh, all right, take care of that, Ron. And he looked at the boss like, wait a minute. I'm the white shirt. And I just laughed. I was like, you thought you was getting me in trouble? And I whispered to him. I said, guess what? I don't get in trouble. Now go run tell that. And then I used a couple choice words after that. But he was like, motherfucker. But people told him when he first got there, leave him alone. Don't bother with him. Don't mess with him. Leave him alone. It was like, if you get on this bad side, it's gonna be bad for you. And I'm not the type of person that's going to flex my authority. I just do it inside. I could have been I don't want that responsibility. I don't want to be in control. Are you dumb fucks? No. No.
Yeah.
And I used to say it all the time. I used to go in the office like, listen, I can't deal with these dumb people. You can't call them dumb. What you want me to call them? Stupid? They dumber than a bag of rocks. But I didn't do it on the floor. I did it like, listen, this not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Well, show them. If I showed them, they breaking shit. You spending too much money in parts. Well, the position. I don't want that shit. Listen, leave me be. I'm gonna do my truck. You let them do their trucks, and I'm not in that part. I'm gonna do it by myself. But if one of these dumb fucks come up to me, don't be mad when I hurt their feeling. He like, man, I don't look. I'm just being honest with you.
Yeah.
And the ones that really, really thought they had me was like the one they come fresh in and I got a college degree and this and that and woo, woo. I say, where's your tools at? When I got a toolbox at home, well, they ain't doing you no good there. You need to go get them.
Yeah.
Because you gonna need them. And they didn't last. We had a guy come in. Now, mind you, they sent them over to me. And I'm sitting in the car that I just ripped apart. IP, engine, everything's out of it. He was like, how long it take you to do that? I said 3 hours. He went in the front and was like, I need to go get a bag out my car. I'm looking for him. And I'm like, where did he go? He called me like, man, I that ain't for me, man. I ain't about to do that in 3 hours. That take me 3 days. Well, intimidated. And I ain't even do nothing. He just walked over to where I was at. So we got a lot of drivers out here like that. They don't know what they doing and they don't need to be out here.
Well, you got a lot of drivers out here that have the employee mentality, but they've, especially the ones that we hear here on YouTube that are in that section of the gig
Right,
tubes
all
thing,
the ones.
that they have a W-2 mindset and they want to call themselves a boss. And it's pretty much as simple as that.
And a lot of times, most people don't understand. If you in a small business, the boss eat last.
Oh yes.
And they probably don't even know what I'm talking about when I say that.
Small business, the boss is going to take the cut in order to take care of his employees.
Yep.
A real boss and not a scumbag.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, the discussion we just had about bosses and such gave me an idea on how to fuck with mine to either finally get fired or get the 10% bonus pay that they say I'm not eligible for, even though I fall under the correct department.
Wait, say that one more time.
So all my designers, everyone in the engineering department, except me, gets a profit sharing bonus of 10% of their yearly salary. But
And
because I don't have metrics, I don't have designer production, I'm not eligible for such bonuses.
Because technically you're that unique class that you kind of designed yourself. So
But I
they're
also
kind of,
contribute, and my time is charged against every one of those same projects and affects the metrics that they have.
yeah. How confident?
The only thing holding me back from fully leaving is
Right.
health insurance, because it cost me about $1,300 a month just in premium to get the same as I have right now.
Okay.
But what company though?
I priced about the same at about 3 different companies. And with how much my wife goes to the doctor and just peace of mind for my son, for me, I wouldn't care about as much. I don't want to give up a lot on my health insurance.
So let me ask you a question. So on some policies, right, they have to where you take care of your family, and then you have what they call a family and friends addition in the language. Do they still offer those?
I'm not sure about that.
Because it's almost like, when you're at the W-2, they have the open enrollment.
Yep.
So the open enrollment is because the corporation, the more they have, the more people they have signing up for insurance, the better rates they get. So I know years ago when I had Blue Cross Blue Shield, for me, my son, and my daughter, I was paying a decent price. It wasn't that much. But I don't know if they still have those same languages nowadays.
I pay about $400 a paycheck, $800 a month out of my checks for insurance now. And my employer covers another $1,200.
Wow.
Like it's sure. But
wow.
What is that with copays? Is it full coverage? I mean, what like
that is I have a 10% copay until I hit a $7,500 deductible.
God damn. I feel like if you
insurance is hard. Insurance is hard. Because I can cover my take-home pay. Ron and I have talked about this previously.
Yeah.
Especially if I take my 1-to-1 40 hours, I can replace that with my gig work.
Okay. So if you were to replace that, say, pretend for a second, and actually you can use your tax form this year if you want to kind of say, if you do your Schedule C and you do just what you made in gig work, or an average 1-to-1 if you want to do it just as an exercise.
It'd be 1-to-1 because I make more doing gig work than my full time.
Okay, so basically just take what you made in gig work, put it on your Schedule C, subtract your expenses, and see where you land with your net earnings, because that is actually what you use when you go to talk to people about what your income is.
It would be $130,000 between the wife and I after expenses.
All right. Oof. Yeah, that's still going to be so expensive.
Yeah.
No matter what.
I did $78,000 in gig work this last year.
Yeah.
On top of my W-2.
Okay. And I was about to say, and she's not in a position to have health insurance either. So that's not.
No, it's hard.
Yeah. Good Lord. Because the marketplace won't help you on that. I still feel like.
I priced that discount in and it wasn't anything.
But that goes to show you how much a rip-off these insurance companies are.
Oh, yeah. Because the one that I priced that much, the out-of-pocket max for the year was still $14,000 on top of the, what was it, $15,000 of premium for the year.
Jesus.
Which is absolutely insane. That's $30,000 potentially out of pocket.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just absolutely nuts. Because my health insurance doesn't cost that much here, and I annually am similar. So I'll just say that.
Yeah. If my wife hits her goal and I do the same as last year, her goal this year is $60K. We will gross $210,000.
I mean, if that's possible, then if you can. I mean, I guess the best.
If you get my debt load lower, then it's a no-brainer. But right now, my current debt is $498,818 as of this morning.
Okay, so what is you know your company and your boss better than any of us would. So the one thing that I will tell you is that the worst thing that's ever going to happen when you walk into your boss's office and say, I would like to talk about reviewing my compensation, is they say no. And just in case, if you can price out other opportunities in advance, maybe not one that you take seriously, but with a somewhat similar
role. Yeah.
Yeah. And bring some, kind of showing that you've been doing quite a bit of research. I mean, you know better than anybody if your boss is going to come up with some bullshit reason to fire you, but that would give you unemployment, and then, you have a different situation on your hands.
I would not get unemployment because of the gig work earnings.
Yeah, but you still have W-2 earnings too.
I do have W-2 earnings, but because I am earning so much in gig work, that lessens the amount of unemployment you get.
It would make you ineligible.
Yes. That was the thing when my wife when she got laid off. She was making more that it would basically nullify her unemployment amount.
Yeah.
So she didn't get any pandemic assistant unemployment stuff when that all happened. Because she was already doing DoorDash for a bit at that point.
Yeah.
We are getting our raises or our annual merit increases, which I guarantee you is only going to be 3% for the 6th year in a row. But that'll be March 1st. That would be effective. So we'll see what comes from there.
Actually, you may want to, just for the long term, you may want to reach out to Steve because he knows way more about portable benefit packages than I do. And because it's something he's been really getting into. And
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at that.
yeah, I was about to say, because that would be possibly another option. I don't know, because our costs are nothing near that.
Right.
Just, you know, and it's just being in Georgia. That's just part of the deal. We have much more limited options here for, medically speaking, doctors, specialists, things like that. But so we don't.
Minnesota is not cheap for healthcare with the U of M and there's quite a few high-end networks here.
Yeah. I mean, worst case, like I said, you could still keep looking, and it's something that
I'm definitely staying looking, because if I could ditch the W-2, I would have a lot more flexibility to maximize, say, even on the catering apps or the curries that I do get. I could be present in the market during the day when there are more high-end offers versus what I get trickled down when I'm sitting at my home office.
Right. Yeah. And plus, I mean, there could just be a long-term plan in place where you just start increasing a little bit to get your debt load. If that first, because a large part of that, just if you can maybe push that plan forward a little faster. But the other thing is, like I said, the worst case scenario that you can ever do, and you can gauge your relationship with the people who would make these decisions better than any of us could. But if
I
you have
did it years ago, I was able to. It's not new.
Yeah. So it's a matter of, your comfort level with going to, whoever the powers that be and saying, hey, by the way, could we possibly talk about my compensation package? Or even, and like I said, the worst thing they can say is no. And the best thing, if they don't just say yes, is you can go, could we explore in the future, what kind of metrics do you feel like I should meet? Or how could we kind of structure things where I'm a little more in line, whether you kind of like it or not, if there's a compromise that can be made, see if you can get yourself structured in a way where you would be able to participate in that extra income.
My immediate supervisor, my boss, has been stringing that along for about, let's say, 9 months when he actually revealed it to me, because it was all this secret thing.
Oh, that's
garbage. Get that shit. So, bullshit. I'm a little bit on the jaded side with that, and because I'm so ready to leave when I get when I feel secure enough to make the move.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of kind of ride it out till I can finally pull the trigger. Because we did pay off $11,500 since August.
Yeah.
So things are snowballing, and the goal is $30,000 this year. It's just I got to keep chipping away at it.
Oh yeah, because and the wonderful thing about having a plan like that to tackle debt is that, number one, when you get the first part out of the way, you start seeing the mountain become the hill, and it gets easier to plow through to it. And the other big thing is that
in another life, I would have gone into accounting, because my spreadsheets in Google are lovely.
The one thing I took away from accounting, my love of Excel. But that's one of the great things about when you start getting rid of debt and reevaluating your plan about every 6 months to see if there's a way to accelerate it, because the more debt you get rid of, the more it seems to become a little easier without unforeseen setbacks, obviously.
Buying both Teslas was not the best decision financially, but business-wise and the savings in the long run will pay off. But adding $100,000 in debt at that time, I struggled with. I had to do the math multiple times. I'd be like, yeah, it technically works, but that's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, it's worth it, and it becomes easier to find ways to chip at it even more in creative ways the closer
The
you get to that end, because that finish line, there gets a point where that finish line, you can actually start to see it, and then it's like, okay, I'm getting this motherfucker done.
one thing I want to look at, and I wish I would have done it before buying the cars, is actually doing the LLC.
Yeah.
If I could do that and then price the health insurance into that too, if that's possible, then that can partially become a write-off, can it?
I was about to say, the laws change every year. I haven't seen the new book that they have specifically for 1099 contracting and gig work yet for this year. I actually need to see if the IRS has it up yet so I can print it. If they do, because at one point, if you made a majority, 51% or more of your income, then you could at least write off a portion of it. But the law changes every year without fail.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, you always want to check the current year, but if that is still the rule and you still have more 1099 self-employment income than you have W-2 income, there's a very good chance that you could write off some or all of the health insurance premium, depending on what the new rules are.
Right. That's something I should actually talk to a CPA about, because I've always done my own stuff.
I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
But actually looking into an LLC and having that conversation and what can I do?
Well, you might.
It would be worth the money to look into.
It would absolutely be worth the money to look into, and also when you're making that much in any kind of contracting work where you don't have the legal protections of an employee, having either a financial accountant or a just like LLC small business lawyer is always a good idea. Just always.
Yeah, you can. I think you can deduct. As if you're an LLC, a business owner, you can deduct your health insurance premiums. Should be able to, but definitely contact the CP. Definitely contact the CPA. I got one myself, so.
Because if that enables me to make some moves, even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't even know I can write off. I didn't even know, years ago I can write off, my rentals. But you can write it all off. Write it all off.
Designating an office space is hard because it's a very small percentage of the house. But
yeah,
because we bought a big house when we still had the wife and the W-2.
Yeah,
that's about half of the debt load.
Yeah,
is all tied in the mortgage.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I would say I recommend anybody who makes a fairly substantial income, or anyone who has a fairly substantial amount of debt, or somebody who has a more complicated tax situation than you're doing an easy form, and you have either of those other two things. I would not trust. As a matter of fact, if they do tell you, because a lot of times you may learn that things that your normal tax software does not really, guide you through properly.
Yeah, that they don't do well.
Yeah.
Like multiple different, what was it? Like classifying each gig and their income from each. They don't handle that very well.
No,
and then,
no, they don't.
Yeah,
no, they don't. But if you talk to the CPA and you hear bells ring about things that you could have written off that would have lessened your tax burden in previous years, you can amend up to 3 years and get that money back. Just FYI.
Yeah.
So that's why it's always good to consult a CPA with those things. It's just because if they, they're meant to find every single possible way to lessen your tax burden in any way, in any legal way possible. So, like if you go and they mention something that you may have missed, you can bring them your past, 3 years tax returns, and they can amend them and refile them. And if you paid those taxes, you can get them back.
Yeah.
Because the government owes you that money. You don't owe them a damn cent that legally you don't have to pay them.
I'm excited. Thank you for the advice. I'm excited for this year because I've got 2 cars worth of EV tax credit that's going to knock down what I owe.
Nice.
Because that's 15,000 between the two.
Oh yeah.
And I think because I'm conservative when I set aside money for taxes. I just use 30%, and then I save thinking about any mileage write-off till the end of the year.
Yeah.
Because then that's my own little nest egg that I'm sitting on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, because I think if I take before mileage credit, we would owe, if at 30%, $20,000.
Yeah.
Which is because the wife and I are profitable. I don't mind paying taxes because I'm profitable. I'm not going to lie about my mileage.
Yeah.
Like I have friends who do Amazon who definitely lie about their mileage. But
yeah, most people who don't have a boss, they actually fudge the numbers a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, here's the good news.
It's partially where rule changes come from. Trying to get that money.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you are way, way, way more likely to be audited if you got a refund than if you paid in.
Yep. Like I will fully admit, I owe you $10,000.
Oh yeah.
But I made enough money where I can justify. Yes, I drove 50,000 miles last year.
Yeah.
I put 40,000 miles on this Tesla in 5 months.
Oh God. Holy crap.
I drive a lot. Okay. Probably 20% of that is personal. The rest is business.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, absolutely, absolutely. A CPA is a very small price to pay for, number one, the peace of mind, because if for some reason anything ever does get flagged or audited, a CPA or an enrolled agent, I wouldn't go to anybody besides one of those two, are the people who can also legally represent you in an audit with the IRS.
If I ever start gambling again, that'll help too.
There you go.
I still have them, but they're kind of inactive right now. I have a scratch channel and a slot playing channel, but since I got tighter with money, I'm not putting time into those.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, okay. I still feel like I'm running my mouth way too much. But,
I don't care.
It feels so nice to like actually have things to think about and empty my brain after all the bullshit today. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, I'm enjoying it, and I like the dialogue and the conversation. So don't leave. I know you gotta go to bed.
It's conversation that's not always had.
It's not always had, and it's more so like with me, it's not always, but it can be a struggle. And I'm just gonna say me, friend, it can be a struggle to have an opinion that some people take as arrogant and ego, right? And it's not nothing but confidence. So when to hear other people explain it in a different way than what I say, it's enlightening because
Yeah.
it's no matter it's no it's not about with me it's never and I don't care what people say, I don't care how they feel, really it's never been about the money, and I've always said that, but every time
Yeah.
I say something it get misconstrued. And then like I said, like on Sunday, I don't know if you seen not this Sunday, but the Sunday before. I don't know you if you seen what happened on Pedro. It was all about basically we have too many people who have the mindset, and I believe the legislation and the consumer are the ones. Well, first of all, it's the consumer. Not to say that the company's not at fault because the consumer is the one that pays the company who pays
Yeah.
us. So the companies make it seem like they're paying us even with the base pay. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit because if base pay was like you say for the OGs, it'd be the same. Sometimes six, sometimes I've seen base pay as high as $10
Yes.
Mhm.
during the 3 years I've been doing this. I've seen base pay high as $10, and it's been in
Yeah.
multiple markets. And it's not because everybody's go to only in Hawaii. No, because that goes back to the other part. They know my life. But
Yeah.
anyway, I've seen it high as $10,
It's
and
comes
then
from orders being taken, and DoorDash adds money.
no. When DoorDash during pandemic, now some of it was during pandemic, but during pandemic, um it got to high. But even here, right? So here I've seen peak pay as high as 33.75. Not peak pay. Um earned by time. So excuse because my our earned by time here base is 15.75. But I've seen earned by time here as high as 33.75
So they're running on a
for
$15 peak pay on their offer.
for day. Yeah, they run it. So what happens is like just this past week, was it this weekend or this past? It had to have been this past weekend or past week when Bobby was doing earned by time. He said the base was whatever. I said the base. I said the peak pay right here now is 21.75. He was like, "What?" But it was a
Yeah,
$5 peak.
yeah.
It was a $5 peak pay. So one day we had $15 peak pay, and then we had a $3 peak pay on top of that 15. Then one
Yep.
day we just had a $10 peak pay. Then they added another $10 onto that. So it was going. So I've seen it high as $33. But if I tell somebody, oh, that's only in Hawaii, I don't know. But in other markets, it might be different.
No,
And it
yeah,
goes back.
I've had
It
times
go.
where it goes to $24 per hour
Okay.
on EBT because there's a $6 peak pay on earned by offer.
And then it goes back to the base pay. Like the base pay here is never the same. It's never the same. Like the 250 and the 350 went away. Now I can take an order, base pay me 15. It'll be 15 base pay, customer tip $2. You know, door next order, $10 base pay, customer tip $2. So it always fluctuate on every order. So when I
See,
say I don't work,
I attribute that, like on earned by offer, going up because people aren't taking the order. Like it still starts at $2, and
right.
then it goes up as people decline it.
But like I say, when I tell people I don't worry about base pay, I don't worry about mileage, I don't worry about because they stress over it. They stress over those things. But it's an essential. If you're going to do gig work, you're going to travel miles. Now, don't travel miles that don't make sense, but you're still going to travel miles. You still got to put gas in your car. You still got to um, do certain things if you're going to do this. And when I say I don't look at it like that, some people get like, "Oh, you think you better?" No, it's not that. It's the simple fact of y'all do more complaining than making money, and that's just my opinion. So to hear other people say things and get their perspective, I love it. I love it. Oh, the code is 1FM.
Shit, it's cold.
And then especially when it's informative information, things like legislation and a lot of the things. Why I feel like a lot of the reasons we have a lot of legislation is because, for one, we as drivers we cause all that because we force. I mean, and like you said too, Scrabble. They see the writing on the wall before we do, and a lot of
Yeah.
people don't want to adapt to change.
Yeah.
And then two, um, they see the writing on the wall. People don't want to adapt to change. And two, what we put out here on our YouTube channels, TikTok channels, Instagram channels, Facebook channel, what we put out here to the public, it was what somebody was going around. Well, I know how to get free food on DoorDash. All you gotta do is say you ain't get it. They gonna give you that's people putting that out there. Then with the glitch, I know how to do glitch this, glitch that. You don't think these companies watching? You don't think they watching? Come on, huh?
Yeah,
They
every
just don't say
big
nothing.
company, and I mean every big company with investors and shareholders has a digital media surveillance team or something to that sort. Every single one of them. Social media, a digital thing. They all do.
They
And
hire
then
companies to gauge what their feelings are in the market if it's not internal.
yeah, and then it
Yep.
comes to the point of somebody stealing the order. And when you say stealing the order, okay, it could be a person just going in. Now the convenience was some of these merchants was like, look, we don't want to deal with the drivers. We're gonna put the orders on these shelves. Now they're opening their
Chipotle.
shelves up. Well, that too. They're opening their shelves up for a lot of lost merchandise, but also you'll have drivers. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm gonna take this bag and that bag.
Mm-hmm.
That makes all of drivers look bad. Oh, I'm gonna go over here and confront this customer about a no tip. Now they thinking all of us feel like we deserve a tip. So and then when you say accountability on all ends, the one part that people don't want to take accountability in is being a driver. No matter what app you work, it's always, oh, somebody I got deactivated because somebody said no. Tell the real reason why you got deactivated. Tell the real reason why you got that contract violation. Tell the real reason. Don't just give us half the truth. Because 9 times out of 10, it's more than what you're saying. It's
Yeah.
way more than that.
Well, and it
It
goes
ain't
back that it actually goes back to that point of echo chambers because those of us who like get information in this digital space, if you are a DoorDash driver and you watch channels like Pedro, like Dasher Life Hawaii, like Matt, all these guys, then your shorts are going to be drivers talking about no tip customers. They're going to be talking about ridiculous orders. They're going to be talking about ridiculous interactions or other respectable drivers' reactions to bad drivers. If you are a customer, particularly a customer who has had a bad experience with the apps, your shorts and your TikTok are going to be filled with drivers who are kicking your food, of people who are confronting customers, of dashers who are being rude to staff. You are going to, that is what you are going to see, and it may only be a super slim percentage of bad drivers. It may be a super slim or a certain minority of customers, but that perception goes well beyond that very small group, because when you're that customer who's had that even mediocre experience, quite frankly, of the dumbass who put the bag right in front of the screen door that goes outward, that's what you're going to see in your feed. That's just the way technology works nowadays. And you're going to, or if you click on that first link of a short and like it, of the DoorDash driver doing something stupid, That's what you're going to keep seeing over and over and over again. And it's going to reinforce that negative stereotype.
Well, it's like the same thing with my father-in-law and against the EVs. Like you
Oh, yeah.
hear about the publicized and things that make headlines and get people to read things are typically bad reviews or bad experiences. People don't write reviews about good experiences they had. Those aren't the ones that people are attracted to. So in his echo chamber is things about EVs are you can't drive them and trust them, or they're super expensive. Yes, it is expensive if I have to replace the battery, but it's relatively, if you take the price you pay for oil changes, replacing a motor and a transmission. I mean, Boots and I have talked about this too. The cost is less different over the life of the vehicle.
Yeah.
At a single time, it's a large price.
Yeah.
But
and I was explaining it to someone that every day. I did a short. It was just some accomplishment. $660 a day. I made it one day.
Yeah.
The short got 190 views. Damn. I made, then something come across my time. I guess because I said, what I did. Somebody come across my timeline. Man, I worked this 18 hours. I did all this. Woo woo. So I skimmed through the video.
Yeah.
At the end of the video, he made $320. Now, in 18 hours, he made $320.
Yeah.
I made $660 in 18. And he like, I'm tired. So his video, it had 3,000 views. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Then I go, which is the algorithm with that. But then I go and I, make a short about Taco Bell. I called it Taco Hell. Within 2 hours, I was at 6,000 views. And I was like, I tried to explain to this person, even though it was money, you had 100, almost 200 people look at it. It was something kind of positive or something. Some people may think they couldn't do whatever. But when I was talking bad, that hit instant. It hit instant. So when people talk about clicks and views, this and that, I don't worry about it. Or I make a short, I do it. And to me, if I'm doing that, somebody else doing that, it's all about popularity. It's all about, and I know that, but some people don't know that. And it's just like the perception with Van. Van was doing those no tip door that's cut, and it caught up to him because the perception of it.
Yeah.
But and he owned up to it or whatever, but a lot of drivers don't own up to it.
Yeah.
And it's just like you said. He was doing those videos and a customer seen him and they went to the job and told on him and he got in trouble because of customer perception of what's truth and not truth.
Yeah.
And that's the drive. And in most cases, I believe that's the driver's experience. They only see what's true and what's not true. And certain people gravitate to the not true than the truth.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's what it is.
I just got home. I'm going to have a night, guys. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you for joining us.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
I am going to say I don't want to have no waves on your end. So, but I do appreciate you coming by because I don't have a problem, never had a problem. And we always had good conversations. So.
Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about anything.
I hope it don't cause no rifts for you being over here.
I would have had riffs weeks ago. I'm not worried about it.
Being guilty by association. That's all.
I love you too, bro.
All right.
All right.
Good night, guys.
Thank you.
It's been a real interesting day.
Yeah.
So, is it more legislation coming down the pipeline anywhere?
Oh yeah, all over the place. Steve's been covering that relentlessly. Yeah, there are a bunch of states. There's the federal rule that probably a lot of that legislation is going to hinge on. Court cases that are still going through. New York is actually still one of their delivery companies. Last I knew was actually still working through one of the smaller delivery companies.
You're talking about Relay.
I don't know if that ever got figured out or not with Relay.
Yeah, Relay.
Yeah. So because their pay model.
Is something wrong with my mute?
No, you got feedback a little bit. Yeah, you got feedback.
Okay, so I'm gonna get out and come back.
Okay.
But no, there's a ton of states that are bringing down a ton of legislation. And Steve keeps promising me he's going to email me a list of bills, and he keeps forgetting because he's being busy all the time. So I'm going to have to remind him again at some point. Because honestly, it's amazing how hard it is to dig some of those things up. It really is. Finding that New York bill was a pain in the ass to actually find the actual text of it. The Seattle one was a little easier. I just haven't read through 70. It's 68 pages, so it's a lot.
I don't know if that's gonna be a good thing or a bad thing. With all this legislation.
Yeah. Well, I think anybody who imagines gig work, obviously anyone who's been doing this for any length of time already has seen a ton of changes, legislation or no. So anybody who thinks gig work, app-based gig work in particularly, is going to look the same in even 5 years is fooling themselves, because it won't. It's a very fluid, still kind of budding and being explored, type of thing. Because app-based gig work has been happening for, a decade, or actually a little more than a decade. But that is a very small span of time when it comes to the time it takes for these things to adjust and get figured out and change. And no one really knows the best view into the future that we have, at least if history is any indication, and it's past prologue. Basically, it's just looking at the kind of bills that are coming up now, and there's a good chance, barring some massive definition shift or some massive cultural economic shift, that we can kind of get a kind of a look ahead at what we could be looking at in the future.
I believe it's because a group of people who couldn't cut it in the W-2. So when they came out here and got accustomed to some of the money that was being made, they couldn't go back to the W-2 for their own reasons, but they needed a handout, and now we need a livable wage.
Yeah.
And I've always asked the question, what is a livable wage?
Yeah.
What do you consider a livable wage? So let's just say, you have people that's paid $30 an hour or 26 or whatever it is in Seattle.
Yeah.
Now you done locked yourself into a price.
Yeah.
And once you get tired of that price, where do you go? What's your ceiling?
Yeah.
So if you're starting out at $26,
Yeah.
now I know you said they got a caveat in there that they can go back and redo this and redo that. But how many times are they going to go back to the table and give them a livable wage? So even like you said, the cost of living in Seattle, even with $26, is that still a livable wage?
Yeah.
And then I look at it on my end where I know I can make more than 26, 30, 50, 100 in an hour, not every day consistently, but it's
Yeah.
happened 2, 3 times a week.
Yeah. Well, and so just economics in general with the way our economic system works. It's something that Steve says a lot with the floor meat ceiling thing. What tends to happen is every other wage is based on like the lowest common denominator. And basically in a situation like we have where they're regulating really high, like they are in places like Seattle, New York, things like that, 26 whatever becomes much more at the very it becomes more of a median, and in many cases it gets kind of close to a maximum ceiling for the particular skill and type level. So and then every other wage is kind of tends to match that, because at some point there could very well be a point where contract work between contract work and automation, a whole lot of jobs that are currently considered low pay, minimum wage, low skill will be completely eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put those two things together, then in the foreseeable future, it's not crazy to say that gig work could become the new low skill job, quote unquote.
Sorry, Pebble. Excuse me from. Can you hear me better? Everything's
Oh
good
yeah,
now.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Go
ahead,
but
continue. Sorry.
if especially like delivery in particular, because like I said, I can make so many, and I already have made many arguments why rideshare. I think that needs to be classified differently, and just because to me it's a different thing. It's not a technology app. It's not what rideshare is. But when you're talking about the delivery space, it's not crazy to think that that's going to become the new low skill job, because to be fair, the business aspect of how we run it now under the current rules, depending on where you are, is how successful you are. But the job itself, if you just want to go in and you just want to, as you say, I pick up the food, I drop off the food, it's not that complicated. If that becomes the new low skill job, then that pay rate becomes a ceiling, and it doesn't go higher, because economically everybody builds off of the lowest low skill wages and goes up from there. It's one of the reasons why when you'll hear that argument that people at McDonald's shouldn't make $15 an hour. And when an ambulance driver makes $15 an hour, and you have a group of people who say somebody who flips burgers, doesn't really deserve more than minimum wage. And then the counter argument to that is, well, that's why the ambulance driver in that same area makes 15, because they're making twice the minimum wage. And that's the way our economic system is built. That's kind of simplistic, but that is how it is.
So what do you feel about unions? I meant to ask you that early because you get all these
I
like NGB said, it's a union in Seattle, and I'm like, there's no drivers union in Seattle. I mean, as far as I know, it's not legal if it
they
is
do.
one.
They do.
But what do you? Huh?
They have one in Seattle. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Um.
So
Cor-
so
I. I
how
don't.
can
I
you
don't.
unionize?
I
How
don't
can
want
you
to speak on
unionize this?
absolute gospel, but I'm almost positive that they do. But and I want to say it's on. Sergio actually did an interview on the rideshare guy with the leader of it. Don't quote it as gospel, but I'm pretty sure.
So how
But
do you
again,
how but how do you unionize gig drivers? I mean, it's almost to I'm gonna get on it later, but it's almost to me as tip pooling. You can't, you shouldn't, but yeah, you can finish. You can finish
no,
about
no,
it.
no. It's. I mean, honestly, it would have taken a lot of time, a lot of effort. I'm sure it. I'm sure it, just like several of the other legislations that passed, it kind of melded with a larger established national union. Um, but social media can do a lot, and you don't have to reach every driver. You just have to reach enough and get them in the same place at the same time, talking to the right people who have it in their best interest to look like they're
You
trying to
knocked your scooter over.
people who are being, the new cool thing is being the hero of the marginalized. That's the new cool look, especially when you're a politician. And I'm sorry if that sounds cynical, but sorry, not sorry. That's what it is. Um, so that's a new, very cool thing. That's what you want to be. You want to look like you're working for the little guy. A person who is not being treated properly. My opinion on unions, though, I'm going to be honest. At one point, I believed that they served a good purpose long, long ago, and I think that the concept of union, the concept is still a good thing. Do I think unions follow that concept anymore? Absolutely not. Because just like everything else, when people get power, they they abuse it. That's just tends to be the way it works. People who seek that kind of power are destined to abuse it. So it does not stay what it once was. But we've had a really, really long, there's been a really long campaign to not destroy unions because a lot of people think that's what happened and it's not. It was to pervert it from the inside. They took the corruption that was already naturally occurring and it got promoted, it got bastardized, and we have what we have now, which doesn't typically, it in a lot of cases, it does not do what its initial intention was. And you don't have to agree, that's fine. But that's my stand on unions as they currently are. I just they don't they are currently not really doing anyone any good. They, like every other extreme thing in the world, just just pushes people directly to the opposite side. So you can't even meet in the middle anymore because everybody is fighting to be the craziest with their opinion and what they want to stand for and who they want to protect, even though nobody's asking them to,
I'm just
or
I'm
very
just
few people are
I,
asking them to.
I'm just a talking, and I realized I was on mute.
No, you,
But no, I agree with that. My take on unions is like it's almost just like being in a W two. We keep going back to that or what per se, like being in a W two. They protect the people who they shouldn't protect, right? Um, and with being out here, where do you? I mean, because I'm quite sure they pay union dues, right? So where the union dues coming from? Who's paying into the union? How many? Like, where's the representation? Like, where's the cabinet? Where's all the stuff that you supposed to need as far as forming a union, and who's going to regulate it? But I
Okay,
know,
so
like you said, they attach themselves, I think, to Teamsters.
well, here's the
But
okay. So I don't remember if it was Minneapolis or if it was Seattle. It was one of those places that was working on rideshare legislation, and they actually don't. The drivers don't pay dues. They actually they actually made an agreement, and they get paid by the gig companies. They get paid by Uber and Lyft and stuff like that to
so
basically be a mediator.
so it's not.
Now that's just from memory and the best as I understand it. I'd have to dig through again a rideshare guy interview because it was in a rideshare guy interview when they talked about that.
Mm.
No, I was about to say I don't religiously watch a lot of the more popular gig tubers live streams, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
I watch Show Me the Money almost religiously because Sergio speaks my language because
Mm-hmm.
he's much more analytical than most people. So he speaks a language that I appreciate a lot more than people who give a lot of opinions and not enough fact. Not that their
Mm-hmm.
opinion is wrong and it's not based in fact, but I always feel like you should bring your facts before you bring your opinion because facts should be forming your opinion, not the other way around.
Right.
So I appreciate his approach.
So I know, but what? Okay, what do you think about the tip pool?
I fucking hate the tip pool. Absolutely hate it. And I don't
So,
participate in the tip pool.
so why do
So,
you think? Why do you think most drivers love the tip pool and they participate in?
I don't know if they necessarily love it or not. Either it's just so okay. To me? I think it's more for them. It's a comparison. They're getting a $30 job that's going to take them 30 minutes when they have been taking an $8 order that takes them the same amount of time. And that's the only thing they're looking at is that comparison. And on its surface, they're not wrong. Oh, that sucks. I hate people who give 1 stars.
What's that? Oh, you got a 1 star.
Oh, I'm looking at a comment. Sorry.
Someone
Oh,
gave me a 1 star for no
I was
damn reason.
afraid.
Huh?
Sorry, Bob. Anyway, I'm sorry, Bobby. Anyway, sorry, I just read Bobby's comment too.
I did too. I was gonna say something about it in a minute.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I,
I
I,
was
I,
equally.
I
I
thought
was.
you knew about that. I didn't know you didn't know about that.
Yeah, I was
If you
equally.
still
Well, when he
listening,
said
Bobby.
he came in and he didn't know what was going on, I already figured, and I was equally disappointed and relieved that he wasn't there for that. Just because relieved because he didn't deserve that shit, and I'm not going to say much more because anyway because I feel some type of way about it still now. But disappointed because absolutely, Bobby, it would have been much better for Bobby to be there, and you can hit a mute button when you need to, and Bobby can speak for his own damn self. Thank you very much. Anyway, okay. But that's not my fight, and I'm going to shut up now. Anyway. Oh, that sucks. Those 1 stars suck, I swear to God. People are just miserable. Thankfully, if you're doing a lot of orders, you get those 1 stars off pretty quick. But they come, they go. People suck. It is what it is.
I'm still carrying on with my day like nothing.
I'm sorry, Ceci, I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry, you can't hear me at all?
Oh, I can now.
Okay. Probably I was going to a bad service. I think this one has bad service. I said I'm carrying on with my day like nothing. You gotta do that. It's snowing, by the way. Can you see the snow?
I can.
It's a lot of snow out here.
So can I can see it.
You have snow too?
No, thank God. It's 38 degrees out here, but no snow.
Look at the NYPD. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Oh yeah. Yep.
That's a cop car in front of me. The snow, and this is parking lot where I'm at. Cause I gotta pick up from this Popeyes. Yeah. So it's snowing. It's supposed to snow tomorrow also.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Hey, as long as you're safe
I
in
have
the
a truck.
moment.
I'll be right back. So my car will be maneuvering easily through this stuff.
There you go.
So I'll be back. Gotta pick up this food.
But no, anyway. So Rideshare Guy is one of the shows that I watch pretty steadily.
He has a lot of good information. Yes.
He does, and he's, like I said, I'm very firm in my feeling that, facts should form opinions and not the other way around. And I feel like with a lot of other creators, even the ones who like to say that's just my opinion, whatever, they tend to present things as facts that without giving a lot of really concrete factual information. Because they could be absolutely right, but everybody deserves the factual information to create their own opinion.
I'll be right back. Okay, hold that thought.
Oh yeah.
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, Ceci's picking up an order, and
I'm right here. I just get back in. I'm here.
Yeah, people are picking up, or they're driving or dropping off.
And I'm assuming he's either picking up something or he's talking to somebody on the phone.
I just finished my first part of a stacked order, so.
Okay, that's good.
Wasn't bad. It was $7 for less than 3 miles.
Oh yeah, that ain't bad.
Next one I'm about to knock out is 10 for 3.
Nice.
It was like as soon as I went on panel, that's when it popped up busy again, and these were the first 2 orders.
I'm surprised Scrapple's up so late with us.
I'm surprised too.
Yeah, well, I've had a very
The other day, I was asking you the other day if you was the one that was on panel and if you had fallen asleep. Because
I actually did that one day because there was so many people and everybody was talking, and I was like, I'm not gonna get in the middle of it. I'm gonna let everybody speak their piece because I know once I start talking, I don't shut up. So I was doing that.
I just wanted to make sure it was you. That's all.
Yeah. Oh no, it was me. I was exhausted. My days have been catching up with me. So because it's been a week. It's been a week.
It
I
happens.
know those feelings. It happens to me. I go home, I sleep till about 11 o'clock, and then wonder what the heck happened.
Yeah, I don't have that option, but my sleep schedule is kind of funky right now just because I have other things that I have to do, but they're not really super scheduled. So I'm doing more like little cat naps than I am big, like long sleep right now. So
I think today was like the most that I slept. My family let me sleep. Like I got up because I had to make milk for the baby, and I took a shower in between that, and that's when I was on. You was on the panel with Matt, and I was typing. That's when I was up, and then after like I was done, making the milk and showering, I went straight to sleep. Like I was done, and I slept for another like 5 hours.
Yeah, and you see the
it's the most, huh?
I was about to say, and you see the shit that happens when somebody's not there and paying enough attention. God damn it. No, I'm kidding. But yeah.
Well, I don't know what happened. Like I said, I woke up at 4:30. Then I saw that Eric was live because I guess Matt had finished his live from earlier because like I said, I fell asleep. So I don't.
Oh, MGB is
Eric had
back.
just started in, and then he started talking like a squirrel. And and then it was getting annoying, and I'm like, yo, you need to fix that. I'm about to leave because I don't understand what you're saying. And he just kept on talking like a squirrel.
Yeah.
And then I just seen Ron just went live, so I was like, you know what? I know Ron won't sound like a squirrel.
Yeah.
Had a good day today worldwide. You made that bread.
He's having a good day. No, what I was saying about Worldwide's his new like law in his market. I like the fact that you could just turn it on and turn it off. I prefer that because
I heard it earlier.
Yeah, but over here it's like it's different. I can't turn it on and turn it off when I want to. I have to schedule. Especially with Grubhub. Grubhub don't. They don't want you to they want you to be on fucking blog all the time. And since I'm not like a top dasher or anything with DoorDash, like I have to schedule too with that one. And I had it on last night because Grubhub kicked me off for like half an hour. And literally for half an hour, I didn't get shit from them.
Yeah.
What, DoorDash or Grubhub?
No, DoorDash didn't give me nothing until I got a Grubhub. After 30 minutes went by, I was able to get back on Grubhub. Grubhub sent me an offer for $19.55, right, going like 9 miles. So obviously I'm going to grab that, right? They give me $19.55. Yeah, so they give me $19.55, and as I was going to the restaurant to pick up the order, I had forgotten that I had DoorDash on, and all they sent me was a $3.75 order.
Oh, I've been getting that all day.
Yeah, so I obviously declined it, and then I turned it off. And then That's it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And I feel like,
I'll be right
and
back.
I
I'm gonna
feel like,
drop the second.
and I feel like because I'm on Grubhub all the time, even if I'm not on schedule, because after the 30 minutes was over, I was able to toggle along without having a schedule. I'm
yeah,
just assuming because of the time of day, it's in the middle of the night, I was able to turn it on. But even
yeah,
if I'm not on schedule or if I'm on block or whatever it is, I can turn it on, and as soon as I turn it on, I'm getting an order. And it's a good
yeah,
order. It's not like it's a bad order. Not like the DoorDash with that 375 shit. I don't even understand that bullshit right there.
yeah.
It didn't even make sense. So I
You
never have a
know,
problem with never have a
well,
problem with
I feel like what probably what's happening, just because of the way that New York bill is structured, there's a very good chance that even though they didn't say it, it's going to be DoorDash is kind of going to shadow do what Uber Eats said out loud they were going to do, which is basically you have to schedule in advance, then you have to show up, then you have to properly participate. If you don't follow those criteria, you will not be able to schedule for the next week. And I think in that way, that is them combating a lot of people milking the system through multi-apping, because they kind of, when they came up with the rate, they assumed multi-apping would happen between two apps and no more. That's their calculation. Is that the average driver can multi-app with two at a time, assuming that they could theoretically possibly manage two orders at the same time on two different apps. So I feel like, and the funny thing is I almost feel like Grubhub, possibly because they have less drivers in total in those markets. I could be wrong, but especially people who just focus on them, there's a possibility that, in my opinion, just from what you've said and a couple other Grubhub drivers who really focus on Grubhub, and actually a couple who focus on Uber Eats have said, Grubhub, of all of them, has actually implemented the law. It's the most driver friendly in implementing it. And, or that
They're
drivers,
strict. They're strict as fuck, man. They're like
oh
the
yeah,
most strict. They're the most
well,
strict ones. You can't fuck
that was,
around with them. They kick me off the app all the damn time if I don't
oh
accept
yeah,
orders. Yeah, if I don't
oh no,
accept
no, no.
orders, they're like, well, we don't really need you on the damn platform. There you go.
Yeah,
Here you go. Half
and that,
an hour, 7 hours.
and
I
that,
did it twice, 7 hours. They kicked
yeah,
me off.
and that's that utilization rate, because where DoorDash and Uber Eats, quite frankly, are probably going to be a little more arrogant because they have a much bigger overall customer base and presence and have so much more market share everywhere else besides New York, just everywhere in general. I think Grubhub
You,
is
you
probably
said
going
you said they got, except for New York, they don't have that much of a
to,
big market share. That's what you said.
well, no. I'm saying, yeah, Grubhub does not, Grubhub has market share in very dense urban markets still, as best I
Mhm.
can tell. But in smaller, like DoorDash is everywhere in every fucking town that has a, town hall and a post office. Um, Uber Eats is basically anywhere where there's a rideshare presence, which
Uh-huh.
is not always a big market. They may not be in as many markets, but they're in way more than Grubhub is still really active in. Grubhub may still be there, but like nobody around here even knows you can order on Grubhub. And
Mhm.
if you do order on Grubhub, your order will get canceled. Now they will tell you there's a wait list for this area, but within 10 minutes, at least the two times I've tried, my order has been canceled because no driver was available. So,
Mhm.
because around here, nobody has the stickers in their windows, nobody says, nobody advertises that Grubhub is in this market. And if and I think they understand that in markets that already have lower volume with one other big app or two other apps, that it's not worth investing a bunch of marketing money into a place where there's not enough market share to share. So they probably just made the decision to stay out of markets that aren't densely populated, pretty economically strong, and have a really good environment to facilitate their business. And that's not a bad decision considering
No,
how
they,
small.
they feel like it's more thriving like that. They'll have more of a profit
Yep.
if it's consistent.
Absolutely.
If it's
Not
consistent.
only that,
Mhm.
not only that, it's advertised on what, Super Bowls and football games and God knows what.
Yeah, in my market, Grubhub did not waste money on a commercial. DoorDash
No, they
had that.
did. They did. They just made a commercial with Snoop Dogg.
Let me mute this.
Okay, now let me go ahead and preface this by saying I'm only gonna know about like the football games I watch at my house. I don't own TV.
Oh, you talk about football games. Okay. I'm talking about recently, like right before I want to say Thanksgiving, they did a commercial with Snoop Dogg. If you go to their YouTube, you'll see the video. The video's there. But they were talking about it all over because I have them on LinkedIn. They were talking about it on LinkedIn. They were talking about it on Reddit. They were talking about, wow, they spent so much money to have Snoop Dogg do this commercial. That they're like up to the point. Yeah, they was like up to the point where like, oh, that probably shattered their pockets. They probably went bankrupt paying Snoop Dogg to make this commercial. Like it was almost like a joke.
But I'm gonna tell you why that was done.
Why?
Because apparently his some Uber driver went to deliver the Snoop Dogg, and he said he ain't feel safe or something. Snoop Dogg got a word of it and basically canceled his sponsorship with Uber Eats.
Really? I mean, with the whole shit that happened to that Uber driver, you don't know what happened to that Uber driver in Florida. I mean, a lot of drivers will be unsafe. I mean, feel unsafe. You didn't know what happened to that driver in Florida?
No, what happened?
Oh, poor thing. He went to deliver his last delivery, and the dude ended up killing him. You didn't hear about that? That happened during the summertime.
Yeah, that was a while back.
No, I didn't hear about that.
It happened during the summertime, and I think it was like August, right? Scrabble was around there. The dude he was about to go home. He was doing his last delivery.
Yeah, that was
He was gonna
months
go
ago.
home after.
That was a while back. But yeah, and I mean, there was the girl who was assaulted in the hotel room doing
Yeah,
a delivery.
the girl. There's like a lot of stuff happening with drivers. The girl was assaulted while she was delivering to a hotel. A lot of stuff. Like we have no protection.
I know. I was just getting ready to say that. Like
we have
for
no
us
protection.
people that work in this environment, we have no protection.
It doesn't matter whether it's during the day or during the night. I mean, we have no protection. Period.
That's why I didn't say late night.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I preface this by saying I don't own a TV in my home, so I don't see television commercials unless I'm somewhere
I don't even own pepper spray.
But when it comes to commercials like that,
I'll be right back, ladies.
You know, they could have. When it comes to commercials they make and then how they distribute them, they don't have to distribute them nationwide. They can pick places where those pieces are going to play. So there's, a chance that you may have seen it in New York City on TV, California.
Oh, I didn't see it on TV. I didn't see it on TV. I don't even watch television. I saw it on, like I said, I'm on LinkedIn. That's the first place that I saw it. LinkedIn.
Yeah. Well, doing social media advertising.
Social media advertising.
You still have to pay for the people, but social media advertising is way, way, way more bang for your buck. It's much cheaper. So they probably didn't break the bank the same as, because any commercial that was on during the college championship game cost a lot of money. And there were like 4 DoorDash commercials with that stupid QR code, if I remember
Really?
correctly.
Really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Big red screen with somebody doing something stupid and pointless and a QR code you could scan to order now. And those 30-second spots, 15-second spots, cost a ton of money. During big games where viewership is going to be high, you spend a fortune on that shit.
Oh yeah, especially for a 30-second commercial. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna cost you arm and a leg, especially like what this Super Bowl coming up next month.
Oh
Those
yeah.
commercials are gonna be
And
about probably a couple of million for just 30 seconds.
And if DoorDash doesn't have, especially after that college game, if DoorDash does not have commercials during the Super Bowl, I will be surprised.
Yeah. I remember the first Super Bowl I watched, they had a commercial for Postmates.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious.
The OG delivery service. That was my first.
Yeah, it's the only one I never got to work on.
You wouldn't like it anyways. It's a piece of shit. It was like one of the first ones to be in the market. And I think then came Grubhub, because Grubhub was seamless, right? So seamless was just like, oh, okay, you want to go and run the red light? No problem. Seamless was like they had like the menu from the restaurant, so you can call the restaurant and they can you could get delivery from the restaurant. They didn't have like what Grubhub is now, like they have different drivers. You would just get like the delivery driver from the restaurant. That's what Seamless was. Yeah, that's what Seamless was. Like you get the restaurant and then you order, and then they'll just send one of their delivery drivers to deliver to you. That was like different. Now it's just, if you're doing Seamless, you're gonna get a Grubhub driver. You know what I mean? That's how it is now. But Postmates was like the first one to hit my market back in 2016. I remember. Or 2015. I know I signed up for it in 2016.
Yeah.
And I didn't really care for it that much, but I mean, I did it like once or twice when it first came, and it was, I guess it was just to fill in, the fillers. It was a filler.
Postmates, oh god, Postmates was convoluted.
Yeah, it's a piece of shit.
Oh god, it's awful. It was
awful. You don't know how much you're making. You don't know how much you're making. They send you offers, and it's just from the restaurant to maybe the customer, and not really.
Oh God, I would hate that.
Yeah, they don't show you no price. They never show you any price. Yeah, but Uber was the same way. Uber was the same way. Uber didn't show anything either.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not like Postmates was the only one that did that. Now after a while, like Postmates started showing you numbers, but that was like years of them being around.
Yeah, I didn't stick around that long with them.
You didn't stick around that long?
It was terrible. It was so bad. No, but no, Grubhub was actually the first food delivery service to hit the Baltimore market.
Oh, Grubhub was?
Yep. They were everywhere. And they offered the best deals. Even when DoorDash came on, DoorDash just didn't have the offers. And probably because of the way DoorDash was set up at that time. Because, like, if you ordered from them, it was very limited. They had pretty limited radiuses, which as a driver is wonderful. But, they didn't offer nearly as many, like, promos and deals. They didn't have nearly as many merchant relationships at that time. So it was Grubhub was absolutely it was the best app to drive for and the best app to work from. And there still wasn't a ton of
I'm sorry, I wasn't
information.
sure I was at the right location. I'm sorry. Asia,
Yeah.
can you reach her?
Yeah, I came on DoorDash was one of my friends told me about it. He's like, man, you can make blank and blank in a couple of hours just doing DoorDash. I was like, I don't feel comfortable delivering food to people if I got to see them. He's like, nah, most of them are leave at door. I was like, what? So I tried it out the first day. I was thrilled with it.
Yeah. But
and since I always have an exit plan ready, so I signed up for a couple of different ones, and I have them all at my disposal.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, tonight's the first time I actually used majority of DoorDash today.
Yeah.
I didn't use no other app.
But you know what I don't understand is that I feel like DoorDash is still like the rest of the other apps, right? But there's such an obsession about DoorDash that I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Like,
I don't understand what's the obsession.
so many food delivery apps. I'm like, what's this stuff?
Yeah, that there's so many other delivery services, but we're all like obsessed with DoorDash.
And the funny thing is, these people don't even know that all of us just either multi-app or just use different apps on all different platforms.
Yeah, it's their market.
Oh, you work for this? You work for that? I'm like, yeah, I'm a jack of all trades.
You said that they're obsessed because of the market share that it has. I mean, obviously, they have more market share, but they didn't start off like that. They were like only third place when I started working with Grubhub. Like Grubhub was like number one.
Oh yes.
When I started working with them.
Yeah, I remember. I remember the 30-second commercials popping up every once in a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, Grubhub was king for a while, and then
Grubhub ruled the market. Ruled the market back then.
Oh yes.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but they did.
Something called DoorDash came in, and Uber Eats bought out Postmates.
No, DoorDash was there for a while before they came and conquered.
Well, okay, so what happened, as best as I can see outside looking in, is they used their first wave of investor cash, their private investor capital, any funding that they did from private investors before they released their IPO.
1535, 5.9. Ooh, nice.
Okay.
How much was it?
1539, 5.3. Wait, let me be accurate. 1535, 5.9 miles.
Damn.
Oh,
that's great.
God, I wish I had that hurts me. I wish I had orders like that in my market regularly.
I can't even. If I get one in my market, I'm not going to see those kind of numbers.
Yeah, no.
What we talking about? Welcome back.
I just got a 1535 for 5.9 miles. One order.
That's what's up. That is what's up.
But no, the way it worked is they built slowly. They started in dense urban markets. They actually followed Grubhub's lead in location with their first couple of waves of capital that they took from private investors, and started matching pay, started building vendor relationships. And I think what they did was they kept it slow and smaller. They actually managed their own growth while they built trust and merchant relationships in big dense markets, so it was easier to get a large number of drivers that would be able to eventually handle that load. And then their IPO got them a ton of capital to work with that
You
wasn't
said
really
the
there,
IPO?
but
You said the
it
IPO?
yeah, the public offering when they went public. It gave them a sudden really big
You
injection.
sound far away for some reason. I don't know why. Is it me?
No, it's probably me because I set my phone down.
That's probably me.
But they got this huge inflow of cash, and it gave them a way to really begin to expand, even if it was quietly, partly on the merchant side, probably partly on the actual driver recruitment side, and just the hi, we're here. And they kept at that and started expanding into other places where other people weren't going, slightly smaller markets. But at that time, the economy was solid enough that you could maintain some of those not
An
big, big
add-on for
markets, but
846 for 3.6 miles.
yeah, but they started
That's
maintaining, they
nice.
started finding a way to get into markets and markets. And I will say that they used cheaper forms because I remember DoorDash between Facebook ads all the time. They used really good opportunities to use really cheap marketing to get drivers and to promote their brand and to be able to lower fees, make deals with merchants to offer, the kind of discounts and stuff that Grubhub offered to start really matching that. And using actually catapulting off of Grubhub's, kind of presence and going with a, hey, we're here, and then spreading a little further. And then, of course, they got a pretty good hold, and then the pandemic happened, and literally they ended up everywhere. They're still expanding to markets in Georgia. We have an expansion coming to a little town of 1,500 people called Pelham that is set to start anytime now. Do you think anybody in a 1,500 person town is going to be ordering DoorDash regularly? I go to the 25-minute away town with 2,500 people, 3,000 people, however many people are in Dawson, and I get an order and I deliver it to a school, and everyone in the office looks at me and goes, "We have DoorDash?" Because who the hell would think that you would have DoorDash in a town that small? So it's they worked really, really well and chose really well how to expand, where to expand, and they used their advertising dollars really, really well. And they used their early pay model really, really well because they used to pay good. It was kind of like the switch now for a lot of people where like the orders were really good. They were comparable. You just didn't get as many of them. And then they targeted and they exploded. But yeah, and at the same time, Grubhub, see, a lot of people say Grubhub has lost a lot of market share, and they have lost some market share, but I think it's less that they lost market share, or it's an equal measure of they lost market share, but DoorDash in particular, and then Uber Eats, because they use Uber to advertise Uber Eats. If you have the Uber app, you're going to get a push about Uber Eats when that came online. That it made it, Uber had its own little advertising thing within its own app because they had the rideshare business locked down so tight, or a large portion of rideshare locked down so tight, that DoorDash basically was able to gobble up between Uber Eats and DoorDash. They were able to create a bigger customer base. And because they pulled customer base that Grubhub had never gone after in the first place, Grubhub's market share looks smaller, partially because they lost some to DoorDash after DoorDash's exposure, after the synonym delivery became DoorDash. Because instead of saying I'm getting delivery, it doesn't matter what app you're getting. Someone's going to assume you're getting DoorDash. It's just that they were able to make that correlation. But
Yep.
since Grubhub never went after, so it never as aggressively went after like a whole 48 state, 50 state strategy to get them in every single town that had a city hall and a post office. That when the customer base grew, Grubhub didn't get any of it. And that's why it looks like their market share is so small now. It's because the customer base that expanded, literally expanded without them as an option, or without them as a, considered option at that point. But again,
Yeah, I
that's
can
just
say they was
that I said if I
they,
looked at the numbers, that it would bear that out. Just kind of a guess.
they was tossing money around left and right.
Yeah.
They had all them challenges, and it wasn't no streaks. It was just challenges. Like when I was in Michigan, they do 10 orders, you get you do a extra 10 orders, you get $100, and then that's
Oh
on
yeah.
top of what you already
A
make that day.
$100.
Then
Oh,
they'll
I would
bring it.
do that.
Then huh?
I would do
Then it
that.
right. Then there's your and then soon as like and then it didn't wait. Like soon as you made the 10, your money went straight to the bank. And then you'll be driving along the
Damn.
day. Oh, it's busy right now. Do 5 orders. We gonna give you $50. So I
Yep.
already got the 100. You done made whatever you made. Then they dropping another 50 for 5 orders.
Mhm.
For 5 orders. Then they rolled out like when I was in Michigan, they rolled out the referral bonus.
Mhm.
Get people to sign up. You get 3,000, they get 1,500.
Oh
What?
yeah. The big
Are you
referral.
serious? No, quit playing. I have 4 people complete the bonus at 3,000. Like
Yeah.
they was throwing so much money around. I like if you probably don't know it now, but if you just signing on DoorDash right now as a new driver, they're gonna throw you so many incentives just to get you hooked. And it's just like my brother. My brother was begging, like, I wish they let me on DoorDash. I wish they let me on DoorDash. I wish they let me on DoorDash. They finally let him on, and he not going. He like, bro, what is that? I'm in Walgreens. I say text the customer. I ain't texting them for what? That's on you. He
Yep.
not gonna do nothing no more than what he gonna do. That's it.
Yeah.
And I started noticing the pattern. He on Dash for 2 weeks, then he'll call me. What is restaurant? I say, why you I got a bonus. I do 10 orders. No, I do 5 orders. I'm getting $75. And you can only imagine like you got a bonus or you getting a challenge. I ain't got shit. Fuck off my phone.
Yeah. Yep.
But that's what they do. And they get the drivers hooked. And then when they get so many, when you get 260 deliveries, they cut you off. They was at one point they was giving us a $250 monthly bonus. Then when the pandemic happened, it was giving us $275 gas credit. So you getting $525 just off that alone. Just off that alone. And then they were throwing in $10 here. Like it was just so much money they was throwing around, man. And
Oh
I
yeah.
I don't watched it change so much in 3 years. Almost
Yeah.
4 years. I don't watch, but I had to adapt to it. And people may think it's not easy. This is not easy. Far as physical is okay, but mental, this is a mental game. And a lot of people
Yep.
don't know how to change them. They don't know how to do the mental challenge because they only see the money. It's almost like you playing chess and checkers. It's almost like you playing that. And
Yep,
then when you
but
talk about it, a lot of people be like, you bragging and you this and you that. You can't come here and do this and you can't go there and do that. No, it's not that I can't. It's that you won't and you can't.
yeah. Well, I will
That,
say,
and that
because I say this repeatedly, um, the legislation that everyone, whatever you feel about, the companies, especially DoorDash being the biggest offender with the biggest market share, legislation, they brought that on themselves. May not be a super popular opinion, but the reason why is because now they target W-2 minded people. And when you, I'm sorry, when you hire the clown, you get the circus. That if you hire and target a workforce and design your app to be the most user friendly with people who are very W-2 minded, which is a majority of the people who use it, you're going to get people who are W-2 minded in all of their forms. And I think the one thing DoorDash accounted for almost everything, except that it would suddenly become cool in certain parts of the country to be somebody in a position of power and not stand up with the corporation and instead appear to stand up for the little guy who is being mistreated. I think that's the one thing they did not account for. And legislation is proof that that is biting them in the ass. But that's just my opinion. That is an opinion.
well, in my opinion, that's all the company. That's all the company. They didn't think nobody was going because a lot of times you don't have quote unquote you don't have a saying power. Like even so, say most people don't know that if you report you got into a car accident, they're gonna take note. But if you try to use their insurance, you getting deactivated.
Yeah.
If you file a claim with DoorDash in an accident, they're gonna deactivate.
Yeah.
And they're gonna make it seem like you wasn't on the clock during that accident.
Yeah.
And everybody think, oh, I'm gonna sue, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna get money from DoorDash. No, you're not. Plenty of people have tried it and they have failed.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah,
was
they
doing
can
it like
employ federal
even you got feedback, Hector.
My bad. Let me.
But and I
Um,
was going to say, I don't know if NGB is still in or on the panel. So I'm looking at comments again. But if he's around, like I said, now my thing with legislation is I won't judge it if I don't live there. That is just I'm not going to do that because I don't live there, and I'm not being impacted. I'm not seeing the effects of it, so I don't know. So for someone like NGB, I would love to hear like in a month because I can read the bill and everything sounds good, but I can look from a business perspective and see absolutely how the apps can 100% throw up a middle finger and make that and take advantage of the way that thing is worded and abuse the shit out of it to make it a disaster for drivers and to make them be the ones to cry to change it. And I think it's the way it's worded. And again, I haven't gone through it as detailed as I should have, so that could change. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I feel like the most important people that should judge how legislation is affecting a market are the people who work in that market. So people who argue about the rideshare legislation in Seattle, rideshare drivers seem to be pretty cool with it. So who am I to disagree with it when it's working for them? Generally, from what I've, but
Tom,
so like you said, I would love for NGB because I'm hoping it works because on its face, it's got some great stuff in it that I think is fantastic. No AR, no schedule, no completion rate, you know, literally trying to make it very independent contractor, more independent than probably any other market, which would be, if that actually works, would be absolutely fantastic. I can look at it from the other side and I can see how the apps will put up two middle fingers and make it miserable over time in a pretty short period of time, honestly. Now, the one thing I did want to know, if, like I said, from someone in the Seattle market, would be if you have another phone with another number, do you have a referral bonus? Can new drivers sign up in that market? Can someone from outside of that market just drive in there and hit dash now and flood that market because of that? Because there are no written controls that I've seen yet for
Well,
managing drivers, like when they're going to be in that market. Because, like I said, the order volume's not going to go up. I don't think it's going to go down. I don't think it's going to collapse. I don't see that. But I do see a possibility where they could flood that market to the point where they drop the order volume and spread it so thin, because you're still only being paid either active hour, $5 per order, or a per mile per minute, that balances out to that active hour rate. But if you're only active for 15 minutes of every hour, you are not going to be making a lot of money. And the language of the bill doesn't have those same, at least not that I've seen, don't have the same like safeguards and checks that the New York bill does, where they're like, yeah, you can go ahead and flood this fucking market. And if people are only working 25% of the time, y'all are just going to have to start paying $45 to $50 per active hour. So you hit that $17.98. They have every right to do that because it's in the bill that they have to keep a utilization rate at a certain level, which sucks for Ceci when she doesn't want to take some bullshit Grubhub order, because Grubhub is now like, you're going to take the fucking order whether you want to or not, because we got to keep you moving because we are not falling below that 60%. And at the same time, it's a safeguard to keep these apps from saying, okay, sure, everybody come on in. You're going to be working 10 minutes an hour. Have fun with that. Now go tell your lawmakers how much you like this shit. So that would be my fear. I absolutely do not hope that happens. I hope it works. I really do. I hope it
Ceci look
works.
like Ceci look like she at White Castle.
Nah.
But no, but when it first dropped, I want to say Saturday, might have been Sunday. He was explaining it more and more. He did say they put a freeze on hiring drivers, and he did mention some things. And I was like, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not." Tom, I know you probably watching. Right, where you been at all day? I ain't seen you, so come on up here. Ain't no drama tonight. But I it was like I said, I don't. From the way it sounds like it's beneficial to you because he took an order for $9, went to 26. I said that's great if it works. But what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen when they find a loophole and y'all not making that money? So that's my biggest thing. Like you said earlier, when legislation get involved, when government get involved, somebody gonna take a loss. And it may look good right now, but when it all level out, what's gonna happen to the drivers? And that's
Yeah.
that was my biggest issue. But if it worked, I'm the first one to say,
yeah,
shit, that's great. But if they find a loophole like Grubhub did, it's gonna be
yeah,
bad. And it's gonna be real bad.
yeah. No,
So
like I said, I would like, within, a month, 2 months, 3 months. And I think it would be really good for a lot of these because Sergio has a tendency to check in with rideshare drivers on legislation. Is it still working? Is it still working? Is it still working? Almost 2 years in, Seattle's rideshare bill from his extremely large community, it's still working, which is fantastic. You know,
And that,
it would be great if these people like, you know, Kim and Zach from Money Hungry, since they focus more on delivery, or someone with that kind of big audience, checked in with actual drivers in these actual markets, you know, 1 month in, 3 months in, 6 months in. Let's get status reports. Is it working the way it's supposed to? Because part of it is that if the apps are abusing these things and you know that it's cool in these markets to fight for the little guy, I mean, I'm sorry, maybe it's horrible of me, but you know what? Take advantage of that shit. Get those people to go back and be like, yeah, you did this, and this is what they did, and you fucked up. Fix it. Go be cool, because now you did not fight for the little guy. You did something stupid you knew nothing about. Let us educate you what we actually need, and what was good in the bill, what was not, because the no AR is fantastic. The full transparency is fantastic. Um, Being able to, you know, accept your offers with no repercussion, even being able to cancel without repercussion. Actually, I'm not a huge fan of that, but that's, you know, an argument for another time. Um, you know, there are good things, and if the apps, if these companies were great, upstanding people who, you know, you know, actually, when they said, you know, the drivers are the backbone of their business, if they actually fucking meant that, and, you know, didn't believe that the, you know, backbone of their business is their shareholders, then that would be fantastic. But they have not demonstrated that they are willing to balance their financials with their, you know, treating drivers fairly. Because, I mean, to be honest, you know, we can, you know, say personal responsibility and all that fun stuff, and that is true, because you can decline what you want to a degree. Um, Not counting programs and all that fun stuff, but let's be honest, I'm not a fan of $2 base pay, and I'm not a fan of really promoting a service as something that people who can't afford it should, you know, like actually, you know, actually advertise that this is something that you know, this isn't a service, it's not a convenience. This is something that you just get now, and you don't have to pay extra for it to a degree.
and that's what the company's doing. They pitting drivers against consumer,
Yeah.
consumer against drivers, and they know what they're doing.
Oh
But
yeah,
a lot of
absolutely.
times, it's based off the pandemic, and it
Oh
goes
yeah.
back to that again.
Yep.
The the customer can't afford the apps anymore, but they
Yeah.
still want the service.
Oh yeah. Well, and DoorDash puts it in their
And
face.
that's where, and yep. And then I'm even say for myself, for it to come out, oh, even though I'm not the only one to do it, to see that large number, the
Yeah.
minuscule large number,
Yeah.
people don't. That's all they see.
Yep.
Then you're gonna have your ones that break it down, criticize it, this, that, and the third, but that's all they see. Shit, you got DoorDash drivers out there making 100,000. I ain't giving
Uh,
them no tip.
yeah. Yeah.
And that's what they say. Exactly what they say. So it's a case of entitlement for the customer, and it's a case of entitlement for the company, which all
Yeah.
points back around. And then you got to factor in a case of entitlement for the driver, and it all
Oh,
factors out into a one big mess,
yeah.
which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. But that goes back to, like I said, I'm sorry that this right here, targeting the way they've targeted customers and the way they have targeted and crafted their programs towards the type of drivers that they go for now, with the way that they have set up their programs and their pretty color systems and all that. They're targeting W-2 people. They're getting W-2 people. And they're getting them by the majority, and they are getting them through and through, because W-2 people expect to be paid, and they expect a certain amount of money, and they are going to naturally expect somebody to fix it when they are not. And that's, like I said, again, you hire the clown, you get the circus. That's the way that works.
That's what my mama always told me. You give a clown a stage, guess what? He gonna perform.
Yep. So, you like legislation, you hate legislation, you think it's the best thing, you think it's the worst thing, whatever your opinion may be. And this is an opinion, but DoorDash, the gig apps in general, honestly, but particularly the delivery and the rideshare apps brought this on themselves. They did. There was a better way to have done this, and they didn't.
Absolutely. And absolutely. And what I will say this. Most people don't know what's in that TSO. All they
Oh
know
yeah,
is
no.
they making money, and they
Yeah,
don't care about the end result of it. And then it starts affecting them. And it's almost the same as a um multi-apper and non-multi-apper.
yeah,
The multi-apper is going to swear up and down that the next shiny toy is the way to go. It's the way to go. If
yeah.
this ain't working, go over here. This ain't working, go over
Hmm.
here. And that and that's where they come down to the legislation. Well, we can't come out here and make it on our own, so we're gonna go and ask for a handout, not knowing what's gonna come on the other side of that handout.
Yeah.
And it's not
Well,
everybody, because I
yeah,
believe I can't see, and we just gonna go state from state. The lawmakers in that state got tired of these certain group of people asking
yeah,
for help, and it may. I'm just gonna go on a small number. It may only been only 1,000 people to ask for it,
yep,
but you still got millions of drivers.
yep.
But them 1,000 people made sure their voice were heard, and it's
Oh
affecting worldwide. It's affecting everything worldwide. Because I know in Australia they don't tip. They don't believe it. They don't have a tipping culture. There's a
yeah,
lot of countries that don't have a tipping culture, and
yeah,
they feel like Americans feel like they're entitled. You know,
oh yeah,
that plays a part too. But
yeah,
my thing was during the pandemic, and you talked about it earlier, how the merchants started asking for tips.
yeah,
You walk into the store, you doing a carry out, they flip the kiosk around. Are you leaving a tip? What are
yep,
you getting tipped for?
yep,
Every
yep,
time you turn around, shit, it's a tip at the gas pump.
yeah,
When you get done pumping your gas, do you want to leave a tip? For what? I pump my own shit.
yeah.
And that's what it is. It's not, but the thing about it, we as drivers take the brunt of it because we as drivers complain the most about it.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah. And
And at one point in time,
the other thing to consider about countries like Australia and a lot of the European countries, and DoorDash did kind of, if they didn't know this going in, then they're fucking morons. And somebody didn't do their homework. There's a very different labor society and a very different labor culture in those countries. They have a much different labor culture, and because of that, there's entirely different expectations when it comes to pay and the way you treat workers, whether they're independent or not. There's a much more socialized, and I know that has a really negative connotation, but they have a much more socialized system for just generally supporting their populations. And because of that, they have to structure very, very differently to operate in those countries, because those countries have an entirely different business structure, an entirely different profit structure, and just a really different priority structure when it comes to their how they view the citizens versus, citizen welfare versus the profits of a small group.
right?
So,
And the thing, like you said, I gotta read up on the legislation. I might have to read up on a lot of legislation because now it's not going to be as easy to just go to any other state and start DoorDash.
yeah, that's true.
So I know in California, once you get there and you log in, you got to fill out these forms and you got to agree to certain things to even dash there.
Yeah. Well,
It, wa- it,
I would highly recommend the New York legislation, the final approved bill. If you have an email address somewhere, I'd be more than happy to send you the PDF. It's actually, like I said, because of my interests, my humor is twisted, but it's actually really funny because they add in that final proposal that got adopted, they add all of the feedback that they got from the gig apps and how they responded. And it's pretty informative for one, but it's kind of funny, to be perfectly honest. It just is. Especially when you're a driver who really understands the mechanics of how these apps work when you're making it work for you, especially when you're really successful at making it work for you. It's a really good read. It's really funny.
and I told no, I do got an email. Shoot.
If it's on your
Um,
page, find it.
I don't think it's on my page, but hmm, it's
Yeah,
not
like,
hard to figure. Um,
yeah. I mean, you can find the legislation. It's the trick with the New York legislation is you really, really have to dig for that shit. You really have to dig for that shit to find it. It took me a hot minute to dig through to actually find. I could find articles and I could find like the press releases that the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection put out, like
hmm
the simple, PowerPoint version. But that's not what I wanted. Actually finding the PDF of the adopted bill took a little
hmm
work, actually. So once I had it, I saved it.
Yeah, I would like
But
to actually look at it because I know a lot of people don't read it. They're not gonna read it.
no.
Um,
Well, it's a lot of words. There's a lot of jargon in there. So, you have to dig through a few weeds. It was actually an easier read than a lot of them have been. Um, so that was nice. But like I said, I'm just not a big fan of when people post up when these things happen and they're like, we're going to dig into this legislation. And sorry that anybody who watches knows who I'm talking about probably. And, they're like, we're going to dig into this legislation. And then they bring up 5, 6, 7, either news articles, opinion articles, or whatever, but they haven't read the bill because, like I said earlier, those news sources, they get their information from 2 places. They get it from the department, from the government department, whether it's legislation and lawmakers or it's, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, and they get information from the apps, the apps, the businesses that are being affected, not the drivers, the businesses. So there's always a slant depending on, whose opinion they're kind of leaning towards or trying to. So I don't trust the articles. I mean, they're worth noting so that it's happened. But when it comes to legislation that is going to affect your money and your income, whether it is supplemental or, your main source of income, I think it's a good thing if you're going to promote that you're digging into a topic that you really have gotten in and studied and know that topic instead of just saying it's bad or it's great.
You know what? A lot of people have fell for the banana, and I'm gonna say it, the banana in the tailpipe, and I'm just gonna use Prop 22. I heard somebody saying, "Yeah, I made 1,100, but with Prop 22, I made 1,500."
Mm-hmm.
But you're not realizing you would have made 1,500 without Prop 22.
Yeah.
So you really not gaining. So that the extra incentive is what's kind of tricking a lot of people.
Yeah.
And that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you get a couple, you get some siphons in there. I mean, some stipends in there. You get you get some extra things and some extra. But what if you're not really taking advantage of what's really supposed to be happening? It's almost kind of equate back to the lottery.
Yeah.
At one point, you had to do annuities, and they did annuities for a reason. Then they figured out, oh, wait a minute, we gonna give them an option.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they go out and win $1 billion. We gonna give them the option to cash out. We gonna take 700 million, and we gonna give them 300 million.
Yeah.
But by the time in 5 years, they gonna either be dead, in jail, or broke.
Yeah.
And they already know it. They already know it. Because the average person who win that kind of money and have it all up front don't know what to do with it. They buying everything under the sun and not realizing it's gonna run out if you don't do it right.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's sad. It's sad.
Yeah. Well, the legislations like Prop 22, the New York law, things like that, they're tailored to the people who weren't making that kind of money. And those are the people who are the folks with those delivery apps, not rideshare. Like Prop 22 was just fuck all, that just, that was a failure. But for delivery, it worked exactly like you would expect W-2 worker protections or W-2 like protections to work in a way. And
but how does Prop 22 work for other drivers when it was, but it don't work for rideshare? I'm not understanding it.
Yeah, the problem is in the wage. It's where they set that minimum wage and the mileage and everything, because your average full-time rideshare driver before the pandemic easily made over that. they blew past it on average. And the fact that, and there may have been rideshare drivers that weren't, but if that's the case, they were genuinely just they did not understand. They just didn't understand their work.
So,
But
so I don't want.
well, my understanding though is that Prop 22 came because they had to do a fix to 85, which I am not nearly as familiar with as I should have been, as I should be probably. Because 85, it wasn't everybody, we talk about it now, and everybody's like, it was targeted towards gig work. It actually wasn't. That was not its initial purpose. Its initial purpose was because in a lot of industries, independent contract work began to get abused. And I'm sorry, it was. When you didn't pay taxes, didn't, offer protections to anybody, but you had people who were literally just employed with you for endless amounts of time with no end date, and paying them in a way that saves you so much money, that costs them so much money, and they still incur their own expenses. Not car expenses, but their own office expenses or their own, tool expenses or supply expenses, things like that. Doing all those things that a contractor does without being able to set their own rate, and doing it really targeting people who, who didn't have a background or a skill set to necessarily get something that was better. And a lot of companies, and it has an economic cost when that kind of thing happens, when you cut into somebody's own paycheck, because the very basics of capitalist economics obviously is, if you're a consumer-based society, if you don't pay people enough, people don't have money to spend. When they don't have money to spend, then they're not going to buy things, and then things don't get made, etc., etc. And it just cascades. That's a super oversimplified way to explain it, but that's kind of generally the way it works. And there were industries, there were major companies who they saw as abusing that system. And in some cases, they weren't wrong. But the problem is that they took this really broad stroke brush to what had been allowed to happen with no real definition, with very few guidelines. And they were like, oh, we'll fix this with a bill. We don't know exactly what this is, except, these people who are being used as contractors are employees that the companies are getting on the cheap. And so they tried to fix something that they didn't understand. They didn't understand how much it had grown, how many industries it would affect, until the law was already there. And then they had no shit moment, because, oh shit, a bunch of things that our economy now depends on, especially rideshare in transportation hubs. Oh shit, we just really screwed up. So Prop 22 was a rushed, patched together fix for this. And they were thinking about, in particular, things like rideshare drivers, people who use their vehicles. Delivery people would have been like, it would have happened with them anyway, but they were an afterthought. Rideshare was the one group of people, mostly overall, who generally makes over that minimum amount just because they just do. There's less of them. The standards are higher. It's harder to get on the platform. It's easier to get kicked off the platform. And people have become really dependent, especially in urban centers where owning a car is not something a lot of people want to do these days because the cost is so high. Rideshare drivers were already making too much money, so they just didn't benefit from that law. But delivery drivers, they benefited a little bit, and then the pandemic happened. And then they benefited a lot because rideshare drivers basically couldn't drive for the most part, especially in major cities, big places like big cities in California. But food delivery drivers, on the other hand, they could go. And since tips weren't included and base pay had already gotten dropped, suddenly they weren't making that minimum and they were having to pay out.
Because you got people who swear by Prop 22.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, a majority of drivers, but a lot of them came in later. Now, I don't know how many of them are still driving from before, but a majority of drivers who are, on the bigger platforms who talk about Prop 22, they swear by it. They love it. And I mean, like I said, at the end of the day, my feeling on it is I don't live in California. I don't drive in California. I don't have to pay for California. And so if the drivers on the whole feel that Prop 22 is a good thing and it's been positive and is working for them, then it's not my place all the way down here in Georgia to say that Prop 22 is bad for them. So that's for them to decide because they're the ones who have to manage their budgets and elect their leaders. And if there's a change that needs to be made, they're the ones who have the power to do that. I just like knowing because, again, in many cases, you can look at what's happening.
I'm not for sure.
And you can see what's coming.
I'm not for sure what happened, but I think I heard somebody say that they rescinded that bill or something. The rideshare drivers.
Okay, so what Steve was saying is that with the people he's talked to, they believe that the new Department of Labor rules will actually overwrite Prop 22. Now, if that actually will happen, we don't know, to be perfectly honest. Because
What you mean? What do you mean overwrite? Mean override, or they might fix it, or
that it will basically make Prop 22 no longer valid, and that they will have to go back to the AB5, the original AB5 bill. And I cannot speak to that because I haven't read the department. I haven't read the details of the Department of Labor rule. So I've been digging around trying to find it. I think I did. I think I saved it. I just haven't gotten through it because I've had more important things to do, if I'm being honest. But I should have some time this week. And I need to get a copy of 85 and Prop 22 too, to be honest, and read through those. Because surprisingly, the apps are almost categorically, the apps are saying it's not going to change anything. So, and normally, if they were worried about, I feel like at least, if they were worried about AB5 becoming the new rule and Prop 22 being basically gotten rid of, that they would be flipping their shit. I could be wrong, but they have never disappointed. So, not yet anyway. So if they're not sending a flurry of media and messages to people, especially in an election year when you can vote by referendum. I don't feel like it's going to be. I don't think the sky is going to fall the way that people are assuming that it will. I could be completely wrong, but I haven't read the bills, so I don't know. I've heard a ton of very, very, very strong opinions, and I haven't had anybody actually break down what the bill says to back that up yet. So I will find it and read them for myself, and I will try to make a very uneducated guess based on what I read in the actual text.
Oh man, it's a lot.
It's really interesting though. It's interesting. So I'm curious, and I should get on the ball and actually look, because it's so much fun and my brain is so happy.
It's interesting for the aspect point of what can happen.
Yeah.
Any day now. I mean, any day or whatever, anything happen. But you can read, know the knowledge, know the language, and not
Yeah.
just be jumping out here voting for somebody because somebody else voted for them.
Yeah.
It is an election year, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more than what we've seen already.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that something. It's quiet. It's for one. I'm gonna be honest. For me, it's quiet and it's too quiet.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. It's like it's too quiet during an election year. And you got Biden and his son in court because he won't do something. Then you had Trump, so that's a distraction right there. I mean, you got all these quote unquote distractions going around. It just I don't know. It's kind of quiet, but it's kind of too quiet, if you ask me.
It's just there's just so much. I think there's just so much noise, and there's so much focusing on. It's everyone focuses on the drama. Doesn't matter what space you're in. Everybody focuses on the drama.
Yeah, I know it's been too much. It's been too much over here. I know it has.
Yeah.
And today it was just like, you know what? That was really uncalled for. In my opinion, but he had his own feelings of why he did it and why it was justified. But I mean,
I'm gonna keep my mouth.
the ending part, I don't agree with the ending. After it being so soon, I don't agree with that part. Now,
I have my opinion, but it is those that is not my that. Anyway, I can simply make choices for myself who I do and don't follow, who I do and don't listen to, who I do and don't respect, and I'll leave it at that. And it is absolutely not the requirement, obligation, or even, it honestly doesn't matter how anyone else feels about it. I am responsible for me and my opinion only. Disclaimer. And I'll leave that at that. But no, I mean, everybody loves drama, as in it. Almost, it's so hard to find anything online or anything that's related to politics that isn't just ridiculous. That just is just taking so much oxygen away from anything that actually matters. And it's silly.
It's by design. It's by design. Like politics, religion. It's like it's hard. I mean, much as we don't want to believe it, but those two things are like uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah.
and it can turn into a whole bunch of uh, miscommunication, or however else somebody misconstrued certain situations when it comes to politics and religion. It can be a bad combination.
Well, and that's to me just being brought up mainly by the woman I was brought up by. It is such a ridiculous thing to me that that has been allowed to happen because nobody is willing to actually discuss things and disagree without being disagreeable. That
Hmm.
just doesn't happen anymore. And it's really unfortunate and it sucks because politics and political discourse can't happen when people aren't willing to agree to disagree and are not willing to disagree just to put on a show. It does not have a political side. It's just, between a race to be the most extreme person possible, whatever your belief may be, to the fact that you don't, people's opinions are being formed, people's facts are being formed by opinions and not the other way around. And we have a whole group of people who've been told that, there are things you can't say, there are things you can't do, it's become
Control,
so
dictatorship.
divided. It's ridiculous that we have come to a point where we can't sit there and fight, because there are so many, we're all so much more similar than we are different. And
Hmm.
that we can no longer, one single small difference can literally make it to where you will not talk to another person. You can't. I can't talk to you. I can't talk to you about this. I'm sorry. There is nothing that people shouldn't be able to talk about. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to think they're right. You don't have to have formed your own, you don't have to have formed the exact same opinion as long as you're working on the same damn set of facts. It's just you don't have to do that, but people don't know how to disseminate information properly anymore. They can't even half the time they don't even recognize the difference between a fact and an opinion, or an opinion that's not based on fact. Opinions that are based on other opinions. And then we enclose ourselves in these little bubbles where everyone agrees with us. And we think everybody agrees, and that there's only a few crazy people on whatever side it may be, and those people are the enemy now. And that is not the way it should be. That is never the way it should be.
That's how they paint it,
Yeah. Oh, that's exactly how they paint it.
and they keep it for a division. Come on, they
Oh,
keep it. They
absolutely.
keep it. They keep it that way so we can stay divided. Like
Absolutely.
you're not supposed to have conversations with people, even though they set up a system and designed it to where you could talk to somebody across different states, across different countries. You're not supposed
Yeah.
to do it. And this is not. And a lot of people say, "Oh, we live in a democracy." No, we don't. We live in a dictatorship that they think that they make you believe is a democracy,
Yeah.
and they don't understand it when you say that. No, this is a dictatorship because we tell you where to go, when to go there, how to get there, and what to do when you get there. And that's just the bottom line. But a lot of people, no, don't get me wrong, we do have more freedoms than a lot of other places.
Yeah.
But how are we really free? That's a question nobody seems to ask. We
Yeah.
got free will to do what we want, but like they say, these services are it's not required. There's a luxury.
Yeah.
So anything we do mostly in this country, it's a luxury. It's not a requirement. It's not a necessarily. It's a
Yeah.
privilege. It's a
Yeah.
privilege. They say having a driver's license is a privilege. How is that a privilege to me when I got a transport? It's like so many regulations. Like we're so we're so regulated. And if you look at the pandemic, I don't know why I just keep going back to that. But if you look at the pandemic, you had people who willingly, unwillingly gave up their right to go to a restaurant and eat
Yeah.
without showing proof
Yeah.
that you didn't have a certain thing. But but you also
Well,
had people who could come in that same establishment and stand in a place where everyone's coming in at, which is the front door, for 15 minutes.
yeah.
It didn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. In my opinion, a large part of this, at some point, when the culture began to shift and people seemed to, a large, loud split began to happen where you had, because every right bears a personal responsibility, and
Mm-hmm.
person taken out, and responsibility got changed to rules.
Mm-hmm.
And so either everybody wants the rights, but they don't want the personal responsibility, or they want the personal responsibility without giving them the rights. And it's another extreme. You want just all the rules, or you want all the rights. But people are not willing to accept that you have certain rights, and with those rights come personal responsibility, because we don't really do personal responsibility as, largely as a society anymore. That's not cool.
Oh no, they don't know personal responsibility, just like they don't know accountability. They
Yeah,
don't know they don't know that for every action there's a reaction.
yeah,
They don't know that every choice has a consequence.
yeah.
And
And
it just you try to hold them accountable, they're like no, because
yeah,
nobody's ever did that, and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that.
yeah. Well, and at the same time, you have other people who use whatever reason they want to sit there and look at other groups, look at other people, and say that
Mm-hmm.
they don't have the right because the rules say. They
Mm-hmm.
don't have the right because the rule says. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it shouldn't be the rule. It's, you can't have this right if you don't demonstrate a personal responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a big, big difference between those things. But
Well,
yeah.
I just this year started out a little wild, and we ain't even made it past the third week.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the New Year blues or the New Year something. I don't know what it is.
Honestly, I think it's exhaustion. We're all just fucking tired. Those of us who are still sane and reasonable people, we're just fucking
Mm-hmm.
tired. We're just
Mm-hmm.
tired. We're tired of the bullshit. We're just tired. We're tired of stupid. We're tired of showmanship. We're just fucking tired. We're just fucking tired. We're tired of, there are groups of people who are rightfully tired of other people trying to be their heroes when they don't fucking need one. They're tired of not being allowed to talk to each other about certain things, or worrying
Mm-hmm.
about, if they use a certain word or find something funny, or, laugh at themselves because somebody else is going to get mad on their behalf when it ain't their damn place. and I'll count myself in that today. Thank you very much. Because we're all human and we all make mistakes and we're all fallible and not perfect. But
Right.
it's just we're all fucking tired. We're just fucking tired. Sane, rational people, we're tired of this shit. This, we're all sitting here like this is shit. When does this story end? Just get this shit over with. We're ready for the next book. Thank you very much.
Right.
We ain't in chapters anymore. We're ready for the next whole fucking story. Fuck this.
So now it's just like when they get closer to the election, how is it gonna be?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, people will start perking up a little bit, maybe, hopefully. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Are they gonna make us choose sides?
Oh, they always try to make people choose sides. There are very few of us who are like, fuck all y'all motherfuckers. All y'all need to go. Get the fuck out.
It should be like I believe our biggest problem in this two-party system is they don't have term limits.
Oh God, yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good one. And Senate and in Congress, they don't have any term limits.
Yeah.
That's our biggest problem.
I mean, honestly, one of our biggest problems is you can go in there poor and come out a billionaire.
Yep.
That shit needs to stop.
Yep.
Congress does not, our government, and whatever level you get into it, government is not meant to be your stepping stone into, wealth. Sorry.
But the thing about that is it's a fraternity. It's almost like once you're in, you're in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And if you play by the rules, you come in and you be quiet, you'll be okay.
You do what the people
as much as people don't like him, if I say Trump, oh, he this, he that. He an idiot. He racist. He bigot. But not really looking behind the scenes on some of the things he's passed, some of the things he's did, some of the people he's helped.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they use that and fear to separate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because there aren't that many people. I'm not Trump's biggest fan. I'm not. As far as I'm concerned, Trump and Biden, they both need to jump off. They need to get out of the way. Both of them.
I'm not his biggest fan, but I don't believe he was for most of the bullshit that's going on.
No.
I do believe they put him in front of a camera. He's an idiot.
Oh, absolutely.
But behind closed doors, he do things that But he wasn't printing money like Biden. Biden come in just throwing money at everything.
Okay, I have to disagree with that. I really have to disagree with that. They all print money. Every single damn one.
They do. They print it, but in the rate that Biden was printed, he wasn't.
Oh no. Nope. That is factually incorrect. Sorry, but that is absolutely factually incorrect. If you're looking at the debt, factually incorrect. Now, we had a pandemic. But no, just if you're going by the printing money thing, no. Nope.
The debt ceiling wasn't as high then as it is now.
Yeah, but you should look at what it was when Obama left office. And then look at what it was when Trump left office in 4 years. It's pretty staggering. It's incredibly staggering, actually.
No, and check that one out.
Yeah. Yeah, trust me, it's a shocking.
I do believe it was up when Obama was there and it went down when Trump got up.
Oh, no.
But I ain't gonna look at it.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, Lord, no. Good Lord. The best way to look is starting with Ronald Reagan
Mm-hmm.
and go through all the presidents from there because it's pretty standard and steady, give or take. It goes up a little bit, it goes down a little bit. And a lot of it were factors. And this is another thing. Like I said, I'm not Trump's biggest fan. I'm just not. As far as I'm concerned, both of them need to go. But that's, we're
What's
gonna.
up, y'all? What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
We all
Hey,
right.
Hey,
but
you want to know something interesting?
oop,
You want to know something interesting?
What's
So
that?
you know how y'all. So now, I'm saying this with. I'm going off the government statistical website, right? And now I know everybody likes to say everything's conspiracy, but this is the facts. The M2 money supply, which is the amount of currency in the country, or not in the country that's in circulation, has been on the rise for the last 100 years. It took its first decrease in Biden's presidency. So he's actually the first president to actually decrease the M2 money supply in 100 years. I'm looking at the M2 money supply on the Federal Reserve website right now.
yeah.
So 'cause this is the first time in a long time. Yeah. So I think it started in 2022 when they started trying to rein in inflation. That's the first time in a long time that they've actually shrank the money supply. It's been on a steady incline for the last you can look at the charts for like 60, like 70, 80 years. COVID,
Yeah.
it spiked because of all the stimulus, but it hasn't dipped in a long time. It took its first dip since the 19 somethings in Biden's presidency. I'm looking at the chart right now.
Yeah.
Is
Now,
that this year?
That's this year. It was started in 2022. It's took its first dip. I'm gonna look at the chart. Give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna switch web pages and I'm gonna tell you
But
specifically how many years.
but you know that always happens during the presidency, during the election time.
What I'm looking at it right now, it hasn't shrank. It's the first time it shrank. What they do is they do try to clean up the economy. You're right. But as far as the money in circulation, because they have the stat on the Fed website, the Federal Reserve statistical website, it's been on a steady incline since well before the 1970s. I just didn't feel like scrolling back farther than that. But it's taken its first dip in 2022. And it's a blip though. It's like it's not a lot. So it really don't make no difference. But if you want to go on, it's took its first dip. I'm gonna look and tell you specifically. Give me like 10 seconds.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, keeping in mind that paper money, personally, to me, is a fallacy anyway, because we stopped using the gold standard during Nixon. So, money isn't as real as it used to be.
Yeah, it's fiat money.
For you.
It's fiat money. It's a note. You
Yep.
can't
So
pay a
about
note, and
July
it's
20.
actually it's a debt, but you
Yeah,
can't pay
July
a debt with a debt.
2022.
Yeah.
July 22. It's took its first decline in July 22. It flattened out in the what's the old boy's name? The Monica Lewinsky. Bill Clinton. It flattened out in Bill Clinton's years, but it's been on a steady rise since well before like the 70s.
Yeah. So I was about right saying Reagan, give or take, because that was
And they
19.
all shady though. That's the thing. They all shady though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so
cold thing is, yeah. It's freezing out here, man. Is it snowing where y'all at? Oh my god.
it is not here. I mean, he's in Hawaii. I don't know how often it snows there, but in
Boots
South
will never
Georgia,
see snow in Hawaii if his life depended on it.
yeah.
It's snow here.
I mean, he's from Michigan, so
Wait,
he's seen.
what, you saw snow in Hawaii for real?
Yeah, snow in the highest mountain. Like the mountain, it snows every year. In the mountain, they go up to the mountain, they go skiing, they come down, they go surfing.
Oh yeah, the high elevation.
That is crazy. That's dope.
Yep.
I watched that Mount Everest movie. That shit gives me the cringe every time I watch it. I just can't. It's too the Mount Everest and the people that went in that submarine. I just couldn't imagine paying $250,000 to voluntarily kill myself. And I know that sounds very rude. I'm just like, bro, there's nothing you could. I don't care about nothing. There's nothing you can give me to say, hey, go down there a few miles under the water. I'm like, nah, okay, nah,
Okay,
nah.
let me ask you a question. Right? They quote unquote heard the implosion the day they went down there, quote unquote.
Mhm.
But they prolonged it for almost a week, knowing they was already gone. Supposedly. They've been down there several times, same concept. Came back up. It's proof they've been down there in that tube.
Mhm.
There's no pictures of them getting in that tube that day. No, it's pictures of it going out, but it's no pictures of them actually in there of that day. I'm not saying I'm not. Hey, there's a lot of billionaires on that tube. I'm not saying they ain't or what didn't happen. I'm just saying it's questionable. That's all I'm saying.
I was like, what the hell? Y'all went down there.
Because it
I just,
doesn't. I
man.
mean, I'm not saying like I say it could have happened, but it just seems like it's another plot to a new movie to me.
2 a.m. rabbit hole. Come, it's fun. The water's warm. We have snacks. Anyway,
I'm
That was crazy. I couldn't imagine. Like, I think about like Aaliyah, right? I know it's like a little curve, but like people that saw their death coming, they didn't see
yeah.
it coming. But like somebody like Aaliyah who's falling out of the sky, or somebody who goes skydiving and their fucking parachute fails, that time before you die, you're telling yourself, why did my dumbass do this? They heard the cracking. They heard the cracking in it supposedly. So I know that they died instantly, but the whole time that motherfucker was creaking and crackling, I'm like, yo, you know it's over. You did this 5 times. You know what
but
them crackling noises mean.
no, but that's not always accurate because like it's certain crackling you hear when you're on the boat. It's certain crackling when you hear on certain things, and you don't even on airplanes. You be like, man. But every
Yeah,
time
but
you get on
they
that
got their
plane,
transmission and they heard them saying that the structural integrity of the submarine was compromised. That was one of the only things they said. They knew that they told them to turn around because the motherfucker was cracking. They got that on audio. I listened to it, so they knew that mother. Well, I know. Matter of fact, I think I know what you're saying. You're basically saying they probably didn't know for sure that it was bad because other shit happens. But they were talking about there was structural like integrity issues with the shit, and they should have turned around immediately. That's what people are saying up here that are alive. They're like, they should have. What happened? The protocol is to turn around immediately. They shouldn't allow them to keep going. And what happened was they didn't allow them. The dude that was pushing the submarine went against orders and kept going.
it
That's
wasn't
what's
just
fucked up. He killed them guys because they told him to
it's
turn
his
around.
too. It's his too. We don't know if they told him to turn around.
They did. I listened to the transmission. They got the transcripts. I listened to it. They told him turn around. He said, "I want to keep going. I'm going to keep pushing," because he was losing. What it was when they went down. They realized shit was bad, and they told him to turn around. And their thrusters, he went too far. And then by the time he tried to turn around, they didn't have enough thrust to make it back up. So So. But if you would have turned around when they told you, because they were maydaying these guys for a minute, like turn around. He's like, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I'm almost there. And just got your whole crew killed. That's crazy. I'm surprised they didn't sue his company for that, because he got them killed.
Okay, you gotta sign. No, we can't sue him. You know why? Because they signed a waiver.
Yeah, waiver.
They signed a waiver. Like know, this could be imminent death. You're signing your life away for a thrill. They always say a fool and his money will part ways. If you're on a religious aspect of it.
One of them dudes didn't even want to go. They convinced him to go. That's what sucks. They kind of coerced one guy.
That was his son. And the one guy told his son, This Scrabble, if you want something about the Seattle legislation, he right here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh, Scrabble.
No, I would. Yeah, I was about to say no. I would love I would love a check-in, and it's going to sound silly, but I am a firm believer that any legislation shouldn't be judged, harshly one way or the other, except by the people who are actually benefiting and or not from it. So, because everybody's got a strong opinion, and none of them that I have heard so far are from where they are affected. So whether negative or positive. So no, I'd love to hear, like, as time goes on,
Yeah.
how the actual, like, function of it works, and if
For
it
sure.
works over a period of time.
Yeah. For
I would
sure.
just love I would love to hear that. I mean, I always wish that, things that are done, whether in anyone's best interest or not, but is supposed to benefit the drivers, actually benefits the drivers. So I'm sincerely hoping that this is a raging success. But I would
Yeah.
love to
Okay.
find
Thank
out
you. Thank you.
because,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
yeah,
Thank you.
well, it's just reading what I have on that bill, and I haven't dug into all 68 pages as deep as I should. I just see so many ways, looking at the companies being what they are, um, being able to manipulate the Seattle law in a way that they can't in New York. And that
Yeah.
would be my concern. But I haven't dug in enough to see if, like, little protections are written in way deep in the document. Because the
Okay.
good thing about the New York legislation was that the way that they summarized it in the beginning, or they didn't summarize it in the beginning, but the most important parts of the protections and understanding how the law was going to work it was really clearly spelled out, and it was really easy to digest, and it was also in the beginning of the document, and then a lot of explanations of the very technical jargon followed
Yeah.
later. And it looks like the Seattle law might be a reverse of that.
Yeah,
So,
the cool thing about the Seattle, so this is what they basically put in. I know you read it, so this ain't news to you. So basically, how it goes is there's a $27 mandatory minimum pay for active time in
right,
the Seattle city limits. $5 base pay minimum, meaning no order can be underneath $5, period. Okay,
right.
boom for that. Number three is this could be backwards about which one it is, but I think it's 44 cents per minute, 77 or 71 cents per mile on top of that $5 base pay, on top of tips, on top of full trip transparency down to the GPS coordinates of where I picked up, dropped off, how much my adjustment will be, what time, how much like we get full transparency what the items are in the
Yeah,
delivery. Yeah,
yeah, which is fantastic. Now, when
yeah,
you read the bill, though, because the first thing you said when you said that, the first thing that comes to mind is when you read that bill right on the first page, is that they say it's the higher of $5 minimum or the miles a minute. They don't say both. It says or. So if they're doing it now, that bill right in the beginning says that they do not have to do both. And it is very clear.
see now, so yeah, so I guess I don't know if they're doing it voluntarily, but when we get the breakdowns in our trips, all
Yeah,
that's on there.
yeah.
So if that's the case, hey, that's so I would say this for the coolest thing for me with that legislation is the fact that I know some other markets they like their tier system and other things. So
Oh,
for
fuck
but
that.
for here they the at least from how I read it, like I said, you've read the actual bill. I'm going off the email that they sent, so I'm not
Yeah,
reading like the language which can misconstrue things, right? They basically what I read, they banned the tier, all the incentives, because
oh, yeah,
what it essentially did was shadow ban all the drivers who therefore before these tiers came on the bill or board and all that were cherry picking and had low ARs. You remember like 2 years ago AR didn't matter for shit because it was just whatever. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Now with these tier systems, we all got punished. So the city realized that and was like, no, you're not gonna punish drivers for fighting for a decent pay per mile. So they basically made all those incentive programs illegal, essentially, or banned them or whatever you want to call it.
oh,
So
yeah.
we all have a fighting chance inside the city limit.
Well, basically, the way the law is written is every metric that DoorDash uses is invalid. Every single one.
Yeah, they just said
AR,
fuck all that.
they're not allowed to use AR. They're not allowed to use priority programs. They're not allowed to use completion rate in your market, by the way.
Word is they're really mad. They're really mad about that in the
Yeah,
corporate. They're pissed.
they have full transparency. Now they didn't say anything about customer rating. So you may become subject to a customer rating requirement. At least I didn't see one. But like I said, I've skimmed the longer part of the bill. I haven't dug into it as deeply as I'm going to soon. But they were very, very clear about the required pay that comes out to that base minimum wage per active hour. But there is, you log in whenever you want. There's no schedule, no scheduling, no AR, no completion rate, no penalty for declining anything, no penalty for canceling an order. What else was there? There was the pay structure, there was the transparency, which is fantastic. And I am all about getting rid of AR because I'm sorry, no, just no. That if you want to be an independent contractor, if they want to call them that, that is not a thing. It is, they're trying to follow, that basic model. The only concern that I have is that it does not specify. Like I said, I'm really glad to hear that they are not taking more drivers. Thank fucking God. But I haven't gotten in, and I don't remember seeing where people from outside the city can't come in and have that immediate ability to get up to basically start dashing with inside the Seattle city limits. I know they said that people outside of Seattle can't order from inside Seattle. I don't think that was in the rule, but I may have missed it, just skimming the back end of it. But that might be a choice that DoorDash made to limit that mileage cost, which that
Possibly, because
mileage cost.
I did an Uber order today that went from the suburb area where I'm at in Bellevue across
Yeah.
Mercer Island and into the city. So that was an order outside of Seattle that came into the city. Now that was Uber. So DoorDash,
And
you're probably right.
Yeah, and I don't know if, I'm not sure how that works going backwards, like coming from outside of Seattle into Seattle. I don't remember seeing that, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere. But like DoorDash is not going to allow people from outside of that Seattle zone or the affected Seattle zones. If they're outside of it, they will not be able to order from inside Seattle to have it delivered to them outside that zone.
Okay.
Or those zones, however many you have for what is covered under the city of Seattle.
Yeah, city of Seattle is 5 zones: North Seattle, Central, Southwest. There's like 4 or 5. Yeah, like 5 zones.
And like I said, that's probably, quite frankly, just to limit that miles to money, quite frankly. And there is some language in there about dead miles back that I haven't read, but I think if I remember right, and I can tell you better in a day or two because I really will dig into it to make sure I have my facts right, but I'm almost positive you get paid for those too in some way, shape, or form, or there's a compensation structure for that.
Okay, can you tell me the bill number? Because I'm gonna tell you the thing that made me upset. They didn't put the name of the specific resolution. I don't know if that's a big FU, but they just I've been trying to figure out what the name of the damn bill was.
Hold on, I gotta figure out which of my two. Oh shit, this one's dead. But I think it's on the one.
Because rideshare got a pay increase too. I think rideshare went from $2 to $3 minimum per mile for rideshare too.
They were talking about adjusting rideshare. I didn't know if they actually did that or not.
Yeah, I got the email for them too because I get the emails for the driver union because Seattle drivers are part of the Teamsters.
Yep.
Yeah, I got the email.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look
right
again.
about that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, drive. Let's see here. SHRR 240. Yep, SHRR 240 is the number.
They didn't put that in the email, and I've been looking on the internet trying to figure out the name SHR.
They don't want y'all reading that shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. Was that a FU? Was that some sneaky shit?
Nah, man. The less informed drivers are, the easier it is for Dash and other apps to control their narrative.
Yeah, Instacart was so pissed off they took away
frankly.
Instant Pay. Instacart was so mad they took Instant Pay away from the Seattle City. That's so I had money trapped in Instacart. I was so pissed. I was just driving down the street and forgot the legislation kicked in at like 10 o'clock at night. I was so mad. Yeah, no more Instacart, Instant Pay inside Seattle. Any money you make inside Seattle. So if you did like $1,000 outside of Seattle and did one Instacart order in the city limits, you can no longer Instant Pay that out. You got to wait until they do the weekly payout.
Damn.
That's annoying as hell, bro. Because Instacart be paying good money, and don't nobody want all that money sitting for a week, bro. That's
Nah.
So I might just not Instacart in Seattle no more. That's the one thing that pissed me off. They doing all these little microaggression shit. It's microaggression. They call it, you know what they call it, the fee? That $5 fee that we get, which I guess is cool. What they should have did was stop charging all these weird fees. So by the time they actually put a fee in there that really goes to the drivers, everybody don't got fee exhaustion. Now everybody's sick and tired of all these fees. If this fee was here a long time ago, they'd be accustomed to it by now. But now they wait till the backside of inflation, and now everybody don't want to pay nothing extra. They're gonna call it a delivery regulatory, what they call that shit? The delivery regulatory adjustment fee, some dumb shit that make it sound like drivers is. I was like, man, they call it something stupid that makes drivers, they throw drivers under the bus.
Basically, what they did is they made it sound like it's all good, but they find their way how to screw you.
No, what it was cool, but what they did was they're doing microaggression. So the because they sent emails to the drivers and the consumers, but the name of the fee, like it has a specific name. Scrabble can probably tell you. It's like it literally is called a delivery regulatory something fee. Like they make it sound like regulatory, like they're trying to like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why don't you just call it a delivery fee? Why you got to put all this regulatory to make it sound like, oh, the government's coming in? I mean, I guess whatever. You can't catch them all. Can't catch them all. But I will say, I've had my first $300 day in a long time. Day 2 of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the amount of money I made, like you look at my Uber chart, it said, shoot. Like, yeah. So
I know I'm doing research on your area.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, I just read this up. Regulatory fees mean payment referred to as license and permit fees, which are mandatory and levied by local government as part of regulation of an occupant or business.
Yeah. See, if they would have put this in what they did was the city just realized they be playing like that's what I'm saying. Like I know every city ain't the same. The one thing that I like it about here is it's a mix of like you're not gonna tax Seattle residents just out of nowhere. Like if it don't make sense, they will repeal that shit. Like for real. They will repeal that shit. But if it makes sense, these people got deep pockets. These college kids, these tech people, these Asians, these Africans, they paying this shit. It is what it is. And you know what I'm saying? And so, but at the same time, they realize that these companies are playing games. So they said, we're not playing with you. I mean, think about it. These guys, we all know. I know these people out here be trying to shield for these companies, but at the end of the day, these companies are stealing money from us, man.
Of course.
So the city was like, we're not playing with you. We see you dicking around in New York. We see you dicking around in California, weaseling your way around. So listen, we're not playing with you. Do away with all these incentives. One man, one sound. It's even. We're not playing this game with you. And I fuck with it. Thank you. Well, let's hope for the best though, because I'm not naive. But thank you.
My city did something like that, I already know the first area that they would try it at. It'd be in Raleigh. That's the state capital.
Yeah.
And everybody would head right down there like there's no tomorrow because everything stays open till about 4 o'clock in the morning down there.
Y'all think it's gonna be a court challenge, or you think the cities you think they're gonna just let's get over it? If they get over it, that means it's enough money to do this even with the fee. If they fight it, that means it might really hurt. So we're gonna see. If they let it ride, that means okay, so you could afford this shit.
I hate to say it, but they're actually gonna fight it because they trying to pocket themselves. They ain't trying to pocket us.
Well,
They don't care what the hell
it's
we
went
make.
into effect, and I ain't heard no challenge yet. I know it's only day 3, but I mean, New York challenged on day 1.
It's just saying facts.
I'm like, I want to see. I just gotta follow the news and see if they challenge it. I think Boots was saying that New York, it was a certain rate at first, and then it slowly started diminishing. So isn't that what you said, Boots? You said it slowly starts. They slowly
Yeah,
started
I think
moving
it's
the pay. Like, they're like,
29.3. Cecily knows more about it because that's in her area.
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, here.
Yeah, the first week they paid everything out. The second week they was like, no.
So we're gonna see.
The first
We're gonna
week,
see
the first week, the first week they paid $29.93 at least with Grubhub, and then after that, I've been getting paid $17.96.
Yeah.
But part of the language is that they said if it's not busy, they can't. No, if it's busy, they can pay you that. But if it's not busy, they're not
Yeah,
gonna pay you.
if it's not busy, it's $29.93, and if it is busy, it's $17.96.
No, what I will say
I don't know.
about
I wouldn't know whether it's busy or not because to me, it's busy for me. So
what I
maybe
will say though
because
about Seattle is that if these companies play around, they've already shown they will sue their ass because they've already
Yeah.
sued DoorDash and Uber for playing games with the sick pay. So these politicians ain't scared of these companies. They'll smack that ass if they keep playing.
Well,
And they have. They have. You can
I
Google
think
that shit.
I think another thing that DoorDash and Uber and companies like that might be just waiting for to put their finger back in the wind is again the Department of Labor rule changes or the proposed rule changes, adopted rule changes, whatever that I haven't gone through quite yet. So I think that might be something, because they're gonna if you give them any wiggle room, they're gonna fuck around and find out. That's just the way they work. And March is not that far away. So if they get smacked to hell and back and lawsuits happen and everything, they'll play around and they'll fuck around and they'll somebody's going to find out one way or another because that's just how the companies operate when they're forced to do something that they really don't want to do.
Yeah, 'cause I've been reading on that they've been trying to be sneaky in the Seattle City Council's like, nah, lawsuit, nah, lawsuit.
But no, I'm like I said, in my heart of hearts, I hope it works. I really do, because it would be a win in a really expensive city, and if it benefits drivers, all the more power to them. Yeah.
Thank you. I
Again,
appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, whether people agree with it or not, or like it or not, from their purchase in different places, they are not in your market. They do not pay your bills, and they do not deal with your order flow, your order volume, and they don't run your business. You do.
Mm-hmm.
So, if this works, then and it's a benefit for people, then that is nothing but a win to me. Even when people say that, the rest of us who don't have legislation are going to suffer because they're paying all this money to people, I I'm going to tell you right now, I have a problem with that argument only because all these apps are charging that fee. We aren't paying for that. They may use it as an excuse to pit driver against driver to lower base pay again, but they're charging a $5 fee to the customer. They will probably eventually increase other fees to the customer. They ain't paying a damn bit of that. And if they can find a way to make money on it, like they did on Prop 22 with the medical stipends they're collecting, they will. So that's just my opinion.
I appreciate you,
I feel
Scrubber.
like I need
Thank
to
you,
put
all
that
y'all,
out
for
there now.
talking to me.
Disclaimer, the panelists, the opinions of the panelists do not reflect the
Yo,
opinions
I'm gonna
of
rock out with
Jasper
y'all in
Life
the chat.
Hawaii
I'm about to go
LLC.
cook. I'm about to go cook dinner. I'm gonna watch y'all in the chat, y'all. All right. All right. I'm gonna talk to y'all later.
All right.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, man. Good night.
Hey, who taking this order?
What is that?
McDonald's catering bag required 19 items,
How much?
$2.75.
What the fuck?
How much?
$2.75 for 1.8
All
miles.
I heard was the 75. How much?
$2.75 for
Oh,
1.8.
oh. They might give a cash tip.
Well, they better find somebody else to do it because I turned it down.
Exactly.
Yo, I
Exactly.
swear to God, this man's fucking disrespectful. Oh my God.
That's yo, fuck that.
$2.75. Come on now.
Yeah.
This is so many ways.
I don't take orders like that. No, sometimes I would have took it, even though it was 1.8 miles. But still, for one, I know the McDonald's it wasn't gonna be ready. Somebody got a lot of noise.
And whoever's gonna be mad is God knows what.
Oh no, they ain't gonna be mad because they'll take it because that was the order right there. I'll try to.
Sometimes those catering orders are not. There's nothing at it. I had one where it was what $8 and it was $8.
Yeah, no diamond, no plus.
Nope,
$2.75. Yep.
That is 100 plus of McDonald's. That is not 18
That's what SOB. That's what that is.
100
that much
plus for 270. Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. Sorry. No. Nope. Nope. Inflation ain't that high yet. Sorry, not sorry. Goddamn.
Yeah. See, I told you I get trash orders too.
I just said that you didn't. I mean, your thing
No,
would be
not
at like
you.
72 to 80 something if you didn't decline.
No, I'm at my AR is at 83% right now.
Yeah, I know, but you always in between. Sometimes you told me like I remember you saying it. Sometimes you was like at 68 and you had to bring it up, and then you would turn
But
on
ain't
like
no way.
shopping pay, so then you could bring it up.
Nah, I ain't gonna hold you up. If that would have been $4, I probably would have took it.
Why $4 and not the $2.75?
It would have been $4.70 because it was only 1.9 miles. Catering bag required. I mean, I'm still making. I ain't going nowhere. I really probably didn't even have to move. I could just walk.
I mean, if I was on Earn by Time, I'd absolutely say take it and walk it slowly.
But I know it ain't gonna be ready. I know what they did. They ordered all that shit, and it's all base pay.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
You got feedback. You got feedback, Hector.
Oh, hold on.
They
Who
think they
wants to bet?
slick.
Who wants to
They
bet
think
that those delivery instructions say leave it door,
They sent
cash
it back
tip?
to you? They sent it back to
look,
you?
they stacked it. They stacked it for 670. Look, they stacked it for 675. You see the McDonald's down there with a Taco Bell for
Oh, that's even
4.7
worse
miles.
though.
Huh?
Hell no. Hell no.
That's crazy. That's about to be a short. That's about to be a short. For real. Both of them. I took pictures of both of them. They stacked it, bro. Like, really? Like, I'm really gonna say yeah to that.
So it's
Wow.
$4. So it's right. It's like $4 for
Mm,
the
It's gotta
Taco
be
Bell.
four. It's gotta be $4 for the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
But you still got that 19 items. The 19 items at McDonald's. No.
It's not. It's not ketchup or like.
I'm
Or,
not accepting it to find out.
I mean,
I'm not
does ketchup cost like $5 a pack now up there?
no the item count. So
It's
they'll
like
throw in
25 cents over
yeah,
here. 25
yeah
cents a packet. Yeah.
the sauce
Yeah.
packets,
Yeah.
the chicken McNugget sauce, all that stuff, all that stuff. Okay, 675 plus. I'll take this one at Denny for 2.3 miles. I'll take that.
Absolutely.
I'm picking up from Mikael.
Oh,
Mikael. That's Grubhub.
But yes, Cabo, the sauce packs and all that, they count as items. They count as
They do.
individual items. Yeah. So you would go there, like I'd accepted that, right? Not and then read the items, and it probably said 2 McDoubles and the rest sauce packs.
Yeah, but okay, is it different in your market? Because in my market, catering bag required is still a subtotal of $100 or more.
Right,
Is
right,
it
right.
different for you guys there?
It's $100 or more with catering bag. So
Yeah.
that goes to show me you spent all this money on McDonald's, but you ain't tipped. Now that right there wasn't having no tip on it. That was all base pay, and they gonna
Oh
fuck
yeah.
around
Oh
and
yeah,
have,
absolutely.
they gonna fuck around and have somebody else find out because it wasn't gonna be me. Find somebody else to do it.
Like
That's
I
gonna be a
said, I guarantee you that motherfucker was a leave it door with the leaving note says cash tip. Just watch.
I
You
don't.
don't have to watch. I
I ain't
feel
gonna never
like
know. But
I
I
feel
would
that
like to know
myself.
who. I would like to know who picked it up.
Well, I mean, y'all have earned by time over there.
We don't
I
have
don't.
urban. He
I
doesn't
do
have
got earn
urban
by time.
time. You
I
don't
do
got
got
urban.
earn by time.
You
I
No,
do?
got
I
earn by
didn't.
time.
Yeah, I was about to
Huh?
say, I know you don't do earn by time, but it's available, which means somebody can be on earn by time and we'll get
Yeah,
that order.
yeah. We had earned by time since
Thank you.
2021.
Yeah.
But I've never, like I said, I've never done it. I will never do it because, like, when earn by time first hit this mark, that's my buddy right there. When earn by time first hit this market, it was like these orders. It used to say it. These orders are no tip orders. It
Yeah.
used to have a disclaimer on the top of the earn by time.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, people like, oh man, I'm about to get 20 an hour. No, you not. You got to be on that
No.
order for a whole hour. No, you don't. They just stacked my Denny's. They put another $5.50 on for 1.2 miles. So 675 would go to $12. No, it won't. It'll go to 11.75 because the 625 plus the 550, that's 11.25.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck it, I'll take it. It's a diamond order.
Yeah. That's
So I'm
still
about to
not
make
bad miles for 11.75 plus whatever the extra is.
It was 2.6 plus an additional 1.3.
Yeah, that's 3 miles.
Oh no, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. But you
Yeah.
but you just see, I just turned 6 into 11. You wanted me to turn 2 into 6. The fuck out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Got me fucked up. But that's
Nope.
what they do. They send you trash order, then they send you a decent offer and then stack it. This time of night anyway.
Yeah.
And it's Monday, so a lot of stuff probably still closed because of Martin Luther King Day today.
Yeah.
It's a national holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got a
even the
lot.
banks were closed. The banks were closed.
Yeah, the banks were the only thing closed here. Everything else was open.
Nomad Dad was home. It was considered a holiday for him. He works for like the city.
Oh, nice.
My brother probably was at home too. He worked for the government.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he might have not been home. He might have been at the shop all day because he cut hair. He a barber too. He stopped doing DoorDash to become a barber. No, he been a barber, but he worked at the shop.
That's why I was able to sleep all day, pretty much. Shit. The mom, like with the baby's not gonna let me sleep.
I got like 10, 12 shorts I know in my phone for sure. Because when I went in the grocery store, they had some meat. So they wanted me to get some salami. Now it was a choice: get the brown salami or the pink salami. Which one?
Lord,
No, I'm serious. It's crazy. On the salami, they wanted me to get the brown or the pink.
Oh, Lord.
Let me see if I can find it in my video. There you go.
There we go.
You see the pink? You see the salami?
Yeah.
That's the brown. That's the brown salami. You gonna get the brown, or you go get the pink. That's a short that I'm gonna load up one day. Somebody might try to clip that and take my short. We know that. We know that go around a lot. I couldn't believe word from word though. Plagiarized my whole wow. And I wasn't even gonna make a short about it. Just plagiarized the whole thing. You probably don't know what I'm talking about, do you, Scrabble?
No, I don't.
Know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm lost.
So on Matt's channel not too long ago, Matt was talking about the tax scam that's out.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. Gotcha.
And somebody took that tax scam and made a short on it.
They made a short about it, not a video.
No, they made a whole short. They made a whole short and said, "Look at this! Look at this! I got this call 3 times, word for word on what I said on Matt's panel."
Yeah, I was about to say, see, I don't get shorts from a lot of the people that a lot of people do, but I'm assuming, was it one of the Voldemorts?
Yes, one of the Voldemorts. Exactly.
Okay.
What is a Voldemort? I'm
Well, are you a Harry Potter fan?
Yes, I'm a Harry Potter fan, but I was
So
gonna
then how
say
you don't know Voldemort? How you don't know
no.
Voldemort?
I was finna say that's Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I call them the Voldemorts because they are those who must not be named.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, yeah. It was one of the Voldemorts. Like
Yep.
literally, if you, and it was ironic because I was just on my other phone trying to, get an order. No, I was on my other phone trying to get somebody a wrench, and as I was trying to go on to, God damn, girl.
Oh my God. Looking
We
at
shouting
feet.
out to the yoga pants.
No, that ain't yoga pants. That's man. That's a man. Um, it came up in my um suggested videos.
Oh yeah.
I was like, "What? Are you serious?"
Yeah.
I usually put those as do not show me this item anymore. Like I have to put like certain stuff on the side like that it doesn't show up on my feed.
Look, word, because word for word, literally word for word. I got this call three, and this number right here. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I just was laughing like this is nuts.
Yeah.
Well,
See, I don't.
also Sarah Elizabeth also made like a video too.
No, but see, that's the thing about it. I literally got the call 3 times on Sunday. Literally, it's
Yeah.
fact. And I wasn't going to put a video out on it because I know this the time of year they come out. The scammers are out. No matter what app you work, the scammers are out, and I know that. After the tax stuff go through, you're gonna start getting them calls again, like the order has been fraudulently bought, this, that, and the third. You're gonna start getting them. It's fact. It happens
Mm-hmm.
every year. So I don't put I did it once, but I'm not gonna do it again. It is what it is. It's a scam. You got to beware. Then Sarah Elizabeth popped up and was like, "Oh, has anybody gotten this call?" But she had got it the day before me. So I'm like, "Damn, this shit just happened to me today." And
It was during the weekend that possibly it was happening
yeah,
to
so
people.
she got the call and was, talking about how they try to get her to change her banking and all that, sent her the link. And it's like, this shit is like for real. Like, you seriously. So yeah, I didn't bring it up, wasn't gonna talk about it until Matt was saying, like, my buddy said. I was like, and then Pedro, and then that happened, and I'm like, look, it's fact because it happened personally. And
Yeah.
yeah, they took everything I said and made it short about
This is why half of the time I don't want to be answering any phone calls from
it.
like that I believe is like Grubhub or like the customer, because the customer's number shows up the same as on my end. It shows up like almost the same. It all shows up like it's coming from Chicago, right?
Right, but
And,
so
and
what?
I don't like answering. I don't like answering none of them because when I went to when I first started with Postmates, it was like the same. It was like a number from Postmates that they use, like a shadow number, and they were calling me saying, "Oh well, this delivery that you're doing right now is fraudulent. Someone used a stolen credit card to make the purchase of this order. We need you to like cancel the order, but you need to do these steps in order to still get paid for it." I'm like, but I don't want to do that. That's stupid. That don't even make sense. Why are you even calling me? You could have just like canceled the order yourself. And
Yep.
as soon as they started like asking for like my password and email address, I was like, oh, what the fuck is wrong with you? You think it's that fucking stupid? I'm not gonna give you none of that stuff because obviously you're trying to take my money. But that's the thing. I don't want to answer nobody's call. I don't want to talk to no one because of stuff like that. And I've had those calls where they're like, "Well, if you don't cancel now, you're not gonna get paid." Like they become even aggressive with me at times too. Like if
Oh, they
I'm
do
doing
that.
something wrong, yeah, they became aggressive. Those times they became aggressive with me, saying that if I didn't cancel, that I was gonna get in trouble. And I was like, "Well, then get me in trouble. Get me in trouble." Like I'm gonna go back and forth with you guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's their thing. They thing is to get aggressive when you don't listen. if you don't do this and do that,
Well,
you're
you don't
gonna
do what
pay
they
for
want
it.
you to do.
We're gonna charge your credit. I said, well, charge it then. You know, one
Charge
day
my
they
credit. How the hell you even have my
no no
credit
but they
information?
don't. But that's what they try to say, right? So one day
Uh,
I got this dude so mad. I said, man, this ain't support. Don't play with me. Go play with your mama. He was like, since you ain't gonna play with me, go eat a dick. I was like, man, but I wanted to just record one of them, and I didn't even think about it Sunday. I did not think about it. But what it is with DoorDash, they give you they give you three numbers. So they give you a set of three numbers, and it's basically generic number that you call or the customer call, and that's how you know. But the number that normally calls you back and it says like Grubhub, that's the actual customer. So so they okay.
All right. So turn back. You all
All
set.
right. So what they found out to do, I'm on the phone. All right, sorry. Yeah. So what they found out to do is they found out to because it usually just come up as the number. So when they found out that support will come up as DoorDash, they start using DoorDash number. I mean DoorDash name. So
Yeah.
it would read DoorDash when they come up. So it will always read DoorDash. So then when they find that, when DoorDash found out about that, support started using support. Now the scammers don't know that support, when you call support, it says support. They still come up as DoorDash.
mhm.
So the very first time it happened to me, I got sent to McDonald's. And I was like, this is
You
my
got shit
last
for
order. I was on shit. Don't hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on my way home. And I was like, this is gonna be my last order of the night. Um, if I get something before I get home, but whatever. So it I'm like, okay, it's McDonald's, one item. I ain't think nothing of it. And as I'm driving to McDonald's, I'm like, damn, who order one cookie? Well, fuck it. It's paying me $8 going 1.1 mile. I'm going to get this money.
Yep.
So I get the cookie and I'm walking out and my phone ringing. I'm like, why are they calling me? And I ain't thinking nothing of it. Answered it, and they like, is this such 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 such? And I'm like, who is this? And never said my name because I don't. When somebody called me like, is this such such such? Such, why you if you calling me, you know my name, right? So I'm like, who is this? They're like, this is such and such from DoorDash support. And I'm like, okay, why are you calling me? Well, you picked up an order from McDonald's. It's bought with a stolen credit card. We need you to pull over if you're not driving, pull over to make it safe. And I'm like, why do I need to pull over? And he was like, this is support, Donald. And I'm like, first of all, my name ain't Donald. Why the fuck you calling me Donald? And he was like, well, no reason for vulgar language. And I was like, what do you want? Why are you calling me? He was like, well, I told you it's support. They're calling me. The order was bought with a stolen credit card. You need to pull over and click this link and add your banking. I say, wait a minute. If this really support, you know all my information. And he was like, Donald, are you gonna listen? And somebody in the background laughed. I was like, dude, this not support, and my name ain't Donald. So I clicked over. I called support. I'm like, look, I don't know what's going on, but I got a support on the other line saying that the order I've been bought with a stolen credit card, I need to cancel it and pull over and do this. The lady was like, you don't have an order. I was like, yes, I do. A McDonald's cookie order. One item is a cookie. I picked it up already. She was like, that order didn't make it through our system. You don't have an order. And I looked at my phone. Yeah. So I clicked back over and was like, this is if this support, y'all know. And I kept going on, and I'm steady driving to the location because I want my full pay. Fuck that. I picked this cookie up. I'm getting paid. And
Mm-hmm.
he was like, "You're being, just like you're being hard headed. You're gonna pay for this. We're gonna charge your credit card." I was like, "Dude, do what you gotta do." And he hung up on me. 2 minutes later, the order was canceled. I got full pay, and I had a cookie.
Mm-hmm.
There you
But
go.
if I would have gave
Yeah.
them the information they wanted, it'd have been all bad. A couple weeks later, they called me back again. This time, I had to go to PetSmart and buy 30 crickets. I bought 30 crickets. I was like, why am I buying crickets? But they always try to buy the smallest amount of stuff and spending less money. So if you can get to the place, get it and walk out. Long as you got it in your possession, you hit confirm pickup, you're gonna get full pay, whether they cancel the order or not.
Mm-hmm.
And what I found out is that the number that's calling you back is the actual call center where all the scammers be, and they calling you back from there, acting like posing like the the customer.
Mm-hmm.
Two, not they even start sending out DoorDash emails trying to scam you, trying to get you to click a link. It was a guy they caught him, they busted him. His name Michael. When they caught him in his apartment, he had 700 and some odd $1,000 in cash. He had already stole over $3 million from gig drivers, not just DoorDash, Uber, Lyft. He was getting the money. So
It's amazing people can be that gullible these days.
People are still
but
actually still gullible. So to this
yeah,
day,
yeah,
they're
but the
still
thing
getting
of
scammed, Scrabble.
but the
I'm
thing about it,
just as amazed as you are.
but
Believe
the thing about it, Scrabble, is what really kind of play a part in that? The AR and the completion rate. Because people like
Yeah.
a new driver that don't know, for one, before Dasher Direct, you cash out every day when you were
Yeah.
able to. For two, um, don't worry about your numbers because they really at that time they didn't matter. But when they started mattering, you got to still protect yourself. And people was
Yeah.
really turning over their information, and the way they would do it, like the way he would do it, the Michael guy, the way he would do it he'll be on the phone and say, "Well, it's going to be a delay in your." I don't know how he was getting past the 7 day hold. Now that part was the smartest shit ever. But I don't know how he got past the 7 day hold. But he would tell him it's going to be a delay in your weekly pay. So if you don't see it, don't worry about it. And people not thinking. So on Tuesday they're like, "Oh, it's going to be a delay." So Wednesday come Thursday, your money all gone. But he was getting the money the same night
Yeah.
with fast pay. I was like, wow. But he has stole over $3 million already.
Yep.
But
It
it's
doesn't pay to
crazy.
be stupid.
Well, no, it doesn't pay. But just imagine how many people he scammed like that and got away with it.
Well, no, that's what I mean. I'm not actually talking about him. His idea was actually really smart. The people who lost their money. It doesn't pay to be stupid.
Oh no, no, I
Yeah.
ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that. What? What?
no, nothing. I'm just laughing at what Scrabble said. It doesn't really pay to be
I'm
stupid.
sorry, that's insensitive, but yeah.
I'm sorry, it is, but it was funny too.
I know it's not insensitive, Scrabble.
It's three
You
o'clock in
know,
the morning, so you know.
you know why? You know why I say it ain't insensitive? Because that is like when somebody look. I woke up one morning and it's federal. It said your Walmart transaction for $450, and I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I ain't shopped at Wally World in a minute. Hold on. So I'm going through my account. I'm looking. I'm like, okay, I don't see that posted. I don't see this deducted, and I'm scrolling. I'm like, fuck,
Yeah.
I don't see nothing. So I'm looking at the email. I'm looking at it. And I'm like, Navy Federal wouldn't. They not gonna say FO. They gonna say FOUR.
Yep.
That link, that that letter ain't gonna be lowercase. That's gonna be. I said this shit ain't. I called the bank like, listen, I'm over here with this email, and she was like, send it to me. I sent it to her. She was like, that's phishing, not
Yep.
fishing with an F, fishing with a P.
PH.
Y'all,
Yep.
if I would have clicked that link, my bank account would have been gone.
Yep.
I'd have been sick. Because that account got money. I'd have
Yeah.
been sick.
You know what
I'd
I
have
got?
been sick.
What I got in the past couple. I'm sorry to cut you off. You know what I got in the past couple days that I think is very weird. Somehow I received an email saying that I set up a Chime account
Mm-hmm.
that I didn't know that I signed up for, and that they're gonna
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna mail me the debit card.
Did you do
And
it?
I didn't do that shit. Why would I need a Chime? Why would I need Chime if I have Chime?
You sure it's not with the direct Dasher Direct?
No.
Okay. So I will say, just in case people don't do this anymore, if you haven't pulled a credit report once a year, do that. Because identity
Oh, I
theft
do.
is a thing, and
No, I
it's,
do. I do.
yeah,
do. And
because
I also
identity theft is a thing, and it's tax time and
believe
quick
me,
loan season.
one time I got notified. One time by a Nissan dealership that I had a car that I didn't know that I had. It was under my name. They called me, and I'm like, but it doesn't even show up on my credit report that I even have a Nissan. I don't
Yep.
have that car. So, how are you calling me about a car that I don't have? You know what I mean? Like, but it
Oh, yeah.
doesn't even show up on my credit report. You know what I mean? Like, it was the weirdest thing that I've ever gotten to. Like the weirdest call.
They wasn't calling you about your extended warranty?
No, it wasn't about the extended warranty. They were talking to me about a Nissan, an actual Nissan car, and I'm like, I've never even had a Nissan car.
You never got that call about the extended warranty? They always
I
calling
get
you.
those calls all the time still, and I get stuff in the mail.
You be out on a cruise ship. Hey, we trying to contact you about the extended warranty.
Yeah. Well, here's
Yeah.
the thing, and this is a new reality for, and especially for older folks. It's harder for us to have made this transition to the fact that bank accounts is what we used to protect, and nowadays every bank, every financial institution has a much easier way to recoup losses from digital theft, from scamming, from things like that. You want to know the most valuable thing you have if you have a good credit score? It's your identity. It's not your money, your bank account. It's your identity.
Right.
That is worth way more if you have a good credit score. And a lot of people, especially a lot of older people who grew into this digital generation with digital banking and digital money and all this fun stuff, we have had a more difficult time transitioning our mindset because older people tend to have, just in general, and this is not blanket, but generally overall, we tend to have higher credit scores. So the most valuable thing we have is not our bank balance. It's the identity that people can use to do a lot more damage that it takes a lot longer to figure out.
And that's one thing about some of the millionaires I be around. They're like, man, having the best thing about having money is when you got credit, you don't need credit. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. You're like, no, my credit is good. I don't even need it. I don't even need
Yep.
to spend my money. As my identity. When I walk in, they know who I am. They run it. Oh, you good? And I walk out with no money exchanged at all. I was like, damn, really? And I remember
Yep.
watching. And I remember watching. And it may sound corny. But I remember watching Pretty Woman. And when I seen Richard Gere do that, I'm like, that motherfucker is right, because that's what he did on Pretty Woman. He walked in. He was like, let me get that. It was like a $2 million necklace. They was like, good. They said, just go ahead. Your credit good with us. Like, who does that? Who can actually? I know it's a movie, but really, it's probably people out in this world that can walk in, grab a $2 million necklace, and don't leave a dime.
Yep.
That's crazy.
It's about status.
Yeah. This is what I don't like. Now you at the place that got 8 fucking towers. I text you 10 minutes ago. You still ain't responded. God.
I hate those.
I see when I come here, this is the Hilton Hawaiian Village. When I come here, tell me your room. I'll find you. I don't need you to find me. And they just don't get it.
Yeah.
Let me see if both of these work before I walk all around. Oh no, I won't go here. So Betty, where are you at, Betty?
It's always a fucking Betty. What the hell?
Shoot, my area, that's common. I don't know why they don't like answering, but every day I got to deal with one.
Somebody not answering the phone? Yeah. Yesterday I had pizza and it was fucking cold. I'm standing outside ringing the doorbell and it says ring doorbell like that I can let you in. Ringing the doorbell. I was literally there for 10 minutes. And he was in the shower because when I delivered it looked like he was like wearing a robe and stuff. So most likely he was in the shower and didn't hear the bell ring or even have his phone on him. Like that he could at least answer my phone calls.
Well, let's just be real. Betty has probably been scrolling on YouTube Shorts because she's not cool enough to be on TikTok, and she saw Voldemort talking about how DoorDash is scamming people, and she saw DoorDash support and ignored it. Sorry, it's not funny, but you know, it is kind of funny.
When I heard Voldemort, I was like, oh my god, that's hilarious. You know, the only one that I really cared about that died the most, was Snape.
Wait, the only one that what?
That I really cared about dying was Snape.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you a story. Are you a Harry Potter movie person, a Harry Potter book person, or both?
Movie. Never read the books.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure that there's more information in the books, but I never read the books.
Oh, so much more. So when the seventh book, the part 2 of the 7th book came out, we basically, or when the 7th book came out, because it's one book, they had a big midnight party at the bookstore where we were going to get our copies, and we had all pre-ordered it, and people were in costumes, and it was amazing. And when you went in, you had to sign a paper that said that it was a no spoilers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So we file in, and it's all ages, all walks of life, and it's wonderful. And we start getting our books, and as all book nerds will do when you're in a bookstore, you find a cozy place, plop your ass down, and start reading when you've been waiting, for that book. And the person in front of me and a couple of my friends was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than, I don't know, 10 or 12.
And she did what every self-respecting book nerd does when you're in a bookstore with a book you've been waiting for that long. She went right past her mom, found herself a spot pretty close to where we were, plopped her ass down, and started reading. And so we're reading. I'm a pretty fast reader. And in the very beginning of that book, and you'll remember from the movie, the 7 Harrys, the 6 decoys, the real Harry, and, the people that rode with them on the brooms to get him out to take him to the safe house. So we're
That's like the
reading.
beginning. That's the very beginning. Yeah.
That's the very beginning of the movie. That's also pretty much the very beginning of the book. Not quite, but very close. Well, if you'll remember who the first death was in book 7 of Harry Potter.
It's the guy with the crazy eye.
Oh no, it was
No,
not.
it wasn't him.
It was Hedwig.
Hedwig.
It was Harry's owl.
The owl got hit first.
It was Harry's owl is the first death in book 7. And if you say Hedwig is not a character, we can't be friends.
He is a character. I just don't remember him being a Harry. That's why I just don't remember them speaking about Hedwig.
Yeah, Hedwig is the first death in book 7. He takes the Avada Kedavra curse from one of the Death Eaters that was aiming at Harry. So, yes. So we're reading.
Just broke my heart. I didn't even know he died.
Yes. This is a very.
You see, we're talking about an owl.
we're talking about Hedwig is a very important character.
I know he is.
But yes. So we're all sitting and we're reading, and she had been ahead of us, and apparently she was a really great reader, because it wasn't too long after I read that scene, my eyes immediately went to that girl across from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I sat there and I waited, and it took about maybe 2 minutes. And there was a no spoiler rule. You could not say anything. You could not. And all of a sudden, I hear this little gasp, and her eyes just well up. And I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh God. And she's just, and her mom's like, oh my God, what is it? Did you bump yourself? Did you hurt yourself? And she clamped her mouth shut, and tears just started rolling down her face, and she just kept shaking her head no. And her little face got so red, and she was just crying. But she knew she couldn't say anything. And it was the most horrible, heartbreaking thing I have ever seen in my life, was seeing that little child read that scene, and I knew exactly what it was and exactly when it happened, and see her just sit there shaking with that book crushed to her chest, tears streaming down her face, but not making a sound, and just kept shaking her head as her mother's like, what is wrong? Are you okay? Are you okay? And she's just like shaking her head no, but she can't say anything. And periodically it was almost like one of those like sets of dominoes in slow motion, because as soon as everybody got to that page, depending on how fast you read, you would hear that and then mouths clamping shut. But yeah, so it's a very
I remember them saying that I know the guy with the crazy eye had died too during that time.
He did.
No, I know he did, but I only remember them talking about him, and I know it was someone else, but I don't remember them talking about the owl. I just thought they just stopped showing him after a while, because he was just just like a pet that they brought with them to school. I didn't know they would, I'm not saying that obviously he didn't have any feelings or that he didn't feel like he needed to protect them, but I didn't know he took a hit.
Oh, well, see, in the books, Hedwig has a lot more airtime, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Not in
actually
the
has
movie.
some really important moments. So
Yeah, not in
he's
the movie.
always really central in a lot of different scenes in the books.
Hmm.
But yeah, he takes the shot to fly in front of Harry to take the kill shot.
Wow.
And it's like page 8. It's like really early on in the book.
My daughter cried when Dobby died.
Oh God, that was awful. Oh, it was so awful. I did too. Not even gonna lie about it. I'm not ashamed.
You know, I've always wondered because I used to work in a bookstore. That's kind of nice. I used to work in a bookstore, and I used to work nights though. I used to restock the shelves and all that stuff. So one
Yeah.
day I used to always wonder, do really people really actually be in bookstores like that and reading books?
Oh yes.
'Cause and I didn't. I really I didn't really ever witness it, but to hear it is like, damn. I used to read a
Yeah, but
book.
reading a book
Huh?
is more like you imagine what the characters look
Yeah,
like and
Mm-hmm.
where they're located. Like if they do a good description of where the
yeah,
locations are at and how people look and what they're wearing and everything. It's just like it's you have such a wide imagination in your mind of what it could look like, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I
go
read
ahead.
a lot of books. I read a lot of books, but like sometimes, even with I'm just almost like radio. You hear somebody's voice, and you get it. Even being on the phone, so you hear somebody's voice without seeing their face. Do you automatically like your mind get a picture of what you think they look like or what they supposed to look like?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Because their
yeah.
voice is different from what.
By the way, you met Diz, right? In Denver, right?
Yes and no.
Diz delivery. He was from
So
California.
right, so I seen him there, and we passed each other. They said that's this. He had it on his shirt, and that was it.
Yeah.
I mean, it
So,
ain't. We didn't talk or interact with each other. No.
oh no, he's not a bad guy, but see, I was talking to him for like during the whole time that he did like the war and everything like that. And
Hmm.
I sort of got though, I thought he was this white bald guy for some reason. Don't judge me. And I told him this too, and I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I was like, I did not think you look like that at all. My imagination is in his voice. Have you ever heard him speak? Especially when he's on panel, it's like you wouldn't even think that he looks like that.
No,
Yeah.
he like
I
about six
apologize.
two. He about 6'2".
No, he's. I mean, I don't know how tall he is. So, I mean, he's 6'2". That means he's taller than me. So he's a big guy. But I wasn't thinking that at all. At all. So
Yeah,
when you
I
just
just
said that, I just thought about him. And by the way, I haven't seen him in a while.
when I used to listen to this sports talk radio station when I was back home, but I just used to hear it because it's sports talk. So when I seen the pictures, I was like, wait, that ain't the same voice I well, I'm like, that ain't the same voice I be listening to. They be some funny looking people. I say, I guess that's why you do radio.
Yep.
Yeah. And I do when I be on the phone, I be like, no, they look like this. They look like that. No, they don't. Total opposite. Like, I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna leave that one alone. After you sleep, or you
No,
taking a
I'm up here.
Oh yeah.
I had
Hector
that long
taking
drive back home.
Hector taking the Hector.
I mean, it's late for most of us. For most of us, it's pretty late.
It's like
or early.
3:22, ain't it?
Yes, at home.
It's
Yep.
like 3:22.
Yep. East Coast, yes.
10:22 my time.
Dude, it stopped for me after what, like 2 o'clock. I was like, all right, I'm going home. I got what I wanted.
Is it still snowing, Ceci?
Oh yeah, it stopped for a little bit, and then it said it was gonna start again. My weather alerts me now. I put the notification, which I never did before.
Yeah,
It just alerted me. It
yeah.
alerted me at telling me at 3:07 that it was gonna start snowing again.
3:07.
Yeah, 3:07. It started snowing again, and it's snowing. My weather thing is pretty
Pretty
up to date.
accurate.
Yeah.
I don't miss it, so I don't miss it at all.
But AI
I
is
actually,
supposed to
I
be
actually
raining
don't
here.
mind. I actually don't mind the snow. I prefer the snow compared to the heat.
Yeah, it's
I used
supposed
to
to be
walk up.
raining for a little bit tomorrow. Or today,
I
I
used to
should say.
walk out, my face fall off. Like fuck that. No, I'm not doing this no much longer. Bones be brittle. You think you gonna fall apart like Mr. Glass? So do you read comic books? Scrabble.
I don't read a lot of comics anymore. I think the most recent one that I read was what was it? What the hell was that name? It was a little fringe comic thing, but no. Now I read a lot of manga for a while. I
Oh,
loved it.
manga. Yeah, manga. That's that anime.
I was
Yeah.
I was that mode. Absolutely.
Mhm. My
Yeah, I
daughter
still
reads
have
graphic novels, which is like almost like comic books, but they're in book form.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
I
manga.
like
Yeah, I know about manga. I know
I
manga.
like I like I like a mix between fiction and nonfiction with a little bit of thriller of horror in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm horror and thriller.
Yeah, I'm a horror thriller. I love scary movies. That's why I watch
But
documentaries. That's why I watch documentaries. They're kind of scary and morbid.
I
At least
used
the
to
ones
watch.
Documentary
Yeah,
at least the ones
documentaries
that I
to
be
me
watching.
can be scarier than a horror movie any day.
What happened?
I said documentaries to me can be scarier than a horror movie.
Oh
Horror
yeah, because
movies.
it's real life. That's why it makes it scary. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
horror movies are funny to me.
you know what used to scare me?
What?
Snap, Snap on the
Oh,
ID
the
channel.
show? The show stuff? Oh
Oh
yeah, that
wow.
shit
Oh,
scared me.
yeah.
It was
On the
kind of
ID channel.
it was
I used
Yeah.
to
bugged
watch.
out. It was
Yeah,
bugged out. Oh
I
yeah.
used to watch. Yeah, I used to watch Snap, Forensic Files,
I was
um,
about to say that.
Forensic Files, and it was the other one. They with the Forensic Files, and that one is like the sister
Cold
and brother
case. The
cold
cold
case,
case.
the cold
Yeah.
case, and I can't remember his name right now. The old guy, the old detective. What is his
Unsolved
freaking name?
Mysteries.
Not Unsolved. I used to watch Unsolved. That scared me when I was a kid. When I heard that music, I was like, turn this off.
Time to change to the Lifetime channel.
uh,
Dun, 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 dun.
Joe Kittner, homicide hunter. If you ever watch Joe Kittner, homicide hunter, he was an older homicide detective. I used to watch his stuff faithful, but I was like, it's messed up because this is real life.
Yeah.
And if you ever get a chance, watch Homicide Hunter. It don't come on as now, but the old series, he's supposed to be doing something new.
There's a whole bunch of YouTubers that do that now. I watch a lot of. It's sometimes I have to escape from what they're talking about because it becomes a lot dark. It becomes dark,
It,
and
it,
it puts me in
it gets
a
dark.
weird place. Yeah, it puts me in a weird place because I can watch it. I love watching, all of that stuff. It just puts me in the dark place at times. So I'll stop, and then I'll come back here and speak to you guys, and then get into the drama, and then leave again and watch that, and then they'll put me in the dark place again. It all depends on what they're talking about because sometimes it's not so bad. Sometimes there's a solving in the case, or it's an old case, and it brings happy stuff. But I mean, it's pretty dark. A lot of it. The last one that I seen was about the Murdoch thing. I don't know if you
I
heard
seen
about the Murdoch.
I seen the Murdoch.
Yeah,
Talking
the
about
murders,
I
Murdoch
yeah,
murders
Murdoch
about
murder.
the boats, about the boats.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. See, did you see? There was one like the one now where the dudes go scuba diving to find old cars that supposed to went off the road to see if bodies are in them. Well, the bodies ain't in them, but they find a license
Oh,
plate. They
really?
find Yeah, they go scuba diving. Like it's on YouTube, and what they do is since I've been watching it, they found 7 vehicles that matches the people that went missing since I've been watching.
That's kind
But
of
that,
scary and sad.
but that's no, it's not scary. It's just like when I watch it, I'm like, man, that's so. You mean to tell me all this time nobody knew that car was down there?
Well, I mean, if they didn't see any kind of like tracks leading there, or I mean, a lot of possibilities could happen. I mean, have you ever seen the stories of people walking through national parks? They're together, and then all of a sudden, someone disappears, and they're all together they're basically hiking, right? And someone
Yeah, but
disappears, and they're wondering where the hell they went to, and they just end up falling into a crevice that no one even knew that was there.
Mm-hmm.
but
I
but
mean,
that,
it
but
happens. It
yeah,
happens.
but Yosemite had a killer. They had a serial killer at
No,
Yosemite.
no, I know, I understand that. Yes, yeah, some parks there's people that live in the back country and all of that stuff. But there's times when these people will fall into crevices, and because the way that they fall and they like hit their head or something like that, and they can't really call out. The people that actually are looking for them, they can't find them because they probably passed out, but they're like there the whole time, but they can't see them because it's such a vast area that no one notices that there's a crevice that somebody possibly fallen into. I mean, I've seen stuff like that. I've even seen like someone getting lost when it was snowing, and then they sent someone to go and rescue them, and they said that they heard the person yelling, and it comes to find out that the person's been dead the whole time. They were just hearing noise, like it was like all imagination,
Oh
and
wow.
they're at the park, at a national park. Or like the little people at the national park. You never heard of that one? Never mind. I'm going too deep. Never mind.
Again, welcome to the rabbit hole. The water is warm.
Yeah,
Come join us.
yes,
We have
right.
snacks.
How about the staircases? Did you ever hear about the staircases? Oh, that's crazy. The staircases that lead to nowhere in the middle of the forest. Oh, those are like weird. Mm-hmm. I'm getting me started. The rabbit hole.
The rabbit hole.
Yeah, I can't talk a whole lot about many TV shows, and I don't watch a lot of stuff on YouTube just randomly. So I can talk books and stuff like that. But yeah, I have been brought up in a very TV-less life since forever. Even when we had one, we just didn't have it on as much as most people.
Well, I had it out all the time when I was a little kid. My
Yeah.
favorite
I wasn't
movie
allowed
I sat
to.
and watched was Child's Play.
Yeah.
Child's Play, yeah. Well, we wasn't allowed to have. We only had like one television in the living room, and my grandmother watched like soap opera, Spanish soap operas.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we call that telenovelas.
Yeah,
Yep.
las novelas. Yep,
Yep.
that's what she watched.
Oh yeah, that was besides like news and documentaries and an occasional TV show here and there if we snuck it out of my grandmother. Yeah, she did love her soaps though. She loved her soaps.
My grandma loved those things. Oh,
Oh
and we
yeah.
wasn't allowed to watch anything on there unless it was like Saturday morning cartoons. After that, we can't watch nothing else.
Shoot, Sussy knows this famous telenovela that everybody in the Spanish community used to watch. Dos Mujeres Un Camino.
Yeah, I never watched that, but my grandmother sure did. Yeah. There was a lot of Thalia novellas
Yeah.
too.
What is that? The General Hospital or Days of Our
Oh no,
Lives?
Thalia is a
Or
singer.
Days-
She's a Spanish singer, but she
Oh,
did a
yeah.
lot
That's what Marty
of
Gunn.
soap operas.
Oh
My
wow.
my granny, Murder She Wrote,
Yeah.
Highway to Heaven, and Matlock. I was like, man,
Probably two of those I probably watch myself.
Hill Street Blues.
Oh yeah.
Hill Street Blues.
Yeah.
You put
See,
that was
I've
great.
heard of
I
them
remember
and I know the music,
catching it on
but I've
reruns.
never watched them.
1075, 2.4 miles. 1075 plus 2.4 miles. Taco Hell.
Oh yeah.
You going to Taco Bell to get that taco smell, and it's gonna give these people some taco hell later.
Uh-oh. I think I missed it. No, I got it. Yep, Taco Hell. Man, I don't want to go to this Taco Bell because it's
It
gonna
felt
be
like
closed.
that's all I was getting tonight was taco hell.
No, it's got 10 plus. I'm gonna go take it.
Oh yeah, definitely take it.
I'm trying to see if it's gonna be my last order though. They might stack it.
Yeah, at that time of night, yeah, there's a possibility.
The only thing about this Taco Bell is, it's a hit or miss. Hopefully last night I got lucky. I walked right in when somebody walked out, but they was closed. Tonight I gotta tap on the door and see if they gonna.
Today alone already killed my acceptance rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at what, close to 70. Now I'm down to 60. There's nothing but trash they were throwing at me all the night. Trash, trash, trash. $2, 10 miles. $3.
Well, if it makes you
Nine miles.
feel better, I'm at 68%.
But that's Grubhub.
But
No, 68% of DoorDash. I am at 75% OCR on Grubhub. That's my acceptance rate.
But OCR don't matter on Grubhub, dude.
No, that's that they only look at the OCR. It has to be over 50% in order for me to have block. If I go below 50%, then I gotta toggle on, and that's not. I'm never getting on if that's the case.
shoot, my customer rating took a hit too.
What happened?
So my customer rating took a hit.
Yeah,
Somebody gave me a 4-star rating.
that's interesting.
Yeah,
a 4-star
or
Because probably something was missing, and they don't
a
blame
4-star or a 1-star.
Yeah.
Dude, I got what, a 4-star rating.
For what?
Basically, they said didn't follow directions.
No, a 4 point what?
Oh no, right now I'm at a 4.86.
Oh, you good, but don't worry about it. You know what? I don't know if it happened to you, but during this week, it's gonna say, we noticed that you got an unfair customer rating. We're going to change that so it doesn't affect your star rating. You never got one of them?
Yeah, I get those a lot.
Yeah, because they know the customer's full of shit. So I
Then
wouldn't worry
again, this is another thing that I hate that they do. if you gonna give me instructions on something, tell me before I get to your house. That when I get to your house, and then I gotta hear it. Right when it's telling me to drop off instructions.
You know which ones I hate the most? I get there, they never put an apartment number, and I'm sitting there waiting, and they don't answer the phone, and therefore I don't know where to go. I've left orders outside of buildings because I mean obviously I don't know what apartment I'm going to because
Yeah.
you never put it, and then you're not
I
answering the
hate
phone.
when they don't put that in too.
It's annoying.
No, yeah.
You can't these customers, like I say,
Now, you
they're
know what these people. Well, every offer I was getting was backwards offers. I'm like, come on, like give me something good. Like the money was good, but the miles weren't. Like Uber was giving me some good money too, but the miles were too much. Don't give me good what was they gave me a 2 customer. The miles was good, but it was 2 customers and the pay sucked. $7. I'm not going $7 for 2 people.
I just had an order like that. Mine was
Yeah, I saw your
$6.75.
catering. I couldn't say nothing because I was driving and I gotta fix the little rubber piece that keeps the wind out of your car.
I'm
Apparently,
probably
when
gonna
my car got hit, they rushed it and didn't fix it properly. So I gotta go one of these days back over there to get them to fix it. It's under warranty, so I ain't worried about it.
hopefully I don't have to stand in this line for too long. I'm not going through
Oh,
this
yeah.
drive-through. I'm not going through this drive-through. It's packed.
Oh, yeah. Good Lord.
Ooh.
Hello, Moto.
Hello,
That sounded like
Yeah.
I thought it was my phone at first.
No, I'm powering up my other phone that I was charging.
Yeah, I thought it was my second phone.
that's a Motorola.
Yep.
That was like
Yeah,
one of my
They,
first phones.
I cheaped out on my second phone.
they
When cell
just
phones was
stacked it.
coming out, I had a
They
Yep.
Motorola,
All of it.
little tiny ass
they
Motorola.
they trying to stack on a $6 Jack in the Box. Nah,
Cracking the
I'm gonna
box.
take. Yeah, I'm gonna take
You
this.
don't like Jack in the Box? You don't like Jack in the Box?
Oh, this order goes to the same customer.
Oh, we
Damn.
don't have cracking the box.
Well, that works.
Well, they do,
I
but
ain't making one on
what
nothing.
they do, but what was gonna happen if they mess around and play with me? I was gonna cancel this Taco Bell and just go get the second order. But since they go to the same person, I don't think I'm gonna cancel.
Yeah.
And this girl at the window don't like me.
Yeah.
No, because I made a short about them, and they don't
I had
like
to
me.
talk about. I
Yeah,
Sure, I
I
went to
made a
this
talk.
restaurant today. It took them forever just to make an order, and I was on the stack.
You was on the stack.
The only reason I ain't leave because that was the highest paying order. It was like a $14 order at some
Jeez.
Italian restaurant, and they still screwed up the order.
Come on, man. You got like 50 orders up there.
Leave
I
at
go
door.
to
No.
Oh, yeah. I was right. I was about to say, I was almost positive that I had, yeah, that was my reaction to that. That was actually very valid. That 2 order stack that he had, I was like, I feel like I've had one just as bad. And I did. I have almost no shorts on my channel because I don't have a real channel. But I did post one about that stupid fucking double stack for like $4
She
for
probably
2
didn't even
miles.
give it to me. She
I should have
probably
posted one I got today.
I wanted to do for like travel, but I haven't traveled this past year because you already know why I didn't travel this past year.
Yeah.
But I just want it to be for travel, and then I have a nail channel. But that one was kind of like driving me kind of crazy a little bit because editing video is
You gonna come to the door?
like sometimes it could take you hours to then days depending on
They
what
don't
you're
come to
looking
the door.
for.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna cancel
It was
both of these.
crazy.
You need to hurry up.
I didn't even want to do like gig tube. I never thought about it.
Shoot, whenever I gotta go to the hood, that clock is already running 2 minutes before I get to the hood.
Yep, for Dave. She just took my phone.
I don't know. I don't know what that means though, Hector, because like the whole Bronx is considered to me as the hood. I mean,
Nah,
there's some nice parts. There's some nice parts of the Bronx, but majority of it is just to me.
hold on. When I go to the bad part of Clayton, that clock is already 2 minutes started. As soon as I leave the restaurant, it's starting. I ain't trying to be sitting waiting or nothing.
I gotta go into a shady ass building, I think, right now.
And now everybody want to get out their car when I do all the leg work. You know my damn there. Y'all been sitting there watching me at that door. Ain't nobody got out my defense. Now y'all getting the hookup. I don't care.
Lord.
No, they sat there and watched to see if somebody's gonna come to the door. This location is funny. One night they might open the door, one night they might not. But now that I got my order, there's about 5 dashers up there now. The Grub Public or whatever, whoever they are. Now let me go get this Jack in the Box. I don't have no choice at Jack in the Box though. I gotta wait in line.
I don't even know where's the main entrance to this damn building.
Kapalani might not be crowded. Yeah, I might call it a night.
Yeah, I called mine at 2:30. I called mine. I said we done.
That's all right. You hit your goal. Time to quit.
Oh yeah, I just barely hit my goal.
Well, I ain't hit mine yet.
I
need
hit
40.
I thought you said that this might be your last one.
I need $40 to hit my goal. Actually, I need $42. Hit my goal. If I stay out, I hit it, but unless I get a banging order going to the hospital, that's gonna pay me.
Yeah, when I hit this, that was my goal right there.
Right, there you go.
I'll be back.
That was the goal right there.
What was that? I didn't see it.
Oh, I'll put it back on.
What? 2207?
Yeah, 2207.
Mm-hmm.
That right there was the goal.
That's $222.70 and 7 cents.
Nah, it's $22.07.
Oh, $22.70.
That's not your biggest order?
Okay.
Yeah, when I hit that was the goal right there. I said we done.
You wanted to make $22?
No, that was the last order of the night.
Oh.
No, I said when I hit that's the end of the night. That wasn't the goal. Now when I hit that 2207, I said that's gonna be it. That last one. I ain't got time to be playing. I know with these fools out here. Especially if I would have sat there even longer, I would have been getting $2 and $3 orders for McDonald's.
Hell yeah, ain't nobody in the drive-through.
Then I'm looking at their list. I'm like, so you order all this crap, but yet you can't afford to tip the driver?
I thought it'd be.
I love it in my area because these fools be ordering ice cream and God knows what. And the McDonald's that is in my market, they stop selling that crap after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, where's my ice cream? Oh, McDonald's stopped selling at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
You got my money for a refund? You'll get it through the app. Like, if I would have known this channel before, man, you would have had enough content to make a whole bunch of shorts. Off me.
I got a whole bunch of content that I ain't even used yet. That's one thing about being in this space. You gotta find, like, if you gonna do edited content, you got. I know me. It's gotta be where I want it, almost damn near perfect.
Yep.
And that's gonna take time. You know. I've had creators tell me that they take 16 hours to make one video. What? To edit it. It's a lot.
Yes. That's why you don't see me doing no ride-alongs or none of that stuff.
The ride-along is easy. Like when you do ride-alongs and stuff, you can clip parts of the video and use it for a short, for another video. So when I was using my GoPro, my days ago, probably like 18 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours or whatever, I could chop that one day up to make 4 or 5 videos out of it. And then time them, put them on the scheduled timer to come out. So one video this day, one video the next day, or every other day, however you want it to be. But it's a lot of work.
Yeah. I believe it. I don't miss that snow.
Me either.
I like the smell.
How can I get for you?
I got a DoorDash.
I don't like too much there,
Fiona?
but it gets in my way.
Nah, forget that. If it snows here, everybody start panicking. Go and run to the store, get the bread, the milk, the essentials.
Oh yeah,
Remember-
that's the same thing here.
In North Carolina, they can't drive well in the rain, yet alone you put snow in there. That's a recipe for disaster.
Remember when they told everybody go buy, remember Y2K, everybody go buy water.
Oh Lord.
I remember that too.
I remember Y2K. Oh my god, I was like 15 years old or something.
I was.
What was it?
About 15 or 16.
What about Covetta when they said get all the toilet paper?
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
You know what's so funny about that?
You know what's funny about that? That I had just went to the supermarket and bought like big packs of toilet paper before all of that, the lockdown even happened.
During the lockdown, I was a truck driver during that time, so all things I was picking up was basically essentials. Toilet paper, paper towels, all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, man, what if people are doing hoarding? And then I had to go look up YouTube, and surely enough, that's what people were doing, hoarding toilet paper, even selling it.
Yep.
Shoot, if you'd have opened the bag, you could have made. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. You could have made some money, dog.
Yeah, I could have, but then I would have been paying for that load, which is more than what I would have made.
Yep, kind of. Okay.
I don't know. You had some crazy motherfuckers sitting there selling like hand sanitizer on Amazon for like $50 a bottle.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So one night I was bored. I was looking at eBay, see what people were selling during lockdown. I was like, $50 for a roll of toilet paper. I'm like, you act like it's the end of the apocalypse.
But that was fear mongering though. You know the news. Yes, please. You know the news hyped that up.
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. They hyped it up with a lot of fear mongering.
Every day you hear something about the plague. Plague this, plague that, plague this, plague that. I'm like, okay, that's enough. Even I had to change it.
I'm getting annoyed by this shit right now because this female's not coming downstairs. I'm about to leave this shit at the building door.
Oh no.
I'm good for that. That's why I always set that timer. Like, I just
Yep.
checked these two orders. It's not a handed to me, so I was checking. That 5 minute timer is up. I'm taking that picture and I'm out.
Yeah, you got to remember those sissies in the market though. That if she looks at the app wrong, they're gonna sit there and be like, "Nope, boop."
Mm-hmm.
But
Gotta
they'll
cross
pay
the
you.
T's and dot the
They'll
I's
pay
in
you if you
New York
look at.
City right now.
I think she's
You said
coming.
that. You said they won't pay you if you look at the map wrong.
No, I said they'll deactivate you if you look at the map wrong.
Yeah. She's coming. She's coming down to walk her dog. She has a dog with her. I guess
Oh, nice.
that's why she was taking so long to get her little dog. He looks cute. He got his little coat on. He's adorable.
Aw.
Hello. Okay. No problem. Have a good night. I don't even know how she gets back into that building because it looked like the fucking door was like broken. You know those because this is like I'm all the way down like in like the South Bronx, so like the buildings are not like very good buildings. Sometimes the doors are like broken. Like you
Yeah.
can't really get into the buildings because they don't even have like a slot for the key for you to get inside. Majority of the time, I've been to buildings where people can't even get inside unless somebody opens the door,
Yeah.
and it doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah.
I had a guy last year. I put the code in the call box, and I was waiting for him to buzz me in. And he comes up, uses his key. Fine, so I walk in. He turned around. I'm like, what? You not belong here. Get out, man. You better quit playing with me.
That reminds me one night where I was waiting for this person to buzz me in to open up the gate. The lady texts me back 5 minutes later saying, I can't let you in because I can't remember the code. I'm saying to myself, what the hell? But since I can't remember it here, this pizza's for you. I'm like, okay. So I got a free pizza and got paid for it.
Hey, there you go.
I wasn't complaining that night.
Yeah. That's good on those days when you get paid and you get the free food. Unless
yeah.
you do like, what was it? Who was it that had a customer order and he ate it and started flipping out? Was that Eric? Because he didn't know what the hell was in the burrito?
Oh yeah, that was Eric.
Yeah.
That was
Wait,
Eric.
hold on. What? What happened with the burrito?
So the customer, I guess the order was canceled, and it was a burrito. But he ate the whole burrito. And when he got down to the very end, he was like, "Oh, this tofu, but you ate the damn burrito." Oh, that
It
was
must have
spicy,
been
guys.
good though, right? It was a good burrito though, because he ate it. There's nothing wrong with tofu. There's nothing wrong with tofu.
Be ordering hot stuff.
I'm not 100% sure how discerning Eric is when it comes to putting things in his mouth.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Neither was
I
I.
would be mean. I would be mean, and I'll be bullying him. So I just said, "Be Ronald. That's not. Just let it go." But it was so much dude, never mind. Lord help that boy.
I just remember oh God, I think it has tofu. Oh, and it's spicy. And it's spicy. And I'm like,
Yeah, they used to
really?
make tofu spicy. Tofu is spicy.
Oh
But
yeah,
that's what you.
it's great
I
That's
never
what you
spicy.
even
when
ate tofu, so I wouldn't know what it tastes like.
They put the
tofu
spice. They put the spice in because it doesn't have any flavor. So the spicy will make it have flavor. That's why.
It tastes like nothing.
Oh, they ate that like nothing. I have a high tolerance for spiciness.
Yep.
I even ate what is it? The Pocky chips.
Oh yeah,
I don't know nothing.
I like Pocky, but Pocky tastes good. No,
I just ain't eating. I'm just not doing one of them one chip challenges.
I don't think they have those anymore because a man tried to do that and they discontinued it. I guess because it was burning people's stomach lining. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. No, Takis look fantastic, but I don't eat potato chips, so not ones that you buy in a bag.
Takis so much.
Yeah, they look good because I absolutely love spicy food, but chips aren't my.
And the funny thing
if I
is,
don't make them myself, they're not really my thing.
And the funny thing is, in my area, everybody orders them Taki chips. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Almost every other shopping order.
And then I'm laughing at most of these people that order when I do shopping pays. I'm like, man, are you high? There's nothing but junk food. I'm like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, they high. Even me and the cashier be laughing when I'm checking this stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody got the munchies.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost like when they pick that one thing and it adds the more things you like and they're like, ooh, that. Okay, I'm not gonna say the rest. Until their budget runs out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're basically just like, yep. They see that, more things you'll like, and they're like, yep, that.
Yeah, I don't care. As long as that pay comes good on my end, I don't care what you order.
Exactly.
But I do notice on DoorDash they do pay for a lot more when it's medicine.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Because I had one, like I was telling Ron, one night I had to pick up a Plan B. That thing paid like $21.
Yeah.
I was like,
They
please
pretty
order
good.
more.
They're pretty good.
I said,
Oh
why
yeah.
did you just order one? You should have ordered more. What I was saying in my head, I was like, you should have ordered more. I could have been home earlier.
Buy one, save one.
Like, buy 5.
Yeah, but those damn things are expensive.
Yeah,
Condoms
they're
are cheap.
$50
I'm
a
telling
pop. $50 a
time.
pop. Because I
No.
at least have to do one order of that a week.
Oh God, if I have my earn by offer on, I'm getting 1 to 2 a day. But that's because this is a small town and nobody has anything better to do. So
Like the downtown in the area I work, you can pass through it in about 5 minutes.
yeah,
It's just one little strip.
yeah. Mine's a little bigger than that, but we're a weirdly arranged town. And there's still nothing to fucking do, so. But yep, brings me back to my high school, my very short period of high school days in this particular close to this city. Where
Looking at Ceci's video, it reminds me of them days where it snowed in Connecticut and I had to walk to school. That's what that reminds me of. My school was like, look, Hector, we're gonna get you one and done. We need you done. We can't have you repeating another year. I used to be late for class. I don't even know how the heck I made it through graduation. My credits were good. That's the only thing that helped me out.
Yep. Well, sometimes
kept me behind.
Sometimes it's worth being that student when the teachers look at you. They're like, "You got to get the fuck out of here."
Oh yeah, they told me that. They told me that in 2001. They're like, "Look, you got to go.
Yep.
We don't want you another year here." It was funny because it was like I was going to a new school and it was my senior year, so I knew I was going to be one and done. So by the time I got to know everybody, do everything, it was already graduation time.
Yeah.
I said, man, this school year went by quick. More crap. I'll look at that later once I'm done here. I have both of my phones linked to my YouTube account.
Oh yeah.
So I'm seeing it on three different devices. I'm seeing it on both of my phones and my tablet. I'm like, what the hell is that buzzing sound? Then I gotta remember it's this new phone I have up here.
Oh yeah.
I must have had to pick up a big order.
I thought he was done at Jack in the Box, wasn't he? Or was he?
Yeah, Jack in the Box and the Taco Bell, man.
Yeah, because he had gotten the Taco Bell already. And I wasn't sure if he had already picked up Jack in the Box from the drive-thru.
I seen enough taco hell for one night.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Shoot, in my area, that's all they order. It's between Taco Bell, McDonald's, Wendy's, and Sheetz.
I designed the delivery.
If I get something that's not those four, I'm shocked.
I only have designed it because it didn't make sense to me to even do it. It was like 10.94 for 10.7 miles. I don't even know why I accepted that. I should have just declined it.
If it was my old neighborhood that I was at in Holly Springs, I would have probably gotten a whole bunch of not Taco Bell. I would have gotten a whole bunch of Sonic orders because they stay open late.
Oh yeah.
But then again, in that area, everything closes up at 10, so I'd have been done early.
Yeah.
In my old neighborhood, everything closes. My old city, everything closes up around 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. That's how this market is for the most part. We have 3 things that stay open until midnight, and then everything closes except for one Subway on the dead ass opposite end of town in a travel stop.
We got Little Caesars that stay open to 10, Firehouse Subs stay open to 9, Bojangles to 9 or 10, depending on the day of the week. You got Wendy's that close at 1 a.m., Taco Bell 2 a.m., Burger King at midnight, just to name a few.
Yeah. See,
And
all
then you
those
got
for us
24
close
hours.
all those for us close at 10 a.m. Midnight tops for, I think, Wendy's and Taco Bell.
You're
Taco
back.
Bell and Crystal.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, well,
Crystal, y'all got a Crystals there? Scrabble?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a White Castle, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Just like White Castle.
It's the southern
Yeah, we got-
version of White Castle.
Yeah, we have Crystals. Yeah. We have the southern bastard child of White Castle.
That's real funny.
I think the last time I had White Castles when I was in Kentucky.
Do y'all know that used to be a Black Castles in the South?
No.
Yeah,
I did not.
White Castles bought them out years ago because they was making a whole lot of money. What up, though, CC? How are you? Where you tuning in from? Yep, and it used to be it wasn't a McDonald's, but it was something that used to compete with McDonald's too, and they bought them out.
Oh yeah.
But it's crazy that the original owners of McDonald's don't even own McDonald's.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I see a founder. I'm seeing founder.
Yeah.
It was actually an upsetting movie. It was an upsetting movie, but I seen it.
You seen Founder? What's that?
Founder, he's the guy that found McDonald's. He basically stole it from the brothers that would name McDonald's. They couldn't even use their last name.
No, he didn't steal it. He told them.
I know he stole their names, and then they couldn't use their names.
I'm doing good tonight. I'm done for the night.
He was the founder of McDonald's.
Yeah, there's a movie based on it.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. It's called Founder. The guy Michael Keaton plays the guy that found the concept of McDonald's. Just watch it. It's messed up though.
From the Chicago market? Are you a gig worker? Do you do any gig apps?
Everything good? How are you doing? We're hanging out with Hawaii, even though we're from the East. And we're in the East Coast, all of us, besides Hawaii.
Well, what's up, Ron?
Yeah, that's what I said. We're from the East Coast, except for Ron.
Hey, each one of them, you got two from the south, one from the north, and one far, far away.
In the land of far, far away. I was like, well, that's where Shrek stay, ain't it?
In far, far away land.
Shrek and Fiona.
Oh yeah.
I'm about to pass a Zippy's to go to a Zippy's. That don't make no sense.
I never understood that. You got to pass one to get to the next one.
I literally just passed it to go 5 minutes away to go to the one I original. I wish it was like going to the dang on grocery store. I can go to any one, but I can't.
Shoot. Only place
When I
I
do
can
my
go shop is Lowe's on DoorDash.
yeah, DoorDash and Instacart. How the apps treating you in Chicago? You down there with Ghosts. Ghosts out in Chicago too. He ain't came by the stream.
Ghost is he's a big earner too.
Yeah, out in Chicago, he a beast. And he worked a downtown market.
I've been to Chi-Town.
Yeah, he's crazy though because downtown market is like no parking, right?
He said he been doing it so long, he good at it.
No, that's good. As long as you get a routine. I don't think I'll be able to do Manhattan ever. I tried. You know, when I did Postmates, I tried. I even went on a Sunday, which is a good day, right? And there's usually parking on Sundays because there's no regulation. You can park anywhere on Sundays, obviously. And it was so bad. I still made money, but it was just like it was really bad when it came down to where I was going to put my car because since you can park your car anywhere, there was no parking. So there was a lot of double parking. I don't like double parking. It gives me anxiety. I think somebody's going to hit my car.
When I'm and I remember one time I went to the Bronx. I about had high anxiety. I was like, where's the freeway?
The freeway's there.
It took me to the surface street, so I was having high anxiety.
The 95 is the main highway.
If I was to do New York if I was to dash in New York, I would have to have my spandex and my webs that shoot out my arms. That's the only way I'm doing New York. Now, I want to come down there and take the challenge though, like just see if I can do it on the e-bike or something.
It seems like you was interested when you was asking Flex about his birthday.
I was asking Flex about his birthday. His birthday's in May.
Yeah, May 22nd. Yeah.
And he's a Taurus.
Yeah. My daughter's a Taurus too. So her birthday's on the 13th. May 13th.
My baby mama. My child's mama birthday on the 16th.
13th? Oh, the 16th.
I'm an
Okay.
Aries.
My sister's birthday's on the 21st. That's how I know Flex's birthday's on the 22nd. Because my sister's on the 21st. At least one of my sisters on the 21st, and I have another sister. Her birthday's on May 11th.
All those
You got
Geminis
eight.
out there.
You got 8 brothers and
I
2
have
sisters.
3 sisters. 3 sisters, 8 brothers.
You about like my mama,
Shoot,
including
my
you.
dad would have
I'm
had.
picking
If my
for
dad would have had his
Jonathan.
way back in the day, he
Huh?
would have had like 15 kids.
Including you.
Oh,
Mhm.
wait. Hold up. Including me? Oh, I
Make
think
12.
including me is 12. Yeah, altogether. It's
That's what my
between my mom and my dad. I'm the only child from my mom and my dad. They had so I have a lot of half siblings.
Oh, we don't do the half, but it's 12 of us too. It was 13, but it's 12. Is it snowing out there in Chicago? Oh, you down there with Necro too?
Yeah, Necro's they said it was cold. It was like -2.
Sure, I remember one time I went there during the deep freeze. Oof. I felt every inch of it.
I dashed in Chicago. I was like, yeah, I ain't gonna be doing this long. I made 2 dashes. I was like, no, I can't do it. It wasn't that I couldn't dash. It was like I was a little worried. But if I would have learned to sit shoot, the 2 dashes I made there, I made $60.
So I was a result of
Entanglement.
yeah, an entanglement. Exactly. That's why I'm the only child from my mom and my dad.
I'm the fourth oldest.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm the middle child.
Did they win today? Oh, heck, you keeping it quiet, huh? You keeping it
What?
quiet. That brown and gold lost. I mean that black and gold.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah,
pissed.
I did not tell Kevin they was gonna lose. Just
Look,
don't
look
listen to
what
me.
they wrote. Look at what CC wrote. The market here isn't too bad.
Hi,
There's been a
I
few
was good.
promos lately because of the weather.
I have 2 actually. It is Ray and Gabrielle.
Yeah, but I changed it to another jersey after.
The Bills.
Nah.
I think Scrabble fell asleep again.
All right, thank you.
Bucks.
No,
Have a
I
good
didn't.
one.
I just had my mic off.
Oh, okay. It's okay. I've fallen asleep a couple times on panel. And Terry. All Ron has done is at least he muted my mic. Yeah, I can't hear me snoring. He's so nice.
Oh, forget that. If I start snoring, I'll wake up everybody.
Nah, I'm gonna mute the mic because people like
He's gonna mute the mic. He's not gonna let you do that.
People like the clip stuff. Talking about
Yeah.
it's a boring. Yeah, it's a boring
Yeah.
channel.
Yep.
They clipped
you got-
Ricky Knight. They clipped Ricky Knight the other day when he was in the lounge.
Oh, y'all been getting promos due to the weather?
Yeah, because it's
That's
cold.
what's up.
It's cold out there.
I
Necro
heard they
said it
shut
was
it.
like -2. He said it was -2.
Man, somebody I don't know if I was tripping this up, but I do believe that somebody said it was gonna be -55 somewhere. I was like, what? in the world?
Can they even do that with the tires? Even would you be able to even drive?
You
You won't
probably
see me
would.
outside if it's ever
You,
negative.
you probably could, but yeah, that's too much. That's
If
doing
it's
I
way
thought
too
that
much.
that would
don't see
I
me
thought
out.
that would like crack the
Windshield?
no crack the rubber because if it's too cold the rubber like break it shrinks and then it tends to break because of it being
Yeah, it
cold.
causes dry rot. And I wonder how people do it in Colorado, where this time of year it's just cold, snowing. I don't know how Terry does it out there.
Oh,
I mean, if you're used to it, then you get used to it. So
And
yeah,
I grew up
exactly.
up north.
That's why like the snow doesn't bother me because I'm so
Huh.
used to it. It doesn't even like it's like whatever. As long as it doesn't become like in my way, that it's just like it's a burden to my everyday life.
yeah.
Yeah, that remind me one time it snowed down here, and I was in the middle of a route, so I only had one more stop to do. And they're telling me, "Hey, heck, come back! It's snowing." I'm like, "Fool, I'll come back when I'm done my route. I ain't trying to make it up the next day."
Yeah, really.
So guess who had the day off the next day while everybody had to work? Me.
Yep, there you go.
I was doing my route. I was the only one that had my route completed that day. So they said, "Hector, you taking the day off. We don't have nothing for you today." I was like, "Perfect, thank you." I went
Yeah,
straight back to the house. Before they could say, "We're pairing you up with somebody," I was gone.
yeah, exactly.
Every time I could go home, because I will go home literally.
Yep.
Ooh, temperature is 1 degrees. Wow.
Oh, right now my temperature is 25. It's not that bad. It feels nice outside.
Mine's is 39.
But Cece, you have it worse right now. And
But
then yeah, Ron has it at what 80 degrees. Where's he? The gloater. Where's the gloater? Tell us about his weather. Where is he? Oh, not there.
I'm looking at the temperatures
It's
for the nighttime. It's gonna be in the 20s and teens.
Where's the
it's
weather?
currently 73 degrees. Feels
Oh,
feels
that's
like
not bad.
76 with a dew point of 2% in the west wind at 0.2 knots.
Yeah, right now it's what 39. Feels like 35.
He probably got a t-shirt on. Do you wear shorts? No,
Nope,
you don't wear shorts.
I don't wear shorts. I wear t-shirts. I do got a t-shirt on though.
Yeah,
But in the
t-shirt,
morning,
no sweater, no jacket. It's too hot
no,
for that shit.
in the morning I have on a hoodie because it'd be like a little
A
chilly.
little, a little
Yeah,
chilly. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
but that's not bad.
I live right off the water.
Mhm.
And it'd be a little chilly, so I brought my jacket to about 7 o'clock. Then it get hot.
I'm right next to the water too. It'd be cold. Oh man, especially
Well,
around this time. Oh, it's so cold.
I'm a block away from the water.
I can literally see the water from my window. That's how close I'm
I
from
used
the
to
water.
live on the shoreline, so I know how that is.
Yeah, like literally on the water. In the summertime, I smell the beach because there's a beach close by.
I live about 2 blocks from Seaside Park in Bridgeport, so I would see all that. I would smell it.
Yeah, you'll smell it.
It has that different smell when you're
Yeah,
coming
it has
towards the
that
park
smell.
and water.
Yep.
It has that smell. That smell that that's not right smell.
Yeah. I remember one time I could see Long Island from
Long,
the shadow.
okay, so there's a place called. You ever heard of City Island?
I think I have.
Yes, I mean it's still considered the Bronx, but it's a tiny island. Um, and it's mostly made for like they have like a strip filled with like seafood restaurants. Um, not that many people live there, but there's people that live there, but it's not that many. And it's just like one street. If you go to like the other streets, like on the side, they're all like they're like dead ends and stuff. But if you go all the way to the end, it's like a pier where people you know have boats and stuff like that. That's
Yeah.
what I see from my window. I see City Island. So that's in between, like City Island is like in between where Long Island is at. So if the City Island wasn't there, I can see Long Island from my window.
Yeah, well, literally, if I look long enough, I could see Long Island.
Yeah.
You could
But
see
ain't
like
you
the little shadows of it.
aren't you in Minnesota? No, you're in North Carolina.
No, I'm in North Carolina.
So how can you see New York?
I'm talking about when I lived in Connecticut.
No, he lives in
Oh,
Connecticut. Yeah, because
oh,
Connecticut
I
too,
was
you
born
could
and raised
see.
in North
Yeah,
Carolina.
you could see Long Island. If you're right on the water, you can see Long Island from Connecticut. That's how close it is. Even when you go to like Montauk, if I go all the way to the end of the world, because that's what it's called, like Montauk at the peak, at the peninsula where there's a lighthouse, right? There's a lighthouse at the end. I can
Yep.
see Connecticut, and then all it is the Atlantic Ocean. It's really nice.
how far are you away from the Statue of Liberty?
The Statue of Liberty is in Manhattan. You have to go all the way to like Battery Park, which is like at the bottom of Manhattan, and you take a ferry, and it's an island, right? Liberty Island. It takes at least an hour before you even enter the ferry, and then it takes like 10 minutes to basically for the ferry to get to the Statue of Liberty.
You been?
Yeah, I took my daughter last summer, but not this past summer, the summer before. 22. She did not like it because she did not know that we was going on an island. She didn't know that the Statue of Liberty was on an island and that we had to walk. Also, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I watched that game. I was like, what in the world?
Oh, you kept it quiet. Hey, the Eagles got whooped too, so don't feel bad.
I already knew they were going to lose. I just kept low faith in myself that maybe the impossible might happen. But I forgot TJ Watt wasn't playing, so I knew that was game over. TJ Watt was playing, maybe there would have been a chance, but without him, I knew it was game over. Game over when they scored that touchdown off an interception.
All right. Give me a minute because I've actually got to start getting up and puttering around a little bit.
Actually, I'm about to go to sleep. I get up early in the morning and get some errands done. All right, everybody. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'm done.
All right. See
All
ya.
right.
I can't see nothing. No thing on addresses.
Terrible out here. The heck to go home already?
Yo, he was at home.
Oh,
So he just said he was going in, go to sleep. He gotta get up and do some errands. Okay, there's 2002. So
I'm fucking exhausted. Oh,
where's 2003?
you done?
Who?
You.
No, I'm dropping off. I got 2 orders. I got that stack that I got. 2 for 13. That's 19. I wasn't going there anyway. It don't even look safe. Right.
I kind of bullshit you gonna send me now.
Oh, did somebody call it a night?
I still got at least one or maybe 2 deliveries left, and then
You were saying something?
I said I have at least 1 or 2 deliveries left, and then I'm going home.
And when you go home, I'm gonna go home. Son of a bitch.
Why? It's gonna be like 12 o'clock.
I know. Yeah, I'm tired, really. I've been out for a while. But see, I've been out for a while and I'm close to, you know what I'm saying, my goal. So after this, I probably need like 25. I mean, I'm gonna keep it on till I go home, but I need like 25 more dollars. I'll be all right. But I'm still gonna I'm still to keep the app on because I'm not near my apartment. So me driving home is what's going to see what I can pick up. But if I don't make it up today, I'll make it up tomorrow. You know, just do
Yeah.
a little extra. I'll do a little extra tomorrow to make it up because I'm so close to it.
That's why I was talking to you about the 24-hour thing. See how much we
Mhm.
can do. I
I
need
know
to
we
be like
can.
I need to be a premiere like that. I can schedule it better because I'll be able to like do it in advance. Because see,
Hmm.
when you get to premiere driver level, you can schedule like 2 weeks in advance. So
Okay.
if once I get there, which is not this week, that's the following week, I'll probably be able to be. So basically, at the end of January, I'll be able to um have it.
Yeah.
That's why I said like the 4th or the 11th. Remember, I gave you like dates, but it's up to
Yeah.
you.
Hmm.
It's up to you what dates if you want to do it. I already spoke to my family, telling them that I'll be out. You know, a whole day, like that they're aware.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Mhm. You want to come in on that? Scrabble? Want to do it? Can you do it? No.
Say that
See,
one more time.
see how much we could do in 24 hours.
Oh God. Gee.
You say your market is closed during the night, right? Have you ever tried?
Yeah, we don't have anything like that. What dates are you talking about?
Like in February, like 4th, like a Sunday, doing it like from 12 midnight to 12 midnight. See how much
Oh
money we
yeah.
can make in 24
Oh
hours.
God. Sunday actually things close even earlier here. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Now they stay late Saturday night, so technically a few things would be open a little later going into Sunday, quote unquote. But yeah, Sunday night, 9 o'clock is about the limit, and everything just
Yeah,
dies.
over here it's just different because Saturdays is like everybody's out until 4 o'clock in the morning. Then they after the club, they're trying to go to like a diner to eat breakfast.
Oh
By the
yeah,
time they even
no,
get home, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, and then people that actually slept early are awake early to get ready for church, to then
yeah,
go eat something at the diner, like at that brunch time. It's different. When
yeah.
24 hours came to my market, I was very like excited.
See, I would
So
love 24 hours because if I had the option, now the problem is that I have a really, really hard time driving at night. Just my vision's rough at night, and sometimes is better than others. But no, if I could, I would love to be in a market where dashing at night was actually lucrative because a lot of people don't like to do it, but I can switch my sleep schedule. Hi, sweetheart. Sorry,
That
my
shit,
cat blinking at me
yeah,
cutely.
shit,
Um,
that shit gonna mess me up.
now I can switch mine around pretty quick still. So
Don't you don't get catering? Oh, no. You don't get catering offers during the weekend?
that's why I'm still awake now. Because I'm gonna go do those, and then I'm gonna come home and I'm gonna take a nap, and then deal with what I have to deal with today.
What time is your catering?
Oh. Huh?
You say you got catering today?
Yes. Yeah.
What time are they?
Yep. I have two today, so
So
I'll
like, is it
start those.
soon? Because you've been up this whole time. Are you gonna be able to do it? Like,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
like.
No. I'll be fine. I'm just gonna basically, it'll end my night. Basically, I'll do those two real quick. Come home and lay down.
What I was saying, I was about to say, we gotta when we set it up, is we gotta when we set it up, we gotta. I don't know how the time difference gonna go.
You're 12 to 12 and my 12 to 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, you said you're talking about February 2nd doing that?
No, it's a Sunday. I think it's I said the 4th or the 11th, I think. Okay.
I I don't know if it's gonna be that soon, but I want to do it. I want to do it this year. I just gotta figure out, how to get it ready.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just doing out dates. It doesn't have to be those
Right.
dates. I was just telling you, like, I know I'll be ready by those dates when it comes down to having like the premiere status.
Yeah. No, if I have enough advanced warning, because I'm going to be probably, my plans are a lot more up in the air than they were last week. But there's a good chance that if it's something that you guys want to do and I can participate, I will probably end up doing it in an Atlanta market, somewhere where there's
Okay. So there's a better
little
chance
more.
for you to do it in that market because maybe more things will be open for you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Atlanta doesn't sleep.
I mean, how far is Atlanta from you?
It's 3 hours, but I have a place I can stay up there. So,
Okay.
and it would give me a chance to peek in on my sister. She never minds me doing that. See my sister and my nephew.
Oh, it's snowing harder now. Definitely, it's coming down harder. Yep. I mean, why can't be like this at Christmas?
You going to Atlanta, Scrabble?
Yeah,
I can,
she says if we plan it in advance, she'll be able, plan to go to Atlanta to participate with us.
yeah. Because I know I would have a lot more fun if it's a 24-hour challenge, if I'm in a place where there's actually stuff open 24 hours.
And because I'm just trying to make it like more lucrative for you. You don't think you can find maybe catering orders over there with whatever setup you have?
Oh, I don't have to work. I mean, I don't have to have a catering order up there, although they do have, they actually have a couple of apps that I'm on that aren't in this market up there. And they have like para offers and stuff like that up there too. But I mean, honestly, I'd be perfectly fine depending on if you just want to, whatever you decide to do. I can just do DoorDash or just Uber Eats or just food delivery. It doesn't really matter.
All right. Have a good night. You too.
See, with the way that Grubhub goes, it only goes from 12 to 12. So it
Yeah.
will automatically just stop in between those times anyways, and that will be my total. I just want to see how much I can make if I was to just one day.
Yeah,
There's a long time ago before I became, independent. When I worked at the shops before, I used to work from like 7 o'clock in the morning because that's when the shops open until 10 o'clock at night because it was a lot more lucrative for me to work at least 3 days on the weekends than me be there throughout the whole week.
Yeah.
You understand? The hours and stuff like that. Like all of it would add up to at least like 38 hours, I think. when I used to
Yeah.
do it. But it was better for me to do it like that than go there every morning, especially during the week where I couldn't really drive into the city, and I prefer to drive if I was going to
Yeah.
Manhattan. It's just better for me to just drive in
Yeah.
than to take the train. So I used to make a lot more money. Like I think I used to walk away with like $150 just in tips
Yeah.
alone, and then my hourly pay or whatever I sold in products.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, if you got, if you set up something and you wanted me to stay in my market and do it for 24 hours, I would do it for fun. It's just I know what my dash time versus my active time would look like for sure.
No, what it is because last year I know I put up $660 in one day. So I'm like,
Mhm.
man, I want to just can I do 1,000 in one day? So I've been trying to, I pretty much figure I can get close to it on DoorDash by itself. Now, if I
Yeah.
have a day to where it's just flowing, I'll probably smash it with no problem. So I just want to challenge myself to see if I can actually achieve it because I don't think nobody's ever achieved that goal in one day.
Mhm.
I've seen Trevor deliveries. He made $700 and some change one time, but he did it multi-app too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
but
didn't do it with one.
they also say that he's lying. Okay, Ron. Well, I don't see him lying about none of that stuff, but whatever. He said that he lies about his numbers. Just want to say that. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Um,
I seen him come close to it because one time he made 500 on DoorDash and then he made another 200. No, it was 500 on DoorDash and like 100 and something on Uber Eats, and it was like six something. So they say the one video I seen he made the 700. So, but
yeah.
it's all edited content. So when I do it, I'm just gonna do it straight. Like I don't have to edit it. It's right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now what I will have to do is log out of the StreamYard to start because it got to go 12 and 12. So I'll have to log
Mhm.
out of the StreamYard at 11 hours and log back in and run the last 12 hours.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we start at midnight Saturday. And then
Mhm.
we go to 11 a.m. Sunday. No, Saturday 11 a.m. and then we'll start the StreamYard back over at 11 to go all the way to midnight.
Mhm.
I just want to see what I can do in 24 hours
I think the challenge
non-stop.
is for all of us to see if we can achieve as much as we can in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that would be fun to do in a market like Atlanta, where, like I said, where I know things are open 24 hours and the map is, busy to very busy 24 hours in a lot of markets because I want to say Atlanta has, how many did I count when I was up there? Because I can't see quite that high on my map right now. But I believe there were, if we're counting just Metro Atlanta inside the 285 loop, uh, I think I remember counting 9 zones, I believe. And then, of course, it spreads outside of that to tons of other ones.
Mhm.
Atlanta's a big ass stretch of city, and it sprawls.
But are you familiar with it? Like, have you learned that market or no?
I'm familiar with several of the neighborhoods up there. I've been up there quite a few times. It has been a while, so I'd probably go up in advance and refamiliarize myself with areas because honestly, I probably would not dash in downtown Atlanta, mainly because parking is an absolute nightmare. And the little meter maids are relentless in Atlanta. And they will boot your car faster than you can turn your damn head. But they also have a lot of really good suburbs. So I could probably pick one and not have to go too much outside of that one zone. Because they've got there's Atlanta's got a lot. If you've never been to Atlanta, it's one of those cities because Georgia isn't one of those places you think about. Atlanta is the LA of the South, basically. We're the LA or the Houston of the South. It's a really big city. It's got a lot of different areas and neighborhoods, and it's got a it's got a really good food scene and a really good. And like I said, when you open the DoorDash map up there, it looks like a red light in your face.
So, like, basically what my map looks like on a really busy day, just be red all around.
Yep.
I should take a picture and show it to you, Ron. Like, it's so red. It's crazy. It's red all around me. All the way into the Hamptons and Jersey, Connecticut, everywhere. Upstate New York. Crazy. Just red lipstick. Red.
Yeah, you don't see the
Are you
first.
sick? Are you sick?
No, I haven't always been mildly allergic to cats. And this is the time of day.
Are you next
This
to the
is,
cat?
this is the time of day when all four of them decide to convene right in front of me.
You said sounds like a plan. Cece, you want to? What do you mean sounds like a plan? What do you mean?
24-hour challenge, baby. Yeah, because I mean, if there were like really, if it was a challenge with official rules and all that, I mean, I would absolutely participate in my market. It's just, it would be very dull. It would be very dull for several hours.
It's just a regular old friendly challenge. And that's why when we do it, I mean, if y'all want to say something, I ain't saying nothing because I know word get out. Oh, that kind of try. Nope.
No, we're not competing. But we're not competing.
Right. But
Yeah.
we're not competing. But somebody, if the word get out.
I know. But we're not competing. It's a challenge for ourselves to see what we can do on our own. On our own, not about nothing. It's like you want to challenge yourself to make sure you make the $1,000 in one day. That's the challenge that you're doing for yourself. I want to see how much money I can make in one day if I can possibly make at least $400 to $500.
Yeah.
Are you gonna make more than that? 24
Yeah, because
hours?
I mean, I've made like over $300 from like 7 o'clock to 10. So imagine putting all of the other hours together. So I'm thinking like maybe like 500. Maybe more. Maybe it could be more with everything that's going on now and the way the deliveries are now. Like they're giving more money. So each delivery nowadays is like at least 10. So it's the way that I'm looking at it, if I could do like 27 within the time of 7 and 10 o'clock, if I could do 27 deliveries, imagine how many more deliveries I can do with the other hours. It could be damn well up to like 50 deliveries, right, within the day.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the way that I'm thinking. Like maybe we could do like 50 deliveries in one day, and it could be very lucrative. depending on the delivery, each delivery can pay like what it does pay.
Yeah.
I'm just assuming each delivery is $10 in my market, at least what they've been showing me. Sometimes they're
Yeah.
more. Hmm. I mean,
Now,
I've
see,
done one delivery. I've done one delivery that was like $30 not too long
yeah.
ago. Just one.
Phoebe, I swear to fucking God. Yes, you. Sorry, cat. Anyway,
Look, there's
honestly.
$1.50 right now. There's $1.50 in Suffolk County promo. $1.50.
For DoorDash?
Yeah. Yeah, Long Island is lit up, like lit up.
Yeah. Now that would be fun because it's like it's always I don't know. It's nice, especially in this kind of solitary work, to
Mhm.
when you're challenging yourself to have other people who are challenging themselves and encouraging you at the same time.
Mhm.
That's way better than sitting in your car all by yourself for 24 hours straight trying to do it.
So
I mean,
remember that
you can do
that
it,
when
but
we start, I'm sorry, Scott was finished.
no, go ahead.
Just remember, like when we get to like 5 a.m., that's
Yeah,
when Ron is starting
yeah,
his time. So
yeah.
we'll be already 5 hours in. I'm wondering what the hell I'll be at. Will I be able to do it?
Well, I
Oh,
was about to say,
and that too.
if
We
he
have to
wants
make sure we have a meal with us. We have to make sure we have meals with us if we're gonna do that. I'm
I'm gonna
more
have.
what?
Go ahead.
No, I'm more concerned about the bathroom situation. But I mean, I can have a cooler with me with
I was
food.
gonna have. I was gonna have a cooler with my juices in it. Then if I want to get a salad or some fruit, I know I'm gonna have a cooler with juice and fruit in it. That's for sure. And then with a
Yeah.
salad or something like that, just to I just want to do it like challenging myself.
It's all about challenging ourselves, seeing
Oh
what we
yeah.
can do.
Yeah, because I don't because unlike you guys, I don't do gig work in long. I don't do the actual delivery part in long stretches like you guys do.
Mhm.
Because half the time when I'm out either listening to you guys or talking to you, my screen is still not because I'm pulling a certain someone who I won't name, but it's because I have another contractor gig, so I'm texting people and answering questions, and I'm racking up billable hours. So that aren't delivery, because if my map is gray, I make more money doing that. So
Now that you said that, I just forgot. A client just texted me and I never texted her back. Hold on.
Oop.
Damn it. My client, I haven't seen her since the beginning of last year.
Yeah.
No, I don't even know when's the last time I saw her. I stopped seeing her because I was getting sick in the beginning of last year. So
Yeah.
I told her that I wasn't able to see her. So it's been like a year since I've seen her. She was just asking me if I was available to
Oh
do her
yeah.
hair. To do her hair.
Well, there you go, Ron. It looks like Cece wants in too.
Cece wants in too?
Yep. Like I said, it's fun when you're gonna push yourself to have other people that are, challenging themselves, and, you can encourage each other at the same time. Because when you start hitting that 18-hour-ish mark, it'll help
Yeah, that's
to
when
be
it's
like,
gonna be really difficult right there. That's what I'm worried about.
yeah,
That's gonna be like dinner time for us.
yeah.
That shit's gonna really push us.
Well, at
Well,
least
I
the
think
next day we can take a nap.
Yeah.
for real. Yeah, seriously.
Oh, and that too. Should we do it like on a well? At least for me, should we do it like on a holiday? But I doubt there's any holidays. The only day that I would say will be a holiday for me that I don't have to wake up the next day for like school will be the 18th of February because my daughter's birthday is on the 17th, right? And then we have it's like a President's Day, and that's considered over here is winter recess. So they have like a week off of school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have that whole week off from school. So I was thinking like maybe that day could be. I know y'all don't have young children, but no, wait, yeah, this is the wrong month. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong month. At least for me. Yeah, so the 19th is a Monday. So the 18th is a good solid yes. And that Saturday, obviously, I'm gonna be off all day to deal with my daughter's birthday party situation. So with all the money that I'm gonna be spending, I would like to make it up.
And when's your daughter's birthday?
On the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah, she wants to do like it's like a trampoline place. You've seen it before, right? The places where you run
Oh.
into the
It's called
trampoline.
airtime. Is it called
Yeah,
airtime?
something like that. Something like that. She wants to do
Yeah.
something like that. I already booked a place already for her.
So basically, you're going to do a big ass birthday party, try to take a nap, and then work 24 hours.
Well, it's only like for the it's early in the afternoon. Like after we're done with the party, I can go home and take a nap and get ready for this 24-hour thing.
Again, damn. Okay.
I've been doing crazy stuff. I'm used to like I'm already like practicing my body to get used to being up all night. It took a while. Ron could tell
Yeah.
you how much of a problem it was in the beginning because I was falling asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he could tell you he turned off my mic many times of me falling asleep because I wasn't used to it. It took a while for me to get used to being up at this time now.
Yeah, because this is when I wake up. If my alarm clock is any indication.
This is the time I would usually wake up to start getting like ready for my daughter to go to school.
But I mean, like I said, I'm gonna leave it. I'll leave it up to Ron because it is, most importantly, his challenge, and
Mm-hmm.
And
but
whatever.
any of those days is fine, or we could plan it for another month or summer or whatever. Summer I won't be here. Summer I won't be here.
Yeah, I know I didn't want to do it in the cold.
Yeah.
Who wants to do it in the cold?
So I know I didn't want to do it in the cold, like for y'all, like when it's snowing and stuff. I wanted to make sure it was good on the ground and at least warm.
Oh, I'm fine. Actually, if it's the snow, it's even better for me because I can make more money.
That is true.
See, Scrabble knows.
Yep.
Any kind of bad weather here is good for me. The worse the weather, the better.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
That's true.
And I realized that also like around my daughter's birthday is always like some snowstorm happening. Every single time.
Nice.
That's always
Every single time. The day she was born, there was a snowstorm. Every single time. After that, there's always been a snowstorm. No matter what.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you now, if I go up to Atlanta and that damn storm that you're willing into existence reaches down to Atlanta, my car is not equipped. I can drive in snow, but my car's not equipped for it, and neither is the city of Atlanta.
Yeah,
That
I mean, but they
that
do clean it more. They do clean it better when it's the city because it's the city. They have to clean
yeah, okay, let me repeat this. This is Atlanta. It's in
it.
Georgia, way down south, where an inch of snow shuts everything down.
Oh,
And that's actually not 100% true. They have a little more tolerance than like down here, where it really does shut everything down, but not much. And Atlanta traffic is horrific on a good day. And there's no other good way to describe it. It's really damn awful.
you see what Cece is writing? She says 660 in one day. That's incredible.
Thank you.
You'll like to learn the ATL market as well.
Yeah. No, like I said, I haven't dashed up in Atlanta because I didn't have my car with me the last time I was up there. But I mean, that map was lit up everywhere, absolutely everywhere. DoorDash was literally DoorDash. It was just those constant pings. You know, it's busy in your area. If you want to dash, there's peak pay here, peak pay there, extra pay here, this there. It was just constant. So I feel like it would not be hard to, even not being quite as familiar with the area, especially if I pick a suburb or an area outside of the 285 loop, which the more I think about it, the more that's probably a good idea. Um, I think I think chances are pretty good.
Well, how is it for you in Chicago, CC? It's just the two of us. She got kicked off.
Who? Oh, yeah. Scrabble probably. No, her phone or something. Probably she probably be back. Just the two of us.
You feel like your phone is telling you
You
something?
feel like her phone telling you something.
I should be killing the battery, yo. I've had it on. I've had my phone on all night, right? But it started off at like 40%. It went all the way up to only 67%. But it starts getting hot and then it lowers, and then when it cools down, it goes up a little bit more, and then it gets hot again. It's weird.
What you talking about? Your heat? Your
The phone.
huh?
The
Oh,
phone.
the phone.
Yeah, the phone. It goes
Well,
like oh, you a fucking cunt. You a fucking cunt. This is actually a really good one too. Oh, 1489, and it's keeping me in this area. You lucky, lucky you. How you waited till the last fucking minute? Oh, eat you. It's a good order though. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm not disrespectful.
I'm listening. I was trying to go, and they sent me an 850 plus at McDonald's.
You see what I mean?
And I'm here.
But I need to get ready now, so I'm gonna hop off. Have a good night, thing. And I catch up tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah.
All right.
Good night,
Thank you,
Scrabble.
Scrabble.
CC, it
Good night.
is 24-hour challenge for yourself. 24-hour challenge for oneself to see how much money you can make in your own market. See if you can push the limits to make as much as you can.
That would be correct.
I actually enjoy Trevor's deliveries when he does that kind of stuff. Even though they
Who?
said those things about him, but I don't think he's bullshitting. I mean, Trevor deliveries.
I mean, you know what's like it's the same thing as anything else. When they don't want to believe it, they say it's fake.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said when they don't want to believe it, they say it's fake.
Well, he is pushing. He's pushing a lot of the limits, and a lot of times he's just like running, and I'm like, well, why are you running? Like, you don't need to run. It's like he's trying to like beat the clock or something like that.
I don't know. And he talk real fast, real fast.
Yeah, he's talking really fast, and then he's running.